Great. No, I think we can start, Subhashish. Someone join, they will see, or if someone misses, then they will see the recording. Okay, so maybe you can take this from now. You don't need any introduction, right? So it's your show, Subhashish. You just start and give the introduction and then take it off.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
I am sharing my screen now. And yeah. Let me know once you can see my screen. Okay. The screen and sharing. Yeah. So, yes. So, hi everyone, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk to you on this AI hour. And it's a very special day today. And today we are working on AI as well as Valentine's Day. And I'd like to wish you a very happy Valentine's Day to you and your family. Um, it's all about love and all about teamwork and all about feeding the future from now on. So, and the future is AI, as you know. So whenever we talk about the future, the keyword AI comes into mind automatically. So it's going to be a very exciting session where we are going to talk about a lot of features that are common to Copilot, custom prompt, Copilot entities, and how they best could be leveraged in context to Dynamics 365 finance and operations. And then how can we take it forward to other other stuff? Say, for example, for Power Apps, how can we use Power Apps to talk to Dynamics 365 finance and operations using all these features? So yes, without wasting much of time, I'm just going forward. And this is the introduction. This is the agenda, and this is the landscape which we are going to cover today. It's a huge list, as you can understand, and it's going to start with an introduction, a crisp introduction, and then I will show you what are AI prompts and what all you can achieve by using the AI prompts. From there, we will go to Copilot entities. We will define Copilot entities, and we will see that its immense capabilities when we are talking about validations and custom Copilot entities could do a lot on your behalf. Then we would see how can we use this by creating topics with these entities. And then we will use Copilot using natural language processing to talk to Dynamics 365 finance and operations. And we'll then we'll be using AI models and training in Power Apps, how best we can use AI models to to make the various AI models that are available out of box systems that can do a lot of things that can help you a lot in various autonomous ways. Then we will try to show you a crude operation from Power Apps for Dynamics 365 finance and operations using all these Copilots related stuffs. I'll be covering a lot of examples so that it can trigger a lot of ideations to you, so that you can just not be restricted to Dynamics 365, but you can also take this offline to Business Central or in your say customer engagement development as well. So I will be answering your questions at the end of the session. So we would be requesting you to keep on typing, and Ramit, maybe Ramit, you can also chip in if in case if I miss anything. So without thank you so much, and without wasting my time, let's move forward. So this is a net about myself. You all know me mostly. So I'm one of your very old friends. I'm having almost 18 years of experience in Dynamics 365, and I am also into Azure. I'm also into Power Automate and Azure AI and the Microsoft Fabric. So Ramit is an old friend of mine, and so we have been working in a lot of technologies companies together. And I'm a global speaker, and I've been working with Ramit in a lot of talks and meetings and various sessions. And you can see me in this LinkedIn profile, which is given below. If you need anything from me, you can ping me on this email ID. You can also explore my blogs in this URL, which is given out here. You can also check out my videos and podcasts on this YouTube channel, which is mentioned out here. Yeah, so that's very shortly about me. And so without wasting my time, I'm going forth and giving you an introduction of Copilot. I am sure about, like, you are quite versant, you are quite familiar with what is a Copilot, what are its capabilities, and you also know how Copilot can help you in context of finance and operations. And it's a significant achievement, advancement, integration, and AI-driven solutions when you are talking about enterprise resource planning. Copilot can leverage the power of AI to such an extent that it can shrink a lot of activities that you have been carrying out repetitively in the sense of, you are doing a lot of paperwork, you are doing a lot of manual works, you are doing a lot of round robin activities. All these things could be minimized to many folds going to Copilot. So Copilot can help you a lot with all these activities. And when you are talking about Copilot could be made much better when you are imbibing in it the capabilities of topics, the actions, the plugins, and various entities which we are going to show in our next slides and demos, which can give you an ideation like how could you take it forth and use in your own systems. So saying that, the next thing that comes to mind automatically is about the custom prompts. What are custom prompts? What is a prompt basically? So prompts are very much famous concepts which we can see in AI these days. So you can create a prompt to execute an action by just saying that what you want it to do. Suppose I want the prompt to book a ticket for me. It can go to the URL and it can pass on some kind of a payload and do some exercises and take you to the main step. Obviously, it cannot explicate the credit card details from you. That's not possible. But apart from that, it can do a lot of things. Suppose you also want to do a gist, you want to do a summarization, you want to take out, you want to parse a JSON, all these things. You want to parse an XML. All these things, all these activities that you used to do, all these things by writing codes. All these things will be minimized by the use of prompts. Prompts are very much easy to implement, as we will see, and very much easy to use in context to Copilot or any Power Apps or anywhere. So how can you implement a custom prompt? So it's very simple. You need to go to Power Apps AI and define the input and your set of instruction, what you need to do. Test your prompt by repetitively fine-tuning what you want and changing the instructions. So I will show you what is meant by this. So you need to keep on changing your instructions, your inputs, your the outcomes are satisfying your expectations or not, and you can keep on doing that until and unless you come to a good satisfaction level. Then you need to save the prompt and you keep the prompt calling from flows, Microsoft flows, or you can call it from Power Apps, or you can call it from Copilots. So you can do that. So custom prompts, we will see how to do this in a short. Okay. Custom entities, we will see it's an also amazing feature which is introduced in Copilot. So we will see like custom entities. You can define your own entities in Copilot to take down or interpret users' input. Say, for example, you are asking a user like, how was your experience? Good, bad, or horrible, or excellent? So, definitely user might not be always giving this kind of answers. It might say like, my experience was, third class. My experience was, horrific, awful, like that. So which is basically your Copilot entity can understand that it is matching with one of the options that you are going to define it here. So thereby it is going to do some kind of an activity based on that. You can embed your post, your custom entities to from the Copilot topics to extract the exact information what is needed. So if, for example, if I say I'm coming from a country India, so if you ask me, if I'm a user and you're asking me what is your country of origin, and I'm saying I'm coming from a country India, so it is understanding that I am referring to a country called India. It is not the entire sentence. It is a particular part of the sentence which I'm referring to, and that is the name of a country. And also, if I say my favorite color is green, or if I say my favorite color is blue, so it is understanding the color, the green or blue, it is understanding, not the entire response. So this is the amazing feature of custom entity in Copilot, which we'll see how we can use this. And we can definitely we can store this as a variable type, so it becomes a data type. As if you say in a variable, when you define a variable in a programming, so if you say int x equal to 5, like that, we're storing the variable in a custom entity in Copilot. We will see it. How can we do it? So once this is done, we will also see like in the Copilot topics, and what are Copilot topics? Copilot topics are very much bits and pieces of any kind of Copilot implementation. So you can define your own custom topic out there. Say for example, I want my sales order details. So basically, you are going to define some kind of a trigger, some kind of a phrases. So whenever certain phrases are encountered, system should understand it's what it should do. Say, for example, you are saying, can you bring me the sales order details? The system understands, okay, so this guy is asking me to bring the sales order details. So you are giving the sales, it's asking you, like, can you tell me the sales order number? So you are defining the sales order number, and then it is going back to F&O, and it is returning back and saying that, okay, so this is the these details of the sales order. So sales order so and so is basically billed to this customer, is so and so quantities were basically initially ordered, and this much is remaining, this much is invoice, like that. So these details basically it can figure it out. All this thing can be done by using efficient use of Copilot topics. And Copilot topics can also help you transfer between one topic to another. So suppose, say for example, you must have seen, like, when you are talking to some kind of a call center. So sometimes call centers basically use autonomous agents to answer to your queries, and when something goes beyond the capabilities, so they do what, they transfer it to some manual executive, some manual intervention. They understand it and they send it to manual intervention. So these you also can do by using Copilot topics transfer, which we will see. So these are amazing capabilities of Copilot topics, which you can use in context to Dynamics 365 finance and operations. And yeah, and we'll see how you can do this. Like as you can see, like, these are the few bullet points which is covered. Like validate the user inputs, create, read, like doing various kinds of CRUD operations. It can interact with user just like a normal person do. And you can also make use of chat GPT tokens. And you can also be conversational and topic management, as I was saying. And finally, it can also call actions and plugins, which are very much powerful agents to do various kinds of activities and or exercises. Okay, so once we have done this, we will jump into the AI models in Power Apps. So which we will see, like there are various ways to use these AI models in Power Apps, and we can define an AI model as per our wish. Say for example, if you remember, like if when you go to client side and you are ordering chapatis and curry, and you are doing some taxi bills, you are basically punching them and attaching them and scanning them and sending them to your boss. So your boss is doing what, he's manually reading them and approving them. Instead of that, it could be automated by using various kinds of AI models which are already there in as a part of access management, as part of various kinds of custom invoice captures. And these are all various forms of AI models which are in vogue already. Apart from that, you can also use your own AI model, as we will see with an example. Say, for example, I have a purchase order docket. And in the docket, I can mention, like, this is where my purchase order number should reside. This is where my vendor name should reside. This is where my items should reside. It will read from that docket. And, if you want, you can attach that purchase order to that receipt to a purchase order, which is an excellent example of an automation. Like, you don't need to do this manually or through code. It can do automatically using AI model. So yes, you can use this AI model. You can take this to your own implementation to do whatever you want to do. Okay, so saying that enough of theory, I would like to give you a break and let me show you like all these things, how you can do this implementations in hands-on. Okay. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm unsharing my screen for a moment. Okay, can you see my screen now? Is it visible? Okay.
Not it.
Yeah. Now is it visible?
Yep.
Can you see?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So let me start with the prompts first word, as I was telling you. So here are my prompts basically. So in order to view the prompts, all you need to do is to visit here in your make.rapps.com, and you need to select the particular environment for which you are defining your prompt. Say, for
No, I
example,
think Subhash,
Yes, it's true.
Subhash, I think your environment is not shared.
Yeah.
okay, my bad. Let me stop my sharing and let me reshare once again. My apologies for the same. And okay, enter screen and sharing. Now I suppose you'll be able to see it. Yes. Can you see now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So here is basically, I'm talking about prompts to begin with. And the base use of the prompts could be done when you go to make.powerapps.com and you choose the environment where you want to mm, design or define your prompts. So say, for example, I have my environments. These are the environments which I have available with me. So, and there are on the left hand panel, I could see like the list of AI hubs, flows, solutions, website sites, a lot of mambo jambos out there. So just in case if you're not able to see AI prompts here, all you need to do is to click on more and discover all. Here you can see like type AI prompts, and you'd be able to see your AI prompts down here. If you go to below, you'll be able to see your AI prompts here. And see, for example, I have pinned it out here. So you can also pin it. So for, you don't need to time and again, every time you come down here and search it, you can pin it up here. So here is your AI prompts. So you can come down to here in my AI prompts, and these are the lots of AI prompts, templates that are available. Apart from that, you'd also be see the list of prompts that you have created. Say, for example, I've created so many prompts here. And apart from that, I would be able to see the prompts which are shared with me. Say, for example, there are a few prompts which are shared with me. And I can also see all the prompts because I am a part of the administrative license. That's why. And excuse me. So these are my prompts which I have defined for various kinds of calculations, which I will one by one show it to you. So you can create your own prompt as well. Say, for example, you can build your own prompt. Okay. So if I say something like this, can you summarize the, just let me know like if this, if the sentences are very, very difficult to read, I will increase the size of the characters. So can you summarize the user input? If I say like this, then I'll add a variable out here. It's called add, and I'm saying text. I'm giving a text variable like, where any name I'm giving, where user input I'm giving, then a sample data, any data you want, the sample data. Suppose I have already taken down a paragraph from Einstein's relativity, brief on Einstein's relativity, which I'm going to copy, and I am pasting out here. And I'm, oh, sorry, oops, I'm removing this 3, 4, 5, all these things. These were hyperlinks from Wikipedia. I need to delete them. Okay, one second. Let me delete it from here itself so that, okay, one moment. My bad. I should have done this beforehand. Okay, and I'm copying this again and again. 3, 4, 5. It's written on here. Okay, so it's okay, still there. Okay, and special theory of relativity, I'm saying, okay, spatial theory of relativity. I'm copying this guy and I'm pasting it, and I'm just add the input. So I'm saying, can you summarize the user input in a couple of sentences? I'm saying. Now I can test the prompt. I click on this. What it will do is that it can understand, it is understanding what I'm saying. Just, it is just gist, is like picking out the gist of the entire paragraph or entire text in 2 sentences. And it is bringing it back to you. Okay, so this is an example. Okay, you can furthermore keep on adding your own instructions. Say, for example, in a couple of sentences, and can create a JSON response from it. So what we'll do is that it will create a JSON response, and by JSON theory of relativity, key concepts like that, it can do it. Whatever you would say, it will translate that into its own language. Whatever you are going to give as input, it will be able to translate that into its own understandable language, and it's going to bring it back to you. Now you might wonder, what's the point of defining? What is so special? What is so mumbo jumbo about creating a prompt like this? What good can it do to me? Yes. So imagine, like, you have an automation. You need an integration which does what, like, every time after a meeting is over, uh, a Teams meeting is over, you must have seen, the transcript of the call is basically written along with the video recording. So you can use Graph API. Okay, you can use Graph API to access that video and transcript. Then you get hold of that transcript and you use this prompt to get the details of the you can gist the meeting in a couple of sentences. So this is an example, like, not necessarily that you have to use for that only. That's an example. I will show you more and more examples which can trigger more thoughts to you. Okay. So say, for example, this guy, if you see the get address details. So say, for example, I'm saying extract the value of street, postal code, city, and country from customer address as a JSON. Okay. So what I've done is that I have defined a variable here. It's called customer address, and I have given a template, like, street address, then the city, then the pin, and then the country. So if I have given like this, what it will do is that if I click on test prompt, it is going to create a JSON out of it. You see street, city, postal code, all these things. Basically, it is going to scoop out of it. I've also said remove all non all remove all the single quotations and JSON keywords from it. Also remove any unwanted parts of the response which is not related to my calculations. So if I don't say this, what will happen? I'm just testing the prompt once again. So you will see that it is going to bring a lot of things that are not required. Basically, you see here is extracted information, so and so, which is I don't need in my calculation. So this is the reason why I had kept this extra instruction along with the original instruction. Okay, so this is a typical situation which I will show you right away, whereby you can get the address of a user. You input user's input, and you can create a JSON out of it to do some further activities. Okay, I will come back to this in a bit. Okay, I'm just canceling it. Okay, so this is a very brief introduction to prompts. So you can use these prompts in subsequent manners, which I will show you. So you can keep on using your own prompts just like the way you want. You can keep on adding instructions, and you can expect ChatGPT to listen to you just in like the way you talk to your friend. Okay, so that was one example. Let me take you back to my Copilot. Okay, so as we were discussing at the start, like, we are going to talk about the prompts, and then we will talk about the entities. So I'm sure by now you know what is a Copilot, and Copilot is actually attracted. I mean, Copilot is accessed through this through this URL, which is https://copilotstudio.microsoft.com. And here again, you can select the environment that is basically needed for your exercise. So say, for example, we need this demo, this environment I'm selecting out from here. Once this is done, I am going to my agents. So here I already have my agents out here. So my agents, which I am going to show to you, is Copilot for Finance and Operations apps. So inside here, you'd see, so this is my Copilot. I'm not telling you, I'm sure you know about this, like how is this, how did this agent get installed? You know about this, I'm sure about that. It comes as a part of a number of pre-texted setups, configurations. I am sure you are aware of that. I'm not getting into it just for the sake of time. Okay, if you have any concern, please reach out to me or Ramit. We will try to help you out. Okay, so once this is done, I am coming to here. So this is my Copilot for Finance and Operations apps. Here in my settings, if I click on my settings, you would see on the left hand side, this page will come. On the left hand side, I am having my entities. So if I can show you, like these are all the system out of box entities, which are zip code, weight, URL, temperature, so many things Microsoft has already given you for your easy references, and you can use them directly right away. And apart from that, you can also create your own entities. Say, for example, I have my sales order number entity. I have a generic vendor code entity which I've created, which I will show you what is it. I will show you. Before that, let me open my Dynamics 365. Okay, let me open my INMF and let it open in the meanwhile, and I will explain what is it. What is it doing is basically, you see, I'm giving a name, like name is generic vendor code, like that. I've given a name. You can give any name, no problem, and also a description, which is going to give crisp description of what is this entity going to do. Then a pattern I'm giving. The pattern is, so it is saying, say for example, it is saying if I open my accounts payable and if I open my purchase orders, all purchase orders, and let it open in a bit. So I'll show you, like, the vendors for INMF or for USMF or for any organization, they have a rhythm, they have a number sequence. So here the number sequence is first 4 characters should be from anything from A to Z. Okay. First 4 characters could be anything from A to Z, followed by a dash, I mean a hyphen, and then okay, so that makes the you see, like for example, this one, it's a INMF hyphen 6 charactered number. So that's exactly how I've mentioned it here. Okay, so you can use this. For similarly, if I come to here, the sales order number I've done in a similar manner. Sales order numbers are 6 in my instance, are 6 charactered numerals, like 0 to 9, 6 character numerals. That's what I've said, that 0 to 9. Then in second bracket, I've mentioned the number of literals it should be there. When you say that, it will understand, like that whenever you are asking for a sales order number, it should be a 6-digit number. If you would define any other thing other than this 6-digit number, it won't simply be able to accept that, and it will ask the question again and again unless you are giving a valid answer to it. Okay, I will show you what I mean. Okay, so I'm closing this. This where, if you create an entity, there are there are 2 types of entities you can create. So I can create the regular expression, the one that you saw, regular expression, and another is a closed list. So this closed list is nothing but a type of options variables, just like the example I've already created. I'm just leaving. So here I've created an example beforehand for you. It's called Ready Racer Experience. What is it doing? It is good, fair, bad, pathetic, like that I have defined. So good synonyms are what? Superb, excellent. Fair synonyms are what? I have not mentioned anything, but fair means not bad. I can say like that. I can say it like this, like not bad. I can say like this, and I can say done. And bad is definitely bad. Okay, it didn't get saved, I suppose. Not bad. I don't know what. Okay. So bad is what? Bad is always bad, and pathetic is, I've already kept a synonym as horrible. So like that, you can keep a number of options. You can keep on adding options, and you can save them. So if you save them and you have smart matching on, so if someone asks an user saying that, can you tell me your experience? If the system asks like this, and the user says, oh, my experience was horrific, so it will be able to relate to this option, that is horrible. Okay, and it will be, as it is smart matching is kept as on, so that will make it horrible. Okay, so that's how it works. I will show you in a bit, like how can you use this excellent excellent feature of Copilot. So I'm closing this. So yes, coming back to here, experience. Okay, let me come back to my agents and let me launch my um, topics right away. So here I have a topic, say for example, like this. Okay, so here is my, and let me go to USMF for your USMF and different dashboards. So sometimes it goes a little crazy, but yes. So let me open this USMF meanwhile. Yes, and here let me go to the topics. In my topics, I have defined a topic. Say for example, like this: summarize sales order. So if you click on this, let me show you how it's working. It's very simple. First of all, it's saying, can you summarize sales order? Can you give the summary of a sales order? Or you can keep on adding more topics, more phrases. I need, uh, you know, uh, summarization of uh, of an so you can ask phrases, you can keep on adding keywords like this, and you can keep on saving them. And the moment this you ask a question to the Copilot, that very moment the system will understand that you are referring to uh, if you are basically asking it to ask you some question back. What is that? So I'm saying, can you provide the, let it reload? Yes. So when these questions are encountered, I'm telling it to, can you provide the sales order number? So when you say this, I am getting hold of sales order number in this variable sales order number. Because if you remember, that exactly we created in our entities, in our custom entities, in our user defined entities. Okay, so here you see I'm saving this in a variable identifier called sales order number out here. Okay, then it is again asking, can you tell me the legal entity? So I'm storing that in a variable of type or organization. Okay, and finally I am passing it to a Power Automate. I will show you step by step all these things. Okay, so let me take out my, what is this? Okay, let me come out of this. Get loaded in a bit. Okay. Sometimes it gets a bit slow. I can use my user options, and I can go to users data. Let me clean it up quickly. 1 second, guys. I'm very sorry. Like actually, sometimes we have so much, and it's because of the junk data. Okay. Yes. Okay. So it should be able to show you everything right now. So I'm going to USMF right now. And let me open any sales order. Let me open the sales order list page, and so that I can get hold of any sales order, and let me try to give the gist of the sales orders. Okay. So I'm saying, can you tell me the gist of a sales order? So essentially what is happening is, from this step, it is coming to here. It is getting the sales order number. It is storing it in a sales ID in a variable. And then again asking the legal entity for which I'm going to do this, and it is storing in a variable called legal entity. Then again, it is coming and sending it to a Power Automate. What is this Power Automate doing is, if I click on view flow details, I will be able to see what is exactly this Power Automate doing. 1 second. So this is what, and okay, kind of slow. Okay, so say for example, I have this sales order. You see, it's a 6-digit something. Okay, so I'm getting any sales order, any one of them, and I'm saying, can you get me summary for sales order? I'm asking this question so that it comes back and asks me back, like, what is the sales order number? So you see, I'm saying the sales is my sales order. You see, it is understanding that this is the only sales order number which I'm interested in, not the entire user response. Okay, so you see, not the entire user response, it is understanding it, it is interpreting it. Next, I'm saying, please tell me the legal entity. Then I'm saying the legal, okay, okay, legal entity, okay, like that I'm answering like, USMF is my legal entity, I'm saying. So when I say that, it is contacting that, that flow, which is basically doing what? Let me take you to this flow and I will show you what is this flow doing. It's awesome feature of chat GPT. I will show you what is it doing. You see, it is taking you the details of the sales order. Basically, what is it doing? It is basically giving the sales order number, status is this, order total is this, like that. See more, you see all these things basically it is justifying by using your Copilot prompts. How is this done? You are inputting something and it is coming back to you, in so many preordained and so beautiful beautiful way. How is it happening basically? So the to answer that, let me show you the flow. This is all the miracle of a step, this step which I am very much interested in, the create text with GPT using a prompt. This one, let us see what is it doing step by step. From the first step, it is basically asking the user to give the sales ID and data area ID, which is good, which is you are passing it from here, sales ID and data area ID, which it is basically receiving out here. Then in the next step, it is basically creating a HTTP bearer token. I'm sure you are familiar with this. It's very simple, like it is basically using your tokens and it is basically passing on the client ID, client secret and all these details to our Dynamics 365 resource. You know how this is done. You have done it number of times through Postman. Okay. Then I am using a variable called init where I am basically breaking down in the part of the access token. Basically the access token comes as a JSON response from here. And then I'm calling the main Dynamics 365 finance and operations entity. This is where the trick is. You see how is this working? So if I copy this guy and if I break it down, okay, if I break it down into, I'm removing all the variable parts. So what I'm doing is the sales order number EQ, then this 27, I'm removing this trigger part of this 27 and I am giving the value of the sales ID which I want it to check. So where is my sales ID located? My sales ID is located in here. I'm bringing my sales ID from here and I'm pasting it in my notepad here. And my data area ID, again, I have to take it out from this 27 to /27. What is this 27 basically? This 27 is nothing but, I'm telling you what. So this is essentially means, okay. So when you copy this, let me copy this and let me run it for you. Let me see what it comes. Okay. So I am copying and pasting it here. So essentially what it does, it's not able to find anything because, okay, the reason is the cross company sales order number equals to 20. Okay, my bad. So what I've done is I have not given this. It, you can remove this as as 20. You remove this as equals. Again, you remove this and give a space like that, and then you are removing this 27 with a apostrophe. I mean a single quote like this. Okay, and again I am removing this space. I mean this 20 and I'm giving a space like this, and I'm removing this 20 and giving a space like this, which 20 means basically you are giving a space. And again I am removing this equals. Rest part I'm leaving as it is. I think it's going to work this time. Okay. So okay, it is not understanding, no problem. So basically I need to tell you what is it doing. If you open this sales order number, okay, so essentially all the sales orders of this data area ID. Right now I'm in my INMF. Okay, so all the sales orders of INMF would be listed. What it does is that it's going to cross company. You see cross company equal to true. So it will be able to filter from the data area ID which I'm selecting. So data area ID right now is USMF. And sales ID is what? Sales ID is what I'm basically sending from the first step, this step. And if I am going to, 1 second, I think I'm already having this. Yeah, say for example, this one, it is exactly the same thing is doing by using the vendor numbers. You see, if I come down to here, okay, okay, let me come back to it. Before that, I just need to give you a small ideation, like how is this happening. So if I click on this, you'll be able to see the vendor number. For this vendor number, INMF001, and for this data area ID, INMF, I am getting the details of this vendor. So if you click on this pretty print, you'll be able to see all the details of this vendor. So one particular vendor is like this. So if you remove this vendor filter, okay, so everything will be shown. So how is this done? You just have a look, like filter equal to vendor account number, then space, then EQ space, in single quotes you give the vendor number, then again space, and then again space data area ID space EQ, then you're giving the data area ID for which you want to view this. So if you do this for sales order number also, the same thing can happen. Say for example, let me just refresh my query from here quickly and give it to you. Let me just copy this so that not to disturb this. Okay. 1 second, guys. I'm just copying and pasting it here quickly. And my sales order number was 0089. I'm sure, was it 0089? Yes, it is 0089. I'm popping this, pasting it here. And okay, where did I paste? Oh, sales order number, I'm pasting it here. Okay, pasting it here. And then data area ID, I'm giving as USMF. So if I copy this URL and bring it here, you'd be able to see the sales order details. It's something again is crossed. Oh, okay. Sorry. I made a mistake here. Basically, it should be sales order number instead. Sales order header. My bad. Okay. I'm giving it a sales order header. So copying it again. Okay. Yeah, you see the sales order details have come. So you see, it's just a JSON's various values of JSON. Okay, and this is exactly what I'm getting in this tab from this tab called HTTP D365 FNO entity. This is exactly what I'm getting by calling this as a variable. So you can try this and you can filter your JSON response. Okay. Next comes, okay, so that I have received this JSON, right? So I need to get a gist of this JSON. Just exactly I am doing this by using a AI summarized prompt. What is this AI summarized prompt is doing? I'm passing on the value that I've got from here and passing on the value and sending it here. So it is just going to summarize and send it back to you. Very simple. You see, as a result, what is happening? Whatever value I'm giving it here, it is summarizing in the form like you saw it here, like here in sales orders. Here you are like this format. It is going to come back to you. Just not this. Even if you ask similar similar flow I have created, similar entity I have created. I mean, what I'd say, similar topic I have created. Let me go to the topics and let me show you to the topics. Let me filter last modified equal to. Can you get the vendor details? 1 second. Yeah, can you get vendor details? It's doing the same things. If I say, can you fetch the details of a vendor? It is going to do the same thing. You see, I'm asking the same question to my copilot. Can you get the vendor details? Can you get vendor details? So if I it is saying, can you provide the vendor code? So, okay, vendor code is what? The vendor code keep ready and so I'm again saying my vendor code is like this. I'm saying, okay. You see, it is able to understand like I am not uh, referring to the entire this thing, rather I am referring to this point only like this. Can you tell me the legal entity of the vendor? I'm saying yes, yes, the legal entity is INMF. If I say that, let's see what happens. It's exactly doing the same exercise. So what is it doing is basically it is calling to this entity into this vendor details. Please provide the vendor code. Then can you give the legal entity of this vendor? Then I'm again calling to a flow which is similar in structure as that of the sales order which I showed you. So if you click on this, get the view the details, you'll be able to see this. It's doing the same exercise. So if you come back to here, you'd see the details of the vendors have come. INMF like this, the vendor account number is this. However, the vendor details was, the invoice account was vendor INMF 005. Like that, all these details it has brought back to you. Okay, 005. It has got the name of this vendor is this, and like all these details, it is taking back to you. So for that, what I've done again, the same thing I've done as the that of sales order. Okay. So here, if you run a flow, I'm again doing the same exercise. Like I'm accepting the vendor account and data ID, and initializing the bearer tokens and passing it on. And then I'm creating the text with GPT using a prompt. It's the same thing, excepting here I am using a built-in prompt, but here I'm using a custom prompt. You see, get gist of vendor input. So this is a custom prompt, and this is a built-in prompt. This is a built-in prompt, which is a part of, which is a part of my existing Copilot's details. Let it load. Basically, it's a AI summarized prompt, which is a built-in prompt from Microsoft. And this prompt I have created. What is it doing? It's very simple. You click on this, and if you pass on the JSON outcome, it will be able to summarize and show it to you in a as a text. Let it get loaded. I'm just pausing it for a while. I'm going to like to ask you, like, if you have any question, this for please, you can ask me in the meanwhile. No question? Okay. So here you see the get the summary of the following JSON, and inside the JSON I have given a JSON template which looks like this. You see the value like this. I have basically grabbed this JSON and passed it on. And if I click on this test prompt, I'll be able to see like what is it returning. So I'm doing the same exercise here. You see the vendor account number is this, like this. It is basically doing. Okay, so I'm canceling this and coming out. And if you see, like I am grabbing this outcome and responding to my copilot. I'm just for simplicity's sake, I've created a variable called when summary response, and which is nothing but the prediction output slash text. Prediction output slash text. So if you see on this, if you click on this, if you click on this FX, and if you go to the dynamic content and you go all the way down, you'll be able to see the the text. If you click on this text, it will be able to see like prediction output slash text. This will come, which is nothing but the response from the chat GPT. It is basically channelizing your JSON input as a plain text outcome, so that it is giving a feel to the user like as if the computer is talking back to you. Okay, it's a kind of trick that you can use. Okay, so that's it. I'm coming out of it. I'm just not going to save it. And I think you need to go through this video a couple of times so that you get well versed with the idea. So this is one thing, which is an application of copilots with topics, so as to create this kind of summarization. Okay, just not this. If you see, like if I ask a question to my Dynamics 365, let me come out of it. It looks weird if I'm staying in this form. And I'm relaunching my Copilot sidecar. If I ask a question again, can you get me vendors details? You see, here I'll show you a strange magic. You see, this is the best part of the custom Copilot. What I'm saying is my vendor code is, I'm typing any arbitrary value. Okay, let me see what happens. It is asking the same question again. Please provide the vendor code. Why? Because this vendor code which I provided, no, it's not falling in the same pattern as defined in the vendor code. So as a result, it is getting, confused, and it's asking the same question. Can you please provide the vendor code? So unless I provide a definitive, a correct vendor code, it will keep on asking me. So I'm saying my vendor code is INMF hyphen. Then it is going to go forward for the next question, like what is the legal entity? And the same thing will happen, like INMF, same thing will happen. It will keep on going like this. So here it is working on it, and it is going to feed you the details of the vendor. So that's it. So this is one example whereby you can make use of your custom entities and prompts in ChatGPT. Let me show one for organizations or any kind of. Okay, can you let me on board? If I say this, what happens? So it's saying, it's going to say, ask a few questions. Basically, what is happening is, let me take you back to the agents in the meanwhile. Okay, so let it open. I will explain what is happening here. Okay. So he's saying, sure, please give me customer code, name, group, currency, and the legal entity where you want to create. I'm saying, can you create a customer with code CQ like this? Anything I'm giving. Name is equal to Ramit Paul. Okay, so let me give some other name because I've already created Ramit Paul. Let me give a name as Ranga. Okay, and with the customer group is equal to 90, currency equal to, one second, is currency equal to USD for legal entity USMF. If I say this, let me see what happens. It's going to take a while and it will create a customer with this details. So customer has got created successfully. I will see that. Let me my account receivable and let me launch my customers. Sales orders was fine, but let me open the customers once again. Sometimes it hangs up without no reason. Okay. So, and let me find like where is my this newly created customer is. Okay. So, okay, and I'm filtering by my newly created. A lot of people, a lot of customers have already created by this actually, and you'll see this has created with these details. Okay, so how is this possible? How has this happened? So I will take you to a topic called customer onboarding. Okay, create customer through NLP. I've created this agent. Sorry, a topic. What is this topic doing? Very simple. What is it doing is that whenever you ask questions like this, can you create a customer? Help me create customers like this. Whenever you ask questions, basically it is saying telling you back like, please give customer code, name, blah, 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 all these things. And it is storing the user's entire response as a string variable, as a local variable, as a string. You know, it's a local variable. How did I say it's a local variable? Because if I click on this, you'd see down here, it is, sorry, not here. Yeah. If you click on this, if you go down here, it's global or local. So I'm keeping it as a local variable, which is topic. Okay, so if I say this and I'm closing it, if I say this and coming out, and what I'm doing is that I am sending the entire response, the customer text response to a flow. Okay, and receiving the result of the response. What this flow is doing, let me close the previous two windows just to avoid confusion. And let me click on it quickly. And if you see on this flow is actually very simple, very simple. Again, it is going to receive the entire code, entire input from the user. Okay, it's taking a lot of time. Quickly, let me conclude this because I have to jump into the Power Apps. What are this, which is going to be much, very exciting topic. And let's wait for a bit and see what happens. Okay, topics are empty. It's not showing anything as yet. Okay, so if I come down here and this Power Automate, as I was saying, if I click on this view flow details, what it's doing is it is doing the same drill again. Basically, it is going to accept the user's inputs. The user's inputs here, edit. I'm clicking on edit. Okay, again the same drill. Like I'm accepting the entire JSON input from the user, whatever user is going to give me. Then I am parsing the JSON. I am parsing what? I'm parsing the JSON. What is this? So basically, what JSON I am parsing? This JSON is nothing but. Let me take you to the prompt. Okay, so the prompt is get customer input details. I've created a prompt here. Okay, so what is it doing? Can you get the value of the customer code? Okay, not this one. 1 second. Okay. Customer, get customer group ID list. 1 second. Okay, let me come to here. Yes. So basically, what is it doing is that I am defining a JSON. JSON is what? This JSON is nothing but run a flow from Copilot. Okay, run a flow from Copilot. So what is this flow is doing? This is this I've called it from here, right? I've called it from the previous game. And this flow is this JSON is what? JSON is not the user input. In the meanwhile, something has happened. What has happened? I am calling the prompt. Yes, I missed this step. That's why actually, I was sorry for this. So I am calling this prompt, this step I'm calling this customer text, whatever you have given in this step. You remember this step which you gave? Can you create a customer? All this step basically it is analyzing and sending it to a prompt to decipher it as a JSON. Say for example, so if I click on this view model details, so it will open. Let us open this and let us see what is written inside. This is also a custom prompt which we have created, and in the prompt it is loading. In the prompt, what it's doing is that it is basically stripping out the value of your customer name, customer code, customer group, currency, and legal entity as different JSON, attributes, and creating a JSON body out of it. Okay, so that rest part is just the same as usual in what I did for the previous steps. It's getting HTTP AD token, initializing the variable once again. And again, what I'm doing is that I'm calling customer v3 data or data entity. I'm calling this customer v3 and passing all these values, invoice account, data area ID, customer group account, IDs, all these things. I'm passing this on. Party type I'm hard coding as organization, but yes, you can change this definitely. And organization name and currency code, all these values I'm passing on and posting it, making a post. And if this execution is successful, I'm keeping a condition out here. If it is true, it should be sent to respond as created, customer created successfully. And if anything gets wrong, if anything goes wrong, it will come back saying customer creation failed. Okay, so let me see what is written here. Can you get the details of customer code, customer name? Like this, I've created the prompt. So inside the prompt, if I click on this prompt, I'll see like exactly what I have passed on. I have passed it on like this. Okay. And can you get the value of customer code, name, group, legal entity, and currency from the entire text as JSON? The response should look like that I have written, and remove that extra things from the response that I have given. So if I click on this test prompt, I will get the JSON payload structure like this. I've copied this and I've come to here. This is why you are seeing a parse JSON here. You see parse JSON. Parse JSON, I have copied it and pasted it here as parse JSON. Okay. So as a result, I'm getting the value of customer code, name, everything. I'm getting here right away in my parse JSON. And this is the input from where actually this parse JSON is coming, and input is already having these details, So in my prompt, this is getting converted into a JSON. That's it. So once this is done, I am getting the result of the execution and I'm sending it back to the client. Again, I'm pausing for a while. Let me ask you if you have any questions.
Sorry,
Hi.
Subhash. Oh, sorry. Uh, yeah, I have a query. It might be a simple query, but like you're saying that the prompt is converting it to the JSON. Where exactly you have mentioned the prompt in the flow? I didn't get that.
Uh, Sure, Chaya, I will explain that. No problem. So that's a very interesting question, actually. So you remember, like I am basically asking a question back. Sure, can you please give me the customer code name and all these things? It is basically receiving this as a variable called response. And then I am sending this response to a prompt, this prompt which you just saw. So if you click on this view model, it will rewrote that prompt where you are converting the user response as a JSON. Whatever variable, whatever you are inputting as this thing, it is going to be converted as a JSON. It is again going to take that amount of time. So yeah, if you remember, like basically, yeah, it has come, no problem. So this is where actually it is getting converted. So this is the text value which I have defined here, and it is basically converted this as a JSON code. Here it is happening. So essentially, you can call this JSON into this flow directly without without your need to again break it down into a JSON. Does it answer your
Yeah, yeah,
question?
got it. Yeah,
Yeah, you can take a look at the breakdown so that it makes more sense to you. It can make more sense to you actually.
yeah, yeah, got it now.
Yeah. Okay, so that's an idea like whereby you can automate your customer creations, sales order creations also you can do like this. So that was a very brief about the co-pilots agents. So that's not all. Obviously, there's so many things which are left out, and you can keep on adding more and more ingredients to it. Say, for example, you can create your own custom agents, your actions. So actions is as of now it's empty because all my actions are created in the in my Dynamics 365 demo out here. What is the difference of creating it here and here? The difference is all your actions, if you create it here, it will be restricted to this agent only, for this agent only. Whereas if you define any flow, any plugin out here in Microsoft Power Automate, it will be available all across for all agents, regardless of wherever you are calling it from. So it's better to define them here, just in case if you want to keep it focused in your for this particular agent only, you can restrict it here itself. Okay, so I am coming out and let me take you to the Power Apps, and this is another very interesting topic, which is limitless. I am planning myself and Ramit. Basically, we can plan another detailed session on Power Apps, which can help you understand it better. So I am mostly we are from Dynamics FNO background or Dynamics BC background. So for them, this is more of relevance. The C people, they're already masters of creating, the Power App stuffs. So for them, maybe these are very, kiddish, but for us, it's going to be, a lot of things we can invest and we can make more R&Ds out here. So say, for example, I am creating, if you remember, let me start with from get list of vendor input, or I want to get the salary sales orders summaries, or if I want to get the vendor address, any address, if I want to prompt. So say for example, I'm clicking on this. I'm sorry, canceling this, and I'm giving a classical example of taking you to my home, and I'm taking you to my apps. And so these are various apps which are there, which are created by me. And once again, there are so many apps which are already available in the system, which are shared with me. And there are some things which are applicable. I can see all of them because I'm having the admin's perspective. Okay, so say for example, let me start with the AI hub first of all. So AI hubs are having various data models. Say for example, I have AI models out here, and I have created a model whereby it can read the context of a purchase order docket. So let me load this up first. So say for example, document processing, I have created a document processing out here. How can I create this? It's very simple. So you can click on documents, and you can extract information from invoices, extract all text from photos and PDFs, OCRs, extract custom information from documents like that. There are so many options available. So example, document processing. This is one which I have created. If you click on this, so here I have made the model learn how should my purchase order should look like. Okay, so let me go to here. Test data and developments. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to here, and I'm going to my 1 moment videos. Okay, not here. Okay, so here I have, I'm discarding the draft for the time being. Discard draft. Just give me a moment. Let me unshare and share back my screen. 1 second. Yes. Okay, so I figured out where is what and millions. Okay, so I am sharing my screen once again. Here is our okay. So here are some images which I have kept it handy. Say for example, these are the various kinds of purchase order that actually my purchase order should look like, and I have sorry sorry for this. Yeah. So these are the various purchase order formats which I am using in my system. And the top I have the purchase order number, and I then have the details of the vendor from where this purchase order is coming. Okay, so these are the various details which I have created. Okay, so for example, this is a typical example of delivery docket and all these things. I have taught this to my AI model out here. Where is my AI model? 1 moment. Let me go here. Yes. Okay. So here is my AI model. So inside my AI model, what I've done is that I have, I have taught my AI models with as many as 10 to 15 number of documents like this. So the essence of this documents processing is like you can define your own labels. So what are labels? If you remember the basic definition of image classification is basically any image could be classified. If you remember the essence of the supervised machine learning is basically you can label up an observation. Say, for example, this is a photo of a dog. This is a photo of a cat. This is a photo of a bird. So these are various types of labels which you can label up to make the machine understand and predict. So these are different labels. You see, the currency is a label. Okay, so if you go down, amount due is a label, invoice total is a label. So I have said like these are the different labels which are part of my learning. So if I go to next, so here I can upload my documents, my attachments. There are two collections which I have created as of now. I can keep on adding more and more collection and adding more and more documents to it. So that I can make it learn, and then if I click on learn, if I click on next, it would start learning. But before that, let me show you what is inside. So you see, these are 5 or 6 documents all in all, where I have mentioned like where is my purchase order is located, where is my vendor is located, where is my vendor code located, like that I have mentioned. So and then I have, when I go to next and train, it will start training. So I'm not training because I don't want to it will take at least 1 hour or close to 40 minutes to get trained, so I'm not doing that. So let me come back to my Power App and let me use this. So you can use it directly, here it's so simple. What I'm doing is I am launching my Power Apps model, and Let me remove all of it and go to my pig.powerapps.com. And here, let it get loaded. What I'm saying is I am having this purchase order. Okay. So where is my purchase order? Say, for example, I have this purchase order with me. Yes, this purchase order with me, which is PO36. And this is in USMF data entity, legal entity. Okay. So I'm going to USMF. Okay. And I'm going to my purchase orders, and I would see like this. Let me try to upload this PU36, I mean PO36 in my purchase order. So if I go to accounts payable and all my purchase orders, I'd be able to see the currently my uh, purchase order PO360036. What is my 36 one? This one, yeah. So here my purchase order is as of now. Uh, Anything is attached? Okay, let me delete this. Okay. Quickly delete this one, and let me show you like how can you use this. Okay. Let me remove this one as well, and let me go to apps, and you see here documents, inventory. I've created document automation, scan and attach purchase order documents like this. I've created a very simple app. What it's doing is basically let it get loaded quickly and come out, and this is my PO36. It's taking a lot of time. Cookies. And so the idea is like you can use this model in your own landscape. Say, for example, you can scan a check which is sent by the user, and you can do a reverse engineering. Like, you know what? You can get the check and you can get the amount in TXT, to whom this has been sent, the party number, the date, and you can create a journal out of it by scanning the document. So if I run this, my current user is Subhashis, which is a member of USMF legal entity by default. So my legal entity will be loading up as USMF only. So one moment, let it get loaded. And you see USMF by default, it has come. Let me upload any purchase order. Let me upload a purchase order like this, Control C, and let me click on this and let me use this. So it will take a couple of moments to get uploaded, and you will see, you will get all the values of the document here in these boxes. Okay, so if I upload this, it will take a few moments to do the attachment against the purchase order which I am accounting it. So this is my purchase order 36. It has got attached to here. How will I see that? Let me refresh this. And let's see, like in my 36, if I get in my 36 attachment, you see it has attached, and you can see a preview out of it. It is very simple. How this is done is very simple. It might sound like, my gosh, what is it happening? This is very simple. So, okay. So if I, sorry, let me close this, it will go. Okay. So it's very simple. You see here, I am making use of a form processor. What is this form processor? If you click on plus form, okay, form document processor, I can click on form processor, and you can drag and drop it to here. The moment you drag and drop it to here, it will ask for, okay, It's a form processor which you want to use, but what is the model of the form processor? So here you can specify the model that you are using, which is nothing but here, this one. Okay, document processing, which is equal to the name of the model which you just saw in my models, data models. So here I am using this data model. So you see, click on this, it will come here, this data model. I said show image as true. Analyze this is a text by default which will come here. You can use some other text also, no problem. And show controls are also here like that. And the moment you are doing the scanning, all these details will come down to here. How is it possible? Like I'm giving the name as form processor D365A4. Like that, I have given the name of this control. And here I'm giving form processor dot results dot purchase order dot value, like all the variables, whatever I've defined inside invoice date dot value, address dot value, everything it is going to be taking out and going to show it to you. It's very simple, you see. And the most important thing, the most important difference of using a Power Apps based AI model as compared to Azure AI model. The same thing you can also do by using the Azure AI something known as the form intelligence, or form recognizer it's called. So what is the difference? What is the benefit, and what should I use? Form document, form recognizer, or form processor? Which is more useful to use? Okay, I would say, in spite of an Azure fan, I would say like this has a number of benefits. You see here, most importantly, the scanned component comes as a base 64 string. Okay, it automatically converts this as a base 64 string, but in your Azure AI document intelligence, that does not come as a base 64 string. You have to convert this. Okay, so as a result, what is happening, if you come to upload these buttons on select event, you'd see set status. I have defined a variable called status. I'm calling a Power Apps V2 attachment PO. Obviously, you can understand it's nothing but a what? A Power Apps. It's calling Power Apps V2 attachment to PO. What is this? I will show you what. Let it get reloaded. Okay, so and then I'm passing txt receipt number, which is nothing but this receipt number. Okay, dot text, and then I'm substituting the original image, this value of this original image, that is this value, and it will create as a base 64 string. Basically, I want to remove that base 64 string out of it. I want to remove that. Okay, I want to remove that by saying substitute this with empty value. So as a result, it will be very fast. So if you compare this with uh, Azure AI Form Recognizer, it is way faster. Okay. So here, and I'm selecting the drop down legal entity, which is this one, legal entity dot selected text dot value. I'm passing this as a variable into this Power Apps v2 dot attachment. Okay. What is it doing? Let me take you to my flow and I will show you. It's very simple. All is it doing is it is calling to my uh, okay, Power Apps v2. What is it? How will you see this? Where you'll be able to see your Power Apps V2 attachment to PO? You can click on these three dots here, Power Automate, and in the Power Automate attachment to PO, if you can click on this and edit, you would be able to see what is it doing. So it is doing what? It is getting the value of three things: the value of the customer input, that is the purchase order number, the legal entity, and the base 64s, the converted base 64, the attachment value. So all these things, three things it is getting and calling your Power Apps as a Power Apps V2, it is calling. So this Power Apps is basically getting loaded and it takes all, this is the main problem. Otherwise, everything is fabulous. You see it's very slow. Otherwise, it's fabulous. Okay, slow in the sense for development time slow, but for actual time when you are going to execute, execute this, definitely it's not slow. So you see Power Apps V2, it is purchase ID, image content, and the legal entity. It is capturing and initializing the variable for file content, which I am getting the file content as the image content. I'm taking it down as a string. And again, I'm doing the same exercise, getting the AAD token, okay, which I showed you previously, getting the AAD token and parsing the value of the access token. And finally, I'm calling the Dynamics 365 Finance and Operations here, which is an attachment URL, this one. And here I'm passing the bearer token like this. And then the main body, you see the data ID, document ID, file name, all these things I'm sending as variables. All these things I'm sending as variable, and I'm sending it as of type file. If you try to do the same thing using our document intelligence in Azure, this won't be this simple. This would have to, you have to do it, the entire exercise in a while loop. Until and unless it, you have to keep on doing the same exercise again and again until you get to the main, the main JSON body of the purchase ID variable, which you are basically want to pass it on. Like here, I'm directly accessing the purchase ID here, but there you have to keep on parsing unless you reach into the main JSON body of the purchase ID. So you can go and use this option directly instead of bothering to use Azure AI document intelligence. This is way better. Okay, so this is one example of it. And you see, the document ID, it's a primary, it's a unique index which I'm using a GUID. I'm creating, I'm calling a function called GUID, which is an inbuilt function in Power Apps. I'm calling it up. That's it. And your attachment is going to be attached to the target record which you are selecting. I'm taking just few couple of minutes of your time. I'm very sorry that it's going to go more than the scheduled time. So this is how the attachment can, you can make use of attachments against Power Apps, Power Automate, you can make use of. This is one example. Another example, I'm not saving anything. Yeah. Another example of using intelligent apps is you already have seen the capabilities of prompts. So here in my prompts, if I come down and if I go to the address, there you see there's a prompt which I've created called get detail or get address details or validate address prompt. Okay, so you see it's such a intelligent application. So I'm saying customer address. Okay, so here you created a customer, right? I have created a customer called Ranga. If I come back and if you remember that there was a customer called Ranga, and I'm saying, why not? I've created the Ranga's, and why don't I update the Ranga's address also? Because no customer is complete without the address. Okay, so why don't I update the address part? So for that, if you remember what you used to do in your previously, like you have separate fields for country, state, city, different controls. And then we used to do validations for each and every one of these controls. Instead of that, why don't I make use of Chat GPT itself to validate the controls? How is that possible? That is possible by, here I'm running this. So here let me run this and I can select a customer. So what I've done is I purposely have kept the structure like this. One moment, it's getting loaded. There's dots as they're moving. And okay, it's kind of slow out here. Okay, let it get loaded. Sorry once again, guys. So here, let me show you, like, I'm getting the address details from here. Extract the value of address, city, postal code as I shown you previously. So here, if I whatever the value of the address that I will get here, it will be created in a JSON. Okay, and let me search for this customer which I created, Ranga. If I search this, so you see here, it is searching. It's going to take a while to search it out, and I think so. Where is it now? Yeah, this is my this is 12121. Okay, So this is my customer. So I'm saying my customer address, let it be something like anything. I'm giving a gibberish address, which is nothing. Okay. I'm giving like, test address, then Hyderabad, then, anything I'm giving, which is non-existent, 890012. And country is IND. When I'm saying this, let me submit and see what happens. Okay. So you see, it is saying invalid address provided. Please check with PIN. How is this possible? How is it knowing this? It's an awesome thing I would show you. I'm saying here validate address prompt. Is this a valid address for the given postal code and country city combination? So the address is given as a variable out here. Use precision location for the address, pin code, locality, and country. Answer in yes or no. So what is this? I've defined a variable out here, something like this I've given, which is a wrong address. So if I test this, it will say, no, it's not a correct address. Okay. So this is exactly what I wanted. Here it is coming as a wrong address because in Hyderabad, there is no pin code called this. Okay. So let me give a proper pin code, test address. I'm giving, I don't know Hyderabad's pin. So let me call a pin like this. Like,
చేసిండంత
582.
ఏంటి నిన్న క్వశ్చన్ అడిగిందా
so I am just on OK. I'm clicking on submit. Okay. So if I say this, let me see. Okay. Submit.
Suppose your voice is breaking. I don't know. Is it happening with me or not?
Yes, for the other one. Yeah.
Okay.
No, no. Here also the voice is breaking.
Yeah.
Can you hear now? Is it fine?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
it's now fine.
Yeah. So this address got updated successfully. Okay. So I'm clicking on OK and let me see what has happened to Ranga's account. So I am just refreshing the custable list page quickly. And let me refresh. Let me go to Ranga's account, Ranga, and let me see. Okay. So if you click on this, I'll be able to see the address here. Okay. Here. Okay. So if I click on this address, you'd see it has stripped off everything. The country, it has stripped. The postal code, it has stripped. The city, it has stripped. The address street, it has stripped without writing any code. And the city also, it has stripped. Okay, without writing any code, you are doing this. How is it possible? Is basically you are doing both the part of data messaging as well as data validation or data insertion. Okay, how is this done? Is basically very simple. You click on the submit button, and from the submit button, it is calling to this customer address update, which is nothing but again a flow, again a Power Automate. Customer address update. If I click on edit, I'll be able to see the details of it. And if you see like get address details, and firstly the validation happens, then the address details are updated. How is this validation is happening? I will show you. It's very simple. So I think by now we have got the pattern, got the signature of the entire structure. So basically it's all about calling through ChatGPT power prompts, built-in prompts and custom prompts and entities, all these things without writing much of code. So I think by now we have got the rhythm. And okay, so let it get loaded up quickly. I'll just take 2-3 minutes of your time max. Okay, so it is basically saying, ignore this, Power Apps V2. It is calling the customer account and the address. This customer account is nothing but the one which you have provided in your drop down. Okay, then I'm saying create text with GPT using a prompt, validate address, if this address is valid or not. If this address is valid, if this address comes as a valid, it is basically conveying to this condition as if it is yes, if it is true, if it is comes as a yes, then the scope I have defined a scope. I'm sure what is the scope, you know about that. Scope is basically a kind of a structure, a variable, a section which is basically you know, defining a certain states of variables inside a given block of code. Okay, so inside this scope, what I'm doing is that I'm creating text with GPT using a prompt here. So I'm creating this one here, like if you get to address details, I'm calling this GPT UC, get to address details. Here I'm passing this on. Then the rest part is, as I told you, like basically I'm doing here what I'm basically calling this is prompt, and let me copy this. I've just copied it here and I've pasted in my parts JSON. Okay. So thereby I've got the entire value of seats, pretty, postal code, everything I'm getting here. You see, seats, pretty, location ID, I'm basically giving it as some kind of a, a random number saying that's business like this. But you can give any number of your choice. You can keep a location ID is basically unique. That's why you can give definitive name. Say for example, home address, business address, office address like that. You can give roles as business is primary as yes. These are I have purposely hard coded, but you can keep this as variables. Descriptions as concatenations. Descriptions here. Street is this street is basically I've received from above this parse JSON. City is this, which is also I have got from the parse JSON. State I have kept it as blank because state I have not covered in my address definition, but you can also keep it along with the definition. Zip and postal code and county is of no use in India. That's why I've kept it blank. So in purposely, but you can also keep this county in your address definition. Okay, and the rest part is very simple. If this is true, if the status is equal to 200 or 201, 200 means okay, and 201 means accepted, then it is yes and updated successfully. And if it fails, updation failed. Like that, it will give you an error. So, and also in the previous if then else, in the else statement, I'm saying the invalid address provided, which is the error which you got previously. And this is how actually you can throw an error and stop the user from going any further details. So with that, you can, I have also defined a word, I have created a, let me take you the tree view, and I have created a container. So this container is this. Inside this container, I have created a label called here. And inside the label, I have created a button called button OK. All these things are invisible. Why? Because in my advanced, if you go to visible, there is a event called visible. If is blank response. What is this response? And I will show you. So response, if it is blank, then it should be false. And if it is not blank, it should be visible. Okay. So what is this response? This submit button, I'm setting the response value as the response here. Okay. So I am selecting the value as party ID, text, and the response I'm setting in this variable called response. That's it. So the moment I am submitting here, it will uh, it will store the outcome in this variable called response. And that very moment, the value of the response, if it is whatever the value comes, if it is correct or incorrect, it will be visible. And then in the button OK, the moment the user is selecting or clicking on OK, I'm setting the response again as blank. As a result, it will go invisible again. That's it. Let me know, you guys, like it's a long story, like I'm sure like it cannot be concluded in over just couple of slides. And yeah, I understand that. So please ask me questions like what do you think?
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Milo, and thanks, Ace. That's very exciting what's going on, and I look forward to what is going to be produced. It's a big honor also for me to be giving this lecture. So I'm going to talk about markets and morality. Some work I've been doing with Mathias de Watrepont. We are actually undertaking a very major rewriting of this paper. So you may have to wait maybe 2 or 3 weeks before getting the new version of the paper, and I apologize for that. Before I start on the paper with Matthias, I would like to have a series of remarks about markets and morality, to give the general background on those issues. And as Milo said, feel free to interrupt me. Maybe it's a keynote, but I want it to be some kind of seminar discussion, if you like. So don't hesitate. So the paper with Matthias revisits a nagging question: is the market weakening our moral compass? And that's, of course, an old question. And you see some big divergence, I would say, between the economist and the public opinion or the politicians, the religious leader, and I'll come back to that, to philosophers who kind of warn against the religion of the marketplace. We all know that, and we practice those narratives ourselves, that there are narratives which basically point the finger at the market for immoral behavior. So, if I sell weapons to an autocratic regime, I will say, well, listen, if I don't sell those weapons, then somebody else will do that. If I'm a doctor and I sell, I prescribe too much antibiotics in France or opioids in the US, my excuse will be that anyway, somebody else will do it otherwise, so I'm not doing any harm, really. Same thing if I bribe an official in the less developed countries, if I don't bribe, somebody else who is bribing will get the contract. Athletes who take performance-enhancing drugs have the same reasoning, and so on and so forth. So that's called the replacement excuse or the replacement logic, and actually there's a little bit of evidence pointing in this direction, and we need to collect more evidence. But that raises a big issue, is that whether such behaviors under intense competition lose their moral overtone and just become part of a cost of doing business. This is very important, because if you want to think about antitrust, for example, should we create monopolies to avoid having this kind of logic? So that's one thing. Now, before going on, we have to ask, what is moral? I think it's fair to say that most economists will think of morality as being a simple externality. So everybody agrees that polluting is not nice, or committing a crime is not nice. It's just an externality. It's about harm or pro-social behavior, basically. And this idea, this conception of morality is probably the most universal, similar across culture or stable across time. I just want to say, it's something I find very appealing, but it's very restrictive for at least two reasons. The first is that, and I will come back to that at the end, is that lots of experiments have shown our moral behavior is fragile to various narratives and more wiggle room. So there's an entire literature showing that the very flimsy excuses, situational excuses, actually release oneself of one's moral duty. And that's very disturbing somehow, that we behave in a moral way, but if we have the slightest excuse, we stop doing so. The other thing is that not everybody agrees that moral behavior is about not inflicting harm. So think about, for example, the book of Jonathan Haidt on the writer's mind. The idea is that morality is broader than just pro-sociality. It is about not involving no harm to anyone, but harm being defined in a broader sense. So there are behaviors which we think, for example, do not involve any harm to anyone. So, for example, sexuality between people of the same sex or different races. And nonetheless, for a fraction of the population that violates the convention, the taboos, or generating major disgust or whatever. And this is very time and time contingent. It varies a lot across time and across countries. The other thing is that lots of people include in morality the sense of duty, the sense of authority, the loyalty to the in-group. So you think about family, workplace, country, religion, and so on. And that's viewed as being something very important. We economists tend to say, well, no, I mean, we don't care about authority per se, for example. Authority may be an instrument to achieve a goal, but authority is not a goal per se. Same thing for duty, same thing for loyalty. People have a broader view, and lo and behold, I mean, this kind of view fluctuates more over time and across cultures, much more than the first view. And of course, the question is then what is meant by harm? So if I disagree with you, am I harming you? And that's actually a very complex issue. Now, talking about the market, the economists felt on Shaun, the worldview, if you want, is that incentives are key. Of course, many of us have worked in the last 30 years about warning that low power incentives, or incentives which do not react very much to performance, individual performance, may be desirable. Maybe because you have noisy performance measurement, the old Armstrong paper. Teamwork is a particular case of that. If you have collusion with monitors or capture, if you have repeated interaction, if you have multitasking, if you have adverse selection. We have written lots of papers saying, you may not want to have high-powered incentives. So that's well known. Actually, you may even have crowding out. So crowding out is basically a downward sloping supply curve. And from my work with Roland Benabou, we know that may arise in two situations. Either the principle is in form, and basically high-power incentives might destroy intrinsic motivation because it conveys something about the task of the person, or it may be multidimensional signaling, what psychologists call the over-justification effect, which is that if I behave pro-socially but I'm being paid for it, then you don't know whether I'm doing it because I'm pro-social or because I'm doing it for the money. Nonetheless, I think it's fair to say that we economists, we think that incentives work. I mean, in most circumstances, we have lots of caveats, but by and large, we want to achieve compliance with contractual incentives, mechanism design, and the like. A special case of incentives is markets. And again, the economists have spent, actually, that's much of what we are doing as economists, to talk about market failures. We talk about externalities, we talk about internalities, the fact that we may not stand for our own best interests, market power, asymmetric information inequality, etc., etc. So, we have all those caveats, and we say, no, but market is very important because markets are efficient. So what we must do is actually regulate the market as best as we can. The social scientists have a slightly different view. I mean, some of that is addressed, of course, in our own research. So, for example, psychologists and sociologists will say material incentives don't always work well. They may undermine intrinsic motivation. They may crowd out such valuable social norms. Okay, so that's something we have taken more and more on board. Same thing, legal scholars say that the law is not just a set of incentive and sanction, but it's also expressive in the sense that it's going to reflect societal values. So it's not just about a price, punishing you for a crime or something like that. It's also something about society's value. That again, we can account for that in our frameworks. I guess where there's the most disagreement in practice will be with some philosophers. Some of them have a very strong distrust of markets, or at least some markets. And we may not disagree with them, but maybe, and I should say right away that if you look at the philosophers, and they're also very heterogeneous. They often have the same starting point, often the same title, almost the same title for their book, and maybe even the same conclusion, but they reach that conclusion from very different perspectives. So, two extreme cases might be Michael Sandel in his bestseller "What Money Can Buy," but also Deborah Stats at Stanford has written an interesting book on that. But I could also mention Elizabeth Anderson, Michael Welser, and so on. Many philosophers have written books which have a title like this, and that raises a question for us economists. Is economics a moral and philosophical science? And that's very important because we believe it, or at least we want to believe it, and that's important. So let me, before I talk about the paper with Matthias, let me make a few more remarks. And the first one oversimplifies by a large amount. Our society is something like of a mixture of Smith and Pigou. So on the one hand, we want to have the invisible end of the market to get market efficiency. And it's clear that markets have done wonders in many countries, and we see that now with poor countries having developed remarkably. At the same time, we also emphasize that markets fail hugely. I mean, climate is the worst example, but there are many other very important examples. The markets fail, and basically the conception is that we use a market and the state is there to correct market failure. But that raises the issue of why we have a social responsibility. And the answer is simply that not only the market fails, but the governments fail as well, and as badly as the markets, for the reasons we know: capture, pandering. Maybe things happen abroad, and we cannot just invade China because China is using coal, right? I mean, this will not make any sense. But also there are transaction costs, there are many other things that raise issues. Now, maybe in defense, I mean, that was, of our profession, I try in economics for the common good really to say that a number of what we call repugnant market can be analyzed very simply in terms of very familiar concepts like externalities, including image externalities, internalities, non-competitive market, asymmetric information, inequality, motivated beliefs, and so on. So in a sense, we have the tools actually to analyze those repugnant market. And why is that important? Well, I don't like indignation. I mean, let me explain. I mean, I think moral postures are very unreliable sources of ethical inspiration. We have seen too often in the past people saying, the majority of people saying, this behavior is disgusting, it's immoral, when it's not clear it's immoral at all. So I don't like moral postures, I don't like indignation. Indignation being indignant may serve a purpose. So, I mean, because it's a warning signal that there might be something wrong. So I see being indignant about something as a warning signal, but that's about it, no more. Because what we need to do is to try to understand why we don't like those markets or why we have concerns about those markets. Should we regulate them? Should we prohibit them? What should we do? Should we just let them happen? This is a kind of thing we have to go through and just say, don't content yourself with saying, I don't like that. I don't think it's a scientific posture. We need actually to actually do better. So there also another issue which I'm not going to touch on is that even if we don't like markets, we have to think about what the counterfactual to the market is. And there are some interesting counterfactual, there are some awful counterfactual. If you want to to actually there is always market. My point here is that markets always exist, whether we like them or not. So the question is, how do you want to organize them and regulate them? And that's basically an interesting thing. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time on that. Let me see if there is any question first. And again, feel entirely free to actually interrupt. No? Okay. I guess this one, the presentation of the paper is going to raise more questions, and including clarifying questions. So Matthias and I have been working on the relative markets. Again, the new version of the paper will be ready only in 2 or 3 weeks, and I apologize for that. What we ask in a sense is, how is our mole behavior affected by competition? And should we restrict competition in order to get better mole behavior? Now, we IO economists, of course, are used to thinking about competition as a market structure, the number of firms, their substitutability, and that's perfectly fine. But we are going to take a broader perspective because, we are going to ask, how do firms compete, for example? Something that will play a role, for example, is whether prices are flexible or fixed. You're going to tell me, in general, in markets, prices are flexible. And that's true to a large extent, but not always. And if you think about professions, the price of taxi rides is regulated. In many countries, the price of doctors is regulated or not raised. In two-sided markets, platforms, apps and franchising on apps are constrained to charge at a zero bound. I mean, we get lots of service at price zero, so that's basically a fixed price, zero. Franchising environment, same thing. The price is often regulated and so on. So there are lots of examples where actually prices are fixed. And this is going to make a difference. Something which is also going to make a difference is if you behave immorally. So by the way, I'm going to use ethical behavior and moral behavior with exactly the same meaning, just to simplify. Cutting ethical corner may help you increase your profits. It's not interesting. I mean, I don't know of anyone who will actually behave immorally to reduce his or her profit. Doesn't make sense, right? So in general, cutting ethical corner is about increasing profit. It can either lower costs or boost demand. Okay, so for example, cost reduction might be I use fossil fuel and I pollute when I produce, or I use child labor in a less developed country. My costs are smaller that way. I'm going to give you examples, and actually the examples I gave you earlier are about boosting demand. So it's more likely that I get, I'm selling if I pay a bribe or if I cut various ethical corners to boost the demand. So, if I prescribe antibiotics, then it's more likely that the patient will come back to me. Or if I prescribe osteopathy, it's if I engage in sports and I take performance enhancing drug, it's more likely that, of course, I'll be invited and I'll get money out of it and so on. So that's one thing. And that's, as we were to see, it's going to play a role whether actually cutting ethical corners lowers costs or boosts demand. I mean, you might imagine that competition is going to have bigger effect when it boosts demand, right? The social responsibility of stakeholders is important, so we will allow for not only the firm to have ethical concern, but also the stakeholders of the firm. So think about investors, think about workers or consumers. And then we will be asking, what about heterogeneity in the industry? So it may be the case that you're in an industry with people with high ethical concerns, and some people are less ethical. Or something we'll be interested in as well is whether you have for-profit and not-for-profit corporations in the industry. And we have to ask, do less ethical supplier drive out of the markets ethical ones? So that might be some kind of Gresham's law of ethical behavior. And similarly, what's going to happen with non-profits when they're in a market in which I compete with for-profit? So that's the kind of question we're going to ask. So let me describe the model, unless you have questions. Okay, so we are going to consider an oligopoly with n competing firms. They serve, say, unit demand consumers, a continuum of unit demand consumers. A firm is going to choose a price, PI, but it's also going to choose, there will be a second dimension in the choice, which will be the moral action. So we'll call AI the action. So higher AI will be a more moral action. So AI will belong to some interval 0 AI hat. AI hat can be finite or infinite. In the number of examples we develop in the paper, it will be finite, but doesn't matter. But the important thing is that if you have a consumer who comes to you and buys from you, and you have chosen the moral action AI, then that's going to generate social welfare WI of AI. So, for example, if I'm producing electricity or whatever good, basically I'm going to choose how much pollution I exert. And depending on the level of pollution, what kind of technology I use, then there will be a different social welfare. So if I pollute less, then I will get higher WI. So think of WI as being the externality on society, for example. But there will be other interpretations I will come back to. So the welfare impact WI of AI is going to satisfy, it's going to be an increasing function. It will be concave and with visual properties, okay? The moral action may also affect unit cost. Remember, it might be, for example, that if I employ child labor, use fossil fuels, it will be cheaper for me to produce, and therefore my cost will be increasing in the morality of the action. But you could also have the reverse case. So imagine that I behave morally. Then if I have socially responsible investor or socially responsible workers, those investors or the workers, they will be willing to accept a lower return or lower wage in order to be able to be associated with my firm. In that case, when I behave more morally, I actually reduce my cost. Okay, I reduce my cost in that case. But often you have both, right? I mean, in general, so we're just going to assume that C prime I can be positive or negative, but it's going to be convex. That's the important thing, because otherwise we don't get concavity. Okay. Now, something which is going to play a big role in what follows is the concept of a net price. So I told you that the moral action can actually impact demand. Those were the example I gave you on the first slide on the paper with Matthias. So if I behave morally, then basically I'm reducing the utility of the person I'm interacting with. And it's as if I was increasing the price. So I'm going to call phi I of AI the increase in price relative to, when I increase the morality of my action, I displease that particular consumer. And therefore, it's as if this consumer were paying a higher net price. Okay, so that's very natural. And the demand function, my demand function as phi I, will depend on my net price and the vector of net prices charged by the other firms, P minus I hat. Okay. So, so basically, whether I will get the contract will depend on many things, but will also depend on whether, the size of the bribe I give to the official and also the size of the bribes which are offered by the other firms. The elasticity of demand, DI, will depend on the standard IO considerations, the number of firms, the substitutability among products. In general, we can index it by parameter sigma, which is going to be basically an intensity of competition. So it could be the inverse of the transportation cost in the hoteling model, for example. So sigma could be the inverse, but in general, it's going to be a parameter which is going to index the intensity of competition. And the elasticity of demand is defined in the standard way, which is minus DDI or DPI or DI of PI. Now, the assumption we make is not very strong, which is basically that if prices are higher, then the elasticity of demand is smaller. I mean, that's standard assumption to make. So if prices are low, then you get into a region where the elasticity of demand is very high. Okay. So let me get back. On the net price, you have, there are three cases you can consider. So the first case is the one I already mentioned, which I will call, I mean, you may not like this terminology, but I will call socially responsible consumer. So you can, for example, normalize phi of AI equals AI. But the important thing is that when you behave more morally, they don't like it. They are less likely to purchase, right? So that's the consumers we are talking about. But there might be other consumers. So for example, I may be paying bribes in some other country, but then for my other product or what I produce with my inputs, there will be socially responsible consumer in my country who will be upset. So the difference between a socially irresponsible consumer and a socially responsible consumer is that the net price is increasing in the moral action in the first case and decreasing with the moral action in the second case. So you might think of alpha C as being the internalized, that's just an example. It doesn't have to be that, by the way. But, for example, you might internalize the welfare that you create by buying from this firm, and alpha C is the internalization of welfare. And then you have, homo economicus that just don't care. The consumers basically care just about the price. Okay, so still no questions? No? Okay, so why is that a moral issue? So in the paper, we derive three foundations for demand side benefits, excuse me, of cutting ethical corners, meaning that there are irresponsible consumers. The first is the externality. So, if I sell weapons to a dictator, for example, or if I bribe an official, or I take a performance enhancing drugs and I'm hurting other people. It could be an internality, that's the case of opioids. The case of antibiotics is an externality. And then there's something a bit more subtle, but basically a product misrepresentation, shrouded attributes, and so on. So think about, lying or not disclosing fat or sugar content, selling toxic financial products without saying they are toxic, short-termism, income manipulation, and so on. I mean, you need to adjust the terminology sometimes, but mathematically, it's exactly the same as an internality or an externality. Now, the example of a responsible consumer will be someone who wants to engage in fair trade. So I want my coffee to be a fair trade coffee. Okay, so here a little bit more mathematics.
Jean, I have a question.
Sure.
Is it not enough to have the Homo economicus? Why do you need people because the price will be lower with all this cutting corner. So why do you need people to like?
Because you have two ways in which you can gain from unethical behavior. The first is what you have in mind right now, which is you cut on costs. So you use child labor; it's cheaper. Okay, but the other thing is that you please the particular person you are dealing with in order to get his or her business. That's the case of opioids or weapons or whatever. So in that case, it's a demand side benefit of cutting ethical color, whereas what you had in mind is the cost side benefit of cutting ethical color. And you'll see, I mean, that makes a difference in the treatment. I mean, the cost, in a sense, the intuition is that the cost side, the demand function doesn't really matter for the cost side. Whereas for the demand side, that's a replacement logic that I was talking about at the beginning. If you have very intense competition, then if you don't do it, somebody else will. Okay, so that's very important to actually add more behavior into the demand function as well, and not only into the cost function. Maybe it's going to, Emmanuel is going to become a bit clearer when I describe the payoff functions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the payoff function of manager I or entrepreneur I or firm I will be standard profit. So it will be price minus cost. Remember, the cost depend on ethical behavior. It could be increasing or decreasing, and it's going to depend on the price on the demand function, which is going to depend on the net prices. Now, this is a little bit less obvious. So basically, the assumption is that the firms have social preferences. That means that they will internalize welfare, and we have to discuss exactly what we mean by that. But alpha I will be the standard social preference parameter, and there will be some kind of internalization of welfare. And we are going to assume that supplier I internalize a function W script of P hat and A. Okay, so those are vectors, right? Because it's going to depend on the vector of net prices, if only because it depends on demand, but it's also going to depend on more behaviors by the various suppliers. So examples, so this formalism allows for a number of examples. So one of them is Wi of P hat and A is equal to the sum of Wi di or dj, Wj dj, right? So basically, this is the number of units, di is the number of units sold by firm I, and Wi is societal impact of that. So it could be, for example, this overall term might be total pollution. So, there are DI, we choose supplier I, and then that creates a damage from pollution, WI of AI per consumer. Or it could be total consumption of opioids, okay? Now, in general, it's not going to be full welfare, because in general, you may also have a misallocation cost. So basically, the matching, think about an hoteling model, for example. If one of the producers behaves more immorally and attracts more consumers, that means that there will be also, if they are otherwise symmetrical, that there will be basically a misallocation of consumers to firms in this hoteling model. So there is a misallocation cost, which will depend, and it should depend only on the vector of net prices, because that relates to the misallocation of consumers. Now, it turns out, and this is the result at the bottom of the page, we have a result which says, if you look at symmetric equilibria of symmetric oligopolies, then the symmetric equilibria when suppliers internalize ethical welfare are also symmetric equilibria when they internalize full welfare. Why? Because the proof is a one-line proof, which is that if you have a symmetric equilibrium, then there won't be any misallocation in a symmetric environment. And therefore, if you deviate, you are going to create a misallocation. So that's going to make deviations even less appealing. And therefore, an equilibrium in which there is ethical welfare internalization is also an equilibrium when there is full welfare internalization. But conversely, you could also look at a narrower ethical welfare. So you might say, oh, as a consumer or I'm a supplier, I don't really care about what the other people do. I just care about, the morality of my action. So, this term is really a subset of the total term. So I care about my own pollution. It's not a normative point of view. I just describe how they perceive the welfare. Now, you need an assumption, and that's a very important assumption. So this assumption really says that the perception welfare when more action of supplier I changes is proportional to demand. Okay, and this is very natural. It's really consequentialist. Okay, because in the end, when there's a change in moral behavior, then it's going to be proportional to demand, right? The impact is going to be proportional to demand. So this is really an assumption about consequentialism, and that's going to be important. Now, this function is going to be decreasing simply because of concavity, right? By the way, this assumption is satisfied in all the examples we develop in the paper. Externality, internality, product misrepresentation, that works. Okay, so it looks like a very strong assumption, but first it's natural and also it's satisfied in all the examples we have developed. Okay, so go back to the standard complaint about markets. The standard complaints about markets is that competition is going to erode moral behavior. Okay, is that correct? Is that correct? And we first say, well, that's not obvious at all. Actually, we have a very general result, which tells you that that's not the case. So the question we ask, does an increase in elasticity of demand, either because there are entry of new firm or an increase in substitutability? So imagine that the T parameter of the hoteling model goes down or sigma goes up. Does it result in less moral behavior? And the result we get is that it has absolutely no impact whatsoever. Competitive pressure, is something that changes the elasticity of demand, of individual demand, has absolutely no impact on more choices in equilibrium. If either prices are flexible or they are fixed, but more action affects the cost. So that's a child labor example, but not demand. Okay, so I'm just going to look at part A, which is if you have flexible prices, then the intensity of competition just doesn't matter. And therefore, if you believe that, we should not relax antitrust. We should not create monopolies to get good behavior. Actually, a monopoly or cartel doesn't behave better than a very competitive industry. What is intuition? So I'm going to develop it just for flexible prices. So imagine that you have demand side benefits of cutting ethical corners. So basically, when you choose AI smaller, you face a higher demand. Okay, and consider an increase in elasticity of demand. Then cutting ethical corner is going to, and that's really the replacement logic. If you cut ethical corner, you attract more consumers, and that's going to lead to higher increase in market share. It's very tempting, you get higher increase in market share by behaving immorally. So that's exactly, in a sense, what the replacement logic or the philosophers are saying. At the same time, there is a countervailing force, which is that if there is more competition, there is a lower markup. And if there is a lower markup, there is a lower gain actually of gaining market share, and therefore there is a lower gain in behaving immorally. And it turns out because of the additivity structure of the net price formula, the two effects perfectly offset each other. Okay, so that really already tells you something about, well, you should be careful before saying that markets destroy cyclical behavior. And actually, when we relax those assumptions, sometimes we will find it still doesn't have any impact, or we find that it's going to destroy moral behavior, and sometimes we'll find it actually improves moral behavior. So the question then is, when does competitive pressure matter? The first, I mean, basically this result suggests the answer, which is, if you have flexible prices, it's irrelevant. Competitive pressure is irrelevant. So it's a Modigliani-Miller result, if you want. If you have fixed prices, obviously you get rid of the reduced markup effect of intense competition. Okay. And what we get is that if you have irresponsible consumers, so that basically immoral behavior is going to increase demand, then more competition is going to impede moral behavior, because you do have the replacement logic. If I don't do it, someone else will. And we show that actually moral choices are strategic complements for a variety of reasons. The first is the elasticity of effect, which is if the rivals behave immorally, that intensifies the competition, and therefore that raises the firm's elastic demand, and therefore that pushes oneself to actually reduce one's moral behavior. There are other effects which are actually interesting and which go in the same direction. And let me just mention the social responsibility effect. If the other firms behave immorally, then it's very important to take market share away from them. So you're going to behave less morally yourself, actually. So, that's part of your social responsibility. Take market share away from rivals while still being more moral than they are. But at the bottom of the page, there is some very important result as well, which is if instead of having irresponsible consumers who have responsible consumers, then that's going to be the mirror image. So more competition is actually going to foster more behavior. For responsible consumers, people who want to engage in fair trade, for example, or something like that, they actually, if you behave morally, then you're going to attract more consumers. And if there is more competition, the elasticity is going to be higher. And therefore, more competition is going to allow consumers to choose someone who is ethical. So it is just complete reversal of the standard conventional wisdom. This conventional wisdom, replacement logic and the philosopher's logic is very much a first result here. But it's confined to fixed prices. And if you have a responsible consumer, you get exactly the reverse result. Okay. You have questions? I should leave a little bit of time for Q&A, I guess, but I'm just going to give you some, Sophie, you have some question?
Yes, Jean, thank you very much. On the flexible price, I had some difficulties reconciling that with the notion of Nash competition in an oligopoly. Yeah. Because it seemed to me that if you have fewer firms, then the Nash competition may induce them to play the bad equilibrium.
So this is this is just a static Nash equilibrium here. So we look at the equilibrium in which they optimize. Now they could collude. I guess that's what you have in mind. So that if it's a repeated game, so each period they charge a price and they choose some more behavior, they might collude on that. And they might reach a monopoly outcome, for example. But this result tells you that the cartel or the monopoly outcome is exactly the same as a competitive outcome in terms of morality. Of course, the prices are lower if you have competition than if you have a monopoly or a cartel. But in terms of morality, it's exactly the same morality in both cases. So, you can have as much collusion as you want, you are still going to get the same level of morality. Now, you may still want to have antitrust because antitrust will allow you to have lower prices. That's a different ballgame. But you cannot. What I'm saying is that one cannot use just this argument about the replacement logic to basically change antitrust. Okay.
Thank you.
Let me just be very brief, and then we can have a chat about what we are doing. So not quite the last thing we do, but something we do is that we have a bunch of results I'm not going to present on symmetric oligopoly, but there is also an asymmetric oligopoly framework for various reasons. One reason is that, as I mentioned, people have different ethics, so they might differ on their ethical stance. So we capture that by saying people have different alpha I, so they different internalization of welfare. The other possibility is that they have different corporate forms. So we're actually going to allow both in the same model. So there will be an heterogeneity in terms of alpha I, which is how much you internalize social welfare, or your conception of social welfare. It could be ethical welfare, it could be full welfare, or it could be narrow welfare. It doesn't matter. But also in terms of corporate form. So you could have for-profit and not for-profit. We are going to keep, we have 2 levels, or 2 degrees of heterogeneity. We are going to keep the rest symmetrical. So the demand curve otherwise is same. So it's a symmetrical demand curve. It's a symmetrical cost function. We are going to assume, you remember the relevance result is that when prices are flexible, then market structure is irrelevant. The intensity of competition is completely irrelevant to moral behavior. Now, I told you that's not true if you have fixed prices. Here we are going to look at something which formally is a flexible price, but de facto will be a fixed price in part. So we are going to assume that prices are endogenous, they are not fixed. But at the same time, either because of the difference in ethics or different in corporate form, then there will be something akin to a fixed price. And it's clearer for not-for-profit. Not-for-profit has to charge a price which is equal to costs. Okay, but also when there is a heterogeneity in alpha I, the highly ethical suppliers that tend to actually make very low profits that we can show. And at some point, if they have to break even, then they become not-for-profit. They are not formally for-profit, but they are so ethical that actually they are going to face the break-even constraint. And if they have to break even, then they will become de facto, not de jure, but de facto for-profit, not for-profit. So what we do is to characterize the equilibrium. Again, there's symmetry in demand and cost. It's only in terms of preferences or corporate form that there is an asymmetry. So basically, there will be 3 groups of firm in the industry. I mean, they are not always, there may be, some group may be empty, but by and large, you have 3 groups. And I've ranked them through increasing morality in equilibrium AI. So the less moral firm will be the for-profits, which are not constrained. And actually, they will be the one with the lowest morality. So I'm going to rank alpha I. Alpha 1 is less than alpha 2, less than alpha M, less than alpha N1. Okay, so I rank the alphas that way. And basically, the one who was a very low alpha, alpha 1, is going to be the one who is going to be, so internalize welfare the least, and is going to behave the least morally. And then alpha 2, and then alpha M. There will be a second group of for-profits, but those for-profits, they are more ethical, and they are going to be bound by the break-even constraint, okay? Otherwise, they will go bankrupt. And this group actually, even though they are for-profit, they behave like not for-profit. And finally, there is the not-for-profit. And notice I haven't written what the alpha is, because it doesn't matter. I mean, just maybe I should go back to this. I mean, look at this objective function. If you are not for profit, PI is equal to CI, so that's equal to 0. PI equals CI of AI. So you are just left with this, and your alpha doesn't matter as long as it's positive. Okay, so that's why I didn't rank in that diagram. I didn't rank the not-for-profit in terms of ethical behavior. Okay, so that's a characterization. Now, the interesting result is this. There is a convergence when sigma becomes large. So when there is very intense competition, then the for-profit will have to mimic the not-for-profit's low price. So they will charge something close to marginal cost. That will happen anyway with only for-profits, right? So you'll end up with basically something close to marginal cost pricing. But on the other hand, they are all going to mimic in the limit the least ethical firm, the least ethical for-profit. So that was one. That's the one by normalization. I choose supplier 1 to be the one with the least morality. So basically, the story is, of course, the not-for-profit. They would like to improve social welfare, but they can't, because they're going to lose all their customers if you have demand-based benefits from cutting ethical corners. So when sigma goes to infinity, then basically all firms are going to behave the same. Okay, and they are going to be very competitive with very low prices, but they are also going to behave unethically. And that's of course an issue. And that means actually that if you really want to get the benefit from not-for-profits, like in the hospital sector or the education sector, you don't want them to be competing with for-profits necessarily. Okay, so that would be the thing. Yeah, I think Milo, I guess I should.
Yes, so I was maybe. Yeah,
just a last thing I want to say is that when you look at the examples in the real world, for some of them, there is a relevance of competition, but for some of them, which doesn't mean, by the way, it's small in any size. But if you have a consequentialist perspective, there is actually importance of competition. But there are cases in which that's not the case, and more wiggle room. So it's just an excuse. It's not a logic. So think about bribing an official. So the contractor or the bidder then picks a price, which is a bid and a bribe, which means that prices are flexible in that case. And then if they invoke the replacement excuse, then that means it's really more rigorous. So there's a lot of empirical work to be done on that. And I guess I'm going to stop there. And thank you very much, of course, for doing this. And I look forward to your questions and to the discussion.
So thanks a lot, Jean. We have time for a few questions. Don't hesitate to intervene or raise your hand? Uday, please.
Thank you. So, John, that was a really nice talk. I was curious about what are some of the policy implications of your work. Is it possible for the planner to directly regulate some level of this action AI, or is there a role for information or persuasion in trying to convince consumers to be more socially responsible, or perhaps sometimes even less responsible?
Yeah, Uday, that's a good question. It gets back to the first part of the talk in a sense, which is why is there a failure of regulation, right? You might say, okay, well, why do we care about social responsibility? The government is there to regulate and have a decent carbon price, right? That's what we will be saying, right? And then our social responsibility will become much less important because the government will be doing the right thing. So basically, we are looking at situations, and again, if you look at the philosophers' complaint about economics, those are situations in which the regulation doesn't work well. There are markets for kidneys, and they're unregulated or whatever, and there are things like that where we feel we have a social responsibility maybe to behave properly. And that's the kind of environment we look at. And I guess many people also, they may not say so, is that we'll infer we should have less competition. This obsession of economists with competition, I'm one of those who's actually obsessed with competition. This obsession of economists with competition, if you believe in the replacement logic, which is a reasonable thing, tells you that probably you should have less competition and let people collude, maybe have a monopoly, a state monopoly or something like that. And what we say is that it's much more complicated. There are a bunch of environments where it's not like everything goes, but there are a bunch of environments where it really doesn't matter. The level of competition should not matter. There are environments which are well defined in which actually people are right in saying competition is going to trigger immoral behavior, and there are environments in which actually competition is going to foster pro-social behaviors. So that's the kind of thing. And the last warning I issued, I don't know how much I believe in it, but it's at least from the point of view of the theory, the idea is that if you really want, say, healthcare or education to be done by non-for-profit, you have to pay attention to competition, or else you have to regulate well, because that's an alternative. Either you try to induce moral behavior, or you do your job as a regulator, basically.
I see Marcel is raising the hand.
Yeah, just a quick question regarding child labor. So, worst case of what seemed at least appear in your talk as the one of the worst unethical behavior is to use child labor to reduce your costs. Now, child labor is a little bit more complex, because if you see it from the point of view of the child or the family or the underdeveloped country, child labor may be welfare enhancing because it takes the kids away from the street. And I remember a report by an ONG, many years ago, saying that those actions against, for instance, Nike, which protested in Western countries against Nike using child labor, had detrimental effect on the welfare of those children and their families. So in a sense, we have to be a bit careful in assessing the welfare aspects of behavior from the point of view of child labor in France or Canada, which is not the case if you talk about child labor in very poor countries.
Well, that's a good comment. That's why also I want to keep the perception of social welfare very large. I just don't want to. I mean, we still need some structure in a sense. You know, the two assumptions I gave you on the elasticity of demand and on consequentialism, but in general, you want to have a very broad vision of social welfare, and that's connected to something which is important. Is how do we think about morality in those markets and the impact that we have. Let me give you another example that you are familiar with: is leakage in environmental behavior. So I might think that by divesting from oil, I'm going to have a big impact. Now, probably my impact will be smaller than I think, because the shares are going to be purchased by somebody else. Same thing when you talk about exclusion versus best in class and so on. Those are very difficult issues. And child labor, of course, the children are exploited by their parents because they don't decide themselves. It's very immoral. But at the same time, as you say, there are also, if you stop child labor, there are also some bad consequences. So it's actually much more complicated than you say, than I said. But in the end, the question is, I just want to have a very broad assumption about what's internalized. And that may not be what you or I think is the right social welfare function. That's okay. But of course, when we think about intervening, like Udai's question earlier, should we, for example, kill competition? Then we need to have our own social welfare function and decide whether child labor is good or bad, right? Socially, independently of what people believe.
Everyone, it's Gordon Einstein, your semi-favorite, at least most available Dubai crypto attorney, continuing this series of hard-hitting interviews and discussions with people who matter in this industry, people who have an impact. I'd like to introduce James Glasscock, who I have known about, I should say, for I think over 15 years. We traveled in similar circles back in Los Angeles back in the day. And when I reached out to him to see if we could get something to spend some of his time to talk on an interview, he brought up great hits from the 90s. It was Digital Hollywood and all these other places. It's just amazing. But he's working on several interesting things relating to crypto and blockchain. So James, welcome on the show. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Hey, Gordon. Thank you. Thanks for having me, man. Yeah, similar circles, 15, maybe 20 years. So hard to say exactly, but definitely those kind of late 2000s, I think, is when it began.
That's a long time ago. Okay, yeah, never mind. I really don't want to think about that. So we're gonna do what we always do on the show, which is we're gonna give a little taste of what you're doing now, just so the audience knows where we're headed with all this. Then we're gonna cover your background, which is fascinating, and kind of bring up to the present. Then we're gonna have a very extensive conversation about some of my favorite topics. So just briefly, what are you doing now?
Yeah, these days I'm the head of ecosystem at a project called the Reserve Protocol. I was a seed investor in it about 6 years ago and joined the team full time about 2 years ago. Reserve is a platform for anyone to create their own asset-backed stablecoins or flat coin products, all on chain. Asset backing is on chain. Programmable revenue sharing on chain, over collateralization on chain. It's pretty cool. It's a money system with no middlemen, no CEO. Everything's done in smart contracts, and you can verify it on chain.
Okay, wow, there's a lot to unpack there. Okay, so audience, we will come back to that because there's a lot to discuss about Reserve Protocol, stable coins, the future of money, everything else. But first, James, where are you from? Where were you born?
Yeah, I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee. Grew up in Memphis. Yeah, spent the childhood there, kind of years 1 through 18. A little bit of a troublesome childhood, like a lot of kids, I think, from like the Mid-South. Okay. But
you want to explain that a little? Since
just your usual kind of like not necessarily excelling in school and being the teacher's pet. But I think it was kind of
those things. Got it.
Yeah, the usual mischief. But yeah, I grew up in Memphis and pretty interesting experience. I think things got more exciting when I decided to join the military right out of high school when I was 18. Joined the
Which
U.S.
range?
Navy. Say that again.
Which range?
U.S. Navy.
Navy. Oh, wow. And what did you do in the Navy?
I was an electrician. I started out as an electrician on a guided missile frigate, and ultimately sort of rose through the ranks and ran the electrical engineering department on the ship. This was kind of the era of gas turbine ships. There had been a big shift from steam-driven ships back back in the 80s, essentially. This was all happening for me in the 90s. I mean, gas turbine ships are still a prominent feature of the U.S. Navy, along with nuclear-powered ships.
Yes.
But yeah, did that in the early 1990s and learned a lot. And that was essentially the first Gulf War. But the military was like a really cool experience for me. It kind of gave me a few things from a discipline standpoint that I didn't quite get in the childhood. And met a lot of interesting people, a lot of great mentors actually. And that kind of got me on my way into my professional career later on.
Nice. And how long did you serve?
Yeah, 5 years active duty.
That's a good chunk.
Yeah. It was great.
Nice.
Nowhere exciting though. A lot of times people who are in the Navy, they have these great trips of all the places they've been. Most of my time was spent in San Diego and Long Beach, and the ship we were on did a lot of circles in the middle of the ocean. You know, we didn't go to Japan and Philippines and Australia. They call that a Westpac, a Western Pacific cruise, where you just maybe go to 20 countries on a tour over 6 months. Our ship spent a lot of time doing drills in the ocean and also, a little bit of the drug war that was going on in Latin America at the time. We do lots of patrols down near Mexico and Nicaragua and places like that.
With a guided missile cruiser?
Yeah, it was. We didn't use that set of weapons for that particular application, but back then the drug war was a topic. They leveraged U.S. Navy along with the Coast Guard to, hopefully help, put some friction out there for what was happening at the time. But this type of ship capability is really designed for actual war, which all of my time we were mostly just in the Pacific Ocean. This was during a Desert Storm, but people ask me, what were you doing during Desert Storm? And I just tell them we were protecting the California coastline. Not that it was truly in any risk, just kind of more of a joke.
You never know. I'll take the conversation very far afield, which is, what do you think about the Red Sea and the Houthis and the drone and missile threat?
That's it's interesting. Right when I joined the military, when I was in the Navy, this was right after the USS Cole was attacked. I don't know if you remember.
Of course, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and that was essentially, kind of like a little boat with some, bombs on it, TNT or something like that. I don't know specifically what it was, but they blew a very large hole in the side of the ship. A few people got killed. And a ship doesn't sink. Navy ships are designed with this idea of compartmentalization all throughout. So you have like watertight integrity. So you can have a large hole in the ship. You can flood that compartment, but it's actually sealed on both sides. So the ship can get itself home. I think what's happening right now in the Gulf is, what I hear a lot about is they're using these very inexpensive drone equipment, $5,000 drones, missiles on Navy ships. They kind of start, maybe the starting price back in the 90s was $200,000 on the low end, but easily you get into $1 million, $2 million per missile. So I think what's happening right now is you've got a very advanced weapon system that's overbuilt for the type of warfare that they're dealing with, which is a bunch of cheap, $5,000-$10,000 drones that can, do damage, but and you can have a lot of them at a fairly low cost. So I suspect what will happen soon is the U.S. military will pivot in terms of its hardware supply and try to meet threats wherever they are, so that we're not wasting $1 million missile for things that it shouldn't be used on.
Yeah, it's a challenge. It just, I mean, I know just given your background, I mean, it must bear in your mind a little bit. I mean, still, because I know it's 5 years, but it's probably a significant 5 years, and things keep on evolving. It's interesting. So when you exit the Navy, what did you do next?
Yeah, let's see. Well, I went to work at KPMG. That was I'm sorry. Whoa. I just skipped 4 years. I went to the University of San Diego, studied accounting, and decided to. Originally, I was on a chemistry track, thinking I might take interest in a role in the medical profession, and then ultimately kind of recalibrated there and came to a better understanding of the importance of accounting and law, and decided to study accounting. Nice. Spent 4 years doing that and a lot of little side jobs to kind of help pay for getting myself through school. And it was a great experience. San Diego, California is kind of one of the nicer places in the United States. Really pretty.
Yeah, I love San Diego. I used to go down there from I was from Los Angeles, and I used to go down there on the weekends. It's a beautiful place. And then after that, KPMG.
KPMG was the first job out of school. I joined their Los Angeles office. It's funny, this was 1999, and they had launched a digital media incubator right at the peak of the .com bubble.
Okay.
Which was it's a cool sounding name, the KPMG Digital Media Incubator, but it was part of the KPMG Consulting Group, and what we spent a lot of time doing is developing business plans and helping startups launch, but they were often kind of very well funded for some reason because they were able to pay KPMG. Not a lot of people can afford that. Usually entrepreneurs cannot afford to pay KPMG. That's something that you do, when you're a much larger company. But several projects. Well, the explanation is, I wouldn't say it's the same fee structure of what people usually pay KPMG for, which is, accounting work, public accounting, audits, things like that, where those can be quite pricey, 6-figure, 7-figure projects, depending on the size of the company. But at the time, this was when KPMG Consulting and Arthur Andersen Consulting and Deloitte Consulting were rising. They had been, I think, all of them invented in the 1990s. And so this was just a specific area where they were focused on digital media companies. It was the .com bubble. It's kind of like a lot like crypto, where there was all this innovation happening, but people didn't exactly know where it was going to go. And in fact, there were.
I remember it very well. I think you and I were in the same ecosystem at the same time.
That's right. That was, I think, where you and I crossed paths. I don't know if you ever went to the Vic at the Victorian. Yeah,
Venice Interactive Community back when it was 100%.
That's right. Well, that what was cool about that time, that was when, like, in Hollywood, in LA, all the sort of script writers had put down their scripts and started writing business plans. And people were going out and raising money. I remember there was a company called pop.com that founded by Ron Howard, the director. They raised $50 million. They never even launched. They just spent all the money. The internet companies of the 90s, they were throwing these crazy parties and having really nice offices.
It was great.
They weren't putting the money to good use. It was definitely a lot like a crypto bubble era, which, now we've seen a few of them. And of course, there were a ton of critics on internet companies as well. I remember in the 90s, actually, when I was in college, I was an intern at a law firm called Milberg Weiss. They were notorious for securities litigation. I bet you might have heard of them. They did, litigation against a lot of the tobacco companies and won. They did a lot of litigation against lots of class action securities work. But I worked there as a forensic accountant. This was before I went into KPMG. And so, I'm working with all these accountants and, people who sue people all the time. And Amazon stock was just kind of going haywire. It's going through the roof. And I remember several of the folks there, they're like, Amazon's a fraud. This thing is going to go out of business. This is not the right way to run a business and so forth. And there was a lot of that mentality in the late 90s of how all of this new innovation was wrong or fraudulent or being used for porn or, things like that, the internet. It's kind of like what they say about crypto. It's used by criminals, right? The internet was being used by criminals.
Everyone's a criminal when you disagree with them.
Yeah. And so, as the dot-com bubble burst, then people thought for a minute, oh, see, I was right. Amazon was because the stock went from like $80 a share to like 70 cents a share in a very short period of time. And it didn't look like they might make it. But, I love having gone through that experience and then gone through the FUD cycles of crypto, the last three of them, where it's always the same set of headlines. We've had 3 or 4 dot-com bubble bursts in crypto now. So it's just like an interesting parallel to realize, we actually are all going to make it. Don't believe everything you read in the headlines.
I'm pretty sure we're going to make it. Bitcoin crashed to 65,000 today. Heaven forbid. You realize how crazy it is that this little thing is $65,000? I mean, you can buy a car for one of these, a decent car. It's nuts.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's not like the tulips where it just did it once and then you never heard from it again. It's just revisiting where it was a couple years ago.
Yeah. These are just blips. I tell people, we as humans, we want to judge something. It's like human nature to pass judgment. Just so we're all trying to get our heads around what is this thing and trying to like a model for what it is and how it fits into the system. But where crypto is right now is what I'd call like the 1994 internet, which up until about 3 months ago, crypto's penetration in monthly active users arguably was probably around 10 million monthly active users on the planet, which is about the equivalent of the 1994 internet. So, I think what I know I'm jumping around a little bit, but what's really fascinating about this is, this is the first time we've ever had a technology where there's kind of like this built-in speculation layer, right? Sure. You kind of got a little bit of this with the internet companies of the 90s and the stock market, but it wasn't native to the technology like crypto is. And because of that, it's allowed a bunch of other people to kind of come in and speculate on it at different points in time, at different peaks and valleys, even though the technology is arguably fairly immature, even still today. If we did look at this in like the internet, the arc of the internet innovation, it really wasn't until about 2003 or 4 that, kind of what I'd call the boomers realized that the internet was here to stay. Young people who grew up with it, who maybe was using a computer in high school or in college, for them it was native. So they believed in it the whole time. But a lot of kind of the older folks, working in fintech or in business, it wasn't until like 2003 and 4, when we saw like, right. Oh, Netflix streaming, that sounds interesting. Facebook, that's pretty cool. That's when people realize, oh, this is here to stay. Because after that bubble burst, a lot of people thought the internet was dead. And, there were a lot of headlines leading up to that said that would probably be the outcome. So it was kind of like Web 2. And by the way, it wasn't until about 2004 that the internet had 10% penetration on the planet. It sounds crazy to say that, and then it went
I mean,
over 50.
but I mean, 10% is actually a lot when you consider a lot of the world doesn't have electricity.
That's right.
It didn't have phone service.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. I think those are like the two big unlocks of the 2000s were broadband in the early 2000s. Some of us were lucky we'd get like a 3 megabit broadband connection in 1999, and we were so happy.
That's like 2 T1s.
That's right. That's right.
An animal you.
Yeah, broadband, I think in the early 2000s was a huge unlock. And then of course, mobile phones, particularly touchscreen iPhones, in the late 2000s, the iPhone moment, as they call it, another huge unlock. And then of course, about the same time, you could get these full feature phones for, super cheap, like sub $100, and get those in all kinds of places around the world. We haven't had those moments yet in crypto, to be honest. Maybe in retrospect, we might look back and say the Bitcoin ETF was one of those moments, but I'm not so sure about that. I don't think we've broken through with ease of use of the technology. There's a lot of work to do there, and it'll be done.
I think just a comment. I think once there's an Ethereum ETF, it's not Ethereum by itself. It's when there's both a Bitcoin and an Ethereum ETF. I think it's gonna have societal and legal consequences because it's gonna desecuritize Ethereum in everyone's eyes. It has to.
Yeah.
Right? And then once that happens, you can have a transactional currency that grows in value, then there's gonna be some knock-on changes after that. But maybe that's a whole different show. What was your involvement in the sort of digital ecosystem during this period before you got into crypto?
Yeah, so I spent this time at the KPMG Media Incubator in 1999 and 2000, and then I joined a venture capital firm in Los Angeles called Zone Ventures. It was the Draper Fisher Jurvetson in LA. You might remember at the time they were doing this event called Zone Club, and it was literally the coolest thing in town. Tech VC was not a thing in Los Angeles until Zone Ventures in around 2000, 2001. We created an incubator, a technology commercialization incubator there that was focused on working with like government R&D labs and companies like Lockheed Martin, Rockwell Scientific. Lockheed built like the F-35, they built the SR-71. A lot of these government labs and aerospace companies, they were building this very sophisticated technology for the Navy and the Air Force and so forth, and government agencies. And they were sitting on a massive trove of patents. So all of our time was spent on looking at patents and meeting with scientists in those labs and trying to figure out how to commercialize that technology into consumer applications. That was also like a moment in time where incubators had just exploded in popularity. You might remember at the time, Ideal Lab was a thing. It really set the tone, and essentially gave us what Google Ads is today. A company that was created, I think, Overture and then sold to Yahoo, and Google created their own and bought some companies. But Ideal Lab generated some of the most interesting companies of that era. Its founder was really sort of well respected in the space. And then about that same time, you saw in commercialization incubators pop up at Coca-Cola, UPS, VC firms, military firms, all over the place. And we were doing that same thing as well.
It was a beautiful time.
Yeah, it was really
Santa Monica
interesting.
was popping.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
clean.
Well, the interesting thing that happened is as we were building it started to turn into the wrong time to be building an incubator, because when the bubble burst, all the capital dried up, right? And I remember, what the VCs would say at the time. They just went to play golf for 4 years. That was like kind of the little giggle on the street about it. And it was hard to get meetings for capital. This project was called, it was an offshoot of Zone Ventures. It's called the Zone Reactor. It had some success. One of the technologies we commercialized did come out of Lockheed Martin. It's called FOBWATM, which is an interesting name, which is just an acronym for fiber optic bus wave division multiplexing. It was an optical communications technology that they used on aircraft to replace all the copper, thousands of pounds or hundreds of pounds to thousands of pounds of copper with fiber optics. Later on, we applied that technology to put into commercial aircraft. What we didn't see coming, and this was much later than my time, is Wi-Fi replaced the fiber, wireless communications. But
I know, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was a cool experience. Definitely got some. I saw the F-35 long before, which is one of the primary jets used by the Navy, Marines, and Air Force today. Many years before it was sort of fully approved. So it was cool working, going over to Lockheed up in trying to remember, Palmdale, California. Yeah.
Wow. And so it sounds like you weren't just commercializing. It sounds like you weren't just commercializing for consumers. It sounds like there was a business in there also.
Yeah. It's a huge stretch to make it work for consumers. The product that we developed was for airlines and aircraft manufacturers, commercial aircraft manufacturers, to retrofit existing aircraft and put these lighter weight fiber optic communication systems in the aircraft. Looked at a lot of other types of technologies like being able to view through clouds. I can't even remember the name of it, but another fancy acronym that's actually quite used in a lot of places. And these days, I think, Teslas are using video cameras to be able to look at cars around them, but there's a bunch of technologies for this, whether you're using cameras or some type of higher frequency technology to be able to see through, see down the road and make sure you don't, hit anything that you don't want to.
That's important. Now, fast forward a little bit. What was your crypto or blockchain epiphany? How did that happen?
Yeah. I skipped one thing, quickie. Sure. Left Zone Ventures, went to work in strategy and ops at Turner Broadcasting in Atlanta. Turner, famous for launching CNN and TBS and a bunch of networks. That was cool. After my stint with incubators and venture capital, I thought, I should probably get some operational experience, because what I spent all my days doing is trying to talk with people who had operational experience. And I was more of an analyst, not an operator. So I was like, I should get some operational experience. Yeah, so I went to Turner, worked in their technology group, went to Playboy TV, helped launch some of their video on demand networks. Video on demand was a new technology in the late 2000s. Yes. Cable companies like Time Warner Cable and satellite companies like DirecTV were launching these services all around the world. Did that until about 2011, and did a lot of other things, kind of like in Hollywood, help with some film productions, things like that. But I had the luxury of having a friend community who were early Bitcoin adopters. OGs, founders of Tether.
Are we talking about Craig?
That's right. Craig, William, Brock, Reeve. Yeah, all those guys. Friends with Michael Turpin, some of them would be on Facebook every day in 2011 and 12 ranting about Bitcoin. And I finally, I was like, okay, I should probably check this out. And so finally, by the end of 2013, Bitcoin was peaking again. I think Bitcoin reached $1,000 in January of 2014. Maybe even December 2013, which was the top at the time. 6 months later, it had dropped 80%. This was the Mt. Gox hack, I think, happened in like February 2014. So, you know, I finally succumbed and bought myself in at the top of the market. And I was like, cool, let's check this out. And it was wild. Back then, you filled out a form on a website, you sent a wire to some people, and 2 or 3 weeks later, I think I got like a hardware, a Bitcoin private key in the mail. I got it through snail mail. Yeah. Yeah, I got, yeah. They didn't email it to you. You got it in the mail. And that's how I bought my first Bitcoin. It's crazy.
Wow.
And then of course, 6 months later, you know, I think I bought it at like 11 or 1200. And 6 months later, it was like 250. And I was like, man, that's not great.
I'm done with this forever. Bitcoin is going to fail.
Yeah, seriously. Well, you know, it's funny, right about that same time, Coinbase had launched this ability to drip into an account a few $100 a month. You know, you drip whatever you want, $20 a month if you wanted. I think you could do $20 a month. But I decided, I was like, oh, let's check this out. This could be something. I think I've always like been intrigued by underdogs, you know. And so that's kind of how I got into Bitcoin. It's actually a similar story as how I got into Ethereum, which was right after the DAO hack. You know, Ethereum's price was, I think Ethereum's price was maybe like $70 or $100 before the DAO hack. But it, you know, it happened and then it tanked, you know, it dropped to like 14. And I was like, oh, cool. I think I'll buy some of this too. You know, and that's how I started getting educated on like the digital asset space. I like to learn by doing.
Yes.
And I didn't really get super aggressive about the learning part until about 2016. You know, started seeing the prices tick up on things, and I was like, oh wow. And you know, I'd been accumulating.
Actually, let me break in for 1 second. So you made a comment a few minutes ago that it's interesting that crypto has the speculation layer almost built in, despite the fact that the technology, I think everyone would agree, isn't right. But I think I agree with you, and I think that's great because even if the speculation is premature, it catches people's interest. The fact that you have crypto when it goes up and down and fluctuates, and can potentially like make a lot of money or lose a lot of money. It captures the ADHD interest of the world long enough that the technology gets dragged on behind it. And even when people lose interest, you know, every single day it's getting a little bit better. And so what if, you know, if there's a crest of speculation a little bit ahead, to me, it's fine. It's just keeping people's eye on the ball. Whereas if you have some technology that takes 10 years to go public or show something, I mean, you could design Bitcoin at a think tank and made it perfect, but no one would do anything with it because no one would know about it. It wouldn't be adopted. It's the speculation that drives adoption. So to me, it's fine. I like it.
It's really important. You know, sometimes you'll see some critics on crypto Twitter and other places. They'll be like, Bitcoin's been around for 15 years and nobody's using it. And what, you know, so to your point, though, what's happening is the adoption and the excitement is happening at a faster rate because of that speculative layer.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is 15 years is not a very long time, right? The internet, really people didn't get excited about it until about 1994 or 95. But the earliest iterations, the invention of it was like the late 60s, right? So that's like 20 years. You look at automobiles, invention, late 1800s.
Yeah.
People didn't really get excited about it till the kind of 1915 to 1925 era, 20, 25 years, maybe 30 years. I haven't done the math on it. And so those cycles from invention to adoption, to widespread adoption, it takes a long time, actually. I don't actually think crypto is going to take that long at all. You know, here we are at, well, I guess we're at the 16-year birthday nearby for Bitcoin pretty soon. This will all happen on a much sort of accelerate. I'm a big fan of, you know, Ray Kurzweil and something he calls the law of accelerating returns, which is how everything is happening at a much faster pace here in the future than it did, you know, 50 years ago or 100 years ago or whatever. And so I think we'll see the same thing with digital assets. It won't take the commercialization and adoption of digital assets will not take as long as the commercialization and adoption as, you know, the internet, the first generation internet.
I'll leave it. I'll do one better. Okay, when people say that Bitcoin is not being used yet, I say they're misunderstanding what's going on. Yes, it's marketed as digital cash. And
Yeah.
in the layperson mind, they associate cash with spending cash. They don't associate cash with holding cash.
Yeah.
But the mere act of buying Bitcoin is using it. You don't need to send it to someone else to use it. No, why? You know, you don't keep cash underneath your mattress because of inflation and because of theft and because of damage and everything else. If you weren't nervous about inflation and you weren't nervous about theft or fire, you would keep cash under your mattress. You wouldn't have to put it in a bank. Why put it in a bank if you're not getting any interest and the government can take it? You know, so the act of being able to hold onto value by holding Bitcoin, we've already adopted it. Anyone who owns Bitcoin is using it for its use already.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
so I think it's already working now. I mean, I think everyone knows, you know, I got some, and I'm very happy that I do. Put me in a completely different situation in life, and the, you know, I'm not saying anything that people don't know, but you know, it wasn't the spending of it that put me there. It was the acquiring and holding it. So, you know, whoever says that on Twitter, I think is a non-holder who hates life, and they're just angry.
Well, I think something that's interesting that you're talking about is basically a paradigm shift in thinking, right? And it's funny, there's a societal norm that defines what cash is and that you should go spend it.
Yes.
Why is that a good idea? Like, you know, like that's actually kind of an issue. All of this sort of unproductive consumerism, we are entertaining ourselves with, you know, let's just go shop, let's go spend, let's, you know, let's blow it. You know, it depends
consumption
on
as leisure.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know another form of leisure. It's called let's go hiking in the mountains, and you don't need to spend any money. You know, let's go skiing. It could require a little money, but there's it is
Especially
funny this sort of societal paradigm design. And you know, when you travel to somewhere like Japan or other places, they're built around running you up and down escalators to go shopping. You know, I get it. Some people are super into it. I've kind of bored there, to be honest. You know, I'd rather do something out in nature and, you know, my Bitcoin, I prefer to hold it, not spend it. So,
I hold it to make me feel warm at night. So I want to make sure we have enough time to talk about your reserve protocol.
Oh, yeah.
Is there, let's just dive into that because there's a lot of meat there, if that's okay. So
yeah, that'd be great.
What is it, and number one, what is it, and number two, what was the inception for the idea?
The what is it is a platform for anyone to create their own asset-backed stable coins or flat coins or index products on chain.
Okay.
What makes Reserve Protocol really interesting is you can build all these products in a decentralized way, and there's no middlemen. Things that are on chain here are asset backing and is locked in a smart contract on chain. It's transparent, it's verifiable. Revenue sharing is programmable on chain, which is exciting, right? So you could build something like what Tether or Circle have built, except, you know, those are centralized stable coins and they kind of keep all the money for themselves, right? Kind of like a Web2 company, essentially. But the future of this is you can build an on-chain product. You can program the revenue to go to 100 different places. And when I say you can program it, I mean the community, because there's no individual who controls that. What's fascinating about that? Well, there is no CEO and there is no office, right? It's stakers coming together to make choices around what should be in the collateral basket. Where should the revenue sources go? Should the revenue go to the holders of the stable coin? Or should it go to a DAO, or should it go to charity? You can do all of these things. It's programmable. And then these asset-backed currencies on the reserve protocol, they all have an over-collateralization fund, kind of like for, bank runs and black swan events. It's actually been battle tested last year on March 10th when there was a run on Silicon Valley Bank and a subsequent DPEG of USDC. And the many stablecoins dependent upon that relied on regulators to backstop the bank, which occurred about 40 hours after it happened, about almost 2 days later, and then the banks to reopen on the Monday after that. The difference is these asset-backed stablecoins on the reserve protocol, they have a kind of a self-healing capability where they can detect the DPEG event, get rid of the failing collateral, buy a backup collateral, and slash a staking pool and return to PEG without human intervention. That's pretty cool.
I just gotta ask, if you're getting out of the failing collateral, are you compounding the issue affecting that collateral?
Let's see, yeah, I'd say you probably are, but you have a choice to make, right? Which is, are you protecting your stakeholders who are holding the stable coin? And when I say you, the you in this is the smart contracts.
Right. I wasn't implying this wrong. I just want to understand the mechanics.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of joining the bank run, and maybe you should, because the bank's really going down.
You don't know.
Get out.
Yeah, you don't know if it's going to zero or if it's only going down 11%. I remember on Saturday, March 10th, a lot of people were really worried, like, is USDC going to zero? Will we be able to recover our funds? In retrospect, there's a lot of folks that would say, well, of course it would have been backstop. Of course it would have been safe, but that's not, you can go read the governance forums for ENS DAO. You're not going to find, of course, you're going to find panic because a lot of DAOs were sitting on USDC and they were locked into multi-day governance processes to even be able to get rid of it.
Yeah.
They were really worried about it.
Well, that's an interesting point, actually. Probably the safety measures they had to make sure their governance mechanisms weren't misused, prevented them from being nimble in the event of a DPEG.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
And so, what's cool about pre-programmed asset-backed stablecoins in the reserve protocol is there's already backup collateral specified when it's originally deployed, right? And so it can go through these motions and survive those types of events. But yeah, that's what the reserve protocol enables. So far there's been about, we call these R tokens, these asset-backed currencies. These R tokens, and they can be programmed to peg to a US dollar. They can peg to the price of Ethereum. They get pegged to the basket of assets, right? You could do an index of DeFi tokens like Uniswap and Maker and synthetics and so forth. You could build a basket of popular DeFi tokens. You could build a basket of popular meme coins if you want to. Put some Dogecoin and some SHIB and some other things like that in there. If you wanted a kind of a meme coin index, you could build that on the reserve protocol. Today, there's let's see, we just hit about 100 million in TVL about a week ago, which is exciting. Protocols live on Ethereum mainnet and on the base L2, and just building out the ecosystem. Inviting.
So what's you're implying something? What's your goal? Like 1, 2, 3, 4 years out? Where are you headed?
Well, the ultimate goal that would be pretty exciting is to be able for someone to be able to build a reserve currency backed by a basket of inversely correlated assets, like 100 different assets, real world assets, things like real estate and commodities, stocks, bonds, crypto, very diverse basket of assets. Today, how we understand inflation is in a centralized kind of published way, right? Someone has decided to say the inflation rate is whatever, 3%, 10%. It's not necessarily tied to a basket of assets, which was kind of the original definition of it. What's possible in the future, though, is you could have a basket of assets that properly balanced, could give you a true rate of inflation and could be stable over centuries or longer. Whereas
zero rate of inflation, or true in the sense of accurate?
It would be accurate inflation, accurate based on the value of a basket of assets, a very diverse basket of assets. So you could have a currency that's just more stable over a longer period of time. Also, that currency would be outside of the control of any type of tech company or any type of political influence, because it would be governed by a community of stakers, right? So you wouldn't be able to fund a war with it, that's for sure.
Oh, there's a lot to do cover here. Well, actually, it's top of mind, so let me ask. The governance, when you were describing it, the governance kind of stuck in my brain a little bit, because I guess this is a roll your own coin or stable coin or asset-backed reserve currency. And I think I'm hearing you say that the governance of this is via the community. How do you define the community? Or how can they define the community?
Yeah, there's a governance token in the reserve protocol. It's called reserve rights. And specifically what that is used for is holders will stake on a specific R token. So you can choose which R token to stake on and govern on. You can't govern an R token if you're not staking on it. Why do they want to stake on it? They want to stake on it because, number one, they want to participate in governance. Number two, they are also playing a really important role, which is they are the first loss capital in the event of a DPEG event, right? So they're providing over collateralization. And then number three, why do they do that? They're doing it because they're getting a share of the revenue, of the yield for that stable coin. So that's how the kind of governance token is designed for each R token. And because R tokens are permissionless, anyone can create them. If you're a reserve rights, an RSR governance token holder, you want to be careful about where you stake and govern, right? You don't want to lose your money. You want to probably make money, So they're making choices about, hey, I like this R token because it's launched by a doxed team and they have some integrations and they have some safe collateral in the basket that I can verify on chain, versus maybe another project that's got some really questionable collateral. And maybe the team is, a bunch of anons. Nothing wrong with anonymous teams, but, usually more information, more disclosures makes a project a little more exciting to more people. And so essentially what you have happening—
Just the rebel in me, I'd say not necessarily. I kind of wish Tornado Cash had been more anonymous. I think it depends what you're doing.
Yeah, well, there's clearly anon projects are progressing. I think this is just another facet of society right now that people are finding anonymity to be a feature, not a bug, in terms of being able to kind of focus on the most important things. We do live in this society of paradigms. We talked about paradigms earlier, like with how people think about cash. The same goes for, identity. And, we're kind of moving out of, from my perspective, we're moving out of a society of credentials and into a society of what have you done lately, on chain, that can be, verified by anyone. Will that be mainstream? I don't know.
Ethos, right? Ethos. It doesn't matter what degree it's from. What's your most recent repo?
Yeah. But back to governance in the reserve protocol, there's tens of thousands of RSR holders. So one of the cool things about deploying on the reserve protocol, you can bootstrap a governance community pretty quickly just by choosing the yield in your asset backing of the basket, because that's what attracts those stakers to come over and participate and govern. And as these asset-backed stablecoins grow in popularity, or any financial product or ecosystem or innovation grows in popularity, and there's kind of a larger honeypot, it attracts people who want to come and participate in it and be a part of what's happening there. And we're seeing that already, with a few of these art tokens.
Okay, and so would you describe the governance community? I understand the mechanics of it. Would you describe it as a DAO or DAO-esque, or is it something else?
Yeah, it's a great question. So it's funny, we don't call them DAOs, you know, but each R token is the literal definition of a decentralized autonomous organization.
Yes.
There is no, the organization is independent stake, you know, choosing to stake on and govern and participate in. It's really one of the most elegant definitions of a DAO, but none of them kind of go around talking about DAO. It just, you know, and it's funny, we've kind of come out of this era of kind of the last wave of everything was going to be a DAO and lots of innovations around DAOs. We don't call them DAOs, but they actually are. You know, it's just not the selling point of it. It's
But I mean, maybe it's a de facto DAO.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
But okay, so if someone wants to change something, they're there, they're staking, you know, they got the governance tokens. Are they making an on-chain proposal, or how's that going?
Yeah. The governance process is they'll put up a RFC, a request for comment, in the discussion forums for 3 days, get some comments on it, build some coalitions, build some support in the community. And if they get a lot of positive support, they can then choose to put it into an on-chain proposal. They can do it, or they can choose not to do it, or someone else can put the on-chain proposal. It is decentralized. Once the on-chain proposal goes up for vote, I believe that's also another 72 hours. Stakers then need to vote. There's a couple of proposals that are live right now in the reserve ecosystem. People are voting on, needs to get to its quorum. And once the proposal's passed, then there's a series of events to like implement what that proposal is. And so right now, some of the proposals that are on chain are changing the basket of some of these R tokens to safer assets or to higher yielding assets. And then sometimes the governance on-chain proposals are a little more technical, like moving to a different structure for the auctions on the protocol, you know, in the event of changing the basket, or in the event of some type of bank run event or something like that. There's a bunch of customizable parameters for the reserve protocol that can only be changed. They can be initially set up by the person who deploys the R token, but once it's deployed, it can only be changed through governance, public governance. And that, you know, that's where you need stakers to vote. And so that's what's happening right now with several R tokens. Once they're launched, they are not controlled by any individual.
My next question. So if a vote goes through, is there sort of an automatic publishing of a new smart contract? What's the actual implementation mechanism?
Yeah, we're getting into super technical territory. I'll do my best on the answer.
Okay.
But anyone who's interested in this should just drop into the reserve Discord, and we'll ask the engineering team to get in on that. Usually these governance changes are switching to a different collateral plugin. So, you know, right now, so all of the collaterals on the reserve protocol, the best collaterals are yield bearing. Why is that? Because that yield bearing collateral is what provides the revenue source for the stablecoin to be able to share revenue to a bunch of sources. So instead of using naked tether as a asset backing, they'll use something like Aave tether or compound tether, which are yield bearing forms of tether. And to be able to do that, a collateral plugin has to be built for the reserve protocol. What is a plugin? It's just a wrapper around the asset that allows the protocol to harvest the yield from the asset. When I call something Aave tether, specifically what I mean is someone, actually I'll do compound USDC because I just deposited some a week ago. Right now, a week ago, I deposited some USDC in compound and I'm earning 18% yield on it. Pretty cool. Cool savings account right there. And this is a thing that's,
you and I will have to have an offline conversation about that because that's very interesting. Okay.
It's crazy, you know, the yield, but look, it's DeFi, it's compound. There's a lot of people who don't want to do that. It seems a little scary and you got to do 10 clicks to kind of get into the position. I'm exaggerating. It's not 10, it's maybe 3 or 4. But so out of that, the user gets a receipt token from Compound, which is they can, I can give you the receipt token and now it's yours and you can, it's a bearer instrument. Once you have that receipt token. The other cool thing you can do with that receipt token though, and this is happening all over DeFi, is you can put those in the asset backing of a stable coin. And now you have a diverse basket of yield bearing collateral. It's compound wrapped USDC in the example that I'm talking about, which is a great collateral. USDC, aside from the bank run last year, is a pretty good stable coin, right?
I even argue it's stronger because of the bank run, because look what happened.
Sure, that's right. That's right.
Right. It has been stressed. It's not Luna.
Yeah. And then the Compound protocol has never been hacked. And in fact, it's been forked many, many times. So it's a very trusted protocol. What we're doing here in DeFi and in crypto is we want to use things that have Lindy effect. It's been used for a long time with no hacks, and and it's fairly stable, right, and resilient. I mean, that's kind of what people believe about the US dollar, right? It's kind of worked for a few hundred years. Although some of us would say, hey, I see a lot of fractures with this thing. It's not really, and we look at the history of currency, right? We know that empires fall eventually. It's not a question of if, it's more of a question of when, is it
I think years pretty soon, but
yeah, 5 years, 50 years, 500 years, I don't know. But it probably won't, it's not going to last forever. I don't know why it would. But yeah, back to the reserve protocol. So these, to be able to put yield bearing compound USDC in a basket, someone's got to build a collateral plugin for it. Anyone can build these collateral plugins. And essentially when an R token is switching its basket, it's switching to, that new collateral plugin. I'll give you a little bit of alpha here. They just, I believe some PayPal USD collateral plugins were built like this week. And so that's pretty exciting. So you're going to start to see PayPal USD in collateral baskets. A number of other really interesting assets also that'll be used in collateral baskets going forward.
Interesting. All right, so let me ask contrarian devil's advocate type questions. Why do we need reserve protocol when I can just do USDT or USDC?
Yeah, it depends on what you value. The cool thing about programmable money is you can make money that achieves different goals for different groups of people. If you want the deepest liquidity stablecoin on earth with the most trading pairs, Tether is unrivaled now and will probably be unrivaled for years to come. I don't know about a decade from now, but for sure the next couple of years. That's what Tether's really good at. And the people who love Tether, I think they like it because it doesn't touch US bank rails. Some people don't want to do that. They call it the freedom stablecoin, so I've been told. The people who like USDC tend to be a little bit more US institutional regulatory aligned, right? Transparent, a little bit more transparency aligned. So that's what people like about USDC. And of course, USDC does have some favorite alignment and distribution within the Coinbase ecosystem, the BlackRock ecosystem, and we'll see what happens after that. People like DAI because it is decentralized and you can deposit assets like ETH and other stable coins to be able to mint DAI. So you can deposit crypto without selling it, right? And you can mint stablecoin. You can go spend that. You can go buy yourself a boat or buy yourself more crypto. That's a pretty cool value prop. Why now? What else would people be looking for in stablecoins? Well, some people are going to be looking for yield-bearing stablecoins. You take places like Nigeria and Argentina, particularly Nigeria and a lot of underbanked countries, Venezuela, where people don't have access, Lebanon, they don't have access to good banking services. What you can do on the reserve protocol is you can build a yield-bearing flat coin that throws off 6 to 10% yield to the holders just by holding the digital asset. They can hold it in any wallet, any centralized exchange. They can hold it in a self-custodial wallet. They can hold it anywhere. You don't need, to have a bank account to be able to hold it. And, I live in the United States. We have, banks on every corner, but there are a lot of places in the world that don't have that, and they're suffering from hyperinflation. They have countries that are printing too much money. And I think the latest numbers are there's about 4 or 5 countries with inflation over 100%. And there's about another 20 countries with inflation over like 20 or 30%. So that's very painful in those places. And that's where
Sorry, I think you're making a stable coin argument. Give me the USDT versus reserve protocol argument as it applies to what you're saying.
Well, so the reserve protocol allows you to create all kinds of stablecoins and flat coins. You can create yield-bearing stablecoins. You could create stablecoins that have a built-in savings account for people that want to stake it. You could build these stablecoins that have programmable revenue distribution to charities. If you wanted to say, let's call it.
I see what you're saying. So you kind of fulfilling the promise of what Bitcoin was supposed to be in the sense that it's programmable internet money.
Yeah, I think though the thing about Bitcoin is it is programmable money, but it's programmed, period. And the programming might change. They might change kind of a couple of things to increase its security. But Bitcoin is not going to be all things to all people. Bitcoin's strength is it does one thing really good. It is the best in the world at what it does right now. And who knows, it might do some more things later. And now we've got ordinals and there's a whole Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem happening. So we'll see about that. But what you can do with Reserve Protocol, which is just really a kind of a different animal, is you can create these bespoke currencies. You don't have to have a global reserve currency in a world where you can trade any digital asset for any digital asset in real time. The reason the US dollar, I'd call US dollars and, Tether and USDC are just digital versions of this. I'd call them industrial age money, which is, it was a medium of account, a unit of exchange, and a store of value. Those are great functions to solve in the early 1900s. But now you have money that can do so much more than that. It can share its revenue with the holder. You can actually have transparency on where are the reserves stored and what's the counterparty risk of those reserves. Even though USDC was kind of considered a blue chip stablecoin up until March of 2023, we learned pretty quickly that the counterparty risk was fairly concentrated and at substantial risk, and that won't change much in the future. Of course, they're taking steps to mitigate that, but now what you can do with an on-chain currency is you could back it with a basket of 100 assets. And some of those assets can go to zero, and the stable coin can survive that. It's designed for that level of resilience because you have an over-collateralization fund to protect against those events for a little part of the basket. Honestly, it's come full circle to the old adage of don't put all your eggs in one basket. We're moving into a place with things like the Reserve Protocol and other people who might try to enable this where we're just following the rules that maybe our mothers or our grandmothers taught us a long time ago. You'll be able to do that.
You're getting algorithmic diversification, and like you said, and again, I'm just being devil's advocate, throwing out counter examples so you can knock them down. So you made a good distinction with Bitcoin. You said it's not programmable money; it's programmed money. I thought that was good. Let me throw central bank digital currencies. What's bad? How do they compare?
Well, CBDCs mean a lot of different things to different people. Depending on which government, is launching theirs, they have a different definition. I've seen CBDC specs, design specs, where there's an entire zero knowledge proof layer around privacy. And CBDC is kind of like a lightning rod, like it means the government, right? So immediately everybody kind of hates it, and probably should. Kind of governments aren't exactly the epicenter for innovation.
Right. Or privacy.
That's not where it's going to come from. But if a government wanted to launch a CBDC and they needed and they didn't want to build a protocol from scratch, you could easily build it on the Reserve Protocol. The thing is, and they could fork the Reserve Protocol, and they could change the governance entirely. They don't have to use Reserve rights.
Is Reserve open source?
Yeah, that's right. Anyone could fork it.
It's all on GitHub. I could just fork it right now if I wanted to.
That's right. That's right. You could.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good.
You'll lose some of the network effect of the capability. Of the community. There's definitely some benefits to having a built-in governance layer and a really elegant design. But you could do that. You could centrally you could fork it, and I don't know, some government could probably come up with their own form of wanting to control it. But then who's going to use that? I think what's exciting.
I was mostly getting at all the code is open source, available on the open source license. That's what.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, I haven't looked at what the license is, but you can go fork the code if you want to. I'm not a lawyer. I don't even know if that's been addressed. Here's a license. You can fork it for free or whatever. But I can tell you, none of us are focused on how to make fees off of people forking the protocol. We're focused on making a protocol that that people want to use, that they love, and it's immutable. The smart contracts that are on chain right now, there's no one in control of them. They have pauser and freezer functionality by the community, but we don't. Those are mutable smart contracts.
But what you're going for, it's I remember a few years ago everyone was talking about community coins, and it was for better or for worse faded. I think the idea of creating a bespoke asset-backed, de facto DAO governed coin with these with the over collateralization and the governance mechanisms can enable communities to form where they couldn't have before. I kind of like to see some American Indian tribes set up their tokens or coins on Reserve. I think it'd be a good idea. It would be
I think it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. This technology didn't really exist 5 years ago. Yes. But community currencies have always been a thing. It just hasn't been easy to do. We historically, before digital, we needed a Schelling point in the world around what's the best reserve currency everybody like, and everyone kind of likes US dollars. Yeah. But now we're moving into this space where you can trade any digital asset for any digital asset, and it can be stable, and it's not controlled by some individual. And that's kind of important because that means you can trust it. If it's run by smart contracts instead of someone who has a political motivation or some type of corporate interest in the outcomes. That's really the power of community governance. And so every social network, every video game, every metaverse can have its own stable currency. And you and I saw this 5 years, 6 years ago. Everyone's having their ICOs. They were launching their own currencies. But the problem is volatile money is not a good use of money. It's not a good money.
It's not money.
It's a good medium of exchange because you don't know if it's going to be worth zero tomorrow or double. You can't really run an economy on volatile money. You need stable money for that. And now, anyone can create their own. So
that's fascinating. And before we started recording, I kind of threw out there Libra and Facebook, and you said something interesting, which is it wasn't such a bad idea. It wasn't so badly executed because, to my recollection, Libra was based on a basket of currencies and reliable debt instruments. So it was maybe not exchangeable for those, but it was at the very least backed by those. And then you had this sort of Libra alliance. So I know we're talking about Reserve, but give me a minute on Libra and how you compare.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think Libra had a lot of similarities to the reserve protocol. It's actually, I think, a good idea. But you're right, it was kind of like a co-op of partners managing the collateral and minting and redemption. And it was going to be built on top of what we would probably call the largest network state on Earth, right? Billions of users. And that's what scared the regulators is suddenly an entity with influence over 1 billion plus people could have its own currency. That was they probably might have been smarter to do some innovation and get some traction first. But yeah, that's kind of where that got stopped in its tracks. But essentially, if I remember correctly, they were going to have maybe 10 to 100 partners that were strategic liquidity partners and provided capital and kind of minting and redemption for the currency, for the Libra currency. I think it was a pretty interesting idea. It's just really hard to launch those. You know, it's like if Satoshi had kind of partnered with something with 1 billion users to launch Bitcoin, it wouldn't have worked, right? It probably would have been, maybe scared a lot of people, right? But because it came out of nowhere and it seemed really weird and complicated, no one took it serious until kind of recently. I remember in 2018, 2019, there was like this narrative for years with Bitcoin that the government's going to shut it down and that it's going to get hacked in quantum computing. And it's funny, that kind of just ceased recently. I'd say it ceased maybe in the last 3 years. Maybe it ceased in 2020.
Maybe because the institutions are getting interested?
Yeah, exactly. You know, BlackRock and the ETFs and stuff like that. You know, we just kind of got past the phase. And then, by the way, that's the same thing with the internet, right? You know, the 90s was, the government's going to shut it down and, it's being used by criminals. And then somehow we all came together and said, hey, actually, we need this technology. This makes people's lives better. Yeah. Same thing with Bitcoin, same thing with crypto will play out, I believe.
I think I agree with you in general. I think we are going to face a quantum challenge, but I think it can be managed.
Yeah.
So long as the Bitcoin community can get its act together and put it through some changes. That's not a given the way that community operates, but yeah, I think it's salvageable, with salting and everything else. One thing we skipped over is what was the inspiration or motivation for Reserve Protocol, and then how did what's your connection to it? What's your path into it,
Sure.
to creating?
Yeah, I was a seed investor in Reserve in 2018. The project had been founded in 2017.
Early.
And and they were doing a lot of research. Actually, Reserve, they also, while building a permissionless protocol, they launched a centralized app in Latin America that grew to 18 countries, 600,000 users, and over $5 billion of stablecoin volume for about 3 or 4 years. They did this essentially as a prototype for asset-backed currencies, focus on hyperinflation markets. They started in Venezuela and Argentina, moved on to Mexico and
Venezuela. When was this?
It was called the RPay app.
No, sorry. When was this? When?
Oh, this was, let's see, 2019 to 2023. Sadly, 2023 was Operation Choke Point, which severed banking relationships with a lot of crypto businesses, including this business. I wouldn't say severed completely, but challenged these businesses in a way that it made it fairly unsustainable, made it very difficult to operate. And it's interesting too, because the team that was operating that business, the government's kind of big. They had gotten an OFAC license for Venezuela, which PayPal didn't even have an OFAC license.
That's kind of what I was getting at when you saw the shock on my face. There's two challenges with Venezuela. There's the OFAC license, or the exemption, and then
that's right.
Venezuela had pretensions for its own CBDC.
Of course.
Back in the day, oil back, I forget what it was called, like Petronas or something. So
well, I'll tell you, here's a fun fact. So Gabo Jimenez is he's one of the he heads up this project for us. Well, actually, it's a separate company in the reserve ecosystem. He headed up RPay and its successor, which is now called Ugly Cash. I'll tell you two quick stories. So RPay had to pivot. What did they pivot to? They pivoted from being essentially Venmo or PayPal for Latin America that used stablecoins, and it was pretty successful. Almost $6 billion, over five, but almost $6 billion of stablecoin volume over 3 or 4 years. They had to pivot the business. What did they pivot to? They pivoted to a neobank in the United States, focused in the United States, regulated in the United States, with stablecoin rails to Latin America. It's called Ugly Cash.
Wow.
Go Google it, check it out. They've got killer marketing. But Gabo, you can read about him in the New York Times. So he was actually working, he's Venezuelan. So he's a decentralization maxi. He wanted to really build something that would be great for his country. He loved his country. Unfortunately, and he's working for, I think it was President Maduro, as they designed the stable coin, the petrodollar, it became apparent to him that it was not going to be decentralized, that it was going to be run in a very sort of questionable way. Eventually, he left the country. He had to get out quickly, or they would arrest him. I think this is all in the New York Times story. Don't quote me on exactly how.
I'll Google. I'll probably have him on the show with your help.
But it's a fascinating story. Yeah, I think it's called The Developer and the Dictator or something. Ultimately, he had to get out of the country, and he met founders of Reserve in, I think, 2018 on a panel, and that's when they decided to begin working together. Really a brilliant guy who had the best intentions of building something great for his country, but unfortunately, when you have dictatorships, only one guy gets the vote there. And subsequently, they did launch a petrodollar, and it's gone nowhere. Again, this is the problem with centralization, particularly in a dictatorship.
Jason, we're running up on we're actually the longest interview that I've ever done in this new format. I just checked, and I got another one that I might have to jump into in a minute. So just real fast, because I don't want to lose it. How did you connect up?
Yeah, I met one of the co-founders, Nevin, in 2018. I became a seed investor in Reserve. 2017, 2018 was this sort of crazy time of ICOs and questionable entrepreneurs in a lot of cases. When I met Nevin, I found a very genuine human working on an important project. This focus around stable currency as a human right, which I thought was really interesting. I'd invested in several projects at the time. In 2022, I decided to reconnect with Nevin and ask them if I could join the team full time and build out growth. And they accepted. And so we've been working together for almost the last 2 years on launching on mainnet, launching on Base, growing the ecosystem now at 100 million in TVL, and we're steadily building and hoping to attract more R token deployers and help the existing R token deployers gain use cases and integrations and grow their own ecosystems.
This is super. And I love what you said, the human rights aspect. And you mentioned earlier before, we take it as Americans, or even in Dubai, we take it for granted that money is reasonably stable and accessible and movable. But I know a lot of Lebanese, and that's not the case for them. Their money's in the bank and they're never getting it out. And they go in there with a gun and they can pull out whatever they got and go to sent to jail. It's a real problem. So inflation is a slight insult to your human rights because your hard-earned money is losing value and it's backdoor taxation. But if you can't produce, can't earn, and can't keep the benefits of what you earn, you're a slave. And I like the fact that you're providing a good, stable alternative to some people that maybe don't have other choices. So
yeah,
it's actually very beautiful.
It's an important mission. And it's something that's easy to take for granted in a developed country. But yeah, we're excited to see.
I was in Argentina a year ago. I feel you with their dual rates and everything. It's like it's crazy, and you live there. And
it's wild. People are doing currency exchanges with a non-people showing up with a brown bag of cash. The government, I guess, has or the government did have kind of two different exchange rates. Depending on how you wanted to get currency. I am kind of intrigued by what the new president is doing. You know, he's really working hard to kill the debt in the country, and the citizens are making some sacrifices, but it seems promising for Argentina's future, you know, to get their debt spending under control, get rid of the bureaucracy.
I personally, I think he's great, and I hope he stays alive.
Yeah.
No, James. So it's great to have heard of you so well, so often, so long ago, and more recently, and then to have you magically appear on the show in 2024. You know, you're over there, I'm here, and here we are talking about this, and common passion and everything else. I know you're busy. I know it's early there. I saw the dawn coming in as you were speaking, and now your room is well lit. So I just want to really appreciate the time that you took to talk today, and it's been very informative and very great. We'll include, obviously, in the show notes links to you and to Reserve Protocol. And for people who are interested, I'm sure you want to have conversations with them also. It sounds like there's a lot of communities that would benefit, a lot of projects and communities that would benefit from a conversation with you. So I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Gordon. I appreciate you having me. I really appreciate that. And thank you. And hope to connect in Dubai soon.
You will. Yeah, I'm gonna stop the recording. One second.
Hi, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing well. I just want to say happy Thursday to you. I hope that you're all well and safe. And I just want to come here today just to say thank you for your subscriptions as well as your comments. I've really appreciated your feedback as well. I really do appreciate that. And I'm just so blessed to be able to be here to spend this time to talk to you about one of the things that really is important in business, and that is how do you pay your staff members. Excuse me, just drink my tea. How's everyone doing today? Right, so today is about, excuse me about my cough. Today is about how invoice factoring finance can pay your staff wages on time. Because there's nothing worse than having a business and your staff have gone out and you haven't been paid on time by a supplier. Sorry, from a buyer or a supplier, for example. And that can leave you in difficulty with your cash flow and also paying your staff as well. So today's video is about invoice factoring finance. It will help you in so many different ways, and I can't talk highly enough about this because it is something I truly believe in. Now, when your business is growing in your healthcare business or any type of business, just look at it this way. For 1 month, you've invoiced for that month, but you're not going to get paid for it until 30 days later. But then in that 30 days later, you've actually increased your hours. So you're doing more work for the invoice that you've just invoiced for. And imagine that you're paying your staff wages weekly or bi-weekly, for example. So what can happen there is that you could end up growing too fast, that it doesn't meet the needs of the 30-day invoice. And that is where invoice finance can be really, really helpful for any type of business as well. Now, when you're looking at your staff members and you've got these invoices that are outstanding, for example, and then the client hasn't paid you, it could be a month, it could be 2 months that you haven't been paid, it could be 3 months, 4 months. What do you do in that situation? Of course, yes, you stop the service, but that doesn't help you when you haven't been paid. Where are you going to get this money from? Thin air? Or you do invoice finance and factoring, and you can usually do this when it is business to business, i.e. government organizations, care homes, for example. And this works really well in this particular situation, because there is nothing worse, like I said, than you've got no income to pay the wage that's coming in for that week, and yet you've increased your hours. So the invoice that you have invoiced for a month later isn't part of the new invoice that has been increased, and your agency staff are getting paid weekly, for example, or bi-weekly. Also, you could get it where a client just cancels, and you know that income that you was relying on is no longer there, for example. So there's multiple ways and reasons why invoice factoring comes into place, because whatever it is, it will help you to pay your staff wages, for example, as well as your cash flow. It will also help you to pay for bills and things like that. So it really does help a business. And today's video is what I'm going to be talking to you about: how to do invoice factoring and finance, and how it helps to pay your staff wages, but also helps with your cash flow. It is a great cash flow solution. And yes, they do charge you, because nothing is free. For example, it is, the banks usually charge around about 3 to 5%, for example, which, you know, at the end of the day, if it helps your business to keep afloat, then that's something that you have to factor in and put your, pardon the pun, you have to factor in. But you've got to also look at your rates to cover that 3% that you have to pay, for example, monthly. So make sure that you add that onto your hourly rate, for example, or that is covering for the invoices that you've raised, for example. So maybe you put another 3% on the total amount. Yeah, does that make sense? Obviously VAT is VAT, you can't, there's nothing you can do about that, but you put the 3% on top of that invoice so that you know what hourly rates that you're going to charge is going to actually cover that 3% or 5% that the banks will charge you for having invoice factoring or invoice finance fee, for example, which, you know, we have to pay. Okay, so I'm going to go into this training with you, this course with you, free course. And what I want to say first of all is thank you and welcome to everyone that's here on the live stream and even watching the replay. I really do appreciate your feedback. And today we're going to dive into the topic about critical things that a business owner needs to be aware of, and especially helping you to manage your cash flow, because there's nothing worse than you being stressed. It can actually make you ill. It can actually cause inflammation in the body. It can cause illness if you don't get your cash flow ready for when you've got orders coming through. Because like I said, there's nothing worse when you haven't been, for example, it could take 3 months before you get paid for an invoice. And then how are you going to pay for things, for example? So bear that in mind. So this is a really good solution, and we're going to be exploring this in depth about how invoice finance can help your business solve the cash flow that you may be experiencing, which is causing you challenges right now. And it will also ensure that your business runs smoothly. You know, just not having that problem anymore of cash flow. So before we get started, I would love for you to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. If you're excited about learning about how invoice finance works, then feel free to reach out to me, and you can book a free appointment as well. You can also, you know, put a question in the comment section and I will look to answer it. I'll probably do a video on it if there's enough questions, for example, but I'll cover your question anyway, whether it's 1 or 2 or, you know, 4, for example, I will answer that question. So just a brief introduction. In case you don't know who I am, I've been in business now for 40 years. I've been in healthcare business now for 35 years. And I want to help you to optimize your finance. So I've been trying to do these trainings. Well, I'm doing them every day. You notice I'm on here every day on YouTube because I think it's the perfect platform for this. And I also specialize in helping companies like yours, for example, with cash flow issues, and like today, for example. And I'm excited to share a powerful tool that helped companies like yours in business to run smoothly. And it's called invoice finance. It can also be known as invoice factoring. It can also be known as debt factoring or debt invoice, for example. You know, sometimes there's angels as well that can lend you the money as well. But I'm just showing you this because this is something which is quite straightforward. You can apply online, you can get a quote, you can go to any of the mainstream banks if you want to, but type in, for example, if you're in the UK, Barclays Bank invoice finance, Lloyds Bank invoice finance, NatWest, HSBC, major banks are doing this. Just like in America, they've got ADP for payroll and things like that. So there's plenty of things out there that you can use to help you to pay for staff members. But you've got to ensure that those invoices are paid on time, because if those invoices aren't paid on time, it can literally cause a block in your cash flow in your business, literally. So I'll give you an example here. So for example, you've got invoices outstanding, say 30,000, for example, and they're 3 months old where the client hasn't paid for months and months and months, but yet you've got staff members to pay. So what do you think the cause and effect of that is going to be on your business? It's going to be a detriment, isn't it? Because it's going to affect how you pay people that are doing the work. The staff members in your office, they're working, they're there working the hours. And sometimes, for example, they're actually doing more hours than what they're actually being paid for. But yet they're not charging you for it. So that's something that you need to also be mindful of. So I'm going to explain the scenario here. So you've got invoices that are 3 months, they haven't been paid for 3 months, and you've got your bills to pay, you've also got your invoices to pay, you've got your staff wages to pay, for example. You've sent the invoice, but they haven't been paid. So it then leaves you in a very difficult situation. It can kill a business, literally kill a business. So in this scenario, if it is business to business, you're then allowed to you can go to your bank, tell them what the situation is, and then they can allow you to get invoice finance factoring. But they will not pay invoices that are 3 months old. They have to be current ones before 3 months. They don't pay invoices that are 90 days old. So if they have given you, if you've invoiced and they've given you, say, 90% of that invoice, which is now 90 days overdue, and you then raised another invoice for 30,000, for example, then guess what's going to happen? They will hold 90% and only give you 10% because you've got invoices that is 90% overdue. So I'm just telling you the real stories as well, so that you're aware of invoice financing, for example. It is very good, don't get me wrong, but your duty as a director is to constantly chase those invoices. You have to be literally on the phone every day, because it's about your cash flow. Because if you can't pay something, so if that client or those clients haven't paid you, for example, then that affects the business, so you can't pay the bills that you have, and that includes your staff wages or the bills that you have for the business. So it's important that you chase up those invoices, and sometimes a client will argue to say, well, for example, oh, it wasn't done. So you imagine you've sent a carer to go and do work in a care home, and they've been going in there for a month, for example, and the client's not paying the invoice every month, and you're still doing the work and you're not being paid, and then the bank puts a block on that invoice. So then you have to literally, you're the one negotiating and talking to the client, for example, to get this invoice paid, so that you can pay your staff, so that you can pay your invoices, so that you can pay your bills. You can't just, when you've been running a business for a number of years, and this is why it's important when I talk about creating the crisis fund for this particular reason, for if this was to ever happen to you, that you need to have that protection, because you just never know. People can turn around and just not pay you, and then that leaves you in a situation where you're not able to pay your bills because of the cash flow, for example. So this is one of the sides of invoice finance, factoring, etc. But it has to be business to business, for example. It can't be business, i.e. me to a client, for example. It's not going to work. And they also can do credit checks on that business, for example. And if there's like something there, then they could possibly say, well, no, we're not going to do the factoring agreement, for example. So the good side of it is that it is cash flow, but you've got to chase those invoices. Now you remember, or maybe you don't remember, but in my video, previous video, I talked about how I literally used to drive from Worthing to Hastings for about an hour, hour and a half, every Friday, for example. Actually, it was a Tuesday, every Tuesday and a Friday, delivering the invoices. And do you know why? because I wanted to ensure that they received them, and I wanted to ensure that they were being paid on time, because there were invoices like 50,000. So I couldn't just leave it to chance for them to turn around and say, well, actually, I can't see it. Can you resend it? I'll check my junk. No, I can't see it in my junk. Oh, I passed it on to this department. Call that department. So you don't want a situation like that when you're invoicing for large amounts of money or for any money. You want your money to arrive on time, because that is the reason why you're in business, so that you get paid. It's not a charity. Unless you are a charity, that's a different thing. So this is the reason why, like I said, I used to go and drive literally and hand deliver the invoice, because, you know, sometimes I would hear the story, oh, I can't see it, can you resend it? You resend it, and then it takes ages to get hold of them. It could take 2-3 days, for example. So then it leads into another week that you haven't spoken to that person. Look, I'm here to give you the good side and the bad side, okay? So I'm just giving you the facts of what can happen, the scenarios, and I want to be able to do that to help you to be mindful of this. You're the business owner, you're the director, you have to literally either drive down there and just hand deliver it, and you get to meet the people as well that you're working with, build a relationship, take them a coffee during their break, say, hey, I've got your coffee here, oh, and here's the invoice, and they'll open it, and you're sitting there, and they're like, okay, yeah, they've looked at it, yep, that's fine, great, excellent. Is there anything, because you have seen it, but I'm just making sure that, is there anything that you want to ask me any questions about? Are you happy, for example? Is there anything that we can help you with, for example? Okay, so that's a good reason as well, so that you can keep communication open. That's why it's good to have regular phone call conversations, for example, or meetings, so that you keep the communication open at all times. And with regards to the invoice finance, as wonderful it is, it is a good thing to have this weekly amount, this cash flow, so that you can pay your staff weekly and not have to worry. All you've got to do is press a button and it draws into your bank account within an hour, for example, and you've got that money there, so that you can pay your staff members, so that you can pay your bills, so that it helps with cash flow. So it's really good, rather than waiting for this, for people to pay you as and when, and they could possibly turn around and say, well, I don't have the money this month, I've got it next month, for example. So then that puts you into 2 months that you're not getting your money. So that's why invoice finance is very good like that, for example. Okay, so I'm going to break it down for you. I'm here to give you the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm here to tell you all about invoice finance. It is good, but it's got its pros and cons, okay? So you have to make that decision, okay? But it is a good thing. It's just, there's a percentage, and then you've got to then also make sure that they've received the invoice for the ones that have received it, for example. So it is a powerful tool. It can help your business run smoothly, and I'm talking about where we are today, okay, and that you can always reach out to me. If you've got any comments, you can always reach out regarding invoice finance, and I will answer the question here in a live, for example. So some of you may know or may not know, what is invoice finance? So invoice finance is exactly what it says. It's where the finance is a way for businesses to get paid faster for the work that they've already done, instead of waiting for a customer to pay their invoice. Invoice finance, it also allows you to get a advance on payment, which is really good. So you've invoiced and you're getting paid straight away. You can get paid that day, or you can use it. Only draw down, I always say this, only draw down when you need to. Don't get carried away, otherwise things will run out of hand. And when you need that 10%, for example, then you can't get at it, for example. So be careful how you use this, because it can be tempting, for example, for people to spend all of it and then there's no rainy day fund for if the invoice, or if an invoice is 3 months or more. So let's dive into it. Let's get into it. So like I said, that if you are waiting for a customer to pay the invoice finance allows you to get an advance on your payment. So there's types of invoice finance that you can get, for example. I'm going to cover two main types of invoice finance. So there's invoice factoring, and this is where finance companies collect payments directly from the client. For example, you draw the invoice, you draft the invoice, you send it, you upload it onto your factoring dashboard, usually like a ledger thing. You can see it online, see how much money that you've just uploaded invoice wise, and it will tell you how many invoices that you've just uploaded, how many is outstanding, what the amount is. They'll also tell you what the availability is that you can draw down as well. But there's also invoice discounting. This is where you keep collecting the payments, but the finance company gives you the funds up front. Both of them are, I've used both of them, and they seem to be very similar, but there's one whereby it stamps the invoice. For example, like invoice factoring, they'll stamp the invoice, send it to the client, and they will say in that invoice that this invoice belongs to the bank or whichever factoring company it is, because there's lots of factoring companies besides banks, for example, and that this is the sort code account number or IBAN number that you're to pay, SWIFT number, routing number that you're to pay, and you must pay us directly. You do not pay the customer. This is a legal agreement and you must pay us directly. Whereas with invoice discounting, where you get to collect the payments because the bank is giving you the money, for example, up front, but you've got to pay it back. So each option, it has its pros and cons, and I'm going to break it down for you in this class today, for example, this YouTube live. So, but I want to explain to you why invoice finance is useful. So, would you use invoice finance? Many businesses do, because they face cash flow gaps when clients delay payments. This can create real problems that you need to pay your staff wages on time, purchase inventory, or just keep the lights on. Invoice finance bridges the gap. So allowing you to access funds as soon as your invoice is issued without waiting weeks or months for your clients to pay. Sometimes it's months. And I say months, I mean like 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. So this is the reason why it is good in one way, but if it's over 3 months, then you get into trouble. There's a block there, for example. So how does invoice finance help you pay your staff wages? Well, let me talk to you about the real power of invoice finance. It helps you to pay your staff wages weekly, bi-weekly, monthly. Every business needs cash to cover payroll, but many small businesses struggle when clients don't pay on time. It's a real struggle for small businesses. I've been there myself. It really is. So let me give you an example. Imagine that you've just completed a project and the client agrees to pay you in 30 days. They've made an agreement to even pay you monthly, and you're doing the work, for example, but payroll is due in 10 days and you need that cash to cover employee salaries. So what would you do in that situation? So this is where invoice finance steps in. And with invoice finance, you don't need to wait the 30-day period or more, for example. You can just get up to 90% of the invoice, and this is the UK I'm referring to, upfront, ensuring that your staff get paid on time. And America also has this facility as well. Most companies, most organizations use this as a good way to get cash flow in, especially when you're paying payroll weekly or every 2 weeks, for example. So I've worked with clients that have used invoice finance to avoid missing payroll deadlines. One of them was a small business, and I'm going to explain that it was, they were struggling because people were paying late, for example. It affected them, it affected their business, and they had lots of hours coming in and they were increasing, but the money wasn't coming in fast enough to pay for the staff wages or all of the staff wages and to keep the operations moving. So they had to take a step forward and do invoice finance. And it's quite simple really to get started, and it takes probably about a week, 2 weeks to get set up. It really shouldn't take 2 weeks, it really should be within that week. But your partner is a finance provider, so you'll be submitting your outstanding invoices to. So the provider will advance you a portion of these invoices, and then you, the provider, pays it back when the client settles, for example. So for example, if the bank gives you 90% of that invoice and then the client then pays all of the invoice, you then get the 10% on top, but obviously you pay a fee and that just gets taken out. But it is a good cash flow thing. That's why working with business to business is a lot better. This is the only way that this can work. It won't work with business to customer, for example. So now I can imagine that some of you think, yeah, this is great. You may be using invoice finance or factoring right now. I'd love to know in the comments whether you're using invoice finance or invoice factoring or ADP, whereabouts you are in the world, what do you use? Is it working for you? Is it helping you to manage cash flow, to help you to pay your staff? I'd love to know, I'd love to hear it from you, because I'm looking at this live today is by me talking about this, but it's also good to get your feedback as well. So do you have a specific question about invoice finance? Because it does work in different industries or situations. So say, for example, if you were in construction business and you were doing work for a company, then you can use this. But if you're doing work for an individual, like a consumer, then that's a different thing. You can't use invoice finance for that reason. So you may have a roof that you've just done and you haven't been paid for it, but yet you've got your labourers waiting to be paid. So it all depends with who you're working with. That's why they get the money up front, so that they can at least pay half, for example. So some examples that I've just given you. What I'd like to also say is, with regards to invoice finance and factoring, it is a good thing to have. I will say that, but there are some downsides to having it as well. So I wanted to be upfront with you, just to give you the information. I'll just drink my tea, 1 second. It's the thing, when you talk, you kind of get, your throat gets dry. And then you've got lighting that makes you a bit dry as well. So apologies for that. So invoice, finance and factoring, would I do it? Yes, I would. If I could, I would. For you, it would be a good reason for you to do it if you're paying staff weekly, or even every 2 weeks, or even monthly, because people don't pay when they say they're going to pay, for example, for whatever reason, and that then puts you in a difficult situation. So if you've enjoyed today's session, I would love for you to like and subscribe, if you can, to the channel, so that you get tons of other content on business finance, because I'm going to be covering a lot about, even though I'm not a finance broker or I'm not registered with the Financial Conduct Authority, for example. I'm just talking to you in general about how my clients have found it, as well as how I've found it. If I've used it, I will talk to you about what I've used, for example, because it will help you to grow your business, and it will also relieve the stress and pressure from you, because there's nothing worse than, you've been in business for years, for example, and some of you are paying a registered manager, and you're doing this work, but this person may not be paying you on time. So you've got to look at who your customers are. Move and switch if you can. Yeah, there's the private clients, for example, which is great and wonderful. I'm not saying to not do that, but you need to have business to business so that you can do these invoices for example, because you need to protect yourself as well. Don't rely on 100% consumer, because that can be a problem for you as well. So think about that balance. I always say that the 80-20, then make sure that that you've got clients that are reliable and that are going to pay you, for example, and that you've got a relationship with, for example. So I'd love to know how you're getting on with your invoice finance, with your invoice factoring. How is that working for you currently at the moment? Because I've explained some situations to you, for example, and that's the reason why I used to drive for an hour and a half every week, delivering, literally hand delivering invoices, because I would email and I would get a lot of, oh, I haven't received it. Oh, can you resend it? Oh, can you resend it? It's like day after day. And then next minute, you're in 5 days. And you're like, hang on a minute, you haven't even looked at this invoice. And it's now 5 days and I'm expecting to be paid on day 30. So you really, directors, you really need to make a decision as to how aggressive you're going to be with chasing payments. You have to be aggressive with chasing payments because it can kill your business, literally kill it dead. So that's the reason why I used to drive to the clients. There were the government organizations, for example, or the care homes. I would drive to them, for example, and I would hand deliver my invoice to them. So it was there. And sometimes I would sit with them, have a coffee, because I'd bring them a coffee. Depends who it was, for example. Obviously, if it was like, you know, government organisations, yeah, sometimes I could have a sit down and have a coffee with a commissioner, for example, and I've just handed them the invoice, for example, and they open it up and just have a chat about some of the clients, for example. It's not just about the invoice, it's about meeting with them and talking with them and seeing if they can give you any more work and building that relationship up. So this is when really you as directors, you can get out of, maybe you're at home all the time in your office, you can get out of your office, get some fresh air and get in your car and just drive around and drop the invoices off rather than emailing them. That way you're getting fresh air, you get to meet people, and you may drive past and you may go in and they may go, oh, you know what, I need someone tonight. Oh, do you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll get on the phone right now. Yep, they can come tonight. So think about that option. Imagine if you're going around delivering your invoices, which is what I did in the end because it was getting ridiculous, because I kept calling and saying, did you receive it? No, I haven't received it. Okay, or yes, I have received it, I've passed it on to this department, and you ring this department, and they say, no, I can't see it, it should be here in a couple of days, and then you're like, okay, let me wait a couple of days. Then you ring back in a couple of days and you say, did you receive that invoice? No, I still haven't received it. So then I used to get in the car. That's what I used to do, because I thought, you know, if I carry on like this, is going to end up being 40 days payment, not 30-day payment, because 10 days is sorting out who's got the invoice, especially when you're dealing with larger organizations. So just bear that in mind. And it's nice to get out from, if you're stuck in your office, it's nice to get out and meet people as well. Meet the people that you email instead of, you know, picking the phone up, talking to them. You can see them face to face and give them the invoice and just talk about, you know, the clients that you're working with, for example, for them. For example, if there's any issues, for example, it can be discussed right there and then, for example. And when you think about that, I even also did it with my private clients as well, because, you know, back then they didn't have email anyway. So I used to hand deliver it instead of posting it, because I used to like meeting people, and I'd say, how was your care? You know, was you happy? You know, how's the carer doing? Great, yeah, I'm getting on really well. I'm not saying I'd be spending like, you know, an hour with them. I'd spend about 5-10 minutes just delivering and talking for 5-10 minutes with the client, and they get to know you, building up a good relationship with them as well. And whenever they need extra care, guess who they're going to go to? They're going to go to you, because you're the one that's going to help them, for example. So let me know that you enjoyed that. Thank you for your like, by the way. I really appreciate your like and your likes. I do want you to be aware, if you do want to get factoring or invoice finance, for example, then approach your banks, or you can go online and you can even do a simple type in invoice finance Barclays if you're with Barclays, if you're with Lloyds, if you're with Lloyds, you know, NatWest if you're with NatWest, if you're with HSB, and there's all different types of banks that do it, but there's also the other organizations that do it, like there's Bibby Finance. Are they still going, Bibby Finance? Let me just check before I say that word to you. Because they may not, because I haven't heard that name for ages. Yep, it's still there. It says Bibby Finance. Bibby Financial Services. So see it there. It says Bibby Financial Services, for example. So there's Bibby Financial Service. There's loads. There's hundreds. There's even angels that will come and give you the money. Literally, if you've got invoices, they'll give you the money, and they'll possibly say, right, okay, I'll give you this, but pay me back, and I want this percentage from you, for example. You know, literally, there's plenty of different organizations that do things like that, business angels. So there's quite a lot of options that you can have in order to pay your staff, in order to have your cash flow, so that you get paid on time, because there's nothing worse than customers not paying their bills, and then you're the one that is struggling as the business owner to try and see where you can get this money from to keep the cash flow going and to pay. So I hope that that's been very helpful to you. Now, the process usually is when you do invoice factoring finances that you have to fill out an application form. You have to provide the information. You've also got to provide the proof of the contract that you've got with the organization. For example, terms of business is fine. Also, there's the invoices, so they want to see a copy of the invoices, or maybe you give them a copy or upload the copy, scan them, and so they can see that, you know, that these organizations do exist with you providing the service to them, because they don't want anyone to try and pretend. So they need to see that evidence. And what happens is, it all depends who it is you're dealing with. They will also email, or they will reach out to the organization to say that they're taking over the invoices and the payments must come to them. You will see a sample of our invoice here. It's stamped, for example. That is to say that you must pay our company, for example, instead of the company that's delivering the service for. But directors, it is your duty to chase up your invoices, for example. And I know it doesn't seem nice, but what do? You can't leave it, can you? So, because, you know, it's not fair. If people don't pay you, then it's not fair on the business, and it can cause great difficulty. So you chasing those invoices, you're doing it for a good reason. It's not because you're doing anything wrong. You're allowed to do that because the work has been done. Now, work is work. How good someone does something is in the person's... You see, people don't realize beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So whatever you think could be different from the person who's doing the work as well. So it's also about the work was done and you're being paid for it, because that's only fair to do so. Because otherwise that will leave you in difficulty. So, like I said, there's plenty of factoring company, finance companies that will help you with invoices if you are working with government organizations, care homes, for example. You can get invoice finance through that. Even home care, when you're dealing with government organizations like the integrated care boards, the commissioners, the home care, the departments, the cities that you're in, for example. So there's lots of different ways that you can get invoice finance, providing that it is for a business that has been credit checked, for example, and that they know is reliable. So check out, do your own research on it yourself, but do check it out, because it is a good thing. Even though there's the bad side, there's very much a good side to it. So you've got to weigh it up for yourself. And I say go for the invoice finance factoring. It's up to you, but you do need to have something like that that's going to help you. And I'm not saying that you have to submit all your invoices through there. You know, you can submit your invoice that you need to submit, but it's always good to submit when you've done the work so that the money comes in quicker, in order to prevent a block, in order to prevent a stop in you getting your funds. So thank you so much. This is Christine Crowell, and thank you for being here today. And I look forward to the training tomorrow, which is on AI tools that you can use for your healthcare business or any business, tell you the truth. That's what I'm here for, is to help you to grow and to talk to you about these things, because there's different stages, like how I said, you've got to do the application stage. Then, well, first there's the quote stage, then there's the application stage with invoice finance. Then third, there's some questions, you got to upload some information, for example, and they will ask for a ton of information, for example. And then, because they've got to ID you and check the company and all these things, your passport, insurance, etc., etc. And then once all that's been done, usually it takes about a week, and then they'll let you know whether you've been successful or not, for example. But as soon as you got your first invoice, that's when you should, well, do your inquiry now so you know who you're going to go to first of all. Don't wait until you got an invoice, then it's like you're panicking and you're jumping at the first one. Do your research now, and then when you got your invoices, you then take it to the organization that is going to give you the income that you need to help you with your cash flow. So that's part of that stage with factoring, invoice finance that I've explained, to help your cash flow solutions. And have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Stay blessed, everyone. Take care. Thank you. Bye.
One of the things that I believe is so important to you becoming a better investor in the future is all of the technology, all of the great ideas that have been developed, certainly over my almost 60 years of exposure to the investment process. And I have said it over and over again that investing has never been more efficient. There's never been greater diversification possible with for small investors or large. There's never been the tax efficiencies
that we have today, whether it's because of exchange traded funds or because of Roth IRAs and Roth 401ks. I'm not going to say it's a miracle, but I can tell you this, that what we have today to choose from as a way to invest is 1,000 times better than what I had when I was getting started in the 1960s. And today, Chris and I had the opportunity to sit down with somebody who has been in some ways as cutting edge as far as making things easier and easier for you as what John Bogle did in the mid 70s. I'm sure because so many people are trying to do similar kinds of things that that it's not going to be viewed as radical. But what it does is as meaningful. And that is that Brian Barnes, kind of a young guy, starts right, almost right out of college to change the world and changing the world he is. And Chris, I would really appreciate, because we didn't really in the interview with Brian, we didn't talk about how we use the M1 products or recommend people or urge people or educate people about all those things we're trying to do. But we didn't talk about really why M1 is so important to us. And before we get started with this interview, could you just share a little of that so people who are coming for the first time to this topic will understand why we think it's important?
Certainly. This is a follow-up to the M1 Finance podcast and YouTube video you and I did about a month ago, where we mentioned that the CEO, Brian Barnes, was available to us for an interview. And we asked for listener questions, and we've got many of those in this interview. We didn't get to all of them. But in that podcast and YouTube video, we showed how you can use M1 Finance to set up one of our sound investing portfolios simply by using one of the Pi shortcuts that we've created. And there are, as far as I can tell, really no easier ways, I think, as a buy and hold investor to pick a portfolio, to set it up, and then have your contributions automated and automatically nudge you back to the desired allocation that you want. Really, Brian and team at M1 built this for buy and hold investors. And that's what we're advocating. And so M1 is really interesting from that standpoint because we philosophically aligned around the goals and the objectives very early on. And they have an affiliate program, which we openly disclose. There is a certain amount of money that comes back to us if somebody signs up through one of our affiliate links or uses our pies, and we appreciate that. But we also very much want to maintain neutrality and not have a conflict of interest. And I think both you and I would say that as much as it's nice to have some funding come into the foundation, it doesn't color our opinions about M1 or other brokerage firms. It's, I think, a really interesting interview because he talks about that. He talks about why he created it and what the platform offers to a buy and hold investor and why that's important.
And I have to ask, because it was, for me, it was great fun to talk with him, partly because I love stories of young people working hard and working smart and creating things that are likely going to change the world. It makes me wish I, in fact, could be young again. And with what we know today, what a difference one could make. But were there any surprises to you that people should be kind of looking for that might get by one if you weren't alerted to something that was pretty important?
Well, I was pleasantly surprised to see that as the company has grown, Brian hasn't become distracted by trying to appeal to speculators or day traders or other things. And I was really surprised by the discussion we have about their target date pies and how those can be much more tax efficient in a taxable account. So somebody interested in pursuing one of the 2 Fund for Life strategies that I've advocated in a taxable account, I think would find that part of the conversation really interesting. It was a good interview. Not surprisingly, he's very well practiced as a CEO. He knows how to do this stuff in his sleep probably, but it was fun.
Well, we had fun. Now we hope that you have some fun and you learn more about this product. And because it is new, you might want to start small just to get a feel for it. And as Chris had just mentioned, this is not for traders. I find the people who are not as happy with M1 are people who are trying to get in and out, if not the same day apart, and it's just not built to support that. It's built to support long-term investors. So I hope, 1, that you will enjoy it, 2, you will learn something, and 3, it will generate more questions because Brian has offered to come back if we have something that we need to talk with him about, and talk with him we will. Thanks, as always, for being here with us. Well, this is going to be great fun. I will tell you that I'm actually a little bit speechless, because when I figured that this young fellow, Brian Barnes, our guest today, he graduates from Stanford in 2012, and by 2015 he's already set the world on fire. Well, maybe it didn't feel like that, Brian, but
Felt like there were fires going on at all times.
I'll bet you had a few. Yeah. But he creates M1, and I'll tell you, I don't know if it started on a kitchen table or not, but we would really love to hear that story about how did this thing happen, because it is something really very different than what other people are doing.
Yeah, absolutely. So starts when I was relatively young. I was just introduced to investing at quite a young age. That my dad, managed his own stock portfolio, and me probably just trying to spend time with that and glean from him, and be the proactive son, would sit in his office and learn from him on some of the things that he was doing. And it always geared towards sort of the value investing mindset of, sort of Graham Dodd, Warren Buffett, of you're trying to find out what a company's worth. You're trying to calculate the intrinsic value. You're buying it at a discount and hoping that that investment compounds over time. So just by virtue of that, I became a personal finance nerd from quite the young age. Did that, middle school, high school, into college. Did a little bit of work prior to starting M1, but really got to a place where I was managing my own money, and I was using a trading brokerage to enact what I felt was my investment portfolio. And I had a investment portfolio that I wanted to maintain. I had incremental cash coming with my paycheck every 2 weeks, and was really using an Excel document to say, hey, I want to split up my allocation in these percentage fashions, have it funneled down to that. And it really, just using an Excel document, sort of automated, or it calculated all the trades that I needed to make, but never worked well because there wasn't fractional shares at this period in time. And so M1 was really trying to automate what I had been doing in my personal finance, and saying, I want to think of my stocks, my investments, more in the portfolio context, and visualize it as a percentage of the whole, and really set, make the decisions of how I wanted to invest relatively infrequently, and then have software take over and do the mundane things of putting it to work according to my allocation. And so 2015, the online brokerages, there were, Robinhood had just announced, the robo-advisors had just come onto the scene, and M1 was really trying to say, we can bring the automation of the robo-advisors, make it very easy to deploy money, but really have it be customized to your heart's content, and say all of your money can go into the exact portfolio that you want. And so it has been 9 years, and we've just been chipping away at both that core issue and then expanding over time.
So what I hear in there, Brian, is, and you didn't go into the detail, but I can kind of imagine it. You get a new deposit that's coming in, and you want to maintain your portfolio allocation, and you got to figure out all these different buys and sells, and it's, you know, a little bit of money into this one, a little more into that one because it's gone up or it's gone down. And so effectively you were trying to automate that, right? You were trying to make it so instead of having to run the Excel spreadsheet, it would just happen for you.
Yeah, exactly. And it was trying to allow for doing things that just were really, really tough in the commission brokerage realm. So, you know, someone gets 500, $1,000, you know, every, 2 weeks, month, or whatever that they want to put into their investments. In the commission world, you know, this was at a time when people were charging $10 a trade. So every time you clicked a mouse button, you know, you'd get a $10 trade, which was not the, you know, as a penny pincher, it was not the most fun thing to hit the mouse button. And then the math would never work out all that well. That, you know, the second that you wanted to be diversified across 5, 10, 20 positions, you know, $500 or $1,000 doesn't go into 20 positions all that well. It would have you trying to buy 1.827 shares of something. And so you'd either have to round down or round up. And so it just became a very manual and costly activity to do what I thought was relatively basic, which is own a investment portfolio that I wanted to in the proportion to which I wanted it. And so M1 was really trying to, you know, automate that process and sort of taking the perspective that people do have a perspective. They earn their money, they care about their money, they use commission brokerages to maintain an investment portfolio, they read the Wall Street Journal, they watch CNBC, so they have a perspective of what they think will take place in the world, where they want to invest, how they want to allocate it, you know, their funds. And it was just very, very cumbersome to do it. You know, not only the processes, but then also just the interfaces felt, you know, pretty archaic and outdated at that time. And so it was really trying to say, how can we simplify this, reduce this, make it much more about portfolio management, and then automate the mundane tasks, and let the individual do what's more interesting, which is deciding the investment allocation and doing the research on what they want to own.
The partial shares. Obviously, regular mutual funds have been using partial shares as a way to buy or sell for 50, 60, 70 years or more. That wasn't the case with ETFs. You were early on. In fact, even today, a lot of people do not allow trading of partial shares. What's the deal with the partial shares? How are you able to do that and other people are not?
Yeah, so it's when we did it, it was one of these head scratchy things because, you know, as you mentioned, mutual funds did it. And then truthfully, most brokerages were doing it in dividend reinvestment programs. And so, you know, if you had a drip set up on either your entire portfolio, your investment, there's a chance that you would get 0.628 shares of something, you know, upon the dividend rather than the cash outlay. And so we looked at it and said, it's possible. Why don't people allow it? And really what you have to do is you just have to account for it in the background, and someone has to own sort of the residual amount. And so we sort of said, M1, we can own between 0 and 1 share of the entire market. It's not that expensive to do. And what that allows us to do is have sort of, you sum up all the, you know, shares of security A and you get to, you know, an amount 0.5. We hold the extra 0.5 in just our firm name. It's a weird aspect of it's actually not that difficult to do on the accounting perspective. What it causes is just a massive amounts of transactions. And so, you know, the fact in M1, it doesn't matter whether you have $100 on the platform or 10 million on the platform, you know, you deploy money, it goes to work the same way. And so if someone allocates $200 and they have a portfolio of 30 positions, that could kick off 30 transactions. And in the, you know, Ameritrade, E-Trade, Fidelity, Schwab world, they just weren't built for that amount of transactions on that small dollar figure. And it got to a point where M1 at one period in time when E-Trade was still public, we had, I think, like 100,000 users, and we were doing more trades than they were doing on a day-to-day basis. And so really what we just had to do is build a very robust system to be able to process that amount of information and still be, you know, fast to the end consumer. On the back end, it's actually a relatively straightforward accounting mechanism. You know, maybe to the short answer of why others don't do it, it's because their technology is archaic and old. And so, you know, it really was by virtue of starting in 2015, being able to use the latest and greatest in technology and, use the technology that these big tech players were using for just scaled consumer applications that were doing, hundreds of millions of people, billions of people, number of transactions each day. That's really what allowed for the infrastructure for us to support the amount of transactions that people were doing on the fractional share basis.
So when I hear you describe the way you came about the problem that led to creating the company, it sounds to me like you were a bit of a buy and hold investor. You had a portfolio, an allocation that you were thinking of that you wanted to maintain with additional contributions. Is that who M1 is best suited for? And if not, who is M1 Finance best suited for? And I guess a related question, Paul brought this up, is do you have any advisors using M1 to manage people's money, or is it still all retail investors?
Yeah, so we definitely gear towards buy and hold, and we differentiate pretty significantly between trading and investing, and we sort of say both start with the same action of you are buying security A, but really your hold time determines why you're doing it. And if you're buying at 10 a.m. to sell at 2 p.m., you're just playing the noise in the market. You're trying, what a stock does in any given day, it bounces up and down. Why did this go up 2%? Why did it go down 2%? Like, truthfully, nobody knows. And it's, we're just matching supply and demand at that period in time. Versus making an investment, what you're trying to do is actually buy ownership in that underlying instrument. And so if it's a individual stock, you are trying to buy ownership in that company. And what you do as an owner is you get rewarded based on how that company performs over periods of time. And so, you move from, I want the stock ticker to bounce up and down to I want the company to perform well. And it just, it's a completely different mindset of, are you trading or are you investing? And so M1 is, we're truthfully like a terrible trading platform. We trade twice a day, and it's really just to deploy your money. And we're trying to say, if you are buying something, you should be holding it for months, years, if not decades. And really, when you sell something 7 years from now, if you bought it Tuesday at 10 a.m. versus Tuesday at 1 p.m., like, it should be completely irrelevant. What really matters is, are you maintaining a investment portfolio of things that you know and understand in a diversified portfolio? Are you keeping costs low? And are you, systematically performing good habits like, rebalancing on occasion, systematically adding to things that, underperform, and, potentially pulling away from things that overperform to maintain your, portfolio or asset allocation. And so for us, it's really geared towards the person who says, I'm a long-term investor. I buy things for the underlying ownership rather than the ticker stock price movement. And I'm trying to maintain an investment portfolio and systematically contribute to it over long periods of time. And what I would say is, like, that's very much geared towards our invest product, which is our first product and still our anchor product. But I'd say we carry a lot of the same principles of prudent financial management across our other suite of products, whether that's earn, spend, or borrow. On the financial advisor stuff, we do have a handful of people that use the financial advisors. The predominant use case is direct to retail. We have been pinged all the time to set up the account, and it's on our docket of we have infinitely more good ideas than we can actually get through. And so, it's always in the priority queue, but we try to figure out when we can attack it. So for me, the advisor question is always a question of when, not if, but it's not something that we're currently working on to support advisors, just given the demand that we have in retail.
Which triggers the question, what is higher up the ladder in terms of things that you'd like to do next in order to meet the greater needs?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. I'll start with where we've come from and what we've built and where that supports. So, we started on the investing perspective and, built the automated free portfolio management. We then sort of said, we just want to be a, general financial institution and say, M1 is where you go to manage your money or your finances, and your financial needs are broad. You need to be able to earn and transact money. You need to be able to borrow money. There's like a whole bunch of diverse needs. And we sort of took underlying principles of, unearn, how can we help you earn the most, and how can we help you, as you have cash, earn the most on your cash. On the invest, it's how can you be allocated to the exact portfolio that you want in exact proportion to what you want as easy as possible. On spend, how can we make that as simple as possible and reward you as much as we possibly can with cash back? Borrow, it's how can we give you the lowest rates and the most flexible terms? And so we built a lot of these tools just trying to attack the first principles of what is smart financial management across each one of these disciplines. And then we've built an automation layer so that anytime a dollar comes into the platform, it's just routed towards where it could be best used. So that's sort of the product set. We then went 2020 and 2021 was fintech mania. We raised a lot of money, and we really focused on vertical integration. And so in the brokerage realm, that's called self-clearing. And so we built all the infrastructure to support that. And really what that, the end result to the customer shouldn't be much. It should act, very similar, but what it allows us to do is just keep costs incredibly low and allow us to innovate on product a lot faster. So, that was a monumental effort. We built a lot. I went and I purchased a small bank, and we're using that bank to support a lot of our different products. And so that was a huge effort in itself. We built the technology there. And so what I'd say is we were using partners to support all of our products. We built all the pipes and plumbing, and we talked about it as moving into our forever home. And so, this is the final, like regulated entities and infrastructure that we'll ever need to build. Now I would say we have the pipes and plumbing, and it really gets to call it like a layer of intelligence built into the platform. And so how can we offer insights and guidance on so that in each vertical very intelligently across the various domains, it sort of takes the holistic nature into account. And so you were asking about, do we want to offer it to advisors? I think our ideal scenario is M1 should feel like you have an advisor in your pocket that is your sort of digital CFO, so to speak. And so that is what is high on the priority list and things that we're chipping away at.
Which of course is where we come in terms of us being thrilled with M1, is that we have these portfolios that we are teachers, we are not managers, but we share these portfolios, these pies, as you call them, with people who want to use M1, and that is creating something of what would be similar to a robo-advised portfolio, but do you consider yourself a robo-advised source?
I don't think we meet the standard definition. And, I think even if we like the robo-advisor, there's sort of two components of it. I think we fit very heavily in that robo component of how can you set up instructions, and then how can we automate that so you can do relatively complex things with efficiency? How with 3 button clicks can you do what would take you 12 button clicks every 2 weeks for the next year? And so we're like the robo and automation component we absolutely fit into. We don't view ourselves as advisors, and so we're not making investment recommendations. We view ourselves very much as we are the tool and the platform to support what you want to do with your money. And what, this proverbial you or, whatever our client is, to me, it runs the spectrum of there are people who are not interested in it and don't have the financial education. And so they want someone to tell them what to do. There's people who are geek out on it so much that they want to, fine tune every single dial and, optimize it down to the penny. And then there are people in between where it's, I want the form of education where this is something that is important to my life. I want to get good at, I want to learn, but I also, I want guidance as I do this. I don't want to jump into the deep end immediately. And so, the nice thing is M1 really does work for anybody who falls on that spectrum, from the I'm not sure what to do and I just want an off-the-shelf solution to I want to customize it to my heart's content, or I want a combination of both. And it allows for people to do what sort of like you do the hard work of providing the education, the resources, the investment recommendations, and really saying the based on sound fundamental investing principles, how we would recommend someone who has this risk tolerance, this investment objective, this perspective of the world should manage their money.
The one place I see in your offering something that does seem to kind of push you a little bit closer to advice is your reference pies, like, for example, your retirement horizon pies. And so I'm curious how you see those as similar or different from, say, a target date fund, because a target date fund, if I was going to invest in it, I would go and find there'd be a prospectus and, a set of documentation on it, describe the allocation, everything, glide path and everything else, where your pies are a little thinner, lighter than that. And I'm just wondering how you see those in comparison to one another, and why you don't see them as advice, even though they are kind of recommending a portfolio.
Yeah, so we offer those because we want M1 to be as easy to use from novice to expert. And, there's some people do need guidance or perspective or recommendations. And, the nice thing is ETF portfolios, either in our general investing category or our target date category, are really strong portfolios. It gives you like broad diversification across a bunch of different asset classes allocated to a risk tolerance. And in the retirement style, they get more conservative over time as you approach retirement. And so, for us, it's really just making it as easy as possible to get started, to take an off the shelf solution and contribute. And so that's why we support them and put them in the application. The advice thing is oddly technical in the regulated finance industry, and it really gets to, are we collecting information from you, your age, your investment goals, your perspective, and as a result, recommending a very specific way to invest, either a security or portfolio allocation. And we're not doing any of that. We sort of say, this is just a library of things to choose from. We are not based on your specific needs or circumstances, suggesting that as a result you should invest in this. And so it just gets into, for us, we're like, our template pies that we offer fall more in the camp of education of, hey, if you self-select into this is what it's trying to achieve. They're truthfully extremely similar to the retirement ones that you mentioned, are extremely similar to target date funds. I think the fantastic instruments, but they're typically mutual funds or not ETFs. They typically have higher fees than just going into the ETFs directly, and then they're harder to manage out if your circumstances change. Where if you want to, hey, during your 20s you're actually a little bit more conservative, and then you realize like, hey, no, I have 40 years to build for retirement, let me get more aggressive. In the target date fund, you actually have to sell out of it and redeploy in another, versus these you can sort of adjust and adapt and fine tune them over periods of time. And so it makes it easier to adjust and adapt as your circumstances change. And you don't have, truthfully, one of the biggest expenses in investing is just taxes. And so anything that you can do to minimize trading and realizing unrealized gains is just to your benefit. And so by having direct ownership of the underlying ETFs, we just think it's a better mechanism than owning a big slug through either a mutual fund or ETF that does that allocation.
You've made me aware of something really interesting here, but I want to peel the onion on it so that I understand it. So if I'm an investor and I invest in one of your future target retirement funds, question number one is, if I stay invested in that pie, it's not a fund, it's a pie. If I stay invested in that pie, will the allocation adjust over time without me doing anything? That's question number one. And then question number two is, okay, let's say my circumstances change as you described, and I decide that I don't need to be as conservative as the glide path that is defaulted has in there. And so I'm going to sell some of the bonds and I'm going to buy some of the equities, and I change the pie. Does that step me off the path so that I no longer get automatic adjustments?
Yeah. So whatever you set as your pie, your portfolio, is the target that we as M1 try to implement anytime we get additional cash. And so, if it's 50% security A, 50% security B, anytime we get additional cash, we try to do what is most effective to bring you back to that 50-50. So if it's, if you buy it and it's 50-50 and then it changes to 60-40, we put more money in that 40 to get it back to 50-50 and then start adding 50-50 over time. So that's what we call dynamic rebalancing. And what we're trying to say is, there is a portfolio allocation. Anytime money comes in, we're just trying to bring you towards that target allocation. With the target date funds, they do update over time. And so with regularity, they do become a little bit more conservative as you approach the retirement age. And, that is typically shifting from low cap to, a large cap and just getting to, on a risk adjusted return basis, trying to be a little bit more conservative. And so, if you just bought into that target date fund, and let it ride and dividends were reinvested, it would sort of move with the updated portfolio allocation. That always serves as your target, but someone can go in and sort of manually override that. So we don't lock you in. And I think this is where we do differ from a target date mutual fund of, if you said, no, I'm not, for whatever reason, I'm like more bearish than what M1 has, had for international stocks, and I want to pull out of that. You can do that. You can go sell the individual security. You can go buy another, and but the portfolio allocation would remain the same. And so then, if you pulled from one, it would put you underweight, and so we would automatically try to add to that underweight allocation. And so we would always be trying to push you towards the target allocation. The way that you change it more meaningfully over time is you just adjust your allocation. So, really whatever you tell us at any given time, whatever your pie allocation is, we're just going to try to implement that until you tell us differently is maybe the shorter way to say it.
Yeah. Okay. So what I hear then is if I invest in one of your target retirement windows out there, I will experience the glide path until I change my allocation, change my pie. And if I change my pie, I am no longer on the glide path, and you would no longer make any changes for me, unless what I did was I changed from, say, the 2050 pie to the 2060 pie, in which case then I would still be in the family of glide path managed pies. Cool.
You can shift whatever glide path you want to be on, but
Right.
once you sort of take control or take reins and say, hey, I want to adjust the allocations, we're not going to touch it. We're just going to let you do what you want to do with your funds over time. And so there is an aspect of, there are some that we adjust with regularity to match what we are trying to achieve in that expert pie or that allocation.
And just to finish this out, then the way you're different from a target date fund, and I hadn't appreciated this until now, it's very interesting, is that if I were to switch my pie from, say, the 2025 to the 2030 or something like that, that's going to trigger fractional sales and purchases. It's not going to sell the whole fund and buy a whole new fund, which is what I'd have with target date funds. That's really interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
no, and I think the benefit of that cannot be understated or overstated. I don't know,
Overstated,
but yeah,
yeah.
overstated. Because investments over time, you're sort of the house, they typically appreciate over time. So, you invest for any length of time. It's actually harder to lose money if you're a long-term investor and you put money in various things. So if you've invested in any period of time, the likely scenario is you have a lot of unrealized gains. And so, people I used to freak out about the $5 commission, $10 commission, but really the more expensive thing is selling a security and having the tax consequences associated with that. And so anything that you can do to minimize the sale of security where you have unrealized gains, you're basically just as opposed to handing the money over to the government, you're getting returns on that money until you sell it. So, there's a benefit of just riding it out. And it's one of the many, many reasons that we're anti-trading of, one, we think it's just impossible to know with certainty what stocks are going to do on a short-term basis, but then it's just very, very tax inefficient, and taxes very quickly become your largest investment expense. And so, keeping trading low just keeps your expenses low.
So we do need to disclose, Brian, that we have a relationship with M1. When people come through our site, our link, and they come to M1 and they eventually open up an account, and I don't remember the details, but we get some relatively small amount of money one time. And so that has been a marketing program that you have used to have people help you reach new markets. When we started doing that, I was thinking in terms of people who would put $1,000 or 2,000 or maybe 5,000. But the first time that somebody called and said, I'm thinking about putting $1 million there, I kind of had to gulp because I wasn't thinking that way. I'm sure you liked if we thought that way, but I just thought this was because you've set this up so that the smallest investor can use your services. But the question does come up about the security of the investments that people have there. What is the risk other than the ups and downs of the portfolio? But what are the legitimate risks of having money with M1?
Yep. So, I appreciate you referring that $1 million account. So send them our way, and I'll answer the question. But I do think we have many 6, 7, we even have 8-figure accounts on the platform, and so I do think there's this, belief that because we're a fintech platform, we're for the ultra novice or small dollar figures. We have many people who are built up very sizable sums and have their entire life savings on the platform. So, and M1 manages a little over $10 billion. And so we're a fairly substantive financial institution at this point. I would absolutely love to say zero risk whatsoever, but compliance would I would get slapped on the wrist for that. To me, I don't think that there's any more risk than investing with a larger financial institution. One, we are a mid-sized financial institution with over 10 billion on the platform. We've raised a lot of money and we're well capitalized. So, from a just business perspective and financial perspective, we have financial strength. From a regulated entity perspective, we are regulated just like every other regulated financial institution in the country. And so, and truthfully, in the broker-dealer realm, there's about 5,000 what are called introducing broker-dealers, and then there are about 200 clearing broker-dealers. And clearing broker-dealers have significantly more stringent regulations because they're actually holding funds. M1 falls into that set of 200. So we are regulated to the highest extent possible in the broker-dealer realm. And the banking products we are working with, M1's not a bank, but we use a bunch of bank partners, one of which I own. And so these are regulated financial institution, regulated banks, and man, do they regulate and audit us on everything. And then you have additional insurance on top of that. So on the broker-dealer realm, SIPC is what covers it. And that's should the broker-dealer have financial issues or do anything that's fraudulent, all funds are default insured up to $500,000, and 250,000 of that can be cash. In the FDIC banking realm, it's 250,000 in cash, but we partner with a group of 20 banks out there, so we actually provide $5 million of FDIC insurance. And then you just get to security best practices of, and it's the same thing that I was talking about with the number of trades that we do. By starting in 2015, we were able to deploy sort of the best practices in digital technology, digital security, cybersecurity, where, truthfully, like the thing that terrifies me about, the big banks is they have 300,000 employees. And, it's like, that's a city, and no city doesn't have bad actors and criminals and people doing all this. And so, to me, it's this is where funds are saying, I have 100% of my money on there. We have, like my entire family has most of their money on there. I want to institutions in America. I think it's a combination of the regulated nature of it, the insurance that we provide, the cybersecurity, the way that we approach things, and our financial strength. And so it's not one single thing that guarantees everything, but hopefully that provides a picture of we just take, we are forced to take being the custodian of customer assets very seriously, and then we just think it's an ethical obligation to to care about your money like almost as much as you do.
Great.
You mentioned earlier, Brian, that you have these fixed trading windows through the day, and I think anybody who's on the platform is familiar with those. But one of the questions that comes up to me sometimes from our listeners is, does that disadvantage me as an investor? And so what does what's your view of that? Does it disadvantage an investor? And what does M1 do behind the scenes to make it so that that isn't a disadvantage, the fixed trading windows?
Yep. So the fixed trading windows are somewhat a artifact of circumstances that when we started to build the fractional shares, we just had to compile all the shares at one time to go to the market because nobody supported real-time fractional share trading. And so this was, a little bit of how we built it from the beginning. And then a lot of it aligns with our perspective and philosophy of, man, we want to make it easy to enter and exit and not put handcuffs, but it again gets to the this investing versus trading mindset of 5 years from now, no one remembers the trade that they did at 10 a.m. versus 11 a.m. So, for us, it's really about getting into the investment, the portfolio allocation, and we are taking a little bit more of a perspective of want to enter at market price rather than have any extra knowledge or extra emphasis of, is that correct plus or minus a penny or two throughout the day. We just think that that's a hard thing to do. So, I'm saying all this to really not, we absolutely do the things to get market price as time of execution, which I'll talk a little bit about, but we try to de-emphasize the importance of, hey, I bought at 9 a.m. and then at 10:30, it was 0.5% higher or lower. And trying to say yes, it would have been better, but we don't have crystal balls that know everything. And, the price at 8:30 is, sometimes you're going to win, sometimes you're going to lose, and it nets out to be an average if you are investing over long periods of time. In the background, we get market prices and our orders do not move the market or change the price. And in the broker dealer realm, we have the duty of best execution, which means that there is a open market. There's a very transparent market that has a bid and ask spread associated with it. And we have an obligation to get that or better. And so, that's the only place that we can execute. And so we either do that by buying or selling on the open exchanges of NYSE, NASDAQ, or BATS, or selling it to these, wholesalers of Citadel, Jane Street, Virtu, and saying that we have to get, what is the best price quoted on the market or better. And truthfully, we very often get better. And so we're doing things to manage that. And then we are concerning ourselves with making sure that the orders aren't large enough that they sort of eat through the supply and demand of the shares at any given time. And so we're doing things to manage that in the background so that we aren't actually moving the price of the market as we trade. And then, I'd say the final thing, this is where we actually get a lot of critiques, but we're doing, we have requirements that certain securities have to have enough liquidity for us to support them so that we don't move the market. And so very small, penny stocks, very small ETFs that don't have a lot of trading volume, we just say we can't support that in an automated fashion because if we go to market, there's a chance that we eat through the demand and we can't, sort of stall the automation associated with things. So again, it's a combination of a lot of things. We are We try to de-emphasize the importance of point in time trading. At point in time trading, we are ensuring that you get market price or better, and then we are doing some things to ensure that we do not eat through the liquidity of any given security, and are doing sophisticated things in the background to ensure that that happens. And so, people, if you trade on M1, you get market price or better at time of execution.
You didn't say it in your answer, but Paul's probably familiar with this. If you take a retail investor and you ask them to go trade in or out of any equity in real time, there's a lot of emotion, right? It's going up. No, it's going down. It's, should I do a limit order? Do I do a market order? Oh man, I lost all this money because I didn't do my transaction an hour ago. And I think one of the nice things about the approach that you take is that all of those questions go away. And I think most of the academic data says that it was a waste of time anyway, right? People can't time the market. There's a huge benefit to just removing the emotion from the transaction. Yeah.
100%. I am the personal finance nerd. I geek out on all the literature and academic, and so totally agree. All the literature would say, but for like 3 giant firms that deploy billions of dollars, like trading is an unprofitable business. Like unless you're like Renaissance Technology or Citadel, like those are the 2 people that should be trading more frequently and making money by it. I also think of it as what would I describe to my sister who's as smart as I am, but just not as interested in finance. And there's no part of me that would say you should trade more. It would be like if you're buying and selling, like you shouldn't own it to begin with. There does need to be an understanding of what you own, why you own it, relative value. I do think that's important. This is not to say you shouldn't ever enter or exit investments, but it's no part of your decision should be because it went up or down on a Thursday. Like that should be, not the relevant part of your investment decision. You should be thinking of relative to how I think this is going to do over the next several years. Is this something that I want to have an ownership stake in or not?
And since you know all of the shares that need to be bought or sold at this particular moment in time, I don't know that I heard you address the idea of crossing orders. Is that just naturally happen? Or how do you deal with that if you have that ability to cross?
You're asking a great question. This is regulation that has changed that has made it significantly more difficult to cross shares. And so, yeah, we would love to, it's called like internalize the order flow and match them and do it at the midpoint, and it would be to the benefit of all of our customers. This is one of the areas where it would be like nearly impossible to do without running afoul of regulations. And so we end up sending it out, and oftentimes we send it to, a market maker that they cross it and make the money, and we could have given that back to the customer. And so different regulations have some unintended consequences of not anticipating this sort of bulk ordering and being able to internalize the flow across various people.
I don't think that we've asked you to briefly talk about you did mention that you are in many different markets supporting people, but you have a money market rate that is competitive with most all of the ads that we see on the internet. Are you allowed to say, for example, what you are paying now, or is there a problem with that?
Nope. We are paying 4.5% right now. And, we were paying 5% until the Fed lowered interest rates. And so we do try to always be top of market, but it's indexed to whatever the effective federal funds rate is, which is the overnight rate that the Fed sets.
And leverage for margin. I've seen your rates. They're very competitive when I've seen them. I'm not using leverage or margin, but I'm always impressed that they look to be very competitive. Is that my imagination, or are you in fact amongst the lowest cost.
We are absolutely amongst the lowest cost. And so the current base rate is 6.25%. And so we really do try to price that at federal funds plus 2%. And so, for a couple of years in our iteration, it was 2%, it was 2.25%. So, that was the more exciting days of leveraging the portfolio or getting access to liquidity. But we do price it. We are, I think, versus the big player. This is where get frustrated of some of the big players like a Schwab, a Fidelity, Ameritrade before they got wrapped into Schwab or E-Trade. They're charging 12, 13, 14%. And so it's absolutely wild what they're charging for what amounts to fully collateralized lending. We try to be lowest in the market, and I would say it's really us, Interactive Brokers, and Robinhood at sort of lowest in industry rate.
You described low liquidity being one of the things that would prevent you from picking up an ETF or having it be part of your offering. One of the listener questions we've gotten is, how do you decide which ETFs that you offer? And specifically, they were wondering about the iShares LifePath 2040 ETF as an example. But just in general, can you speak to that? Like how you decide what's in, what's out, what you offer and what you don't?
Yeah, the largest factor by far is what is the trading volume on a day-to-day basis. And, we both look at aggregate, rolling history, and then sort of like how it spikes on a day-to-day basis. And so that is, we have a very complicated, process that goes into a bunch of different scoring and have, different committees have to meet on this to whether we support it. Because there is an aspect of once we support it, the second one we pull it or, go to, hey, we only sell this as opposed to being able to support it in full sum. So not familiar with that ETF that you mentioned. My guess is they're slowly building the assets. There's not enough trading volume, or the trading volume is very spiky where, hey, if it's a Monday, it's fine, but if it's a Thursday, it's not. And so we are really doing that to not, and it's to this earlier point of run afoul of the regulations of we don't want to move the market when we place trades. And so we need to be able to have confidence that given M1's volume, we can support that volume in our trading windows.
You have recently added a platform fee for folks. You want to explain how that works in terms of how many different accounts you could have that would be covered by that one platform fee?
Yep. So, we had prior to the platform fee, we had two different versions of M1. So we had a basic version and then a paid version that we called Plus. Plus was $100 a year, 95 a year, or $10 a month. And you really got the basic version is a free platform, but we sort of, made money on cash balances. If we didn't pay you on cash, we gave you less in credit card rewards back. We charged higher rates on margin. But then if you paid, you got better rates across the board, better access, more tools. And it just got into a little bit of a complicated fashion of, trying to sell a platform that's worse than what we could offer, and then, trying to sell a platform that's better than what we could offer. And so we just reduced that and said, all we're going to market with is our best offering. So, that's every single cash account or high yield savings account went up to the 5% or 4.5%. We knocked down all the margin balances to the lowest that they could possibly be. And then we instituted if you have $10,000 on the platform, or we offer personal loans. If you have an active personal loan, 100% free. So you get the best rates, you get everything, so if you're using it with more than $10,000, it's free. If you have under $10,000, it's $3 a month or $36 a year. And so the things that add up to the 10,000 is any money in your earn account, which can be a high yield cash account or a high yield savings account, any account in our invest vertical, which can be a taxable brokerage account, it could be a Roth IRA, it could be a traditional IRA, and then or you have an active personal loan. So our hope is we make it as easy as possible to get it for free, and not, relatively small amount of money of $3 a month, and that's really just to be able to support the product and platform. $36 a year for accounts sub $10,000.
And what about for people who have multiple family members, a husband and a wife who have their IRAs? Are they combined into that 10,000, or are those going to be separate accounts because they have different social security numbers?
Probably more of a limitation of our system. We do it by sort of logins, but then with support, people reach out if there is a family. I like yesterday, I just granted free access to someone who is the kid of someone with a large account value. So like we'll be super accommodating to situations like that. We're just trying to, truthfully on these smaller accounts than $10,000, we're just trying to break even. We're just trying to cover the bills. And so, it's not to dissuade usage or anything. It's really to just align incentives of people that use M1 as their financial institution. And, for sums of money, we'll make enough on that. We can support it. And if there are people who fall into unique circumstances for various reasons, we are accommodating, but we do those on a case-by-case basis versus being able to link it up in the background.
Since Paul mentioned multiple accounts, we had a listener question on that. Is there any functionality in M1 that helps me keep my portfolio allocation balanced properly across multiple accounts? My wife and I have, for example, traditional IRAs, Roth IRAs, inherited IRAs, and brokerage account, and it's hard to implement a comprehensive strategy. I think of that as an asset allocation that considers all of them. Is that something you've looked at, or?
Yeah. So the answer, yes, we've looked at it. Unfortunately, the answer is no, we haven't implemented it, and it's absolutely something that is higher in our priority queue. Like as we add, to the earlier point, insights and analytics and guidance, being able to take a more comprehensive view that, M1 has, we had to build up all the products, and as you build them, you don't think about all the ways that they are seamlessly tied together. And I would say now, given that we built all the pipes and plumbing, like that is our next focus is how do we give a holistic view of someone's finances, whether it's in a specific domain like invest, or if it's across domains of earn and borrow or invest and spend and, whatever it may be. So, the unfortunate answer is no, we don't have it, but I would say we don't have it yet. Something that we're
Not yet. Not yet.
So I know we got to go in about a second here, but I have to ask. I think about the Bogle story and what he faced in his early creation, and it was called Bogle's Folly, and people thought it was going to fail. And how much of that did you run into when you came up with the idea of building M1? Was everybody, yeah, you go do it, this is great, I don't see any problems, or did they see nothing but problems?
Both. The quote that I always use is entrepreneurship, the highs are high, the lows are low, and they're 10 minutes apart. And it is, there are times where, like, especially in the early days, it's, oh man, we're going to take over this, financial industry, we're unstoppable. And then 2 seconds later, something happens and it's, why did I leave my job? Like, I'm an idiot. This thing's going to zero. And so like, there is a, like when you start, you're just so tiny that you get whipped back and forth so quickly. I think now that we've gotten a little bit larger, more heft, more substance, and have more predictability associated with it, it gets a little bit more tempered. I still have, sort of this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, perspective at times with, how things are going. But no, there are people who are, I think, see the future and really take the perspective of, man, personal finance is not solved. This is something that the tools today can be way better than the tools 10 years ago. The tools 10 years from now are going to be way better than what we're experiencing now. And so someone has to build towards that. And, you know, someone with perspective and vision and energy to do that, like that's the only way that it's going to happen. And then there are a lot of people who are like, good luck taking on giants, you know, and then there's a truth to that of Schwab's and Fidelity's budgets are 100x, 1000x us. And, you know, you do run into a scenario where people would rather use a subpar platform or get subpar rates because they get like the trusted brand name of Chase attached to it. And, you know, we have to, that's just like the practical reality that we're in. So it's yes, all of the above. We get enthusiasts, we get detractors, was, you know, in the early days, we get it now. And, you know, just something that we have to, our goal is to set high expectations and then even try to beat those.
That's great. Good luck to you, Brian. We've really enjoyed working with your organization, and I think you've got something really good going on, and we're anxious to see what comes next. Chris,
amazing. No, thank you for all your support, and yeah, super fantastic to talk.
Is there anything else we should have asked you about, Brian? Anything else you want to tell us?
Oh, do you have a sister or brother that are starting a new company somewhere we should know about?
No, I need to encourage them to. I would bring them into M1 to start some things internally. No, you know, I think we covered a lot. Like to me, I think we've built an incredible amount. I think we have a very strong platform. I am extremely excited about the things that we're working on now, and I think that M1 will only continue to get better. And so, you know, hopefully you guys are get excited about what we ship. Your users are excited about what we ship, and excited about where M1 goes from here on out.
This has been really helpful. Thank you very much for spending the time, Brian.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Hello everyone and welcome to JSA TV and JSA Europe, the newsroom for telecom and data center professionals across the continent. I'm Jean-Marc Lehmann on behalf of the team here at JSA. Thank you for tuning in to this half-year special broadcasting series. Today we will explore hyperscale data center deployments across Europe, and our panelists will cover a range of vital topics from finance and investment to regulation, challenges, opportunities, power constraints, sustainability development, and the paramount role of co-location operators. And with that out of the way, let's jump right in. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you our exceptional executive lineup, which includes Barry Gross, partner and co-lead of data center sector for Siemens & Siemens. We've got Rajiv Gupta, global director for sales strategy and bids at Colt Data Center Services, and Chris Baxter, chief revenue officer at Apto. Guys, thank you so much for talking to me. And this is a big topic. Hyperscale is a big topic in itself, figuratively speaking, and actually on the ground as well. And then with the whole AI revolution era age, whatever you want to call it, it's all becoming just mega now. Before we jump into the questions about the market itself, let's just do a very quick sort of elevator pitch so you can just tell us of what each business does and your role within the business. And I'll go around the way you guys are showing on my screen. So I'll start with you, Chris.
Thanks, John. Really happy to be here. Chris Baxter, I joined the leadership team at Apto as Chief Revenue Officer. So I'm responsible for customer care, sales, and marketing. Prior to Apto, I spent 11 years at Equinix, and there I managed the European Global Account Management team, looking after many of the hyperscale relationships there. And then prior to that, I spent 10 years at BT Global Services in their financial services team. So Apto was formed in September last year with the intention to develop and operate data centers for PIMCO, the Global Investment Manager. And we're designing and building those data centers for hyperscaler and cloud customers, targeting high growth and emerging markets in Europe.
Interesting, and there's an interesting roadmap being planned and deployed as we speak. So it's one of the newest players on the continent. And then Rajiv, Colt.
Hi, Joe. Thanks for that. I'm Rajiv Gupta. Pleasure to be here in this esteemed company. Um, I work for Coal Data Center Services. We design, develop, and operate hyperscale data centers in flap markets, India and Japan. Been around in this business for a little over 7 years and have done variety of outsourcing stint with outsourcing companies in IT, public sector, healthcare, and God knows what else. So I'll not bore you with the detail. I'm based out of London. My role here is to drive the sales globally. So I work with my corporate development team and with my chief sales officer and come up with sales strategies to meet our targets and promises to investors.
And it's been an interesting journey as well, especially when you offset part of the portfolio to Atlas. And we'll talk about that a little bit later as well, to see the new concept for Colt. And then Barry, Simmons and Simmons, it's about 6 months into the job now.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, not even quite 6 months, just at the 5 month mark. So I co-lead the data center sector team at Simmons and Simmons. Simmons and Simmons is an international law firm with offices across Europe, Middle East, and Asia. And we advise predominantly data center developers and operators, as well as the funds and banks that finance them across multiple jurisdictions.
Interesting. All right. So I guess my first question, it's really around the investment and the financing of everything that's happening in the market. I mean, you can paint a bit of the picture of how fast everything is growing, where the demand is coming from. But what would you say really are the trends, and how are those trends around investments and funding framework shaping the rapid deployment of data center infrastructure? And I'll leave it open to who wants to go first, and then we can go from there. Otherwise, I'll nominate someone.
I'm happy to make a start.
All right.
So yeah, I think as you say, the growth is tremendous in this industry at the moment. So from a sort of investment point of view, obviously after a challenging period, I think inflation now seems to have stabilized. Interest rates appear to have peaked. And with the growth that we're seeing, I think the data center industry is a really attractive one for investors. There are stable tenants, relatively low churn levels, and compared to other traditional real estate sectors, it's still growing very quickly. That's obviously driven, as you've mentioned, by AI, but also just the ongoing digitization and cloud demand that was already very strong here. So I think in terms of trend, there's clearly a lot of investment coming into the sector. I think one of the things we might start to see as we go forward is more segregation of the sector from an investment point of view. So depending on the type of investor, we may see, for example, powered shell being a subsector there, and we'll see that continue to evolve as more investors enter the sector, but also as the demands are increasingly for hyperscale type data centers, as well as the traditional colo. And that drives longer time horizons, more land banking, less short-term development. So yeah, I think it's a really exciting time to be part of this industry and to invest in it as well.
Okay. And we will get into the geography discussion on what you just said as well, and where we're heading next. Beyond the more settled markets. But Rajit, Barry, any other thoughts around the emerging investments trends?
I will echo what Chris has just said, but I think with the demand, the competition is increasing. There are new players coming into the market, which obviously is putting a lot of pressure on supply chain. So there is still a massive challenge. Yes, the costs are becoming a lot more manageable, but availability of your GCs, availability of skilled resources, that pool is still very small. That remains a big challenge. Interest rates are still very high, so that is another issue. Chris mentioned about powered shell, and powered shell, I believe, fundamentally is taking off purely because various developers are trying to shorten the return cycles, and then they can deliver that fairly quickly compared to M&E fit out. That's where the risk sits as well, a big part of it. availability of power in most of the developed geographies is a big challenge. So yeah, I mean, there are a fair amount of risk which are emerging, which people are just trying to deal with and then probably facing for the very first time.
And Barry, any first thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would agree with everything that's been said. I think that there remains a big gap between experienced investors and funders in the space and new entrants to the market. I think that new entrants still often have unrealistic expectations about what's available in terms of funding opportunities. Speculative development is not something that generally you're going to find a lot of people rushing into because it needs a good understanding of the market. So yeah, there is a very good headline around the amount of money that's coming into the market, with lots of interested parties saying, "Here's what we're going to do. Here's how much money we have released for it." But actually, it's not quite as easy to get your hands on that money if you're looking to borrow, because they tend to be seeking very specific product, which is very much at the low risk end of the spectrum, and I think that's going to continue to be that way for a long time. The money is there, but I think that there tends to be a higher expectation in terms of risk equity than perhaps some in the market would like.
And I think often as well, when we hear about these new projects coming to market, we talk about the CapEx side. We don't really talk too much about the OpEx side. Do you guys see the market understanding the investment side of the market, understanding that there is a long-term commitment to keeping the facilities running? Or is it a conversation that doesn't need to happen that way because it will come down to revenues and how the business almost finances itself at some point?
I mean, I think one of the things. Sorry, go on, Rajiv.
No, I was just going to say, I think that there's a lot of it which is not actually recognized within the CapEx cycle, Joe. I mean, forget about going to the OpEx. Fundamental issue is you apportion a pot of money against known risk largely and how to manage them. If as a new entrant to the market, you do not recognize certain risk, you will not be able to basically put the funds against that, whether that is a capex or an opex cycle. And then the other thing is there was a mention about doing core and shell of risk. Problem with that is the cost of change in this industry is very high. So if you do something which is gonna be requiring to be changed to meet a customer requirement, that cost can be very high, and that does come a big shock to a lot of people who have not been in data center development previously.
Yeah, the bill rapidly adds up.
It
Barry,
does.
you're going to say something as well.
Yeah, it's sort of an observation. I mean, if you look at the more stabilized asset side, where you might expect the financing to be on, say, a longer term basis, the reality is, whilst the terms are longer, the propensity to repaper those deals is quite high. They tend to be changed quite a lot during the life of the loan, and that could be for all sorts of reasons. It's because potentially expansion opportunities, or it could be changes in occupiers. It can be we want to bring new properties into the loan or take them out. So I think that there is constant change, regardless of whether you're looking at a development pipeline or whether you're looking at a stabilized asset pipeline.
Interesting. And Chris, how do you see that from like a new entry to the market almost? You've been around for a year now. Sorry, I think you mentioned.
Yeah, so it was September last year the company was formed, but yeah, personally, I've been in the data center space for probably 12, 13 years, and I think
I'm into company. Sorry.
yeah. I think what we're seeing is increasingly the demand from hyperscalers is for self-operated. So I think it's a relevant question, and there will be scenarios where we look at operated sites. But yeah, increasingly for the sort of scale that the hyperscalers are looking for us to build now, they are typically self-operated.
Okay, I think the other big piece of the puzzle here, and we'll go more into the power side after this question because we're going to get there through the question anyway. But it's something around more the regulatory side. And then Barry, I know you talk a lot about sanctions as well, and I love talking about sanctions with you. So we can bring that into the play as well. But it's the regulation. I mean, we have a lot of sustainability regulation in the EU now, in the UK as well. We have data sovereignty. We have the AI books coming out of Brussels almost as we speak. How would you guys see regulation changing the gameplay here, changing the monopoly, not monopoly, but changing the gameplay that's happening in terms of developing all this infrastructure? And where are the hurdles? What's going to hurt or could hurt the development of data centers?
I think, as always, uncertainty is the enemy here, because it's often not having that certainty of what the data sovereignty requirements will be that make it very difficult to plan for the type of time horizons that you need to build these large sites. I think the huge growth that we've seen in the US is a result of having one jurisdiction generally from a data sovereignty point of view, one perspective. I know there's some complexities within that, but far different from Europe, where country to country you can have very different public perceptions around where data is stored, where data is processed. So that, I think, will drive a different approach to machine learning and to inference of AI here in Europe. I think it will be less about huge mega campuses, and it will be more about distributed data centers. There will probably still be some very large campuses of kind of the gigawatt size, but I think we will see more kind of smaller 100 megawatt sites in specific countries, partly to address that requirement.
Well, the data nationalism and data patriotism are here to stay. I mean, I guess there's a bit of a fear the way the elections are going this year, taking to the extremes. This might not change so soon for the industry. But Barry, appreciates any views on regulations? I mean, Barry, I know you've got.
Look, I mean, well, of course, you're going to ask the lawyer about regulations. The reality is that the industry has for a long time managed without being particularly heavily regulated. GDPR was probably the main focus, and good arguments that actually that wasn't really a regulation that necessarily impacted the main bits of the industry. It was more the users and the customers that had to worry about their GDPR compliance. Whereas now, the regulation is impacting the industry, particularly around sustainability, but I think also generally, as Chris has raised, the complex area of data sovereignty and how that interplays with AI. And data gravity has very much relevance here as well, because of course, whilst we all think that data can easily be moved around the globe, that there is a cost to transferring data, and I think that isn't a regulatory issue. That's purely a cost issue that people will and are taking into account, especially with these large language models. If you want to do the analysis and you want to do the training of them, if you're going to have to shift a lot of data to a campus to do it, well, that could come at some cost. So I think that will also drive things as well. On the one hand, on the positive side, Europe, certainly the EU, can act with a relatively united approach, and that's what they're doing with the European Efficiency Directive. That's what they're doing with the AI Act, and that's a positive, because it at least balances out from a competition perspective. You're not forced to make decisions on a too localized a basis. Of course, the risk is, and maybe this is a benefit for, say, the UK, that perhaps other jurisdictions become more attractive for certain types of workloads and for locations. And again, there's some of that already happens because of power costs, and so the Nordics has grown significantly over the past number of years, but not for every workload. It's not suitable for every workload. So whilst my view is yes, regulation is going to have an impact, I think it's just one thing that's going to have an impact amongst a number of different things, and it will be, as Chris has sort of alluded to, it will be driven as much by where does the workload need to be, what type of workload is it. Data sovereignty is part of that, data gravity is another part of that, cost of power is part of that, availability of land is another part of it. So it's another piece of a very, very complex puzzle for developers, operators, customers, etc., and the hyperscalers in particular to work their way through and make will have to be pretty long-term decisions, bearing in mind the sums involved.
No, absolutely, and we're actually, there's quite a few things I'm thinking about. We're actually talking about life cycles of what goes inside the data center as well. Whereas before was 7-8 years, and some people are hearing now 18 months for some hardware, which sounds very short term and quite scary. But before we even get into that, and especially the power conversation as well, Rigid, any thoughts on regulation? Because you've got real estate in 10 to 20 countries. Markets,
Yeah, no, we are in eight cities right now. But I think in Europe, this environmental directive, that's going to bring a lot of challenges. Not for the new estate which is to be developed. I think that is relatively straightforward. In fact, nothing which has been developed in the last 3 to 5 years probably is going to be affected by that. That's fairly easy to manage. But you have to think about there are quite a few data centers which are supporting enterprise estate, large banks and things like that. Sometimes, we speak to a lot of customers, they don't even know what's sitting in their racks. They don't want to touch it. Now you want to bring that to operate in a 27 degree plus environment where they even, if you mention going anywhere above 21, 22 degrees, they just start shaking. What the hell is going to happen to my kid? So that's one aspect of it. As I mentioned earlier, any change in the existing real estate is not an easy thing to do. And you are then working with the live environment. You've got businesses running on those systems. So how are you going to do that? I don't even know if the hardware manufacturers are really thinking about putting together the gear which can cope with those higher operating ranges, and what is the impact of that? What sort of supply chain that is. So, and yeah, the existing estate, for example, in Germany has got about 3 years to come up to speed. I just don't really see how that's going to happen.
In terms of power constraints, do you guys, I guess, Chris and Rajiv, from an operational perspective, and Barry, from what you see with clients, what are the power constraints at the moment? What's worrying people? And can this have a detrimental impact on new projects coming to market? I mean, someone in the previous session that we just hosted as well even made the point that we might get into a point where there's power restrictions, where you're not actually allowed to use more than X amount of megawatts or gigawatts per year in a country for the data center industry. Is this a real issue in Europe? Is this really being talked about in the corridors, or are we still just kind of worrying about the unknown?
Yeah, I think that it's already happening. I think you can see in some of the restrictions that we saw in Amsterdam, some of the restrictions on new power agreements being allowed in Dublin. We've got new regulations coming in the UK around kind of use it or lose it, to try and prevent companies holding on to power offers and actually not off taking. I think there is a growing problem that needs to be addressed at a kind of country level and also a regional level. It's not always a power generation problem; it can be a power transmission problem as well. And I think partly where the shift towards AI may help this slightly. If you think about traditional compute hubs, are typically not where renewable or abundant power is being generated. So if you think about kind of a Frankfurt or a London, it's not where you're getting a lot of renewable power locally. That would be somewhere like the Mediterranean for solar, or Norway for hydro or wind. And I think the flexibility that the machine learning aspect of AI gives you is being able to place that compute load closer to where the land and the power is more abundant. So that does give some flexibility. But then when it comes to inference, that still needs to be close to the users. There's still a latency requirement there. So there is still a problem that needs to be solved. And part of that is looking outside of those traditional hubs and considering secondary markets, which previously wouldn't have been hubs for compute or for data centers. And, you know, the development that we've seen in Zaragoza, for example, the development in the Nordics, this is all being driven by constraints in those traditional colo and data center markets.
I agree to a good part of it. I think the industry will evolve. It will find its way, right? Power is not there. It's not that the industry is going to stop operating. We also have to be cognizant of the fact is why is it that the hyperscalers or these CSPs are continuing to grow in these markets, right? It's the enterprises in there which is driving their business and their take up, right? These are the business hubs. So you would still need a considerable amount of power to support their growth. Yes, you can probably take the learning part away, but your generative AI, which is equally power smaller deployment, but it is equally power hungry, which is going to fuel your cloud requirement and cloud deployment. We believe generative AI is just going to be consumed into cloud, integrated into a cloud solution effectively. That would still need power, right? How is that going to happen? You have got micronuclear reactors, sort of a technology, fuel cell technology. So there are options coming up in the market. I think the markets or the regulatory environment would have to start looking at how to accommodate these things from a regulatory planning permitting perspective, because that still remains challenging. Data center industry receives a lot of bad press, which does not help. I just struggle to put my head around it. Many times I can't imagine 30 years back with all these servers sitting in a corner of an office in an air-conditioned room and going down, how that would have been more efficient than the way we are running and operating it now. But there are a lot of challenges which I think the governments and then the enterprises collectively, along with the service providers, need to come together and find a solution to. And the markets will evolve as well, right? That you still have got a lot of penetration and take up of cloud, which has to happen globally, and that's bound to happen. It just is the speed of it.
Okay, makes sense. And then Barry, how much does power come up in conversations? Well, it comes
Yeah,
up
I mean, it comes up in every conversation. I don't think the concerns and the constraints can be understated in the current market. Everyone is desperately seeking power, and not just seeking power, but seeking it in a reasonable timescale. Because of course that's generally the issue, say in the UK, is not that you can't get a connection offer, but you might be waiting till 2035 or 2039, depending on where you are, in order for the connection offer to be delivered, and of course that's not going to work from even a medium term outlook. I do think that the industry is already playing and has a much bigger part to play in some of the problem. Let's be honest. The reason we are where we are is because the infrastructure that we all have in all jurisdictions was not built to cope with the way the world works today. And a part of that, and it's not the only part, a part of that is because it wasn't built with the data center industry in thought at all. Now, as a result of that, I think the industry has got to help the jurisdictions solve that problem. And we are seeing that to some extent with these sort of, I call them symbiotic relationships that are developing between the power generators and the power consumers. So obviously you've got your PPAs, But I think what's really interesting is how that can be used as a financial mechanism to effectively unlock the development of renewable energy. And hyperscalers have done this already, as well as large data center operators. What I think we need to be slightly careful of is that they do it in a way, the industry does it in a way where 100% of the benefit goes to the industry. So if we look at housing for another example, not necessarily a great example in the UK, but the requirement that if you're going to build housing, you generally have to deliver a level of social housing. Perhaps there's a solution for the industry by effectively, if you want a certain amount of power, you're going to commit to enabling a certain amount of power that you need plus some to be developed. And I think we'll have to wait and see how different governments look to solve the problem. I think that the industry would be well served in actually coming up with some innovative solutions and suggesting to government. I think, as Rajiv has said, the public perception of the industry is not great. We are all in the industry. We all understand how important it is, how fundamental it is, but it's very hard to convince someone on the street how important it is because they just don't get it. Yeah, they will go mad if they can't watch their films on Netflix, but they don't understand that the only reason that happens is because you've got this whole data center industry. And so instead, I think that the best way of tackling the negative persona the industry has is actually by the industry delivering solutions that make a difference to people. And clearly helping deliver more renewables power, not simply for the industry, because I think that's one of the big issues in Ireland is that there's perception that yes, very good, you've helped build a load of wind farms, but actually you're sucking all that power that they're creating. So it's a zero-sum game at that point. But rather actually finding a way to effectively help deliver additional renewables for the wider society.
Interesting. I mean, perception. Sorry. No, so go on.
Sorry, just to add on to Barry's point, I think it's important as well to look at it from the demand side as well as the supply side when we're looking at where we can improve things. And one of the advantages I think AI will bring is being able to dynamically manage workloads to reduce some of the peaks. Because if you can spread out when that compute power is needed, and for some of those workloads they can wait until nighttime when there's less demand on the grid, it can actually reduce the amount of power that a data center needs to connect. So you're obviously always managing to the peak, but I think there's ways and means to manage the demand side as well.
Could one way of being, and I had a follow-up question, but I'm going to split it into two. So I'm going to split one for the industry and one for the consumer out there. So one of them would be if you guys agree with tax penalties when it comes to sustainability. So there'll be some sort of metrics where if an operator does not reach the sort of metrics, they get a penalty in the tax kind of thing. And then what you were just saying, Chris, about the different times of the day, for example, that reminds me straight away of washing machines. When you go and wash your clothes at night, you pay less electricity because it's cheaper at night. How could you, for example, do something like that a consumer understands that? So one of the topics that we had in the previous panel as well was that people post 10,000 pictures of their dog, that no one's going to look at them, even though they're not going to look at 10,000 pictures, but they're still being stored somewhere. How do you, I mean, is there a way to kind of bring that to the market like we did with washing machines, washing at night for cheap electricity? Is there a way to make it on that front?
Yeah, I think we see that on the enterprise side already, less on the consumer side where it's always on, it's always available, and you just consume it. But on the enterprise side, consumers can already choose where their data is hosted. They can opt for a slightly lower latency but a lower price, or they can opt to have their data stored further away that they take slightly longer to recover. So that same mechanism can be used to manage workloads. Is this workload urgent now to be managed immediately, or can that one wait until overnight or when power drops below a certain demand level? So I think the technology is available, and it's how you can then make that dynamic using AI so it's done in real time. And I think there's also the point that there are, I think maybe Rajiv, you made this point earlier on, there's quite a lot of legacy equipment installed, legacy servers running that are not necessarily being fully utilized. So it's about how you find those servers and how you manage the power that you've got most effectively.
Yeah, it's efficient.
Problem is not about the hardware, right? Problem is about the services running on them, and then it's how critical they are to the business and whether they have a solution around it or not. So it's a problem may sound simple, but there are so many things which are related to that. You can't just look at it a unilateral solution. You have to have a multi-pronged approach. I mean, we're talking about power consumption. Let's look at the heat waste which comes out of data centers. Right? All data centers would be more than happy to feed into some sort of a district heating system, right? Infrastructure does not exist. It's the same as power, right? I've heard of instances where the people are looking at adjacent to data center developing farms, micro farms, using the heat coming out of the data centers, right? So there are options available. One, are they commercially viable? Second, how to make them commercially viable? Third, who's going to bear the burden of it? Because if you ask me as an operator or an investor into an asset which has been I contracted 5 years back, and you want me to take on the cost, that is just going to be an additional cost on my returns.
Mm-hmm.
It has got a huge impact on the gearing I have done on my asset, the returns I have got on my asset, and the valuation of my entire portfolio. Now, why would I do that? What is the incentive I have to do those? Right? So we have to understand there's a regulatory ambition of it, there's a commercial ambition of it, and then there's the environmental sustainability, ecological side of it. It needs to be balanced. Nobody's saying no, but nobody is really taking a lead on how to bring it together.
And I think, I think you mentioned possibly using taxation as a way to drive behaviours. I would always be very nervous of that kind of stick. I think if we look at the European Efficiency Directive, for example, it starts at 500 kilowatts of effectively potential load. The likelihood is that the most efficient consumers are actually those who are operating at below that level. And so the directive simply won't catch them. There is therefore nothing to push them to become more efficient, to look at how they're using their hardware. And I think that is always a risk. There is a tendency in government to go for the big boys. But the reality is actually the big boys are well aware of what they should be doing, and can they do more? For sure, like everyone can do more, but they are trying, and their investors are driven because their stakeholders are all driven to deliver. I think what we need to have is a structure in place, and I openly admit I don't know what that structure is, but a structure in place which doesn't look to impose an end result, but rather looks to encourage constant improvement. Because that's ultimately what we need to do. We need to reward people for constantly improving. You have a baseline, and you're going from that baseline, and you are improving. Because we're not going to get there by a sudden leap. It's going to be by a focus on every day just being that bit better, and each of those 1%, 1%, they add up, and they add up very quickly. And I think that it sort of ties into what you're saying, Rajiv. It's a complicated mix of things, lots of different knobs and levers. We all know where we're trying to get to. What we just need to do is to play a bit around with the levers, just to ensure that we're going towards the right behaviors. And I think the challenge, a big challenge, is that everyone just wants the headlines. Headlines don't deliver change. They might look good, but a week later there's a different headline. And what we actually need is a system which rewards and encourages change.
It's action at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Sorry, Reggie, you were going to say something?
No, I can't agree more.
Well, and then I was going to, because I know we're getting to the last leg of our conversation as well. I just wanted to bring a bit of geography, and actually I'll throw in as well the customer type that's driving that demand. How is all this then that we just spoke about bringing in new regions into the map? So beyond the flat dish, so beyond London, Frankfurt, and all that, how are you guys seeing the new markets coming to be, and who's driving that demand? Especially from a hyperscaler point of view. Of course, there's the big cloud boys, but who else is driving this hyperscale demand in the new up-and-coming regions?
Well, you've got the AI, which is definitely fueling a huge demand spurt in certain geographies. But beyond that, I think it is purely the penetration of the cloud, and it's a bit of a push and pull, right? So cloud service providers are establishing new availability zones. They have taken slightly different approach than they traditionally have. So they have gone to.
Oh, I think you froze. We'll go to someone else. This hasn't happened before, so please, John, to maybe give your side as well in terms of an operator while we try to get Reggie back.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so I mean, we're very focused on secondary markets in Europe. When you look at, say, Frankfurt, it's approaching probably a gigawatt now of capacity. Vacancy rates probably 5%, and there are increasing regulations about the areas in Frankfurt that you can build data centers in. So it's very constrained as a market. As Rajiv said earlier, it's of course still going to grow. There's still demand there, and there are still companies and applications that have to be close to that existing hub. But what we're seeing increasingly is for those workloads that don't, and for applications that don't, the secondary markets look very appealing. It's typically easier to find land. There are a lot of ex-industrial sites that there are regeneration opportunities around. There is often renewable power available, as we've already talked about. And because of the vast scale that the hyperscalers are building at, we're finding that these smaller markets are actually skipping that initial phase that many of us went through, which is start with a carrier hotel, develop that into a colo site, then start to build larger scale next to the colo site, and it kind of grows organically. We're seeing in markets like Milan, Madrid, Warsaw, hundreds of megawatts being deployed immediately. So it's great for, as I say, regenerating some of those ex-industrial areas. It's definitely a positive for communities that maybe otherwise would have had a factory or a distribution warehouse or some other neighbor that's maybe not as quiet as a data center. But I think the key thing is that there's not necessarily the supply chain in those secondary markets to support that vast scale. So having the networks in place, building up the networks of local specialists, advisors, construction firms that can help build in these new markets is key, because there are some specifics to be aware of.
Barry, what you're seeing in terms of becoming?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Chris has talked about all the different drivers that there are and where people are going, and we're seeing work in interesting, a definite increase in the Nordics, not just in Sweden, but in Denmark and in Finland as well. I think that power is a driver for everyone, and looking for where the renewables power is. But Rajiv was saying it's the cloud service providers. They need to they are just growing, and they're looking to deliver for more and more local enterprises in all those jurisdictions. So the market is changing very, very rapidly in terms of the locations that people are going, and it'll be very interesting to look back in 10 years' time and actually see how big the various markets are, and will there be tier 2 markets that actually equal in size at that stage some of the current tier 1 markets. I think there are certainly some markets that could grow. I wouldn't want to predict which ones it will be, because I think that there are a lot of variables involved as to why they will grow. Some of them will be pure customer driven, but others I think will be power driven, maybe to some extent regulatory driven, but I think it'll be predominantly customer and power driven.
Well, one thing is for sure, this is probably one of the most exciting sectors to be in, probably alongside with the energy space as well, because everything is changing. These are the two sectors in the world right now that are really, really changing. Before we do a very quick roundup about what you guys are going to be focusing on the next 12 months, on top of everything that we spoke about during this session, what would you say is one thing that we didn't talk about that's going to be crucial to the development of all this? So what did I not have asked you, basically, in other words?
Yeah, I think we touched on it slightly, but I think the collaboration across the industry is really key to unlock the opportunity in Europe. I think organizations like the EUDCA do a really good job of kind of pulling together all of the different stakeholders here and provide kind of a unified voice. But there are some amazing innovations coming in, and I think some of the work that's being done in kind of research institutions and universities, there's new technologies being developed around cooling, energy storage. And I think there's a lot that, because the numbers involved in data centers are so huge, even small incremental improvements can be really powerful. So I think bringing all of those various stakeholders together is really the key. It's definitely around collaboration.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, Brigitte. I'll get you the question in a second, but Barry.
So I think one of the challenges we possibly didn't touch on enough is going to be around the scalability. Again, I think I can't remember if it was Rajiv or Chris mentioned sort of the supply chain, but scalability and flexibility. There are a limited number of GCs that have the capability to build the data centers and the campuses. And it's funny, Chris, you sort of said, oh, we're not going to do these mega campuses, it's going to be 100 megawatt or so. And I'm thinking, 100 megawatt, if we'd had this conversation 5 years ago, it would have been, wow. I know we're talking about 100 megawatts. It's not, it's not. So I think the industry is already doing this, but I think we're going to land up seeing a lot more around the modular side, and that will start to raise some interesting questions as well from a legal perspective as well, where product liability and construction, what's not construction, and so I think that is a solution to some of the challenges. And we may see some real innovation there as well in terms of quick deployment and flexible deployment, so temporary deployments, who knows. So I think that could be quite an exciting area to watch over the next few years.
Okay, thank you. Brigitte, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. I don't know whether you guys can see me or not. I'm definitely having issues with my IT, so apologies for that. But I'm back and I can hear you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, not the greatest quality, but we can get through it. So I mean, the final question is going to be a quick, just 12-month vision of what each business is doing. So maybe Chris, we'll go around, and then Rajiv, you can still try to get the video back. But then Chris, so what's going to be the focus on the next 12 months? Almost like a sales pitch for the next 4 quarters.
Yeah, well, it's really exciting time for us. We do have the benefit of kind of starting from a blank canvas, so we can very much be flexible on where we go, and we can be very led by where the hyperscalers need capacity. So for us, those conversations and the collaborations we're having with them are really key to working out where we choose, and we're developing a couple of really exciting projects in Europe at the moment, and continuing to build out the team. We've got some great people on board already, and there's some more hiring still to do. So yeah, exciting next 12 months, I think.
Yeah, we'll be looking out for those headlines, and then for the following through with the headlines as well.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's when you guys announced the project, and when we looked at the leadership team behind it, we knew it was going to be serious. So there's a lot of things that are announced, and there's no people to back it. But then there's the others that have people backing it, and when you look at it, you know it's going to be serious. Bridget, I think we've got sound. We don't have image, but we can hear. So if you could share with us maybe what you guys are going to be focusing on for the next 12 months.
So, first of all, apologies for this entire technical glitch, completely unplanned. Apologies for that. And
Got to change
hopefully
data
you guys
centers.
hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I mean, we are sticking to our strategy, which is so we've never been into a massive expansion plan, although we keep looking at new geographies to extend in. We continue to go deeper into the markets we are in, and then we want to be a player in the markets we operate in, which can make a real difference. So we continue to march on that strategy and build more and then develop more in those markets.
Which again, with the parent company Colt Technologies, the whole ecosystem comes together. And our CEO Kerry, he's pushing for all this digital transformation to happen across Europe and beyond as well. And Barry, final thoughts on what's going to happen at Siemens & Siemens?
Well, guys, nearly 6 months into the role, we're already landing some great mandates, acting for developer operators. We're looking to do more in multiple jurisdictions, as well as working closely with some of the funders and financiers in the space. So really looking at the vertical in the space and building out the existing relationships that we have, and working for more. We're very, very committed to this space. We see it as the future. It's digital infrastructure, and I think it's the infrastructure piece that's the most important. It is the bedrock of modern society.
Absolutely, and I guess the key word for the three of you is going to be busy for the next 12 months. But please, Rajiv and Barry, thank you so much for talking to me. As for your home and on behalf of JSA, I would like to also thank everyone for tuning in. You can watch our 2 other half-year sessions on JSA's LinkedIn and YouTube pages, one discussing data sovereignty, AI, and sustainability, and the other looking at hyperscale data center development in Europe. With that, we wrap up today's conversation. From me and the team at JSA Europe, we hope you have a great summer. See you next time. And as always, happy networking.
They do some common things in their business, but then a lot of things are not common, right? So everybody's kind of running their own business within a business. And so you don't get the consistency of result by going from player to player. Some practitioners are really good and some are less so. All right, it is that time of the week. It is your favorite Tuesday I've had all week, and it is time for the True Wealth Radio Show. I'm your host, Dave Littlejohn. In studio with me today,
Matt Dixon.
Okay, Matt.
Yes.
Thank you for doing the prep work for the show today by not letting me see the prep work for the show today.
I know. I only printed one copy, so it's like, maybe it's the Interview Dave show.
It's the let's see how well Dave does on his toes day. Should be fun.
Yeah, I'll walk you through it. How about that?
I love it. I love it. What is the theme that's developing today?
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of have questions around, what maybe does a financial advisor even do, right? We know they deal with money in some fashion or another, but more than just that. It's talking, I think, today about business owners or people that have a company or an entrepreneur of some sort. They look at this and they're like, how do I invest outside of my business? most of the time, people that have a business and are good at running a business, they know that landscape really well, but they might not know maybe some ways that they can save on taxes or, invest in ways that allow the business to continue to grow, but also to put some potential money in their own pocket and employees' pockets. So I want to talk a little bit today to business owners and people who are even thinking about starting a business maybe in the future.
So business owners and entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
And what I heard sneaking between the lines of everything you just said was some people want to invest. A lot of people, the business is their investment. But what if you could reposition some money out of the IRS's account and back into your own?
Yeah, especially, I mean, talking about what are some of the benefits of maybe opening a retirement account. We could kind of start there in really generic language and say, is a retirement plan a good idea? And
yes. Okay, next question.
So, could you talk to me maybe about some of the choices that are out there for someone who does have their own business and how those work?
Okay. Yes. I feel like just for those listening to kind of help out though a little bit, first consider, maybe you're not a business owner. This probably is still interesting to you in that if you understand how the business made a decision, it may help you as an employee to kind of figure out like, why are they doing this? What's in it for me?
I think we should talk about the flip side of this.
Yes.
If you're the employee and you're being offered this menu to choose from, like, hey, I'm allowed to open this type of retirement account, that doesn't necessarily mean you can't open another type of retirement account on your own.
Yeah. So again, backdrop for everybody here, because I don't assume that everybody knows what we're talking about yet, right? The challenge of living in the financial world is that we do this all the time. And I know you guys listening, not everybody does this all the time, right? So if you own a business, one of the things that now the state of Oregon pushes this too, right? They're saying we want to help people save. Right. And so they're encouraging businesses to open up, or in certain cases, requiring businesses to create retirement plans. Okay, which is kind of a weird thing. It doesn't mean that the employer has to contribute to them, but it means that the employer is expected to create an environment where they exist.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so that's Oregon law. But I don't know if you're listening in a different state, it may be different where you're at. But the point is, for entrepreneurs, first of all, a lot of the time we're trying to figure out ways to save on taxes. A lot of people don't understand that one of the things a business can do is create a benefit package for its employees, and you're able to expense that from the business. So it can be a retention tool for good employees. So creating benefits is a business expense, but it's also sort of an investment in your employees as an entrepreneur. Right? And now if you're the employee, you're like, I guess maybe the boss is trying to keep me around by putting some things in place that are good for employees.
Right.
And, the number one thing that we most often hear about is what?
Like an IRA of some sort?
I think it's probably health insurance.
Oh.
Right. I think that's what most people think of when they think of business benefits. Right?
Okay.
They think of health insurance and maybe retirement plans. But small businesses in particular oftentimes don't offer health insurance because it is really expensive and doesn't scale particularly well. So, if you have a business that's got a couple hundred employees, there's a lot of revenue running through that business because it's employing a lot of people. But the small mom and pop shop that's got maybe 2 to 10 employees, that can be very expensive for a small business. So it's not uncommon for those not to be offered. It's much more common to see retirement plans offered in small businesses and certainly in bigger businesses. So with that as a backdrop, let me ask you the question, Matt. Why might a business owner want, besides the employee retention concept, why might they want a retirement plan?
I mean, they might want to be able, say, the owner of the business is getting hammered on taxes, right? They're just paying a ton. They have a lot of income. They might want to defer some of those taxes in order to not have to pay so much to the government in a given year.
Yeah, it's true. We talk a little bit about taxes on this program, but not a ton.
No.
Right. And that comes down to the fact that we're not legally tax advisors, but we can still talk about what taxes do and how they operate. Right.
Right.
taxes are a progressive thing. The more you earn, the higher your income tax goes.
Right.
Okay. So essentially, the retirement plan, if you will, is a way to shift money and expense it out of the business and put it into some kind of retirement vehicle that defers taxes. If it's not a Roth, right? If we're talking about like regular retirement accounts, traditional
like a
IRAs,
traditional 401k.
or a 401k is really the one that we're kind of thinking of. But there's other types of retirement plans, but they walk and talk similar to 401ks. Right. The idea is that the business can then expense out, and rather than taking the income and paying taxes on it, you could put that income into a retirement plan, and you don't pay the taxes until later. Why is that a big deal?
Well, it's a big deal because you're saving for your future self while also getting a little bit of a tax break today.
Yeah, you're saving on the taxes now. That money that didn't go away to taxes can now grow, right? So it's part of the investment too. You're not having to invest with what's left after the taxes. You get the whole thing before the taxes. And then you get to let that grow over time. And as it grows, you don't pay taxes on the growth, right? So you're not experiencing capital gains. You're not paying dividend taxes or any of those things as you're accumulating. When do you pay the tax?
In retirement, when you go to pull the money out.
Right. And we assume retirement.
I mean,
it's in the future.
You could pull it early. Yeah.
Right. No. And what happens if you pull it too soon?
Well, depending on what type of account, most of the time there's a 10% tax penalty.
Or more.
Or more. Yep. There's ways that it can go higher than that. But then you also pay that as income. So if you had $70,000 of income for the year, but then you pull $30,000 out of that retirement account, now you have $100,000 of income for the year, and you paid the 10% penalty or higher, on the
withdrawal.
Yeah.
So there are some gotchas to it, but the benefit would be, especially if you're working today and you have a bunch of income, right, that you have more money, or higher tax rate now, and then later on in the future, you expect a lower tax rate.
Me too.
So the lower tax rate in the future is what we're really trying to shift things toward.
I love you too, Amber.
Hi, Amber. We have a visitor in studio. Oh, yes, we're live.
That was awesome.
So now you know, right? So at any rate, back to the train of thought, right?
Right.
The whole purpose is like, hey, if I'm in a high tax bracket today, but in my retirement, I'm not going to be earning as much, and things are paid for, and I don't have to take all of my money out all at once, I can shift money into a lower tax bracket in the future. So I'm getting several benefits at once, right? Lowering my immediate tax rate, increasing the amount that I'm saving and growing into the future, and I'm pushing it into the future in a lower tax rate.
Well, and here's something that business owner might not be thinking about. Here's a couple of things. One, it might not cost you as much as you think to have employees be part of that plan, right? So say you set it up to where they're getting 3% of their pay. It might not cost you as much as you think, number one. You could potentially have it set up to where they're not eligible for that retirement plan for a certain period of time. So before they even start getting contributions, well, they've got to wait a little bit. So that might incentivize that person to also stay there longer and be with the company. Less turnover potentially.
Sometimes golden handcuffs are a useful thing.
Wow. Yeah. You don't have to have a business full of employees, right? If you have your own business and it's a business of one, there's still options out there for you, even if you're the only person in the business.
So that's an interesting one, because a lot of people don't realize that as the business owner, you get to wear two hats. You're the employer and the employee. Right? I think most folks that work for somebody else, they're used to wearing the employee hat. Right. And so they're sort of presented with the terms as to what they're going to get. Right? Here's the types of benefits that we have or don't have. Here's the pay structure that you have. Here's sort of what the assigned work is, and this is how we get it done. And there's a structure to that employment. The employer, though, they have to figure out what is the right structure, right? What can the business bear? What does it need? How is it going to utilize this tool? Oftentimes it's driven by the needs of the business owner, but not exclusively.
True.
Right? And especially the larger the business, the more that it's driven by the needs of the employees.
Right. And there's different types of retirement plans out there too. So one might not be the perfect fit, but then you explore another option. And you're like, hey, this one sounds like it really might work for me. There's so many different options anymore.
Exactly. And so, there's so many more nuances to the benefits too, right? For the sake of not boring our listeners to death here's kind of the key takeaway. Businesses can expense business benefits. And those benefits, because they're being expensed, becomes more tax efficient, and you then have opportunities to work with. This is what a lot of financial planners are working with, and a lot of financial consultants, even insurance folks. What they're trying to do is try to reposition money within the business to be more tax efficient.
Can you kind of talk about what that tax efficiency looks like? Like how, they're giving some money to employees to their retirement account. How does that really affect their taxes? Do we want to get into the weeds on that?
So let's discuss after this important profit break. Stick around. We'll be right back. I'm Dave Littlejohn.
And Matt Dixon.
And you got True Wealth on News Radio 99 FM at 1240 KQEN. Hey gang, welcome back to the True Wealth Radio Show. I'm your host, Dave Littlejohn, in studio with
Matt Dixon.
And if you were just joining us, you have missed out on the first incredibly important segment for business owners and entrepreneurs, which is, sort of step one of understanding how businesses can expense certain benefits to the benefit of the employer and employee. So grab our podcast.
Do it.
Right? So go to littlejohnfs.com and you can catch the podcast. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and you get it in little bits and pieces because that's how we do it. Right.
Right.
And it's also a great chance if you have questions or things that you would like us to answer live, then it's a great source of content for us is what is it that you would like to hear about? And so send us an email, info@littlejohnfs.com, and we can uncover some more fun. Matt, I understand today a lot of what we're trying to do is help folks kind of understand, like, why do I necessarily work with a financial advisor and what are some of the things? And so we start with this entrepreneur concept of advisors help custom design. Like that's one of the things we do as planners. We work with entrepreneurs to help them design benefit packages in some cases and optimize them for their business.
Right.
Okay.
That's a big piece. Some other stuff that I kind of wanted us to chat about too, and you just mentioned it. What is it that a financial advisor can do or bring to the table? And what are some of those circumstances where it's like, maybe at this juncture, I should seek out some help? Because when you hear financial advisor, that doesn't mean a whole lot, right? Inherently.
Maybe before we jump down that path, I'm going to Shanghai it for a second and ask you a couple questions. There's a lot of folks out there that refer to themselves as financial consultant, financial advisor. What do you think goes into this? Like, there's this spectrum. Who are the people that are calling themselves financial advisors?
Well,
and what do you need to know?
that's one of the problems in the industry right now, right? Like a lot of people might kind of claim that they're a financial advisor, but you don't really know what service set that they're offering. Maybe someone just manages assets. So they sit there and they say, oh, you want to invest? All right, we can do that. Hand some money over and I'm going to just do stuff with it. And you're like, okay, well, maybe that person wants more, right? Like maybe they have an estate. So they have a house and retirement accounts and a pension and Social Security, and they've got a lot of different pieces going on. And they're like, I need to know how all of these work with each other and how do I manage this whole thing, not just manage this money.
So let me sum this up for you in a word.
Sure.
Scope.
Yeah.
Okay. No, not the mouthwash. I mean, scope, like what is the spectrum of services that an advisor is offering? Because I think you just correctly identified in there sort of a question that people should ask is, what does my financial advisor do? And what am I looking for them to do?
Exactly. It's a really loaded question, right?
It really is.
Because I heard an advertisement on the radio the other day. And, it was a bank talking about how they're a fiduciary. And if you want them to actually take authority over your assets when you pass, they can step in and actually like become the trustee for your trust, which that's a whole different scope of, of management. And so there's so many different avenues that a financial advisor or a fiduciary can take, which is just a fancy way of saying an advisor who is legally obligated to work in the best interest of the client, which I think that's important, right? Because not everyone carries that standard. They can do things that are in the best interest of them.
I'll be careful with that one, right? And just because I do want to defend the profession at large here, right?
Yeah.
Fiduciary is a legal standard. Okay. And so when you're working with fiduciaries, there's a legal obligation to put the client's best interest first.
Right.
Now, when you talk about financial advisors that maybe don't have a legal obligation to be a fiduciary, many still act as if they are.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And so they are still attempting to operate in the best interest of their customer. The question is whether or not they have the legal obligation to, because there is a difference in terms of the standard of care associated, right? Do you have a fiduciary obligation, or do you have a suitability obligation? That's actually, they sound similar, but they're not the same thing.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, suitability means that it's acceptable for the client, right? The example, this is always an extreme, right? But let's say that you had two scenarios that were otherwise identical, but one pays a commission to a financial professional, the other one does not. And the long-term difference is that the commissionable product has higher internal fees. You would expect over time that those higher internal fees would erode the customer's performance experience. And so when given the ability to sell a lower fee structure or the higher fee structure, both would be suitable for the customer and that neither is going to harm them. One would be considered more suitable from a fiduciary perspective, but they're not obligated to select the more suitable. They're obligated to select the suitable one, which can mean that there are times that there could be financial incentives that would otherwise perhaps cloud the judgment of the financial professional.
I think it's important that you talk about this, though, right?
Oh, you should, right? And I'm also really quick to defend. Just because somebody operates under a suitability standard doesn't mean they are not choosing what they believe genuinely to be in the best interest of their client. I think that the lion's share of practitioners are trying to serve their clients well. I just don't think all of them are. That's the problem with any industry, right? Is that it only takes a handful of bad actors to tarnish the reputation of an entire industry.
And that's why the regulations these days are so tight and so stringent.
Sure. So, I think these are questions that people should ask. So what is my financial advisor? What is the scope of the engagement? What can I expect? I'm really convinced that the industry is not pinned down what expectations are. Right? It's really ambiguous. There's sort of a minimum expectation that we have to give them statements.
Right.
There's certain reporting that has to happen. But in terms of how businesses operate, there's a tremendous amount of difference from business to business in terms of how they engage with their customers.
I'm going to interview you for a second. So you said that there's a lot of variation in this field. What are, you set this company up and you've designed it to be and feel a certain way.
Yeah.
What really, maybe not separates, but what are some things that you kind of think are unique to Little John Financial that might be, maybe, I know this is going to sound like you're bragging on air for a second, but kind of sets you apart where you feel like you might differentiate yourself from a more generic company that is just going to manage the finances?
Sure. Well, maybe to answer that, and, I get bashful about this stuff, right? We've been doing this radio show for a long time, and we try not to turn it into a sales pitch. Right. My take on this has always been that good education for our listeners is exactly that. And if the needs of our customer aligns with what we offer, then it's a good fit. But I just want to help teach people to do this because I'm convinced you can do this yourself. It's just a lot of people don't, won't, can't. There's lots of reasons for it. So then you need somebody that you can trust. So with that as the backdrop, right, then why was this firm created, right? First was because having operated in some other firms, I found that there were a lot of internal rules that were designed to protect the business more so than the customer.
Okay.
And I just felt like that was a little bit misaligned. Second, I find that a lot of other firms are designed to accumulate lots of representatives of the firm, but all of those representatives, they do some common things in their business, but then a lot of things are not common, right? So everybody's kind of running their own business within a business. And so you don't get the consistency of result by going from player to player. Some practitioners are really good and some are less so.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think what I was shooting for with our firm, with Little John Financial, was a more consistent experience for the customer. And the biggie for me was I didn't want internal competition for customers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I felt like that was a disservice to the client, was to create a your client, my client environment where people were competing for the same customer. So we built a team practice.
Right.
Right. And I think that was a huge differentiator in philosophy that says, well, whenever a customer calls, they are who we exist to serve. Right. So that was just the first and foremost is, well, let's know who our customer is. Let's know what rings the register for us. Next, it was, let's make sure that we, as closely as we can, align our incentives so that we win because our customer wins. Right? As opposed to we win regardless of whether or not our customer wins. That didn't seem like the right alignment. So that's why we are primarily, when it comes to our asset management, we're a fee-only firm. Can't say we're fee-only because we have an insurance branch as well that can offer insurance to customers. We don't do it a whole lot, but it's available. And because that's a regulated product, there's a commission structure to it.
Mm-hmm.
We can't really strip that out in many cases. So we can't say that we're fee only, because if we do insurance and you do a handful of contracts a year, then it means that we're in conflict with that. So we are fee based, but our asset management, when we say fee only, think of it this way, right? We charge a percentage of the total account that we're managing for our customer. Okay. And rather than having a transactional expense associated, so whenever we buy or sell something, we get a commission for it. We don't get any kind of compensation for buying and selling.
And would you say there's still, definitely a handful of firms out there that operate that way?
It still exists because a lot of mutual funds are still built that way.
Right.
They're designed to pay some kind of commission structure, and then there's a residual fee that's paid sort of in later months or years
back to the firm
essentially to the representative. It's to service accounts, right? So there's a reduced fee on the back end that comes back. It's called a CDSC, or the contingent deferred sales charge is a sale penalty if you get out early, but they have what they call 12B1 fees. 12B1 fees are those residual fees that are collected out of the operating expense of the fund, and they're paid to the
And you're saying that's not something that Little John really...
We don't charge trail fees on anything because we're not buying with commissions, right? We're buying at wholesale. We do charge a fee for service, but that's to stay aligned, right? And let's just kind of use easy math. These are not necessarily real numbers, but let's just use your easy math. Let's say a client has $500,000 that we're managing for them.
Okay.
And just to keep the math easy, let's say that we charge 1% per year. Okay. So 1% of $500,000, it's $5,000, right? If we can grow the account to $1 million, then we would win with the customer. They have twice as much money. We're getting paid twice as much too now because we have 1% of $1 million instead of $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
So our interests are aligned. If the account shrinks, you don't want to stop paying. This is a really hard one, by the way. People think, well, why don't I only pay if they're making me money? Okay, this is actually a super important question. I'm looking at the clock. I want all of you guys listening to stick around for the answer to this question, which is, should I pay my advisor when the markets are going down? Very important answer to that. Might surprise you. I'll tell you right after this break. Stick around. I'm Dave Littlejohn.
And Matt Dixon.
And you got True Wealth on News Radio 93.9 FM and 1240 KQEN. All right, gang, welcome back to the True Wealth Radio Show. Dave Littlejohn in studio with
Matt Dixon.
And I promised we would answer a really interesting question. You should catch the podcast if you're just joining us today. We're talking a little bit about fee structure. We're specifically talking about what makes Littlejohn Financial a little bit different, which I don't normally talk about because I'm not too into like major promo of our firm. I get it. Sometimes
I
we throw
don't
the phone
even think
number
it's
up.
a promo. I think it's just informing people, hey, you know, we might be a little bit different than the next guy, and you need to know that because we might not be the right fit for you.
Right.
But then again, maybe it is perfect.
And by the way, there are other fee-based or fee-only advisors around.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So we're not it, right?
Nope.
But we have our way of doing things and we like it, but nevertheless.
And if you don't like it, kick rocks. No.
Yeah. And find somebody you do like, you know, that's how that goes. And kick rocks. All right. Why? Very loaded question is, in a fee only or a fee based asset management scenario where you're getting a percentage, like I said, the advisor is charging a percentage of the assets they're managing. It is often asked to me, why should I, as a customer, pay the advisor if the account is going down? Right? I understand if the account makes money, we both profit because, you know, hey, I made money, so you should make money too. But if I'm losing money, a lot of people say, then shouldn't you be losing money?
Right.
And what I would suggest is the advisor is being paid less. So they feel the impact. The business is very aware of this impact. But what could potentially go wrong if you only paid your advisor when you made profits?
Well, I'll ask this question. Wouldn't the advisor just want to take on more and more risk? Because if you're not getting paid when you're losing, wouldn't you just want to ratchet up the risk and try and get, you know, super high returns?
And I don't know, like want or not, but wouldn't that be the incentive, right?
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, look, if I guess wrong and you don't make money, okay, I don't make money anyway. But if I guess right and you make some money, I get paid.
Right.
So you kind of disincentivize risk management.
It's like telling a baseball player in the major leagues, you know, basically you're only going to get paid if you hit home runs. Well, he's going to swing like crazy every time he steps up to the plate.
Yes.
And he's going to swing at almost everything.
Yeah, if it could be a home run ball, may as well. You know, because if there's no penalty, it's like, look, it'd be different if
You're
you
gonna
said
swing at every
you're going to
pitch.
get paid for home runs.
Yep.
But you're not, you know, and you'll get paid for base hits too, right? Like,
yeah,
it's kind of one of
but
those
you
things.
lose
that-
your entire paycheck if it's a walk.
Well,
You know
yeah,
what I
I
mean?
sort of say like you don't get paid if you strike out. That would be the better one, right? A walk actually still gets you on base. That's playing it smart, right? But if you, what's the difference? You only get paid to make home runs, or you don't get paid if you strike out. There's a difference. One of them is going to be more defensive in nature. They're going to go for high percentage shots. And that's the thing about investing is like a lot of folks, you know, there's different philosophies. Like, well, look, I'm going to take 20 bets and one of them is going to be a home run and it's going to make up for the 19 losers. We don't prescribe to that theory, just so you guys are aware.
Yeah.
Right. It is about long-term diversification value. And there's a lot of risk management strategies associated. And you know why? Easy answer. Like, why should you manage risk? Because sometimes clients need to take money out and you don't want your account to be way down when you need to access the money.
That is so true. Yeah.
Right. Sometimes you need the money. And so if you are.
Wouldn't you rather take money out when the markets are up?
Yeah. I mean, for sure. You definitely don't want to wait until like how. The most recent example, like 2019 going into 2020, March of 2020, markets fall like 30-something% in weeks, right? 2-3 weeks, everything just collapses. What if you had to move and you had to take a big withdrawal from your investment accounts when you're getting 30% less purchasing power at that moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think I'm glad you brought this up because I actually hear this question all the time. People are like, is it a good time for me to take some money? And I do often say, hey, let's take a look at, you know, where is the account? And oh my goodness, you're up $50,000 this year. Go ahead and take $20,000 out.
Unless you like have 500 million and be like, well, you're barely making anything, right?
Right. Yeah.
Remember, numbers should always have context. That's another one that I would tell you.
true.
For any financial advisors out there, it's like, make sure the numbers have context, because there's 3 kinds of lies in the world, right? There's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
You're not wrong. And I've seen that, where someone's like, hey, I'm down $100,000. And it's like, you have a $3 million account. Like, that's a normal.
Yeah, we call that
months.
Tuesday, right? It's just, it's a percentage-wise, it's not significant to the total volume of the account.
Exactly.
It's like, if the diving board is 6 inches long, it doesn't move much. But when it's 60 feet long, a 1 degree move translates to a big fluctuation on the end of that board, right? And that's what big accounts look like, is it's bigger moves.
And then it's always funny too, and that person's like, well, my account's up 12%, but the S&P is up 13. And it's like,
yeah,
it's a 1% difference, but
well, it does add up over time. But this again is one of those, the idea that,
well, it's when people aren't measuring the same way each time. It's like, oh, I'm looking at this loss. Well, that's 0.5%. And then they go and then they change it, and then they start looking at percentages when it's time to evaluate performance instead of dollar amounts. You're up $1 million this year. Well, I really wanted to be up 1.1. And it's like,
it's the tyranny of absolute versus relative return, right? Like on an absolute basis, here's the dollars that I gained or lost.
Right.
On a percentage basis or relative basis, I'm up this much, or I'm this percentage or that percentage, or down that percentage.
Well, it all is based on when you're measuring it too. I was looking at some performance numbers today, and it absolutely blew me away. I changed the calendar dates by like 20 something days. And the percent return on this one thing I was looking at went from like 7 to 10. And I'm like, so if you had measured, 20 days into the cycle past when it started, your numbers wouldn't look that great. But you add the last couple weeks of that in there, and it's like, now it looks awesome. So you can really manipulate the numbers by changing the dates. That's the thing.
It's hard to do also. Like, I don't see performance reporting done this way. I've worked in some softwares that does this a little bit, but it's interesting if you were to take a rolling average return in an account. Okay. We do this a lot in the advisory landscape. When you're doing investment research, you might say, well, I want to see a 200-day moving average of the price of a stock. And what you're doing is just saying, well, here's the average price for the last 200 days. And tomorrow I'm going to take the oldest day off and I'm add the new day in, and I'm going to take a new average. And I'm going to plot that over time, and it sort of smooths out the ups and the downs. And so a 200-day price average, you can see, well, here's the current price compared to the last 200 days. We call that a 200-day moving average, or maybe a 50-day moving average, or a 10-day moving average. But it's a way to get a sense of how is the stock moving, not moment to moment, but over a period of time. But you don't see people measure their performance that way very often. They typically look at a calendar year and say, well, show me January 1 to December 31 and show me that snapshot, and that's how I decide if it's working or not. That's largely what the mutual fund industry does. And it's where a term called window dressing comes from.
Tell me about window dressing.
Window dressing is essentially trying to set the system up so that the numbers look good for a calendar basis. And so you see shuffling things around late November, early December to try to position so that a mutual fund number looks good at the end. So
you're saying, like, as an example, maybe a mutual fund manager is in November and they're way above the target where they wanted to hit for the year. They're
or to get a bonus, perhaps. Maybe they're bonused against how they perform against a benchmark.
Right. And so if they're crushing the benchmark, they could, in theory, basically, if the agreements of the mutual fund allow for it, they could reposition assets around to lower their risk exposure and try and lock in that gain.
They could potentially, or here's another one. Let's suppose that they're not going to hit their bonuses.
They take on more risk?
Well, they don't necessarily, but they can do things like they can distribute a bunch of their adverse capital gains just to get it out of the way. Right? Because there's an interesting thing about the way mutual funds operate where they can choose when they declare their capital gains or losses, right? So they don't declare a loss. They're never going to make a loss.
Oh, so you're saying if they're going to end up
they'll just say,
missing
I'm going to miss anyway, then let's get this toxic stuff off the books to set up a better next year.
Oh, so they might
It's
liquidate.
possible.
Yeah.
It's possible that something like that could happen. You'd have to look at the prospectus, and but if you've got a whole bunch of embedded capital gains and you're not going to hit stuff anyway, then you
could sell
just
some
rip
of
the
the
Band-Aid
losers.
off and set yourself up so that the next year can look better.
Hmm.
It's potential out
And
there.
then maybe even rebuy it if it's a position that they still like.
Sure,
Yeah.
they could potentially change their basis and do tax management within the fund.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen often. I don't think this is an abused scenario, but it's not impossible.
Right.
Right. And so those are just elements that happen when you're in a managed product like that.
Right.
Right. It's that a capital gain distribution could occur, and it's outside of your ability to control the
And
timing.
that's not to say that all managed products are bad, right?
No, we're
Because-
not. It's just a feature of managed. But there's other features of managed product that are kind of handy. Like you could, you have your own capital gain of when you buy or sell it, but they may never distribute a gain to you. So you could have some tax efficiency because they're taking in new cash. And so they're rebalancing their portfolio with the new cash from new investors, which means that you may actually experience increased tax efficiency in some scenarios.
Double-edged sword.
Yeah. So it can work out nicely in that respect. But all of this to get back to the idea that when you're, I think I kind of even lost some of the original idea. We just started going down the mutual fund path so much. The moving average. That's really what it came down to. It's like, well, if you're looking at how well your returns are, I think you're better off saying, well, here was my January to January, February to February, March to March, April to April, and then take a look at how that evolves over time. That gives you a sense of how stable your portfolio is and what your actual rolling return looks like.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, not common to do. Most people just take a 12-month snapshot of what they were doing previously and maybe a 3-year snapshot and kind of go, well, here's the trend and here's how we're looking.
You know, one thing we didn't do?
No.
We didn't talk to our listeners about kind of some of the stuff that we do internally that might be different than other places.
Oh, goodness. Well,
yeah.
All right,
We promised
Matt,
it. We promised it.
All right. So Matt's going to tell us more after our last break.
All right.
Okay. Stick around if you want to know what makes, like, these guys on the radio. They got an investment firm. I'm kind of curious.
What do they do?
What do they do and how are they different? Just a little bit more when we come back. Stick around. I'm Dave Littlejohn.
And Matt Dixon.
And you got True Wealth? Yeah, we'll do that. News Radio 93.9 FM at 1240 KQEN. And we are back. Welcome back to the True Wealth Radio Show. Dave Littlejohn in studio with
Matt Dixon.
Matt, what did our listeners, you promised our listeners?
Yeah.
Okay, lay it on me.
Okay. So when we left off at the break, we were talking about what are some ways that Littlejohn Financial kind of specializes in. What are some of those avenues where it's like, that's kind of an area where they're really comfortable and familiar with. And so
diet sodas.
Unfortunately, I won't drink them. I can't do it. I love my real sugar Pepsis, as David will know. But no. Okay, getting back on track. So, David, do you want to start us off? Just give me one short little thing where, because I'm going to throw you on the spot. What's something that you think we do well?
Something I think that we do well.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty high touch with our customers. Like, we don't even have a phone tree. Like, if you call, you either get a person or you get a voicemail that, like, we all get harassed by, and you get called back usually within moments.
Right.
So you almost always get a live person to answer the phone, and we don't do phone tree on purpose.
I don't even know that is a good one. That's not really where my brain was at. So
okay.
More of like some of the areas where it's like when we're doing business, it's like, hey, that's something, or that's a person that we tend to help, right? So like I'm looking at this and saying,
Matt, what's the answer you're looking for?
Okay, I'll give you one. I'm going to give you one and see if you can keep this
He's
going.
trying to lead the witness. I'm going, well, go ahead. Just, go for it.
Okay, so I think one of the areas where I think we do well, you have a spouse that's passed away, right? And you didn't really know maybe kind of how everything was invested. It just wasn't your area of expertise. I think we do inherently a pretty good job of bringing that person in and saying, hey, we don't want to talk over you. We want to be able to get you kind of up to snuff with what it is that we do, why we do it, and does that make sense for your journey? Because sometimes it doesn't, and it's like, hey, this isn't a good fit. But I think we do a good job communicating and coming up with ideas of how to help that person who has gone through a tragedy, needs a plan, needs someone that they feel comfortable with, and kind of walking that person through what the next steps are.
Yeah. Sadly, I think you're right. And sad only because, when folks are going through challenging times like that, I think a lot of it just comes down to, again, it's pretty personal. And our culture is not big mega business right now. It's very personable. And so because we try to know all of our customers
by
really
name,
well,
it's like you're not just a number. We know who you are.
And so, I mean, it's interesting too, because not everybody qualifies to be a client.
No.
Right. And that's not because we're trying to be uppity about things. It's because the people that we've made commitments to, our first obligation is to them. So before we take on new obligations, we have to make sure we can meet the existing obligations.
Yeah.
But I mean, we spend a great deal of time. I think there's a compassionate side to us, but there's also a lot of education. So people will come in and they don't have a good knowledge base. And so we try to build that knowledge base up so they can be confident in what we're doing. And then we work together on it.
I mean, speaking about the education piece, the other area I think, we kind of dive into a little bit is for the person who has maybe multiple income sources and is getting close to retirement. And they're trying to look at all the different pieces of the puzzle and say, how do they all fit together? And they need someone that can analyze what are all the different pieces that I've got going on in my life, and then what is the plan moving forward? Can I retire right now? Where should I start accessing money from in retirement? A lot of people don't know. They have maybe 5 or 6 different areas where they could access money, but they don't know what the most tax efficient way to access money is. And so they show up and they say, hey, walk me through this.
Yeah, I would say it goes into strategic planning. Okay, now these are terms that get tossed around a lot, but strategic plan is like you need a strategy to be efficient. And so the idea is, well, let's look at all the moving parts that you're working with, and then let's figure out an optimized way to deal with them, right?
Yeah.
And that's just highly personal. You can't kind of give that advice on the radio because everybody's circumstance is unique and their needs are unique. But the idea would be that you sync up by understanding what they're working with and what their goals are, and then developing a strategy to optimize what they're trying to do. So, it generically falls under the term planning, right? But planning is pretty nondescript. And so that's my frustration. Our industry, because of regulation, waters a lot of terms down. And, what are we really trying to do for our customers? Look, you worked really hard to scratch together what you have over a lifetime. Let's not screw this up, right? So let's not unnecessarily give it to the government. Let's not mischaracterize the way we manage our taxes and overpay where we don't need to. I think I just said the same thing twice. Let's not, be frivolous or and accidentally make an unforced error that costs us, right? That's one of the things that we see a lot. And so there's just a lot of things that come down to efficiency and in the plan B stuff, right? Hey, we got to make sure that we got, if it's not going to me, where's it go? And how do we do that stuff the right way? So I just think that there's so much. I mean, at the end of the day, it's funny, but the money management, that is secondary to the planning for us. It's the thing that wags the dog at the end of the day. But if you have a lousy plan, you can blow up a whole lot of money in a hurry. So you got to start with the good fundamentals. I think that's just where we're at.
Okay. Well, there was so much more on the list, David, but I don't know that we've got time for it.
No, we got like 18 seconds or something. Okay. So let's just leave it at this. How do folks reach us if they have a need?
It's super easy to go to littlejohnfinancial.com. So littlejohnfs.com and chat us, give us a call. We're easy to find.
Yeah, it's true. All the above. So give us a shout when you can. And also, consults are free. So if we can help or we can get your point in the right direction, that's what we want to do. But we're out of time for now. So until next time, I'm Dave Littlejohn.
And Matt Dixon.
You've been listening to True Wealth on News Radio 93.9 FM at 1240 KQEN.
It's great to be back in Georgia. Thank you, Pata, for putting this together, and thank you for organizing all of this. You know, and thank you to the many people who I've met over the years in Georgia who are here today. You know, one of the engines of progress, one of the engines of the wealth that we all enjoy, and even in Georgia, we are all extraordinarily wealthy. I know it's hard to believe, but you guys are all rich when compared to any other period in human history. 300 years ago, 95% of humanity lived in what we consider extreme poverty, $2 a day or less. Try to imagine right now what it would mean to live on $2 a day or less. $2 in today's dollars. 300 years ago, everybody lived on that. Everybody survived on that. It was easy. They didn't have nice clothes. They didn't have any electronics, no iPhones. They didn't go out to eat. There was no such thing as restaurants, no movies. There was nothing. Life was short. What was life expectancy?
It was 45.
45 if you were, yeah, most places under 40. 39 in Western Europe. Rest of the world, life expectancy was 30. I mean, you guys, as young as you are, you're all middle age already. I'm dead a long time ago. That was life. And what did you do during the day? You got up in the morning when the sun came up. You went and worked in the field. And when the sun went down, you went home. You put out a fire. You ate a little bit, and you went to sleep. No books. People couldn't read. But there was no point. There was no time to read. No electricity. No light. No lanterns. Too expensive. Life was short and brutish. Most children died before the age of 10. And this is how human beings have lived for almost all of human history. So there's a famous graph. I'm going to draw it in the air. 10,000 years ago, we made, most people, 90+%, made about $2 a day or less. And they kept making about $2 a day or less. A little bit better under Rome. Actually got some nice running water and things like that. But then, Dark Ages, everything goes back to $2 a day or less. And then one day, bam, we all got rich. So you can't really understand us getting rich without understanding finance, without understanding financial markets, how they evolved and how they contribute to human well-being. Human beings are better, richer, we have more opportunities because of financial markets, financial institutions, finance in the broadest sense. So what I'm going to do right now is give you kind of an outline of the history. You know, we've got, 30, 45 minutes. We can't go too deep. We can't give too many detail, but I'm going to give you an outline of the history of the way finance has evolved over the last, I always get too hot. All right, there goes the jacket. Over the last, really, 10,000 years or so. So when you think finance, what is the product of finance? Money, absolutely. It's all about money, right? Now, where did money come from? How did we get money? Money came from our need to trade. Why do we need to trade? Because the reality is that we can't produce everything that we need to live. There's just too many things for a comfortable life for us to be able to produce. I don't know how to, well, I actually don't know how to make an iPhone. I certainly don't know. In a modern day, I don't know how to make most of the things I use. I don't know how to make clothes. I don't know how to make shoes. I don't know how to grow food. I don't know how that camera works. I don't know so many things. And the beauty of trade is I don't need to know any of that. Because somebody specializes in cameras, and somebody specializes in iPhones, and somebody specializes in shoes. I specialize in this. and it's hard to believe, but I can make a living doing this, right? Make enough money so I can then trade with the guy who makes the iPhone and the guy who makes the shoes and the guy who makes the cameras, and I can get all those things by doing what I am good at doing. I'm not good at these other things. Every one of us has something we're good at, something we love doing, something we can do to make a living so that we can trade, not buy. Don't think of it as buy. You're trading for all the other things that you need. But before we had money, to do that trading was really, really difficult. Because if I had cows, but I wanted chickens and you had chickens, it was really difficult to trade a cow for chickens. Chickens are smaller. Like, how many chickens is one cow worth? And you can't cut a cow up into pieces. It's not the same, right? To cut it up is dead. A dead cow is worth less probably than a live cow. So it's very complicated to try. If I grow tomatoes and I want a cow, how many tomatoes for a cow? A huge number of tomatoes, right? And the guy who has the cow has too many tomatoes now. What's he going to do with all these tomatoes? Use some of them to buy a chicken? It's just complicated. It really is. So that's called barter, right? When we trade goods for goods. So some genius, who knows when, 10,000, 15,000 years ago, at some point in human history, some genius thought, what if we created some other product, something that everybody wanted, or at least everybody valued somehow, and we could use that to exchange for everything else? And maybe the first thing that they used was maybe, I don't know, some rare bones of some animal that everybody thought was pretty. And then they used that to exchange. If you look at different cultures around the world, you find different things becoming money at different points in time, depending on what the culture valued. But over time, people kind of gravitated to using gold as money. Why gold? Because it's rare, because it's shiny and pretty, and we like to make jewelry from it, right? Who doesn't like gold? Everybody loves gold, right? And you can break it up into units and you can measure it, right? So we can have a little bit of gold maybe for buying the tomato, a little bit more gold to buy a chicken, a big pot of gold to buy a cow. But now we can break it up, right? And now it becomes, and gold became money. And suddenly, the global economy was very local, but in a sense, everywhere in the world where they used money, suddenly became more efficient. I didn't have to worry about cows versus tomatoes versus chickens versus this versus that. Everything is now denominated in ounces or some weight of gold, kilos of gold, right? And that increases efficiency. It encourages people now to specialize because they can trade for everything. They don't have to worry about the units of exchange and how to do the trading. Now a whole world opens up of all people specializing in their little different things, and we can trade among all of us. We don't have to worry about, how do I move my cow? How do I move my tomatoes? You know the other problem with tomatoes is they rot. They get bad after a while. So if you're going to trade tomatoes, you have to trade them quickly. But now I can trade them for gold. It's easy. I can trade to 10 different people. Each one can buy one tomato, and that's okay. But when I was bartering, how am I going to get rid of these tomatoes? So money made the economy immediately much more efficient. And again, we don't know exactly when this happened. But one of the things people realized is that sometimes I need more money than I have. And maybe I go to the local farmer, and maybe he has a little bit more money because he had a good harvest, and he's sitting. And I say, can you give me some of your money? I need to use it in order to buy some things, in order to live, or maybe to invest in my farm. And he goes, why should I give you any money, right? What's in it for me? Right? So, maybe people scratch their heads for a while and figured out, how do we make this work? Because sometimes I'm short of money, sometimes I have more money than I need. There should be some way to use this money more efficiently. So it's not just lying around, because different people have different demands and different needs at different times. How about if I give you the money, but I charge you interest. When you return the money, you give me back a little bit more than before. Why? Because you're using my money for a while. Also, you might not give it back. So there's a little bit of a risk, right? So to compensate me for the risk of you not paying me back and to compensate me for the fact that I can't use the money while you have it, I want some interest. And slowly people starting lending each other money. I think this developed very early on where people lent each other money. But this is interesting because in the Old Testament, God tells the Jews in the Old Testament, he says, you're not allowed to charge interest from your brother. In other words, you're not allowed to give out loans and expect interest. So I'm supposed to give my money to somebody and just hope it comes back and not charge anything for the use and not charge anything for the risk? Yeah, God says, no interest from your brother, which is interesting. We'll get to why from your brother is important, because what God meant by brother, what the Jews interpreted meaning is from other Jews. But non-Jews were not brothers. So Jews could charge interest of everybody else, just not Jews. One of the reasons Jews became moneylenders later on. But when Christianity came about, the Christians said, everybody's my brother, right? Christianity is a universal religion. The Jewish religion is a very closed religion. You can't become a member. It's a club, right? But Christianity, everybody can become a Christian. It's very easy to become a Christian, very hard to become Jewish. So the Christians said, well, if God doesn't allow me to lend money with interest to my brother, he doesn't allow me to lend with interest to anybody. And usury, which is interest, charging interest on a loan, became a mortal sin. You went to hell for doing it. Now, as you can imagine, this creates financial problems. Kings need to borrow money to go to wars. Somebody talked about Georgians liking to go to the army, right? Wars were very popular, sadly, in human history, but you need money to go to war. And they often needed to borrow money. But Christians weren't allowed to lend. They weren't allowed to charge interest. And one of the reasons you saw Jews going into the sector of money lending and banking, ultimately what became banking, is because they were allowed. God allowed them to charge interest of non-Jews, not just from the old brother. And you can see how maybe Christians started hating Jews a little bit because of this, right? I'm not allowed to lend you money, but the Jew is? What the hell? If usury, interest, is a mortal sin, shouldn't it be a mortal sin to him as well? You also see, once in a while, there's a famous story in York, in England, where, the local aristocrat borrowed a little bit too much money. Who knows what he spent it on? Maybe parties and other stuff, and he borrowed too much money. He couldn't pay the Jewish moneylender back. So what do you do if you can't pay your moneylender back? Got to be creative here. Well, you organize a pogrom. You organize the killing of the Jews, and you make sure that the moneylender is one of the Jews that gets killed. So some of the anti-Semitism and some of the murder of Jews throughout the centuries was a consequence of, we owed the money. Let's get rid of the books. We burn the books, we burn the moneylender, and it disappears. Right? So unfortunately, this connection has stayed, and a lot of anti-Semitism is associated with this idea of Jews, money, why can't we do it, they can do it, and all of that. There wasn't a lot of progress in finance after the fall of Rome during the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, partially, to a large extent, because of this prohibition on charging interest. It's hard to develop a profession where that's the heart of it, that's the essential feature, borrowing and lending money, where suddenly it's prohibited. The Catholic Church made it a mortal sin. If you look at Dante's Inferno, everybody, I don't know if you've read the book, but it's a famous Middle Ages book. The moneylender is on the 7th rung of hell. He's got a bag of gold around his neck, and the gold is being drawn to the fire in the middle. So he is burning up. Right? This is not a pleasant image for people. This is not a noble, good, positive profession. And that was it. That was the view that most of the Christian world held during the Middle Ages. Even when you see bankers like the Medici bankers in Florence, you know, the Medicis, the people who supported Michelangelo and Raphael and all the great artists during the Renaissance, they pretended they weren't charging interest. So they would make loans, and this, by the way, still exists today in finance. Islamic banking, I don't know if you've ever heard of Islamic banking, but the way they do banking in the Middle East, and the way it's called Islamic banking, and they're not allowed to charge interest either. Islam prohibits charging interest. So they give you a loan, and you're supposed to pay back plus interest, but they don't call it interest. It's now like like a dividend, or it's like you own a piece of the company. It's all a lot of pretending, but all the pretending is geared towards not violating this law or this statement where you can't charge interest. They find all kinds of loopholes and all kinds of way around that. And, you know, charging interest on loans was prohibited by the Catholic Church until the late 19th century. So these alternatives developed. And, you know, the Medicis were in Renaissance Italy. They started, you know, the economies of Europe started growing. What happens when the economies grow? What is required in order to grow an economy and employ people and start businesses? What do you need in order to do that?
In most cases, just free will.
Well, free will is the beginning. It's not enough, right? You have to convince somebody to give you what?
Stay at the place they are right now. Investments, maybe.
What's that?
Investments.
Yeah, you need money. You need capital. So if you have an idea, like even today, it's the same thing today as it was back then. You have a great idea. You think you can change the world. You're going to invent some new, the best gadget ever, better than an iPhone, better than, okay, how do you actually make it a reality? You have to buy, you know, you have to do the research, you have to write the program, you have to buy the equipment, you have to hire employees. How are you going to do all those things? Well, you need money. You need investors, or you need bankers, or you need a loan, but you have to have money. No business gets created without capital. Sometimes it's your own capital. Sometimes your family gives you the money. But most of the time, the money comes from a bank or a venture capitalist or some investment bank. But some kind of investment has to come in. So as the economies of Europe were growing, more capital was needed. More businesses started being created. And people like the Medicis realized that there was this enormous opportunity. They started building branches of banks all over the country. And making loans in gold. They were still using gold in those days. And they would move the gold from place to place, depending on where it was required, where there was more economic activity. And that's how the first kind of multinational banks were created. They were created during the Renaissance and in the following of the Renaissance. And even the Jewish moneylenders got more sophisticated and started banks. And you see the Rothschilds, the famous Rothschilds, building banks all over Europe that lent money, borrowed money. The important thing to note here is, you know, Karl Marx, you've all heard of Karl Marx, you all know Karl Marx, right? Karl Marx teaches us something that I think has become embedded in our culture in a deep, deep way. Where does all value come from, according to Marx? Where do products, where do goods, where does the stuff we use, who creates them, according to Marx?
People.
What kind of people?
Workers.
Workers. Everything is a consequence of manual labor. All creation is the creation of the workers you employ. How do we get an employee? How do we get an automobile? We get an automobile through the work of the workers who tighten the bolts, who put the car together, who assemble it. And therefore, everybody, like managers and capitalists, because they don't actually build the car, what are they? Exploiters. They're exploiting the workers because the workers build everything. But the reality is that that's upside down. The reality is that there are no workers until there's an idea. Every business starts with an idea. Every business starts with an entrepreneur, with somebody who thinks they can do something better than it's being done before. No business ever starts with workers putting an automobile together. Somebody has to have an idea of an automobile. And groups of workers don't have those ideas. It takes an entrepreneur to have those ideas. And if you read the history of business, every single business starts with some entrepreneur. And then what does the entrepreneur have to do? He has to raise capital. Because you know what? No workers work for nothing, for free. So he pays their wages even when the company is losing money. If you think about today, in financial markets today, if I want to start a biotechnology company, I need to raise a lot of money because I have to hire scientists and they have to do research, and that research can take years and years and years to do. Who's paying those researchers while this all happens? The investors. I am through the investors, right? And what's the chance that after all these research, we actually have a product that we can sell, that the regulators will approve and we can sell in the market and make a profit? It's very small. If you look at biotechnology, very few companies ever succeed. So somebody has put all their money at risk to pay employees for years and years and years salaries. None of them are doing it for free. They might get zero back. Usually they get zero back. Maybe they get, if they're lucky, they get a lot back. But in the meantime, they paid out. So in a sense, isn't the employee, quote, exploiting the capitalist? They're working, they're getting a salary. Capitalist is getting zero. It might, even if the capitalist gets a return, it might be 10 years in the future. Every startup loses money for the first few years. I don't know any business that doesn't lose money in the beginning. Who's bearing the risk and the cost of that? Not the employees. Never the employees. It's always the capitalist. It's always the financier. And who decides which ideas should get funding and which ideas should not get funding? Because you know what? Some ideas are really, really stupid. I mean, they're bad ideas all the time. I don't know how many of you are in crypto, but there's a lot of bad ideas in crypto. You can see a lot of them collapsing right now, right? Over the last year, a lot of them. Maybe some of you owned them as they went to zero, right? But somebody has to decide when you come to an idea and say, I've got this idea of a new product, I'm going to make X. Somebody has to decide, this is worth it, this is not. Now, in centralized, in a modern world, in centralized authorities, who gets to decide that? Governments get to decide it. But in a free market, bankers, financial markets, they decide, I'm supporting this, I'm not supporting that. They allocate capital. And what's the principle by which they're allocating the capital? Who they think will be successful and who they think will fail. So capital goes to the most productive, efficient place possible. And different parts of the financial markets take on different levels of risk. Some people, like venture capitalists who invest in startups, in technology, in biotech, they take a lot of risk. For every 10 investments a venture capitalists make, do you know how many generate zero return?
9%.
Not 9, but probably 6, 7.
Yeah, 5% average.
What's that?
Like 5% average.
5% average go to zero?
Yeah. No, there's 5% of succeeding.
5% that succeed. Yeah. Yes, 5% succeed. Usually 1 out of 10, usually 1 out of 20 does really, really well. That's the 5%. A few do okay, and the rest do nothing. Zero, they lose it all. Most people don't have the stomach, don't have the courage to make those kind of investments. That would scare me. Only 5% winners would be very scary for my money, right? So venture capitalists take the most risky investors. Banks, how often do bank loans go bankrupt? Very rare. Maybe only 5% go bankrupt. Most of them pay back. They take the least risky. So financial markets have divided themselves into different categories. So we went from no financial markets to very, very sophisticated financial markets today. And all of this has happened really in the last 300, 400 years, where we've created these networks, these sophisticated banking and investment vehicles, venture capitalists of all different kinds, private equity, hedge funds. Everybody heard of hedge funds? We got hedge funds that make investments. I mean, the financial market today is super sophisticated, all because the needs out there are so many and so diversified and so different, and it's all based on different levels of risk. And the way we evolved to where we are today, from a simple ban on usury, is that starting certainly in the 18th century and the 19th century, people came to the realization that put aside what the Bible says. In order to be successful, in order to have growing economies, in order to make money and develop and get rich, we need financial markets. We need banks. We need to be able to lend and borrow money. We need to be able to charge what they called usury. And the prohibitions just went away. The Bible, in a sense, if you will, was rewritten. The Catholic Church reinterpreted it. All the religions, basically, except Islam, basically reinterpreted the old scriptures. And what you started to get is banks everywhere, and again, these different types of financial markets. One of the things that banks did early on, and why we have today paper money, so during the 16th century, a lot of people would go to the blacksmith. You know what a blacksmith is? Somebody who deals with metals, right? And they would say, could you keep my gold for me? Just save it. And the goldsmith would give them a little receipt saying, I have your gold. You know, if this is, you can come and take your gold out. And people had these pieces of paper with it, and they would go, I need to buy something. I could go and get my gold out and then pay the merchant. Why don't I take this piece of paper? Maybe if I give it to the merchant, he'll take it, give me what I want to buy, and then he can go to the bank and collect the money, collect the gold. That's how we got paper money. These IOUs became kind of means of exchange. They became much more convenient than dragging the gold with you and having these bags of gold and having to weigh them and different quantities. Now you got paper that represented gold and that you could be redeemed for gold anytime you went to the bank. And now these blacksmiths said, maybe we can give them different denominations. Money, right? Paper money, $10, $50, $100, $1. And then they said, maybe I can take all this gold that I've got in storage. People don't usually take it all out. And maybe I can take that and lend it out and start making loans. And now you got a modern bank. A modern bank that takes in deposits and issues out loans. And you start seeing that in the 16th, 17th century, and they start growing. But again, they really explode when the Industrial Revolution explodes, when economic growth is high, when demand for capital, demand for investment, demand for loans really expands. And then suddenly you have finance funding this growth, creating this growth, but also because of the demand for their services, banks evolving and growing and becoming more substantial. Now they get involved in deal making, in mergers, in everything that a modern bank today does, or modern financial institution. In the 19th century, one of the things that was happening was if I wanted to start like a railroad or something, I need a lot of capital. So I would go to all the people I knew and get money from them, and then I would issue them shares, a percentage ownership in my company. And then what would happen is people would own these shares, but they didn't like just a piece of paper. They wanted to be able to sell these pieces of paper and get money. So I used to go to a little coffee shop in New York City. And this coffee shop was on a street called Wall Street. And they would go to this coffee shop, and everybody who had the shares would be there. And if you wanted, everybody knew if you went to the coffee shop, you could probably sell the shares. Somebody would be there, and maybe they would buy the shares from you. And there started to be a regular marketplace, if you will. I've got shares of the railroad. Anybody want to buy them? And people would bid on them and so on. And that slowly developed and became, what did it become? A stock market. And it was on Wall Street. So today when we think Wall Street, we associate it with stock market, investment, banking. Today it's a big stock market exchange. The same thing was happening in Amsterdam. The same thing was happening in London. And these stock markets come around, which basically take an ownership stake that you have in a company, which now you can trade in exchange for money. You can get the money, you can buy stock in another company, you can diversify, you can buy stock in lots of different companies. Again, it all happened organically. It all happened out of a need of people to invest and people to raise money in order to create businesses. So financial markets have seen this massive evolution, I'd say primarily over the last 200 years. Just as all of the Industrial Revolution was happening, all of this wealth was being created, we saw this expansion and diversification of financial institutions and markets. I consider finance the lifeblood of capitalism. Capitalism cannot exist without this flow of capital that goes throughout. Think of it, if you want an analogy, you know, financial markets and financial institutions are like a circulatory system. The blood, if you will, is money. The heart pumps it to different, so finance is really our heart. Pumping it to the right places. Like you're running, where does all the blood go? To the muscles of your legs, right? The heart is pumping it. The heart pushes it, but it pushes it more to the legs than anywhere else because that's where it's needed. When you're sitting and doing a test, an exam at school, hopefully, where does all the blood go? To the brain. Well, I hope so. Otherwise, you're not going to do well in the exam, right? Because you're spending a lot of energy thinking. Thinking, you'd be surprised how much thinking, you know, spells out energy. You don't have to exercise, just think. And you'll get thin anyway because calories are burnt when you do a lot of thinking. So the blood is like the money. The circulatory system is like the financial markets. Wherever it's needed, that is where it goes. So for example, I'll give you one example and then I'll take questions. During the 1980s in the United States was making a lot of stuff very inefficiently. There were these factories that were making steel products, cables, wires, and it was very expensive because America is a high-cost country. Labor is expensive, real estate is expensive, everything is expensive, and you had these factories that were losing money. The Japanese, much more efficient, much more productive, much cheaper, and all these factories were just sitting there producing stuff and making a loss. And one of the things financiers realized that, wait a minute, if we buy these factories and liquidate them, sell all their assets, and take that capital and invest it in something where you can make money, that would be really, really cool. And what you had in America in the 1980s is exactly that. There's an area of America in the middle called the Rust Belt today. It's where all these steel manufacturing was happening. And it was losing money. And capitalists, financiers went in, they bought it all up, they sold it, they shut it down, they fired the workers, they were demonized because of it. But where did all that capital go? All that capital from selling all these businesses, where did it go? What happened in the 1980s?
Economic crisis.
No, 1980s, there was actually economic boom. So where did all the capital go? But where did the boom happen? I mean, you guys are too young to know what did happen in the 1980s.
In different countries.
In America. Let's just stick to America. Silicon Valley. That's all you have to. You know what Silicon Valley is? Computers. Software, Microsoft, Apple, Cisco, Sun Microsystems, a million little computer companies and software companies. This is a new industry. It suddenly came out of nowhere. And Intel, right? Microprocessors. And where did all the money come from? Where did all the capital come from? From all those companies that were shut down, that freed up all that capital. It went and it grew up in Silicon Valley. So in a sense, financial markets know when to shut things down, when things are not profitable and not worth investing in, and then where they are worth investing in. And where they're worth investing in the 1980s was in the risk. And we all today benefit from that. Why? Because every single one of you has right now on you at home, and probably several of the products that came out of Silicon Valley. Products that were created with the capital that was redistributed. But people don't get that. So people think, oh, but people lost their jobs. Yeah, but many more jobs were created over here than were shut down over here. And better paying jobs. So finance does that. It reallocates capital constantly. They're looking. Is this making money? Is this a good industry to be in? Is this the future? You know, so a lot of capital went into crypto, sadly. At least in certain companies in crypto. We'll see what happens NAND. Because people thought there were real opportunities there. And a lot of money is going out, and it's going to find the next. Right now, where's money flowing? Where's a lot of capital being invested right now? What's the hot, sexy thing right now as we speak? Not crypto. Artificial intelligence. Absolutely. AI. AI. Every venture capitalist in Silicon Valley wants an AI company right now. Everybody's putting money into AI. And that, you know, maybe they'll have some breakthroughs, maybe not, maybe there'll be overinvestment, maybe not, and then capital will flow elsewhere. But every one of these industries are created because capital flows into those industries. You have ideas, capital, management, that's what create companies. So I don't believe there's more important a industry, a business, for economic growth, for economic success, for entrepreneurship, for innovation, than financial markets, than finance. Now, that was a very brief history. I've got a book, The Moral Case for Finance, if you're interested. You can get it on Amazon. It kind of goes into a lot more detail. But those of you who are going to go into finance, or those of you interested in finance, I know there's a lot of shame and people look weirdly at you if you're in finance, and people denounce financiers. But financiers should be proud of what they do. It's a crucial, crucial role in the economy. The economy would collapse without it. Innovation and progress would not exist without robust, healthy financial markets and the people doing the work in them. Thank you, and I'll take any questions you might have. Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you once more again for your very energetic speech and very motivational. So as you have mentioned, humanity went through the period where we had just less or about $2
Yep.
to win. But nowadays, completely different situation. We have nowadays so many chances and opportunities. But how to say it, leftist and Marxist ideas are still alive, and not only alive, but becomes more and more popular. What is the reason? Why do we have such a situation from your perspective to discuss would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So why are Marxist leftist ideas still so popular? And that's a big question. And I can give a 3-hour lecture just on that easily, right? Easily 3 hours. But let me condense it. I think there are two basic ideas that have to be turned upside down, that have to be challenged, to challenge the Marxists and the leftists. And I don't think many people do them. One, unfortunately, most people, I'm gonna try to be nice, but the reality is most people don't think. And economics is an abstract field. Most people just look and they see. So for example, if I buy an iPhone for $1,000, what most people see is I gave $1,000, I got an iPhone, and they interpret that as a zero-sum transaction. I gave up $1,000, got an iPhone, I didn't benefit, I gave up exactly what I received, and Apple, it's kind of a zero-sum, and Apple seems to make a profit somehow, so it seems, where did that profit come from? How did Apple make a profit, and yet I gave up $1,000 and got an iPhone, exactly what I paid for. So it seems like Apple made money off of me. It seems like Apple could have sold me this $500. They would have broken even, and I'd break even, and then everybody's happy. That's what Ayn Rand called a perceptual level mentality. All they can do is see, they can't think. And unfortunately, most people treat economics that way. They view the world as a zero-sum game. If a billionaire makes $1 billion, he must have stolen it from someone. I mean, my mother, when I was growing up, told me, every millionaire is a thief. She was a you know, at some level, a socialist, not, you know, and she believed that. Because it's zero sum. What happens with zero sum? If it's one pie, if somebody gets a big piece, somebody else gets a little piece. And what they don't understand is that it's a growing pie. That wealth is created. Now, how is wealth created when I buy an iPhone? One of the challenges we have as economists is we don't know how to measure the value the iPhone has to me. Because this iPhone, even though I paid $1,000 for it, or the reason I paid $1,000 for it, is because this is worth a lot more than $1,000 to me. Now, if you promise not to tell Apple, I'll tell you how much it's worth. It's tens of thousands of dollars. But don't tell them because they'll raise the price just on me, knowing that it's worth so much, right? It's worth a fortune. And I could probably talk an hour just on my iPhone, but I'll give you a few examples, right? I can listen to every piece of music ever composed and recorded in all of human history on this thing at a marginal cost of $0. I buy a service and then I get all this music. I remember going to record stores and I'd have to buy, 2 million records at $100 million, right? It would cost me more money than I could ever imagine to ever have to buy all the records that I have right here on this little thing. And by the way, I can listen to it, not just in my home with that record player and have to clean the records and put the needle on. I can listen to this anywhere in the world while I'm flying, while I'm driving. Anyway, just from this little box. Is this worth $1,000 to me? This is worth like millions of dollars. And that's just one. I'm not even, you know, some of you are old enough to remember maps. Remember maps? Paper? And you would like have to drive like this and look at the map and look at the road and everybody would get into accident. It was terrible. Now I can go anywhere in the world, including Tbilisi, and drive myself anywhere and not get lost. Which is amazing. And the number of marriages this has saved is unbelievable because you always argued with your wife on who's right, right turn, left turn. Now Apple tells you and you don't have to argue anymore. And you could go on and on about the phone calls and the video calls. And the value of this is unbelievable. You guys were born with this, I know, attached to your pocket. So you don't appreciate it. But those of us who remember life without an iPhone know what it was like. Where's the value creation? In my life. My life is better, and I don't know how to measure that, and people don't know how to explain that. So people have this zero-sum mentality. Apple's making money, and I'm losing. No, I'm gaining more than Apple. Every time an iPhone is sold, the person buying it is gaining more than the profit Apple gets. And so that's one. That's the easier one. The second one is, we live in a world where the moral code in the culture is that to be moral, to be good, you must give to others and not expect anything in return. Real nobility, real virtue, saints, help other people and don't expect anything in return. They suffer for other people, they'll die for other people, they'll give to other people. And if they don't do it because it makes them happy, they don't do it because it makes them feel good, they do it because that's what they're supposed to do. And that, we live in a culture, that is supposed to be morality. Why? Why should I give you anything without expecting anything in return? My life is my life. Why is your life more important than mine? To me. To you, your life is more important. But to me, my life is most important. And this is Rand's revolution, right? I mean, Rand tells us, no, Your life is the standard. Your happiness is what you should strive towards. So when you give somebody something, expect something in return. Absolutely. The way we should relate to one another is not sacrificer and somebody receiving sacrifices. The way we should relate to one another is as traders. I give you something, I get something back. Whether it's monetary traders, as in capitalism, as in finance, I give you money, you give me a product, or you pay me back with interest. Or spiritual trade. You know, well, I give you friendship and I get friendship back, and we have this interaction between us where both of us are benefit. So what we need to learn as a culture is the value of win-win relationships. The value of trade from a moral perspective, not just an economic perspective. We need to learn that value is created and that moral value is created. That this is noble and good to seek your own happiness, your own self-interest, not as an exploiter, not as a user, but as a trader with other people, value for value, so everybody wins, win-win relationships. So we've got a moral revolution, and we need to teach people how to think about economic transactions. Those are the two things we need to do to change the world so that they have a different view. Yeah.
Hello. Well, first of all, your speech was amazing and really interesting. And also, you mentioned that money changed from time to time. Like we had gold, we had these papers, like written or something. I know that there was stones also.
There was what?
Stones, like.
Stones, that's right. Yeah.
And I'm curious, do you think that money that we have today will change in the future and be like maybe crypto wallet or something like that?
So do I think money today, where does money come from today?
Printing.
We print it. And who prints it?
Banks.
The government does. Government prints the money. And so at some point, the government figured out, governments all over the world figured out, that having banks issue money gives banks a lot of power and denies a lot of power over the economy to the governments themselves. So governments started creating central banks, banks that the government owned. And then they started saying, okay, but that's not good enough because we want to have even more political power. So they banned banks from issuing money, and they made the central bank a monopoly over the issuance of money. And originally that monopoly over the issue of money still needed to get gold in order to print new money, because gold was still the standard. But then the government said, this limits how much we can. Siri always interferes in the middle of my talks. I don't know, I think she's objecting to what I'm saying. She's like, stop it. Governments figured out, wait a minute, the fact that I'm limited in how much money I print by the amount of gold limits my power. Let's get rid of gold. And now I just print as much money as I want. And that's what we have today. Everywhere in the world, governments just print as much money as they want. If they print too much money, what happens? Inflation. We're seeing that now all over the world. Governments all over the world during COVID printed lots of money so that they could lock you at home and keep you happy. Because if they'd locked you at home and not giving you money, you would have been upset. So they locked you at home and then they printed money and handed it to you. But then the consequence is inflation. And then sometimes governments don't print money enough because they're central planners and they get stuff wrong. There's no competition. And when they don't print enough money, what happens then? Well, there's a lot of demand for the money and not enough of it. Interest rates go up and often the economy goes into recession. So I would argue, I think most economists in the room would argue, that governments printing money is not a good idea and will therefore not survive. Now, what will replace it? I don't know. I believe in competition. So I believe that government should get out of the business of money and let the markets decide. Maybe it's Bitcoin. Maybe it's Ethereum. Maybe we go back to gold. Maybe it's digital gold, right? Gold with a digital currency backed by a deposit of gold. Maybe it's something nobody's thought of yet. That's the beauty of markets. The beauty of markets is that we don't know what the outcome is going to be. We have different systems competing with one another, And the one that's most efficient and most desirable by the people is the one that wins. So I am convinced that, I don't want to put a time frame, but at least, maybe sooner, but in 100 years, we won't have the same monetary system we have today. Government will not be printing money because it's too disastrous, it's too costly, it's too bad for the economy. What exactly replaces it? We'll see. But it certainly could be some form of crypto, and it might be some form of crypto we haven't invented yet, right? I mean, everybody thinks Bitcoin is it, but Bitcoin is like 1.0 of crypto. Who knows what it's going to be in 50 years, how crypto is going to evolve, the technology and our ability to use it. I mean, Bitcoin has real flaws and real problems as money. Maybe somebody will figure out how to fix them and create a different crypto that's even better. So I don't know. And usually when people ask me, well, if the government doesn't do it, how will the market solve it? I don't know. But the beauty of the market is it solves it, often in ways that none of us can predict. Did I predict the iPhone? No. Did I predict the internet? No, I'd be much richer than I am today if I'd predicted any of these things. So I don't make predictions about specific technologies. I just know that markets work because that is clearly proven.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, hi. It's always full of experience and full of motivation for school students to listen to professional people like you.
Thank you.
And let's get back to my question. I wonder if it's possible for countries to have isolated economical system for a while to say no to imported products and instead support local businesses. If it will work.
Okay, so the question is having closed local economies possible, and is it good in order to support local businesses and not by shielding them from competition from outside of the country? And I would say it's possible, but it's not good. It's possible, but you're going to get poorer. Because the fact is that when you shield a country from imports, you're shielding the country from cheaper products. The reason the imports are coming in is because the products being made overseas are cheaper to buy than the local products. So the cost of living goes up. What happens when the cost of living goes up? Your standard of living goes down because you're spending more money on these goods and you have less money to save, you have less money to go to the movies, you have less money for other things. So first, you're making everything more expensive. Second, you're shielding your companies from competition. But we know that competition is good. What's good about competition? It spurs innovation. It spurs getting better at what you do. And now your local companies become lazy because there is no competition. So they produce bad products at higher and higher prices. Again, your standard of living goes down. And it denies you as a consumer the best opportunities, the best products, the best prices. And what happens if you pay less? Let's say all your clothes are coming from China or Vietnam or India or something. Nobody in Georgia produces clothes. You buy all your clothes from there, and it's a lot cheaper. What happens to the difference? What happens to the money you save? What do you do with that money you save? What's that? Yeah, you might spend it on other things, some of which might be made in Georgia. You might not spend it. I've spent out. I'm going to save it. And if you save it, what happens to that savings? It's invested in businesses in Georgia. So for Georgian businesses, what you want is you to buy what's cheaper elsewhere, and for Georgian businesses to specialize in the things that they're better than other places at. Every country, this is called comparative advantage. Every country needs to find, every businesses in every country need to find the things that they are good at doing, where they have a comparative advantage over people in the other country, where they can produce something cheaper. There's no difference in that sense between countries and individuals, right? It's like saying, for a while, I'm not going to buy anything from anybody else. I'm just going to make everything myself. Is that a good strategy? No, it's terrible. So it's not good for you as an individual, can't be good for the country either. I mean, in general, if you think about comparing policies for the country and policies for the individual, when it's not good for the individual, it's not going to be good for the country either. So no, I would say never. The only good strategy for trade, and I think this is true of every country, is zero tariffs. And I would say unilaterally. So tariffs, trade restrictions, import restrictions, all of those, throw them out. One of the great achievements in Georgia is you have a relatively open economy. You have relatively open free trade with other parts of the world, and that's one of the strengths of the Georgian economy. Any kind of trade barriers are always going to produce negative results.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. First of all, thanks for the amazing speech. And my question is, what is the main reason for the country's economical crisis? And if inflation destroys the country's economy, how did we get through from post-COVID situation?
How do you do what? I didn't get the end.
So you said that printing a lot of money is a reason of inflation.
Yeah.
And during COVID, we did like printed money.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after that, I think inflation must be everywhere, right?
Yep.
And how did we get through from that situation?
So how do we move forward?
Yeah.
What was the first part of the question? I'm getting old. First part, quickly. Just give me a word.
What is the main reason for the country's economical crisis?
Yeah. So the economic crisis is caused. Almost all economic crises are caused basically by two factors. One is inflation. Now, what does inflation actually do? Not only does it raise your cost of living, and it raises your costs, and if your wages don't keep up with inflation, your cost of living and your standard of living therefore goes down. You have less money to spend, so you spend less of it. You buy the things you have to buy. Those prices keep going up, and you stop buying the things you don't have to buy. Those businesses go down, and that starts creating a crisis. So that's one big cause, is bad management of money, which the government is at fault. I'd say the second big cause is government regulation of business. Government restricting what businesses can and cannot do, restricting their flexibility to adapt and adjust, making it difficult to open new businesses, for entrepreneurs to start out, making it difficult for capitalists, for financial markets to funnel money into the areas where it's most needed. Banks are the most regulated industry we have in pretty much every country in the planet. That restricts the flow of the blood. It's like having cholesterol. It's like having blocks in your arteries that don't allow the blood to get to where it's most needed. So if you want to solve economic crises, one is you have to find a better monetary system. I think the government getting out of it is the solution, but that's long term. In the short run, you have to stop government running deficits so that they don't have an incentive to print more money. You have to stop government running deficits, and you have to stop governments manipulating the interest rates. And then you have to deregulate. You have to get the government to lower and eliminate regulations. And the more regulations you eliminate, the more vibrant the business community is, and more economic activity is created. So right now, to get out of this crisis, what we need, the inflation, unless the government continue to print money, is probably peaked. But what now we need is more economic activity. So what now I would emphasize is cut government spending and reduce regulations dramatically. And the more regulations you reduce, the greater the economy grows. And this assumes that we have a rule of law, which I think you do have in Georgia. You have a rule of law. Now you just need to get the government out of the way and let entrepreneurs power the economy forward.
Hello.
Hi. Stand up. There you go.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
So, what do you think about the future of money? Because cryptocurrencies are more valuable now. Should I say that? I don't know. But my question is, will the cryptocurrencies vary money, like coin bank that we call money? What are the thoughts about that?
Sure. So cryptocurrencies are not worth more than money. I mean, cryptocurrency is actually a fraction, a tiny fraction of the money in the world, right? So there are many more dollars than there are the value of crypto. Crypto is about $1 trillion, maybe less than $1 trillion. I can't remember how many dollars are circulating in the world, but many, 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 many times $1 trillion, a lot more than that. Look, I think the crypto that ultimately replaces money has not been invented yet. That's my view. I don't think it's Bitcoin. I don't think it's any of the crypto we have today. I think this is still a young industry that needs to develop. I think the other aspect of this is that you always have to remember is that governments don't want to lose control. Will they let crypto become money? Because at the end of the day, what do we use money for? To buy stuff. Now imagine if the government said, no business is allowed to sell you stuff for crypto. Then crypto's worthless. You can't use it to buy stuff. And I think governments are going to do that. I think governments are going to hold on to their monopoly over money for as long as they can, and they will use all the means necessary to do it. Right now in the United States, since December, there's been a campaign by the U.S. regulators to try to kill crypto or crypto businesses. They've made it impossible for crypto companies to bank. They haven't given bank charters to crypto entities. They're really making an effort to shrink the universe of crypto. And I think they're just beginning. I think governments are pretty nasty when it comes to this thing. You're challenging their control. You're challenging their monopoly, and they're going to fight. And they have big weapons when they fight, right? What kind of weapons does the government have that we don't? They have big guns. They have the law, which is the biggest gun of all, right? Because what happens when you violate the law? You get punished. Whether you like it or not, somebody shows up and takes you to prison. They have a big gun. So I think things are going to be very, very challenging for crypto. Because I think governments will fight for this power that they have over money very, very viciously, because I don't think they want to give it up. Which is sad, but realistic. Do we have another question? Yes. Go ahead. Oh, and we have one here as well. Okay.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for an amazing speech. And the question I have for you is, how does black money affect finance and countries' growth?
How does what money?
Black money.
What do you mean by black money?
Illegal money.
Illegal money, okay. Affect finance and
gross domestic product.
And the cost of products.
Gross domestic product, GDP.
Oh, gross domestic product, okay. Look, black markets always exist. Black markets always exist when you ban things. When you make things illegal that people want, you get a black market. So for example, in America in the 1920s, they banned alcohol. But everybody wants to drink alcohol, almost everybody. So what happened? Alcohol went into a black market, and violence associated with it, because what happens when something's illegal? Risk goes up, value goes up, prices go up. Prices of alcohol go up when it's illegal because it's very difficult to smuggle it and to have the speakeasy where you can drink it in secret. All of that is expensive. So costs go up, the profits go way up, and who gets into the business because they have guns? The mafia, the bad guys. So black markets always exist when you ban a product. And violence always increases when you ban a product. So having black markets is very detrimental to an economy. You don't capture it in GDP. Cost of the good goes up. Violence increases. The mafia gets created. In America, the mafia was created during Prohibition. There's nothing positive about it. So what do you do? How do you get rid of black markets?
Governments use it as their advantage, right?
Some governments
Governments
Yeah.
use it as their advantage.
use it as an advantage because they want you, first of all, they want to control you. They want to tell you what you can and cannot use and what you can and cannot consume. They want to tell you how you can consume it and so on. But they like to pit people against each other. So they use it to control you. But how do we get rid of black markets? What's the only way? The only way to get rid of black markets is to whiten them, which means legalize them. Make it legal. So for example, what's the biggest black market in the world right now? Drugs. Right? Illegal drugs. Heroin, cocaine, stuff like that. What's the consequence of having an illegal market in cocaine and heroin? Prices are very high. Profit margins very high. Very risky too. So what happens? Lots of violence. Thousands of people, maybe tens of thousands of people are killed every year because of the drug trade, because of drug-related violence. Do people still use drugs? Oh yeah, lots of them, particularly in America, lots of drugs. But it costs them a lot, and people get killed, and they overdose. Why do they overdose? Why do so many people in America die from cocaine overdose? Because the quality is bad, and they can't measure the quality?
No, because they want to avoid contact with police or something.
Well, but also, there's no quality. When I go buy something at the drugstore, I know that there's a quality on it, right? There's some kind of quality control. There's liability. I could sue the company if they do something bad to me. There's competition, so I could choose another product. But with drugs, I buy what's on the street, and I can't choose, and I can't complain. Who am I going to sue? The gangs in Mexico? I mean, there's nobody to sue. So how do we get rid of the black market in drugs? I know it's hard to imagine, but you legalize them. If you make drugs legal, I don't think a lot more people will use, but the cost of using will go down. Violence will be eliminated. And more treatments will be available for those people who do use, because there'll be a market for those treatments. Basically, pretty much everybody wins, except the politicians who use the war on drugs to control us. And also the people who want to tell us how to live. There are people out there who think you don't know how to make choices for yourself. God, if I made drugs legal, all of you would become heroin addicts. So I'm going to prevent you. I'm going to be a good person and prevent you from becoming drug addicts by not allowing you to have heroin or whatever, right? But they think we're children. They think we can't think for ourselves.
I read some research that said that when they legalized the drugs or some kind of, for example, marijuana, the using of it in country was less than it was before.
Yeah, it first goes up and then it comes down. Because it first goes up because we want to experiment. We want to see what it was like, the secret, and then we experiment, and then not a big deal, and we give it up. So Portugal has basically legalized drugs, and drug use has come down, and it's no big deal in Portugal, one way or the other. And it's not like everybody's addicted. So there are ways to get rid of black markets. And the way to get rid of black markets is get government out of the way. Legalize it. But it is harmful to the economy and harmful to, having black markets is harmful to everybody.
But there are great examples of addiction. If you remember China Opium Wars, for example, there was like lots of trade of drugs, and it had great effects on society.
Yeah, but there wasn't really free trade during the Opium Wars in China. China was not a free country, and the drugs were being used to manipulate people, and the drugs were being pushed on those people. So I don't consider what happened during the Opium Wars an example of legal. I consider that part of this, governments kind of controlling this and using it to control their people by getting them addicted. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yes.
Hello there. Thank you for your speech. My question is, if we contact economic to international relations, there is basically two theories. One of them is economic authorities, and the other one is economic nationalism. Liberalism says that when two countries integrate with each other, there is never a zero-sum game. Both of them gain something, there's always profit. But economic nationalism says that there is always one winner and the other one loses.
Yeah.
So there is zero-sum game.
Yep.
So which one do you think is more relevant? And I want to know your opinion.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
Sure. So there's no question. I mean, this question was answered 250 years ago by Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations. Economic liberalism is true and economic nationalism is false. Economic nationalism is mercantilism. And mercantilism is false for the same reason. There's no, look, let me step back 1 second and say that all of international relations, most of international is just wrong. And even the framing of the question is wrong. Because the reality is that countries don't trade with one another. Georgians don't trade with, who do you trade with? Armenians. Georgia doesn't trade with Armenia. Who trades with who? People. Individuals. A Georgian person buys something from Armenia, and it happens to cross a border. Who cares? Two people just exchange goods. When two people exchange goods, is it win-win or lose-lose? Or lose-win? It's win-win. It doesn't matter that the person is right in front of me in the same country, or across the border, or across the other side of the planet. I buy stuff from Germans. America doesn't buy anything from Germany. Iran goes into his local store and buys something made in Germany. That store has bought it from somebody in Germany who has then bought it from a supplier. I traded with some guy in Germany. All trade is between individuals, or between companies, but at the end, all companies are owned by individuals. All trade is between individuals. Countries don't trade. So there's no such thing as a trade deficit. You know what? You know who has a huge trade deficit? You do. Every single one of you has a massive trade deficit with your grocery store. You know the grocery store? You go in, you buy groceries, and you buy, I don't know, cleaning materials, and you buy paper towels at the grocery store, right? And you give them money, and you get all the groceries. That's a massive trade deficit. Has the grocery store ever asked you to do work for them? No. I have a huge trade deficit with the grocery store. Grocery stores never asked me to come and give a lecture. So what that I have a trade deficit? That's the whole point of money. The whole point of money is that I can buy whatever I want from whoever I want, and it's fungible. It moves around. So countries don't really have trade deficits. Individuals do, and it doesn't matter one way or another. So the whole conception of economic nationalism is wrong, and it was wrong 250 years ago, and it's doubly wrong today because. What's that? Oh no, it's not just discussed. Politicians believe it, people believe it, and indeed we are moving into an era right now of more and more economic nationalism, but it's wrong. Thoroughly wrong, absolutely wrong. It's one thing in economics that almost all economists agree on, even people on the left and on the right. Free trade is so obviously true, works, that almost everybody agrees about it, but then it's politicized.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's politicized, and it takes into account the fact that most people are ignorant, sadly, and don't think. But economic, I don't know who still teaches economic nationalism, but it's not an economist. Almost certainly not an economist. I mean, even, I don't know if you know who Paul Krugman is. Do you know who Paul Krugman is? He's a very left-wing economist in the United States. He got his Nobel Prize for free trade thing, even though he's a leftist. Even he is an advocate of free trade, at least used to be before he became political. All right, thank you. Okay, I think this is the last question, because people want to eat. I don't know. I'm not hungry. You guys, I can go all night, so don't test me. Yeah.
So at first, thank you for your amazing, extraordinary speech. As long as I know, Georgia has one of the best index of economical freedom in Europe. So my question is how we, the younger generation, could use this economical freedom for our own good.
Well, I mean, you're going to use economic freedom for your own good first by living it, right? By the very fact that you live in a country that is relatively free, you have more employment opportunities, you have more entrepreneurial opportunities, you have more wealth creating opportunities, more investment opportunities. So take advantage of the fact, many of you might become entrepreneurs. This is a pretty good place to become an entrepreneur because you're going to face less regulations than a lot of other places around the world. The other thing I think that's really important for the younger generation to do is to fight for this freedom and liberty. The economic freedom you have in Georgia today is to a large extent a product of Pata's generation, right? That fought in the 2000s, 20 years ago, for real liberalizing the Georgian economy. And to a large extent, that has slowly, you've drifted away a little bit from that. Georgia was more economically free to some extent 20 years ago than it is today. You need to embrace the mantle of economic freedom and economic liberalism, demand from your politician to continue this trend towards more and more liberalization, more and more freedom. I think you're number 20-something in the world on the Economic Freedom Index. Am I right? 20-something?
No, last time I think it was 60 or something like that.
Oh, you're way down 60.
Yeah, because of the COVID. It was
during COVID. So you should be, why can't you be number one?
Yeah, we will return in 10, I believe.
What's that?
We will return to the 10.
Yeah, so let's say you're somewhere there. Why can't you be number one? Right, a goal should be to be at the top of the Economic Freedom Index, to be the most free country in the world. There's no reason it can't be Georgia. It happens to be Singapore right now, but that doesn't mean anything. Why can't you do better than Singapore? So there's nothing inherent in Singapore that suggests it has to be that. I would like to see countries compete on who can be the freest. And what happens when you have freedom is you have more opportunities. What happens when you have freedom is you can do a lot more with your life. You can do a lot, you have more opportunities both as a consumer, a producer, an employee, an entrepreneur. And that's what you want. You want to maximize the opportunities that you have in life. And that's what economic freedom gives you. So fight for it. Too many people in the young generation take the world for granted. Whatever world they're given, that's what the world they get. No, you get to shape your world. When Pata was young, he fought for the liberty you're enjoying today. You need to continue fighting it. We always need to continue. Liberty and freedom are things that are very slippery. They go away very quickly. If we don't constantly fight for them, if we're not constantly vigilant for them, we will lose them. So I encourage everybody here who's young and old, whatever you are, or in between as well, to fight for freedom, fight for liberty. You're fighting for your own life, your own values, your own prosperity, and you're fighting for your kids, and you're fighting for everybody by doing so. So don't just accept the world as it is. Okay, Jonathan wants me to remind you of a couple of things. You can get a free Ayn Rand book by scanning that one card, and you can download a free Ayn Rand book. I encourage everybody to do it. You get to choose which book, and you can download it. Free book. How can you say no to a free book and potentially life-changing, right? Jonathan's life was changed by Atlas Shrugged. My life was changed by Atlas Shrugged. I read it when I was younger than most of you, when I was 16, and it blew my mind away, completely turned my life upside down. Second, you can still apply for a scholarship to this amazing conference we have in Greece in beginning of April. It's in Athens. What better place to be than Athens? Amazing place. You get lectures and courses and tours, and you get it all for free, including your flight there and your hotel there. But you have to apply. You have to write a little essay about why you want it and everything, and not everybody's going to get it, but you should apply because you might get it. And you spend a weekend in Greece. Life is rough, I know. And then finally, if you're already into Ayn Rand's books, and you've already read some Ayn books, and you'd like to participate in a reading group with other people and kind of go over essays and have discussions and debates, there's another card over there where you can scan the code and you can join one of those reading groups that we're putting together right now. Thank you. Really, really appreciate it. Really enjoyed this.
I'm Jeff Sachs, president of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and I was very fortunate and honored to chair the Lancet COVID-19 Commission. The Lancet Commission issued its report on lessons for the future from the COVID-19 pandemic on September 14th, 2022, at the time of the opening of the UN General Assembly. Following that launch, we have initiated a series of 3 webinars to discuss key implications of the Commission report for follow-up. And today we have the webinar on global health finance and governance. We're joined by many, many important leaders in public health and leadership of the World Health Organization, so I'm absolutely grateful. Let me briefly review the main conclusions of the Lancet Commission with regard to today's subject of global health finance and governance. I think that the report poses a number of challenges for the international system, and that will be the topic of our discussion. I'm going to share my screen, and if you can see that, I will talk about the the main findings and the questions that I think are posed by these findings. Let me start by making an obvious point. The pandemic has been a horrific experience for the world, and many of the horrors continue until today. The loss of life, the disease burden, the long COVID, the continuing anxieties, the disruptions of global supply chains, the loss of confidence in public institutions, the difficulties of global cooperation, all have been part of this monumentally disruptive experience since the beginning of 2020. We're not out of the woods yet, unfortunately, but we finished our report for the purpose of trying to draw some lessons. Even though the pandemic itself isn't over, it was, we thought, possible to draw some lessons that would be helpful, not only to take further steps to bring this pandemic to an end, but also to respond effectively in the upgrading of institutions following this pandemic. Let me remind everybody that best estimates are that if one counts the unreported as well as the reported deaths from COVID, we are around 18 million dead. This is truly an astounding burden and an astounding calamity. So we're talking about something of profound significance where we need to draw lessons. There's a lot of text on my screen right now, but I'm just going to read basically the first line, which is that countries should strengthen national health systems on the foundation of public health and universal health coverage. Our first point is that the response to a pandemic like this requires a health system. This may seem pretty obvious, but the truth of the matter is that around the world, we found, even in rich countries, parts of the health system, for example, the public health side, not the curative health side, but the public health side, were seriously wanting. A national health system includes both curative health, clinical health, and public health, and countries did not have effective public health systems to respond to this pandemic. The biggest shortfalls, not surprisingly, were in the poorest countries. As part of that strengthening of national health systems, each country should determine and expand national pandemic preparedness plans. So this is a point that's been made by several groups reviewing the pandemic, which is that countries were not ready, by and large, for a new emerging disease, especially one so easily transmissible. And the countries that were the most ready were those in the Asia Pacific that had grappled with the SARS outbreak in 2003, 2004. Those historical memories were also embedded in specific preparedness plans in the readiness of the public to abide by public health mandates and recommendations, for example, on physical distancing or face mask wearing and so forth. And in much of the Asia Pacific, the result was a much lower burden of disease and death from the pandemic, even before the question of vaccines became operational in 2021. The rest of the world was not ready. This was a pretty steep learning curve in real time, not in a drill, but in a real pandemic for countries around the world on what is pandemic response. And obviously, next time through, we need to be ready in ways that simply were not the case this time. We recommend, importantly, funding as a centerpiece of the global response, funding for the low-income countries and the lower middle-income countries in particular. And specifically, we call for the creation of a unified global health fund closely aligned with WHO, based in Geneva, and drawing together a number of existing funds as well as the new pandemic preparedness funding. So there is in Geneva currently, of course, the Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunizations. There is COVAX, which was the instrument created to do the best possible to get vaccine coverage for COVID to the developing world. There is the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. And there is now a new WHO-led financial intermediary fund for pandemic preparedness and response, though based in Washington at the World Bank with the trusteeship of the World Bank. Our recommendation, which is not the way things are moving right now, but our recommendation is that these be combined into a global health fund. And again, really essentially next door to WHO as our lead international institution for global health, because we face a massive financing challenge for global health and for building health systems and for the health systems for pandemic preparedness that requires, in our recommendation, a coherent approach that actually pulls together the strengths of the existing institutions and bolsters them with new financing for primary health system strengthening, which does not have an obvious financing source right now in the international milieu. We say more generally that the UN member states should, especially with the responsibility of the G20, should adopt a new financial architecture to scale up the financing for low and middle and lower middle income countries to meet the challenges not only of pandemics, but also climate and the SDGs. And the last 2 weeks has been an ongoing fight, actually, both at COP27 and at the G20 in Bali this past week for reforming the global financial architecture so that more funding is available, more fiscal space is available to the poorer countries to take on these big challenges. Let me just conclude in these very brief opening remarks by pointing out that WHO and the World Bank together have produced an excellent report on this question of universal health coverage, and all of the work in monitoring UHC, which is target 3.8 of the SDGs. SDG 3 is health for all, and target 3.8 is universal health coverage. And that, according to our panel's recommendations, our commission's recommendations, is central for effective response. Well, what we know from the monitoring is UHC, universal health coverage, does not yet exist. And not surprisingly, it falls the shortfall is most dire in the poorest parts of the world, and notably in tropical Africa, as you can see on the map. When we look at the correlation between the Universal Health Coverage Index score prepared by WHO and the World Bank and compare it with the income levels of countries, it's almost a perfect relationship. Poor countries have low health coverage, rich countries have much higher health coverage. We have a problem of poverty here. We have a problem that poor countries cannot afford SDG 3 unless there is additional financing available. There is some good news, which is from 2000 to 2019, there was improvement in this index of health coverage, more access. I've been lucky to be part of this and witnessing this since 2000 when I chaired a commission for WHO on macroeconomics and health. Financing did rise. What we learned about the increased financing, for example, the financing going through the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, and Malaria, or the US programs PEPFAR and the President's Malaria Initiative, is that money works. If you put in more financing, you get better health outcomes. You get more health coverage. In other words, there's nothing that prevents us moving the resources to achieve UHC. But poverty remains the biggest killer, in effect, whether it's in inability to respond to a pandemic or more generally, the toll of poverty on life conditions and the shortfalls of the health system itself. The gap in life expectancy is shown here in this map between the longest lived countries, Japan, for example, with a life expectancy of 85, and the lowest life expectancy countries in Africa is 30 years difference between the mid 50s and the mid 80s in life expectancy on one planet that we aim to be a civilized place. And this tracks also health expenditures, which vary also by 2 orders of magnitude. It may be $50 to $100 per capita in the poor countries per year versus $5,000 to $10,000 per person per year in the rich countries. And this showed up, of course, we know, in the challenge to get vaccine coverage. Every map looks the same, basically. Poor countries lag way behind rich countries in every dimension, whether it was the health coverage, whether it is life expectancy, whether it is vaccine coverage. This is a matter of basic economics. And this excellent report by WHO and the World Bank demonstrates this, that low-income countries lack coverage because because low income blocks the access. The core of WHO's recommendations for decades, the correct core, is the need for a primary health care system, and what WHO calls its primary health care theory of change, which is outlined in this report. And we endorse this in the Lancet COVID-19 Commission. Now, the final point I want to make before turning it to our esteemed speakers is that we have in 2023 upcoming a global summit on universal health coverage in September 2023 at the UN General Assembly. I would like to see a global health fund announced at the time next year. We need a fundamental breakthrough of funding. Let me note that in the adoption this past week at the G20 of the Financial Intermediary Fund for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, which is a first instance of financial response to this, this is, as often the case with our donor countries, very, very narrowly conceived. And I believe from the press releases that the commitment so far for this preparedness fund remains under $2 billion total. I may be out of date, but what we need clearly is tens of billions of dollars per year. This is a complete difference of perception of the donor countries, which want a kind of narrowly focused, marginal financing of specific pandemic preparedness, versus the Lancet Commission, which wants health systems to function according to the vision of WHO. And for that, I can say as an economist, we need a different order of magnitude of financing to make that work. And we want to support WHO and the global health community in trying to make clear what is the real financing needed in order to learn properly from this pandemic disaster that we have been through. So those are the main points from the Commission side. I'm going to pass the microphone to Julie Bartels at SDSN and the Secretariat of the Commission, and she will take us through the program now. So thank you very, very much. Thanks to everybody for being here.
Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Mike Ryan, who is the Executive Director of the WHO Health Emergencies Program. Dr. Ryan, please give us your remarks. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good, great. You're a hard act to follow, Jeff. So I will try not to do too much repetition. First of all, thank you to the Commission. WHO, obviously believes that the core recommendations of the Commission are really hitting the right areas, hitting the right spot in terms of governance, the financing, the systems, the tools, the workforce that we need. You mentioned this in terms of clinical care, and safe, scalable clinical care is still an essential part of the health system, but it's an essential part of pandemic or emergency response as well. But community protection is what takes the pressure off the health system, and being able to do the same at community level is something that's been terribly underinvested in. And you mentioned that the last mile of health delivery, primary healthcare, is the first mile of health security. But they're not the same thing. And I think we sometimes get these conflated. It's interesting in the SDGs, when we set targets for UHC and for health delivery, we didn't set targets for epidemics and pandemics. It's target 3.D. It didn't even justify a specific target. And again, that shows the schism in people's minds. The focus is on health delivery. That's great. Again, I will contend that health systems delivery, purely delivered as that, will not stop a pandemic or an epidemic. What you need is to deliver both. You need to be able to deliver essential healthcare and essential public health functions at the same time through a primary healthcare-led system, where both parts of that system are fully integrated, interoperable, able to manage and cope different ways with different stresses at different times. And that's a very sophisticated approach, but it's not. The system won't work. It's not a yin or yang, Jeff. It's not going to work to say we'll all just run down this road and then we'll all run down the next road after it. And we tend to pendulum swing on these things. So we swing away from investing in health systems to invest in public health functions, and then we swing back the next time we see the TB data or we see the HIV data. So I think there's a need to focus on a collective integrated approach for strengthening national health systems. And I think the Commission has really nailed it, very close to how WHO would see the world. In our world, we mentioned the safe, scalable care, the community protection, collaborative surveillance, access to countermeasures, and coordination. They're the 5 essential functions in terms of health emergency preparedness and response. They don't work. Those functions don't work unless you have a skilled, protected, paid workforce. They don't work unless you have core financing to the health system and to the public health system. And they don't work unless that's governed at all levels. And I mean governed by communities in communities, governed nationally, and governed regionally and globally. So the recommendations being made by the Commission in just purely avoiding a systems approach and focusing in on the financial solutions that are needed and the governance solutions. Governance and financing solutions don't guarantee success. I know you did say there that money money talks, money makes a difference. It does. Financing put into an effective system that is efficient and able to deliver works. Throwing money at a poorly designed system, at a poorly governed system, drives corruption, it drives inefficiency, it drives frustration, and it drives non-delivery. The real trick is, and I see Juan Pablo is getting ready to speak as well, is how do we align the design of a system at all levels? How do we align that with the financing needed to drive it, and how is that governed? And I mean governed as in who is accountable, because governance is often seen as a kind of it's a distant concept. We set up committees to oversee the overseen, and then someone oversees them. But governance is actually around accountability. Governance means we take responsibility. The people, the government of a country has the sovereign responsibility to protect the lives and health of its citizens. That's governance. You're in government in order to meet that accountability. You're elected to do that and be the same at regional or at global level. So I hope we don't just say governance for the sake of setting up new mechanisms. Governance means absorbing accountability at whatever level you govern, whether you're a member of a community health committee all the way to sitting on a global health board or an executive board of the World Health Organization. So within all of that, the proposals around funding, I think you're right. I think FIF is a step forward. No one set a ceiling on FIF. FIF is at the 2 billion because that's what the donors have put in. It's very clear in the documents underpinning that from the G20, the Finance and Health Ministers Working Group, and Juan Pablo will probably speak more to that. It's very clear. It's exactly what you said. The gap is seen as north of 10 billion a year. That's the gap that's seen. And therefore, the current FIF does not meet that. Equally, a preparedness fund needs to be much bigger. Whether member states and those who govern us decide to integrate those into larger instruments, that's a governance decision. That's a decision that's way beyond my pay grade. But I want to see, at the very minimum, is coordination of multilateral funding mechanisms so that they're able to do what they say on the tin. How far you go from coordination to integration depends what the appetite for that is. And that's a political decision as much as it is a practical decision. But there are other funding things needed. I mean, FIF is set up to really focus on preparedness, but it doesn't address at-risk funding for access to countermeasures. If someone, and you may not need an actual fund for that, you may need some kind of a commitment fund. It doesn't have to have money in it, but when somebody presses the red button in 5 years' time, is there 30 billion available immediately? So it might be a commitment to fund, not actual money. Similarly, the commitment to scale up response in countries at the beginning of a pandemic doesn't necessarily need to be money, but it could be commitment to deliver that money. And there's sometimes much criticized mechanism, the PEF mechanism, the World Bank, I think had a lot of merit in actually deciding on having upfront money available through an insurance and a cash mechanism. It may not have been the perfect mechanism or the perfect vehicle, but the idea that there would be funding, triggerable funding, not necessarily sitting in an account, but triggerable funding to get to scale, both in upstream development of countermeasures and downstream delivery of response. That's where we struggle most. In fact, we actually access money for upstream. The hardest funding to access during this pandemic was funding to support downstream countermeasures, oxygen delivery, expansion of workforce, delivery of goods and services. That's where we struggled. That's where we really struggled. And then there are obviously other mechanisms. We have our own contingency fund in WHO. It's $100 million. It's smaller scale funding. It allows us to respond in minutes and hours. So linking different, whether we need one global health fund, Jeffrey, or whether we need a series of financial instruments that are managed as a set of tools, it really is. I'll leave that to Juan Pablo and people much more smarter than me and Jeffrey, you and others to decide. Sometimes putting everything into one basket creates conformity, but it also can create calcification and inefficiency. Efficient, agile mechanisms, well coordinated, can also work equally as well. So I won't speak to, again, these are political and financial decisions. I'm not a financial expert, but the idea of aligned, coordinated health funding, especially when we talk about moving through, I don't know, well, Pablo, the World Bank just launched IDA 20. There's a lot of funding out there too in the multilateral development system. There's a lot of funding out there in the international financing institutions. Part of the problem in the past has been multiple institutions investing in national preparedness through their own plans. Everyone going, I remember at one point years ago, the Minister of Health in Nigeria said to me that he had 80 different health representations in Abuja, you know? So who's disintegrating the system? It's the outsiders who are. We need one national action plan for public health security integrated into a national health systems plan. That plan needs many supporters and many donors. What we don't need is hundreds of plans funded vertically by different institutions who all think they know better. This is creating tremendous fracturing of effort. It's confusing our member states. It's driving corruption, quite frankly, and we need to bring that back together. So the idea of strong national action plans, where governments own that. You see the UHPR process now, the Universal Health Preparedness Review process, allowing governments to come to a much more accountable vision for what they want to commit to. There are many instruments to measure and deliver on those national action plans. What we lack is a clear financing mechanism to fund those plans and hold everyone accountable for that delivery. And beyond that, finally, in terms of governance, we are making progress with the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body and a treaty. We believe a global accord could underpin much of the governance and financing and systems and tools approaches over the coming years. We very much appreciate and warmly welcome the work we've had with the World Bank on this. I think WHO and the World Bank have taken a tremendous step forward, not only in bringing this fund together with the G20, but actually in bringing our organizations together in a much more functional way. And we need to do that. I think financing institutions and health institutions need to come together in a much more systematic way in order to deliver on exactly what you said. There's lots more I could speak to. We're currently in the process of reviewing the international health regulations with the working group of member states, obviously the member states working on the international negotiating body. So we're really in a phase now where the member states of the organization are in deep consultation about the future rules of the game. Similarly, I think on the World Bank side, deep consultation through the G20 finance and health ministers on exactly what you said, Jeffrey. What are the rules of the game going to be for financing health writ large in future? And how are we going to drive those investments? Not as a cost in the system, but as an investment in the future, as a protection of our civilization and our economy and our way of life, not as an insidious cost in the system that is seen as that. It's seen as a liability. Health is seen as a libelous cost in the delivery of governance. We need to change that. We need to change that narrative and show that health protection is an investment, and you can measure the benefit of that. You counted the bodies earlier, which is tragic. We need to be able to demonstrate that doing things a different way results in a different outcome. Thank you.
Well, Mike, thank you very much. Really wonderful. I think just a couple points I know, then we'll turn to Juan Pablo, and who will give us some very important perspective. But I think it's clear that there are two kinds of funding that we're talking about, and we should be clear about that. One is ongoing funding for health systems, year in, year out. And there are problems everywhere, but a fundamental problem is just poverty. We have to face up to the fact that there is a significant part of the world in which government budgets cannot cover what should be regarded and what is regarded as a basic human right, and that is access to a functioning health system. And that's almost an iron law of poverty, and we've never really faced up to that, but we have in bits and pieces like the specialized funds. Then there is the question of the emergency response when disasters occur, like the outbreak of this pandemic, and there will be others in the future. And there, your point that it's not even necessarily money in the bank that counts, it is the ability to have a wholly elastic supply of financing to face the emergency. What's interesting there, I think clearly, is that when the pandemic hit, the rich countries, for their own response, had a very elastic response of trillions and trillions of dollars. The United States incrementally spent $5 or $6 trillion more than had been envisaged in the budget in the first 2 years of the pandemic. But when it came to financing COVAX, the facility for vaccine coverage, it was going cup in hand, desperately trying to find a few $1 billion here and there, and it turned out to be impossible to do. By the time the money was actually raised, the pharmaceutical companies had made their contracts with those who could pay upfront, and we know how difficult it was, therefore, to operationalize universal vaccine coverage, much less other downstream countermeasures as you described them. We just didn't have the contingency financing in place. So I think these two have to work hand in hand. I want to be absolutely clear as well that I always regard money as allowing you to build the pipes to have the governance. So I don't see it as a contradiction or an either or, and it's not throwing money at problems, it's building the solutions in my view. But absolutely, we need functionality to be able to deliver. Just so people know what FIFs are, because that's not everybody's vocabulary normally. They are financial intermediary funds. They're kind of trustee funds that the World Bank manages for special purposes. And this FIF is a FIF for pandemic preparedness and response. So it's a particular financial intermediary fund. And I think if I might, Julie, probably on the program, we were going to turn next to Juan Pablo, who is of lead responsibility at the World Bank and partner with WHO on this. So we're very eager to hear the perspective from our lead development finance institution on how you see this question of the scaling up of financing. So Juan Pablo, over to you.
Jeffrey, thanks so much, and to you, to Julie, and everybody in the team. And congratulations for leading the Lancet Commission in the report. Excellent recommendations. I'm very happy also to talk after Mike. Makes my life easier. He has an incredible capacity to explain the correct things in the correct way. And by the way, Mike, 100% in agreement. It's also very important for us to see that we do have that alignment with all the very important messages that you just shared with us. I want to comment briefly, and thinking about time for the discussion, on 3 of the recommendations that the Lancet Commission report brings forward that are close to the World Bank's work. There are many, by the way, correctly focused on strengthening WHO, and I want just to highlight that those recommendations are also on the table and are extremely important for the global health agenda. But that said, I want to stop briefly, of course, on this fifth, now called the Pandemic Fund. I will also stop a little bit on the National Pandemic Preparedness Plans. And for last, I want to talk briefly about the health system strengthening recommendation, Jeffrey, that you started with. So quickly on the first recommendation, I know that the idea of a global health fund that you just, by the way, illustrated is much wider and stronger than an intermediary fund in the bank. But I do want to say that 12 months ago, we didn't have this additional instrument for pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response. Now we have it. 12 months ago, many people were skeptical that we would be able to develop this instrument. Now we have it. As you said, it has so far mobilized, Jeffrey, $1.5 billion, but it's confronted with immense, tremendous needs and expectations that are many times bigger than those resources so far. But the good thing is that, again, it exists. It has brought together many, many different institutions, government, civil society, And it has an open horizon in front of it to strengthen its governance with inclusivity, to decide on key next steps, and hopefully to bring additionality in a sustained way to a much underinvested area, as is pandemic preparedness prevention in our countries. And I'm speaking of all countries, but in particular middle and low-income countries, where this area within health systems has been further underinvested than any of the other areas. So I think this is an important development. And again, it's one that needs to be crafted as we work together. We've been able to do this working hand in hand with WHO. I want to praise here Mike and WHO and Scott Pendergast and DG Tedros for all their work. By the way, Mike is going to be leading the technical advisory panel, and all these important technical aspects of pandemic preparedness and prevention will be brought into the advisory capacity of that panel in guiding the proper investments from the pandemic fund. And I think that's going to be extremely important. There are other important decisions in the coming weeks or months. The most important one for me is the results framework that will be guiding the medium and longer term of the pandemic fund. It's going to be very important that there's convergence around that results framework and what it is expected for this additional instrument. But also in the coming weeks, we will know more about the first call for proposals, how it's going to be focused, how it's going to be reaching countries that really need additionality in their efforts to mobilize resources around pandemic preparedness and response. And most of what we're listening, I don't want to anticipate a decision from the board of the fund, is that it's going to be focused on integrated disease surveillance, which has a lot of those core functions that Mike referred to, which are deeply needed, again, within our health systems as core public health functions connected to better response to future challenges like we just had with COVID-19. Maybe let me stop very quickly into comments on the fund, which I think are going to be very important for the discussion. One, and it's that it's not exclusively for what we call IDA countries or low-income countries. It is also a fund that will be looking at IBRD countries, middle-income countries. And this is very important. Listening from friends who know a lot about pandemics themselves, we know that probably the next pandemic may happen in a middle-income country, in big cities where a lot of the public health functions are basically still extremely weak. So it's not just focusing on low-income countries, but also bringing in the middle-income countries in terms of preventing future pandemics. And the second comment has to do with regional initiatives, Jeffrey. One of the things that we learned from COVID in a very harsh way, I would say, is that countries also need to break down political frontiers and work together regionally when it comes to pandemics. I could talk about my region, Latin America, but we saw a great example in Africa, coming together around a regional CDC, coming together around mechanisms for procurement of vaccines, building on a network of surveillance, and even coming together in East Africa in a national regional network of public labs. Those are all excellent examples, and I think other regional initiatives are taking place right now, and this pandemic fund and other resources should work with them, making again regional capacity an important element of future pandemic preparedness. Quickly, let me move now, leaving the pandemic fund aside, and I'm sure there may be questions and discussions around it. Let me move into the national pandemic preparedness plans that the Commission also highlighted as much needed. I was thinking on my own experience in a middle-income country like Colombia, Jeffrey, and by the way, I saw my predecessor, Alejandro, in the Commission's team. He's now with another responsibility, facing a different public challenge, also very important. But of course, we have national pandemic preparedness plans, but we need to further strengthen them. And we need to really invest in the capacities behind those plans. So this is a much welcome recommendation. The bank, working closely with WHO in many of these countries, is helping prepare these national preparedness plans. We have roughly 20 of them done in complete detail, led by countries. And of course, it's just the baseline. We need to continue on that. And my hope is that to a great extent, the proposals funded through the pandemic fund will build a national pandemic preparedness plans at the country level. That's what's logical, and that would make things much better, effective, and organized in terms of the needed investments. We're also using there, for those pandemic preparedness plans, other resources that the bank has, like the HEP-R Trust Fund, or like the IDA-20 resources that Mike referred to, which have explicit commitments in this round of resources on pandemic preparedness and prevention. So it's important that IDA is explicitly focusing on the homework that needs to be done at the country level in terms of preparedness and prevention. There are also ongoing discussions, and maybe Professor Matsukato will mention this, on the relation that the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, has with these important areas of global public goods, and in particular, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, and how it may look into the existence of these, let's say, assessments and preparedness plans for their own relations with the countries in terms of the macro and fiscal way forward. I'm not an expert on that, but it's important to basically acknowledge that these discussions are happening, and I do believe they are also going in the correct way. And let me conclude now by moving to the third recommendation, and again, for me, the most interesting one, which is strengthening health systems. The bank currently has in health, to a great extent, increased by the COVID response, but also being sustained by very strong demand from the countries, a portfolio of $34 billion in health system strengthening projects. Most of these projects, almost all of them, are focused on primary health care and universal health coverage. They're country-owned, they're country-led. They try to integrate the responses around the country leadership. We try to follow Mike's advice of not being one more divisive voice. We try to align platforms and instruments behind the country leadership with all what that implies in terms of opportunities and difficulties, etc. But we do believe that this has to be bottom-up, country-driven, and that's the only way health systems are really constructed to face their communities. It has a lot of public health functions embedded in it. These functions, as Mike said, are different from many of the essential services delivery functions, but they're closely and intimately intertwined. It's very difficult to disentangle them at the end of the day. It's the same nurse, it's the same general physician. By the way, it's the same community, and many times the same systems and facilities, etc., that are doing both public health functions and essential services delivered to mothers and infants, just to give an example. So we need to be conscious of assessing that the functionality is precise, but also that the overall system is strengthened. We have two concerns here. I would say three concerns that I want to highlight for the discussion. One, you mentioned the Universal Health Coverage Report. We're working together with WHO on the 2023, Jeffrey. And what we could anticipate is an important backstep in terms of progress to universal health coverage. Second concern has to do with the health workforce. As Mike properly said, without people properly trained and also properly sustained, we won't have health systems delivering public health or essential services, and in particular, community health workforces. So we're looking very carefully into that aspect. And the third one has to do with the sustainability of recurrent costs. It's our estimate that at least 75 or 80% of the costs associated with pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response are recurring costs. Systems need to have them in place year after year after year in their budget and in their institutions. So this is very difficult in the current and projected fiscal scenario. Let me conclude by acknowledging that pandemic preparedness and prevention are unfortunately long-term endeavors. Nobody will be able to buy out of the shelf a short-term solution for our countries. They are part of health systems which are created through decades of continuous and sustained investment. And that's what we need to do. Of course, we need to start now, hopefully yesterday, but we need to maintain the effort, Jeffrey, in the long term. And for that, political decision and leadership is a must. For that, confronting the determinants of health, and in particular, poverty, inequity, and discrimination is also a must. And just to conclude, also Mike said it, we will need a lot of institutional capacity with sound governance to again sustain a long-term effort that will have the world better prepared for future health challenges.
Juan Pablo, thank you very much. And really excellent report and very encouraging. Let me make a couple of points, if I could, things that I've been worrying about for 25 years on this. First, I think this strong link of WHO and the World Bank is really superb, because WHO is a normative institution and it doesn't have the bucks there, and the World Bank is our financing institution. One thing that would be tremendously helpful, and I know it's part of the planning, but I think it really needs strengthening, is to bring WHO together with the World Bank and the regional development banks in a coherent operational way, because a lot of the financing will come through regional development banks. In your region, the Inter-American Development Bank, or in Africa, the African Development Bank, and so forth. And I think a teamwork that links the normative institution with the development banks generally is the right strategy. It could even supplant a global health fund. It could essentially be the governance of a global health fund. So, but we need that team very clearly in place. But then something that I think is really fundamental, and it has been a fundamental mindset barrier that is crippling, is this question of recurrent costs. We need development finance to cover recurrent costs. There was long, for 50 years, a mantra that development finance could cover capital costs, but not recurrent costs. This is completely mistaken, fundamentally wrong. And the reason is very simple. Think of even not the poorest country, but a poor country, World Bank member, that has a per capita GDP of $1,000, which is typical in sub-Saharan Africa. If you look, that country probably raises between 15 and 20% of GDP in government revenues. And maybe it's able to manage 4% of GDP in health outlays. But 4% of GDP for $1,000 per capita means $40 per person for health. And so even without any more research, we know, well, that's not a health system. You cannot run a health system at $40 per person. In the United States, it's $10,000. We're not going to get there, but we're not going to do it at 40, no matter how efficient. A health system needs a few $100s per capita. It cannot be found in the national budget, period. So the question is, where is it going to be found? And what is most of that is salaries. Most of that is recurrent costs. Most of that is the health workforce. It's got to come from outside for the next 20 years. 20 years on, these countries will be much richer. They will be developed, and then they'll be able to fund this. But if we want to have functioning health systems for 2 or 3 billion people living in countries that are too poor to do it themselves, We must, from the outside, help to finance recurrent costs, period. It's simple arithmetic. It runs against all the mantras of development that I've been experiencing in 40 years of work in this area, because people need to do arithmetic, which they don't do. Our governments, your member governing institutions. If in your 2023 Universal Health Coverage Report, you can lay out the basic arithmetic, how much does a health system cost, even a rudimentary one? What can a national budget finance? What is a fundamental gap? How can that fundamental gap be covered? I will be very happy to help on that. This will be a huge advance of understanding. Now, one more point that is counterintuitive. Even if you're covering recurrent costs from outside, it can be by debt, by the way. It doesn't have to be grants, as long as the terms of the debt are reasonable. If they're IDA terms, 40 years, at concessional interest rates, great. Even if they're IBRD terms, so-called non-concessional, they're certainly concessional relative to what the country can do by itself. And you could borrow for 30 or 40 years at 4% interest to fund the health system, and 30 or 40 years from now, a country at $1,000 per capita might be at $6,000 per capita, $8,000 per capita. It could service the debts and have had a health system during those 30 years onward. So we have to help the US Congress, the US Treasury, others to understand that recurrent cost does not mean national budgets, and because it's impossible, absolutely impossible. It has to come from development finance. Doesn't have to be grants. It could be loans, but it can't be 5-year Eurobond loans at 12% interest. It has to be development finance institution loans, basically on IBRD or IDA terms. So just my little pitch, which I've been giving for 30 years, but it's arithmetic that we need financing for recurrent costs, for salaries, for people, reliable. And it's no sense in telling the governments, be serious, raise your spending. They can't do it on their own until they get richer. So this, I think, is just a basic point. And if you bring the rest of the development banks along, you'll have more money in the kitty for this. And the last point I want to mention is my work at the UN in the coming year is to help raise more money for you, for the World Bank, for the regional development banks, because my argument is we need 5 to 10 times more development finance than we have right now. We run at maybe 120 to 150 billion a year development finance, but it should be 500 billion or even $1 trillion a year. And that's my job, is to help you get more money. And your job is to help explain why that money will really develop what we need to develop. So I just want to concur 100%, but I want us to get past this mantra of recurrent costs. They are recurrent, but for poverty-stricken countries, they need help to meet them. That's the basic arithmetic that we need to emphasize.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Julie, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to Dr. Uribe for your excellent comments, especially about health system strengthening. So next, I want to introduce Ms. Joy Pumafi, who's the new co-chair of the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, and she was also the principal local government auditor for the people of Botswana and served in the Parliament of Botswana. So thank you. Ms. Pumafi is joining by phone.
Basically, I was agreeing with all the comments that were being made, but making the important point that in addition to what you are saying about just the basics, primary healthcare services being financed is a big challenge, because you cannot finance primary healthcare systems at $40 per person. I think what is equally important is that when we talk about the systems, that need to be financed and that needs to be structured, coordinated, and for which we need to hold our governments and other stakeholders, of course, private sector, civil society, and communities accountable. It goes beyond health systems. You know, there's the One Health interface. There's the health systems. There's the research and development, innovation, development, and access to medical countermeasures. That needs to be covered. That's part of the systems that needs to be financed. Socio-economic preparedness, that is social protection, education, mental health and psychosocial support that has become so evident now with COVID-19. This needs to be effectively financed as well. The multi-sectoral preparedness in terms of the trade systems, travel, transportation, supply chains, which really hampered our response during this pandemic. We need to look at the human development aspects of it, including the health workforce, training, and the other related sectors. So it's a huge systems area. So what we feel at the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board is that in order to have this whole systems approach, you really do need to have a coordinating mechanism that will link all the global players, link all the national and regional players together, so that we can actually be prepared to respond to the next pandemic. So the governance component is extremely important. It's not just about financing, but it's about what is it that we are financing. We are currently preparing a global preparedness monitoring framework, which are around these type of dimensions, which we will use to monitor the state of the world's preparedness. And we will be relying, of course, on the current work that is being done on a results framework. We will be relying on the type of guidance that your commission has just produced. But I think what is really more important is that what is it that we are going to be financing, which is really the message that I want to put forward. Yes, the financing is not enough. We need to address recurrent financing as well as the long-term financing in a more sustainable manner and in a more deliberately structured manner. But what will we be financing? How are we going to ensure that we have mechanisms in place that will channel the resources to where they are needed and which will prioritize the right areas? And for me, that is equally important as the actual design of the financing mechanism. So, our message from GPMB is that let us create a more coherent, global, multi-sectoral response with proper coordination, led, of course, by WHO and the World Bank and the other UN processes, but incorporating the private sector, all the global players and regional and national players in global health. Because if we don't do it that way, if we don't adopt a more structured approach, we are going to continue to have the huge gaps in investment in important areas of preparedness and overall incoherent approach that has actually led us to where we are now, where we have a total disarray in terms of our emergency ecosystem. So we are hoping that people can appreciate that financing on its own is not a standalone, that systems is not a standalone, that a multi-sectoral universal response is required, so that mechanisms for coordination, action across sectors, across governments is actually necessary in order to get us to where we need to be. So that really is our concern at the moment. And I'm encouraged that this report is taking us in the right direction, But I think I want us to appreciate that we have to think a little bit broader than this, and we have to bring in more stakeholders. And unfortunately, we do have to be as ambitious as we possibly can in order to be able to sufficiently respond to the next pandemic, but also to recover effectively from this one. And in order for us to adequately strengthen accountability for preparedness. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Joy, thank you very much, and very with a very clear message about what is the content of preparedness. And again, I would also emphasize, I think completely consistently with you, that it's not preparedness only for a new emerging disease. It's our current context where many countries have ongoing multiple epidemic diseases and other causes of premature mortality that lead to that outcome of life expectancy dozens of years less than they should be, basically. And if I might, just I wanted to share one thought again. I know I'm a broken record on this, but I think it's important. If national governments actually feel that there will be financing available for well thought out plans, they will think out plans in much more detail than if they don't feel that there's actual financing. We're a little bit in that situation again with the climate change. Countries are told, make bold plans, and then they say, okay, but where's the money? So they're making plans, but they're not getting the financing. My microcosm of this, and Joy, you were, of course, one of the world leaders in this, when funding actually started for AIDS treatment, for example, in the early 2000s, suddenly plans came that were nowhere to be found beforehand because governments knew if we get our act together, the Global Fund or PEPFAR or others will actually fund us. So it's really worth pursuing it. Presidents leaned on their health ministers. Why don't we have the money? Our neighbor has the money. Why don't we have the money? Well, we need to put in a plan. Well, put in a plan. And so I think if we combine the idea of this comprehensive, effective systems approach with actual financing potentially available for good plans, we really can leverage a big response. And there I would again emphasize Mike and Juan Pablo and other of the development finance institutions. If the package can be really there. One other instrument that was very useful in the Global Fund that I was surprised at how well it worked was the country coordination mechanism. Basically, if you want funding, you have to get the main stakeholders within the country together, just as you were saying, Joy. Don't come with a Ministry of Health plan by itself. Come with a Ministry of Health plan that has incorporated the key stakeholders. And our technical review board, which Mike is going to lead in this case for the fifth, will respond to such a program. But if you come only Ministry of Health alone, you're not coming in a credible way. It comes back to my mind, have the clear incentive, do your homework, you will actually get funded at an adequate scale to do it. We don't have the money in the bank to be able to make that promise now, but if we combine not only the specific new fund, but the backing of the development finance institutions more generally, and we build up their portfolios so that they can be lending a lot more money on favorable terms, then I think it's possible to have that joint vision that you, Joy, Mike, and Juan Pablo have all expressed, credibly put forward to governments. Do your homework, you will be supported. And that will generate a lot of homework, a lot of good planning, and therefore a lot of systems building that we know can take place. So that would be my reaction to your very wise comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I could not agree more, because I think, you know, our vulnerability as countries at the moment is that we rely on donations and development assistance. And this development assistance is very limited, and it provides only a fraction of what is needed. So you are absolutely right that we need a system that is more reliable, more robust, that we can have more confidence in, and that at the same time builds our own capacities to finance ourselves more reliably long term. So I mean, I'm just agreeing with what you are saying. I mean, you have actually hit the nail on the head.
Wonderful. I think those of us that are trying to make our systems work can begin to see that they're, you know, we are together, these systems that need to be functioning and scaled up. And I think that the lessons of the pandemic give us this opportunity to really press home this case very strongly. And as we go into 2023, perhaps we'll have that breakthrough moment where we can get the political leadership on board to take that systems approach, so that it's not cup in hand every time, but actually a full-fledged system that is working in place. And Julie, back to you.
Thank you so much. So next we'll have Professor Mariana Mazzucato. She's joining via video recording. She couldn't be with us today, but I'm going to share her recording.
Hello, I am Mariana Mazzucato. I am a professor at University College London, where I direct the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. And I'm really speaking to you today as the chair of the World Health Organization Council on the Economics of Health for All. And it's really this combination, actually, of these two words I've just mentioned, public purpose and health for all. What does that look like? So first of all, of course, we know that just like with climate change, the cost of inaction in terms of not investing in global health systems is so much greater than the cost of action. By not investing in global health systems, for example, the economic cost of the COVID-19 pandemic was so much greater than it had to be. And there's different studies that have, you know, shown why we should be investing in health and seeing it as an investment and not a cost, why it's positive for our economy. Of course, it also enables all the people in our economies to be nourished, to be nurtured, and also eventually also to work better in terms of actually adding to economic growth. But that's not enough. We must also remember the other side, and this is really the side that the Council focuses on, which is that health for all matters. It matters for human rights reasons. It matters for reasons related to our sustainable development goals. So what we try to do in the Council is we start with the idea of health for all being the goal, and then we backtrack and ask, what does it mean for how we design the economy to deliver on that? And the more we can do that also by innovating and investing, yes, it would also lead to economic growth. But really asking, what does health for all mean, whether it's for vaccines, so actually vaccinating the entire world, and then backtracking and asking what it means for the design of all the different areas, whether it's intellectual property rights, whether it's the collaborations between public and private actors, whether it's how we do budgeting, so outcomes-oriented budgeting. And the Council, which is made of all women economists from around the globe, from the 5 continents, has been looking at this over the last 2 years. And our work streams have been divided into 4. The first on value, how do we actually value health for all? The second on how do we innovate? How do we invest and innovate for health for all with common good metrics at the design of the collaboration? The third on financing. Finance isn't neutral, right? So how do we actually finance health for all with issues around access, universality, and really paying attention to the quality of the finance, not just the quantity of the finance. And lastly, public sector capacity. Without capacity on the ground, we actually won't end up with the ability of countries globally actually to invest and be able to innovate in their local health systems, which again, we found was absolutely crucial during this last pandemic. So maybe I'll just say something quickly about those 4 streams, which I think are very important for your conference today. First on value. You know, my own work for a long time has been trying to unpick this very siloed way that we think about value in economics, as though it's just created in the private sector and somehow the public sector is there just to fix market failures or to regulate or to redistribute that value. What we actually know about value in the economy is it's collectively created. Of course, we need private companies. So in the healthcare area, of course, we have small biotech companies, large pharmaceutical companies, and so on. But there's also been, it continues to be, and will always be, a very important role for the public sector, not only in terms of creating healthcare systems, but also investing in the drugs and the therapeutics and the remedies themselves. And this really requires then to really focus on what does it mean to collectively create value? What does it mean to share the rewards of that value creation? But also in terms of investing within healthcare systems, really seeing the people who work within our healthcare infrastructure, both the soft and the hard infrastructure, as value creators. We've done quite a bit of work on this. We've looked at what it means for how we value care. And often it is women who are in those areas of the economy. We have undervalued care workers. We called the essential workers important during COVID. We even clapped them, but we haven't actually been resourcing those infrastructures and also their pay. They're often underpaid. And again, coming back to the role of public investment, in places like even the United States, where you have over 40 billion a year of health investment spending by the National Institutes of Health, we haven't included that investment in drug innovation and how we then price the innovations. Value-based pricing doesn't actually include the value that has been co-created by the public institutions. And if we did, there would be very different ways to think about, for example, the prices of the drugs that are coming out. So we don't need the taxpayer to pay 2 or 3 different times. First, for the innovation itself, where the high-risk capital-intensive phase is often publicly financed, and then again, to subsidize the very high prices, which are set by the pharmaceutical industry, by the state, bringing those prices down through subsidies to the healthcare system. There's more efficient and more just ways to think about the pricing if we actually value the different investments that are made by different actors, not just in the private sector. Second, innovation. This is obviously related to what I've just said. If we care about the end result and not just the innovation, there's all sorts of questions that come about, for example, related to intellectual property rights. So I mentioned the vaccine. We have about 8 different vaccines, but that's not the mission. The mission was and should be to vaccinate the entire world. And that would have ramifications for how we actually structure intellectual property rights and develop patent pools and share the knowledge. So these kinds of issues really need to be thought about ex ante, not ex post. I would call it a pre-distributive way to think about how to collaborate between public and private actors in the innovation space. Patents in general tend to be too wide, just used for strategic reasons, too strong, hard to license, and often too upstream. So the tools for research are being privatized and patented. And so this isn't about pro or against patents, but how do we actually structure and govern an innovation system for the common good precisely in areas that actually include so much public funding. And again, it's quite interesting here if we look at the different vaccines, the AstraZeneca one, I think, really represented a very different type of deal between public and private. So the Oxford University researchers insisted that the costs and the prices remain low and the knowledge be shared. Very different from one that happened later in the case of the Pfizer vaccine. So we should go beyond just thinking about public and private and actually get our hands dirty with the granular of how do we learn from those types of collaborations that are more just and have access at the center and represent a more symbiotic deal between public and private, and those that we should really be scaling down and learning from the problems that are embedded in the design of those collaborations. Third, finance. We sometimes forget that money is not just the medium of exchange, but how we structure finance matters. It's not neutral. So if you look at, for example, the biotechnology sector, the fact that there was so much exit-driven venture capital, which wanted to exit through an initial public offering or a buyout, actually rushed the science in biotech. And myself and others have written about this. Bill Lazanek calls it PLEPOs. It's produced many productless IPOs by rushing the scientific, the scientific research in order to develop areas that could be then quickly bought up. That doesn't help the science, which can often take a very long time, but also the Death Valley phase for companies can often take longer than, say, 3 to 7 years. So the requirement of actually needing patient long-term finance, not just quick exit-driven finance, this is one insight. But also if we look at global financial organizations and funds coming out of, say, the IMF and the World Bank, most recently with the Financial Intermediary Fund, which is meant to be helping us for pandemic preparedness, what really matters is to learn the lessons from the past in terms of actually embodying within these funds the right conditions. So as we know, IMF loans and World Bank loans to the developing world have often been conditional on reducing the fiscal space by just focusing on deficits. How can we actually make sure that these funds are increasing the global fiscal space for developing countries to invest in their own requirements in terms of on-the-ground preparedness, but also how can we make sure that the funds themselves are governed in a transparent way and an inclusive way, and basically a universal way, so that we can actually make sure that the benefits are truly as widespread as possible. And fourth, our work on capacity. And this is again related to something I've just said, which is that one of the effects of a lot of the austerity that many countries have experienced has been this outsourcing of public sector capacity. We see this in different fronts, but in terms of this points I'm making right now, it's in terms of the healthcare system. So it's not enough to think that we could just kind of have helicopter money on the back of a COVID pandemic for a recovery scheme. We really need to better analyze how it could be that we have undermined and under-resourced those very systems, also from a capacity point of view. So what does it mean to invest in the ability to use, for example, outcomes-oriented procurement policy, which during COVID came back. It's something that we use during oriented procurement. Procurement is the interface between public and private actors, and by being very clear on what the goal is, then that can help affect the whole supply chain. It can help affect that public-private collaboration that I've been talking about throughout these 4 different points. But that's about having a creative bureaucracy, a creative civil service, and not outsourcing that capacity, whether it's to Deloitte, as we did in the UK, where the test and trace system was carried out by a consulting company that had very little experience on that front, but really investing within our local administrations that will be able to govern the systems that we need, of course, alongside different actors, whether it's in the philanthropy space, whether it's in the private space, but we need to admit what we've seen, which is the lack of investment over the last decades in public administrations, which then make our systems so much weaker. Anyway, so thank you so much. These 4 areas about value, innovation, finance, and capacity are absolutely central if we want to deliver on clear moonshots around health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. So now we can proceed to the discussion part of this webinar. And everybody who's an attendee, we invite you to submit your questions in the Q&A and we'll moderate them and ask them in the discussion. So thank you very much. And Jeff, if you would like to lead the discussion.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd ask anyone that is on our panel first, Mike and Juan Pablo, to make any comments at this point, and we'll also look for questions coming in, and I see some are coming in, but please jump in at this moment if you'd like. And Yeah, please, Juan Pablo.
Oh, very briefly, Jeff. I wanted to highlight Professor Mazzucato message about investment in health. For a long time, and still, in many discussions, it's seen as a recurrent cost, by the way. So I do believe that that's a very important element. And she brought many other interesting comments that I'm sure you're going to be reflecting upon. I also wanted to briefly say that there's already a baseline of country coordinating mechanisms out there. I'm the director of the Global Financing Facility, GFF, that works for women, children's, and adolescents' health, and it works through coordinating mechanisms at the country level. In a recent study, I think that roughly 40% of countries had coordinated mechanisms. Now, the question is to have really one and a solid one. Sometimes these methodologies are, in a way, copy-paste, and we can even have several coordinated mechanisms existing at the same time. So again, back to Mike Ryan's recommendation of integration at the country level, fundamental. And again, the country coordinated mechanisms can be the right approach. And just to conclude, on the pandemic fund, something that Joy brought in as a very important need, which is a multi-sectoral approach to pandemics, is also being closely followed and fought. The One Health dimension is critical here. We talk a lot about it, but when we go to practical operational developments at the country level, we have less cases, but still there are important examples of successful One Health projects. And I think we will need to build on those for future pandemic preparedness. Over.
Thank you very much. One way to overcome the fragmentation and splintering is if WHO, together with the financing institutions, would create a basic template. This is what an integrated framework should look like. You prepare it once under WHO auspices together with the finance partners, and the individual bilateral donors in a way are just pushed into using that shared framework. I think it needs to come from the top being WHO and the financing partners or the financing institutions, but it won't emerge from the bottom up of saying, well, that's a nice plan, this one's not a nice plan, or country X has done this 50 times for different agencies, but rather have a template. And again, maybe you can use 2023 as leverage for this. If you aim, at the time of this summit for all of the deliverables that we've been talking about, I think that you could clear a lot of the underbrush away and really facilitate a common approach. Mm-hmm. To my mind, it's crucial that WHO lead and create a framework that has the buy-in of the world's health ministers and our central normative institution, and that it be done in conjunction with whatever general financing framework we have. And if it's a global fund, or as I say, as a footnote to that, a virtual global fund that has a coordination mechanism among a number of funders, but it's one template, not 50 templates that are agreed by these institutions. That would be really a very big help. The ministries of health are so overtaxed to begin with that they can't do this 50 times. They need to do it once in this exercise. And I do think that the the international system could basically put that to work as here's what we're going to do, and the UN as one backs that up, and the MDBs back that up, and you make something that is actually much more functional as a result of that, rather than going with getting 50 countries, each one to make a sector-wide approach. You just make it. And here's the handbook, here's the guidelines. Maybe it is the GFF mechanism, basically, but now adding in all of these other components. But I think all of us basically feel that we need that kind of more efficient framework and linked to the actual financing. Julie, I see lots of questions.
Excellent. I have sent some to you. Would you like me to ask them out loud?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question from Labode Popula, who says, from Jeff's presentation and available facts, the worst hit countries in health coverage are the poorest countries. Mike emphasizes this by his reference to the need for an efficient health system. How do we reconcile these realities with migration of health workers from poor countries to countries with better health systems? Should there not be some deliberate action to stem the trend?
Good question. I'll ask Mike or Juan Pablo for any reflections on that.
No, the reality is there is no work without a workforce, and the brain drain from many developing countries who, to some extent, have become feeders of health capacity into the north through people using medical education, nursing education, health education in general as a means to move their families forward. Choose to, they don't often choose who wants to leave your home, but they're in many ways forced to choose to leave because the prospects of higher wages, more security is higher elsewhere. And again, this comes back, I think, Jeffrey, it's not just the amount of money that's paid to a health worker in the setting of a developing country setting. It's also the continuity of those funds. I've been in many situations in epidemic response and humanitarian response in fragile states, particularly, where health workers before the epidemic started hadn't been paid for months, sometimes years.
Of course.
So it's not just the amount of remuneration. It is about security. It's about continuity. It's about career prospects. It's about promotion on the basis of merit, not on the basis of who you know. There are so many drivers that push workers, health workers, out of a country. It is not just wage related. There's so much more. And I think we have to look at that as a workforce and what are the incentives to stay and the disincentives to stay versus the incentives to leave. And migration is good. I mean, workers going abroad, coming from my own country, a small country on the edge of Europe, historically, we gain most of our high-level medical expertise by good doctors and nurses going abroad, getting experience and bringing that back home. That's not a negative thing. Migration and health workers can be a very, very positive experience for everyone. The question is it managed? Is it functional? Does it result in a hole, unfillable hole in the system providing workers? What are the incentives to bring people back to apply the learning they've had in another system? So it's we need a systems way of thinking about this. Because again, it's not just an issue of regulating this, as saying you can't go or punishing states or others who take workers in from other, it becomes a zero-sum game. We need a much more sophisticated mechanism to incentivize people to stay in their home systems. And the only way we can do that is to give people a living wage that they can rely on, in which they have a career path. And if workers do go to the north from these countries, there must be a mechanism to compensate those countries who train and invest in those workers.
I agree. I'm going to be a broken record just to say that if you have a country that is at $1,000 per capita and it's competing with countries at $40,000 or $50,000 per capita, and we yet have a standard that there should be health for all, we need a financing mechanism to make that work. And for as long as I've been in this business, which is 40 years, somehow it's expected that poor countries at tiny salaries and tiny budgets make that work, which doesn't happen. And we should do the arithmetic. You have to pay, as you said, a decent salary that is, it doesn't have to be the same as in a high income country, because people would like to stay in their home country, but not at a ratio that's 100 to 1 and unreliable and inconsistent. But I guarantee you this is what is going to continue in low income countries until recurrent costs are paid internationally in some way. And that's what we need to help explain again and again. Maybe they know, I don't know whether they know or not, but there needs to be a decent salary. It's the same, by the way, in the education sector. But health is especially dramatic in this regard, because not only do people migrate, but the rich countries come in shopping for nurses and doctors very aggressively. And so this is also part of a game which is absolutely not tolerable the way that it's played right now. Juan Pablo, I see you had your hand up.
Well, very quickly, I wanted to underscore that this has been a chronic problem, only that COVID made it more acute because of the burnout. But we have, for many years, we have been missing the proper response to stop this brain drain, which makes things even more difficult and the weakest systems. I also would just add that there may be also harmonization of regulatory frameworks around this that should also be carefully looked, especially for regional initiatives that could help, in a way, reduce the burden of this migration. But again, it's an unanswered problem, and it's a really, really current one. Traveling through countries, it's incredible how this is hurting systems as they try to get back in their feet.
Thanks.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, Joy.
Yeah, I think the other issue related to health workers is really the availability of the conditions of service, but not the finance. I mean, absolutely agree with all the comments that I made. But you find that health workers get into a facility, there are no medicines for treating, they don't have they don't have anything to test people, they don't have any laboratory support network, the support services are not there, they cannot access patients, even if they access them, they're not able to help them. So that can be really cause a lot of pressure on the health workers. So some health workers migrate not just because they are underpaid, but they actually cannot save lives. They're in a position where they cannot save lives. So I think all of these things are interconnected. We cannot just address, the health worker issue without addressing access to commodities, the strengthening of the other, essential components of a robust health system. So I think, we need to identify, so what are the global common goods for preparedness that need to be in place? And what is the best way of financing them that you say? We cannot isolate one because everything is interconnected. So it doesn't matter what it is, whether it is intellectual property issues that someone referred to earlier on, but everything is interconnected. And we have a narrow set, like you have said, powerful actors that have proposed solutions for these global problems, but they are not working, not for us in lower middle income countries. So we need to create a system that is more responsive based on global public goods, which are common goods, which are for preparedness, properly financed, and that can be easily accessible to all these countries, including the financing of health workers, but it cannot be limited to that. So that's the comment I wanted to make.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very, very clear. And maybe we'll take one more question, Julie.
Excellent. So we have a question from Ritu Sadana, who's leading the WHO Secretariat supporting the Council on the Economics of Health for All, that's chaired by Professor Mazzucato, who just spoke. And she asks, austerity measures often require cutting of health and education programs. And she says this needs to be turned around. How can we turn around this practice given the different voices and aims of the global financing institution?
Maybe I'll take a starting crack at that. I've been asked by Secretary General Guterres and Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed to help think through a better approach to SDG financing in general. And in September, Secretary General Guterres called for an SDG stimulus as a general framework for increasing the fiscal space for the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have our eye on, as I've been emphasizing, the multilateral development banks as the primary instrument for this expanded development finance. Of course, private finance will play a role, direct investment will play a role, domestic saving will play a role. But the development finance institutions, the World Bank, the regional development banks, some other important national development banks that also have a global finance role are crucial. And the key is to mobilize those institutions so that poorer countries don't have to move to austerity when capital market conditions tighten as they are right now. If we go in this immediate crisis in the normal way, we will have dozens of developing countries facing budget crises in the next year because they're being hit hard by rising interest rates, by the sharp increase of energy and food and fertilizer prices, by the existing debts that they carry, by the tightening of financial conditions, and so on. But if you look at their situation more generally from a development point of view, these are countries that need a lot more finance and investment, and not only in health, but in other areas as well. And we need, therefore, that when these countries have their interface with the development finance institutions, the outcome is more financing, not less financing. And that requires that the development finance institutions have the wherewithal to provide that, which they don't quite have right now. But as I've emphasized, these institutions, starting with the World Bank and the regional development banks, need to expand their portfolios and can do so many times if they are backed by the world's governments, which profess to have a commitment to all of this. Our Treasury Secretary in the United States, Janet Yellen, gave an important speech in the spring where she said we have to move from billions to trillions in development finance. Getting that through the US Congress and so forth is not the easiest call in the world, but this is actually what we're talking about. And the health finance is a piece of a more general puzzle. We need to expand development finance now, and yet we're in a kind of cyclical moment with tightening credit markets where normally there would be more budget cutting rather than fiscal space. And so this is why this coming year is actually so important. I've been asked specifically work with a number of governments in the real-time negotiations with the fund and the bank and others to make sure that we go in the expansionary, not contractionary direction. To my mind, that makes sense because good development finance looks at this from a 40-year perspective, not a one-year budget cycle perspective. And in a 40-year perspective, these countries should take on more debt, actually, as long as it's good long-term IBRD or IDA terms that give them a long-term scenario for turning the increased debt finance into increased investments, increased growth, better health, better education, all of the objectives that we have. So I think that the question is right to the point right now, because we're in that tightening cycle, which is quite dangerous, something like it was 40 years ago in our previous stagflation. But we need not to follow the same route that we did 40 years ago, which was a generalized debt crisis, actually, of developing countries. We need an expansionary stimulus for SDG accomplishment, including the health systems building that we're talking about on this webinar right now, and on which I think there's radical agreement among the panelists on what really needs to be done. And the point I would add as a macroeconomist is the poorer countries have tremendous capacity to achieve economic development if they are financed to do so. And so what looks like a lot of debt right now is actually quite manageable if you take a 30 or 40-year perspective, because that would be a growth perspective. And a big amount of debt now is not a big amount of debt in a context of rapid economic growth. And that's what we have to help everybody to see. It's worth making the investment. And it actually reminds me of one point I wanted to follow up with Juan Pablo. Our national accounts data really are not helpful, because we count health spending and education spending as consumption rather than as saving and investment. It's analytically wrong. If it were done the other way, we'd have much more clarity that when we finance these areas, even in our national accounts, we're boosting investment and boosting growth. And that's not just a nice thing to say because it sounds good. It's actually literally how you achieve economic development. And so if we reclassified our national accounts as we should, to put health and education spending into the investment category, we'd have a much greater clarity of why more financing is feasible, not only desirable, but actually sustainable from a long-term budgetary point of view. So this is how I'd like to change the national accounts. It was just a mistake in our SNA handbooks written 60 years ago to put education as a not only as a cost, but as a consumption item rather than an investment item, and same with health. So I'm going to let Juan Pablo and Mike have the last words, and then we're going to wrap up.
Yeah, thanks so much. And listening to you, I was thinking that it would have been great having you by my side when I was confronting my colleague, the Minister of Finance, looking at those accounts, but it's a little bit too late, as always happens with experience. But I wanted to quickly react also on what this upcoming discussion will mean for the World Bank. Of course, as you said, a big pressure to step up the capital and lending capacity of the bank and other multilaterals. I think that's going to be a great discussion and hopefully a positive one in terms of results. The second dimension has to do with the operational models in which the banks work. And here, again, I want to insist in the importance of moving from national interventions to also regional and global interventions.
Yes.
Why? Because we're talking about global public goods. And the two best examples, of course, are climate change, as we saw in these past weeks, and pandemics, like we've been feeling during the last 3 years. And lastly, and it's meaningful because it touches something that Mariana said, and it has to do with the purpose. This also has to be reflected and embedded in the mission and vision of our institutions. We need to think that our purpose has a global public good in it. It is extremely important. We're not 50 years ago looking at countries and frontiers. I think we're a much bigger community that interacts permanently, and therefore collective endeavors and trust among all of us globally is going to be fundamental. So I just wanted to end highlighting those three direct implications for my institution and also for many other institutions. And it's think globally and let's act collectively.
Perfect, wonderful, and we'll do it. And Mike, over to you for the final words.
No, I just wanted to draw together two things that you've all been saying and Joy was also saying as well. The reality is that 74 countries have completed national action plans for public health security, which are country-owned multi-year plans based on a one health and all hazards whole of government approach. They exist. Our problem is none of them are funded. The problem is the countries know what they want to do, and they've done that analysis. And if you look at that map, the three maps you showed, Jeff, where we saw the gaps in equity and the gaps in financing and the gaps in health workers and all of that. If you look at that map, the countries who have done those national action plans are in those countries. It is exactly in the gap countries that these national action plans have been done. We need one plan, many donors, many supporters, many champions, not many plans. And I think we have got to get back to that idea of a nationally owned sovereign plan. Now, governments need to engage non-governmental organizations and civil society. It can't be seen purely as an inside the government effort. So I think there's a huge benefit in thinking about how can we focus in on that. The IHR calls for that. It's legislated in international law. I hope the future treaty enshrines that principle. I think organizations like ourselves and the World Bank are beginning, I think, to show the kind of discipline and commitment to doing things together to support countries rather than, in effect, acting as tidal agents in country. Because the tidal force, the tectonic forces that a Ministry of Health or Ministry of Finance feel are huge. And sometimes we add to that. We actually create instability in that process. Last thing I would say is, and I would say this in a message of hope, I actually think with climate, with health and others, I think the world is waking up. Our young people are waking up to a world that they want to see that's fairer, that's more just, that's more equitable. I think we have never in the history of our civilization ever been in a better position to protect and restore health. It's not that we have to develop the technologies to do it, we have them. So the issue for me is to keep that hope and that perseverance and that dogged desire to deliver. And when the obstacles are governmental and legislative, let's take them out of the way. When the obstacles are financial, let's remove that and let's unlock the potential of our health systems. Let's unlock the potential of our societies. The mechanics of how we do that are in our grasp. If we can put egos and organizational and other sort of ideologies aside for a few moments, we actually have a massive opportunity. So at a moment of historic risk, we actually have an unprecedented opportunity. And I don't see that coming again for a very long time. I don't think if we don't take this chance now, if we don't take this opportunity now, I've been at this for 30 years. I've seen it come and go. And you've been around maybe a year or two longer, Jeffrey, but I've been through the Ebolas of the 90s. I've been through the massive meningitis outbreaks in Africa. I've been through the cholera spread in East and Southern Africa. I've been through the yellow fever epidemics. I've been through the SARS. I've been through H5N1. I've been through H1N1 in 2009, the West Africa Ebola. It's high time we learned those lessons and did something about the essential underlying issues. And just final word, most people who died in the pandemic didn't actually die from the virus. They died because of 20, 30, 40 years of unmanaged underlying conditions, unmanaged hypertension, unmanaged diabetes. So many of our population were so vulnerable before this pandemic hit. And then we couldn't deliver the rescue. We put people in a leaky boat and then we were late to the rescue. And that, I think we have to look at both sides of that in the future. So over to you.
Wonderful final words, closing words. Thanks to everybody for a fantastic session. We will post this. We'll have the summaries of the presentations as well. And we have a tremendous opportunity in the coming months, and I think a clear path ahead of working together to realize all that we have been discussing together. So thanks to everybody for your leadership and for your participation today. Thanks to all who have joined the webinar, and we will be posting this online at the Lancet COVID-19 Commission website and SDSN website. And to everybody, stay well, stay healthy, and we'll be back soon. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
What's going on, y'all? It's Javon.ca, and we're here again for another episode of 100 Ways to Make 100K, where we're on the hunt to find 100 different ways to make 100 grand in a month. And today, I'm very excited to introduce you to someone who started as a wrestler and then went through a crazy roller coaster to now running an insurance and finance business in 2 different countries. Are we 2 different countries? Are we more than that?
We're in 2 countries right now, and we just expanded to Puerto Rico as well, which is part of the U.S. But we're just getting warmed up now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to introduce you to none other than Jamie Prickett. Now, look, it's interesting when you talk about making 100 grand in a month for yourself, but what if you could teach others to do that for you? Now, today, we're going to dive into the story of none other than our friend Jamie Prickett. Jamie, thank you so much for taking the time with us today.
Awesome, man. It's a pleasure. I'm pumped up about this.
Yeah, man, it's been a long time coming. I'm very excited that you're taking the time to spend with us today. So I'm really excited to dive into your story and learn a little bit more about you. But let's start with kind of some of those, milestones and circumstances and things that happen in your life that really make up Jamie Prickett today. Maybe you could share.
Yeah, for sure. Basically, one of the pivotal moments in my life, I think, was in high school. I was a wrestler. I wasn't very good in high school. I managed to get out after 5 years to finish my 4-year high school degree. So, I joke that I have my PhD, which is a public high school diploma. And then, anyway, through high school, the one thing I cared about was wrestling. That was my life. It was my dream to be an Olympian. I had my career path already set out in front of me because there was a guy named Daniel, I'm going to mess up the name, Daniel Galli, sorry. Daniel Galli was an Olympic gold medalist when I was in high school, and he actually got on the Cheerios box. So they had his mug on Cheerios, and then I heard it through the grapevine that he got $1 million endorsement. And I'm like, $1 million? I could retire on that. So my plan was very clear. I'm going to wrestle. I'm going to go to the Olympics. I'm going to win the Olympics. I'm going to be on a Cheerios box, and I'm going to retire on my $1 million. Well, I got to number 5 in Canada, not quite enough to get to the Olympics, and clearly didn't win a gold at the Olympics. So I had to take a different route.
Well, hold on. The most important question is, did you ever make it on the Cheerios box?
Did not. No, did not.
Failure.
So that was kind of, I didn't really have a backup plan, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. I really didn't care much for school. I learned by doing, not by being told what to do. I'm kind of a take action kind of guy. And it's one of my beefs with the whole public school system and the school system in general is that it's kind of designed, I think, for people to learn a certain way, but people learn differently, right? And now we think when young boys are bouncing off the walls and, and they're banging their head against things, we think, oh, they must have an issue. They must have a problem. No, they're 7-year-old boys that are full of energy and they just want to run around and chase people, right?
Yeah.
So I was one of those boys. And anyway, but what wrestling taught me was the most important thing it taught me was failure. I won more matches than I lost, but every time you lost a match, you had to swallow your pride and realize that the man across from you was better than you that day. And, you just had to suck it up. And it took me a while. I mean, I used to be a bit of a sore loser. I wouldn't, cry in front of anybody, but I would certainly go home and cry, and I'd, punch my fist against the wall, and I'd be upset and angry and a bit of a temper tantrum. But I'd always do that on my own. But over time, I recognized that I can't beat someone else. I can only beat myself. You know what I mean? Like, I can only improve myself. I can't choose how good someone else is going to be that I'm up against, but I can choose how good I'm going to be. So I started taking personal responsibility for everything bad and good that happened in my life.
Now,
So
what changed at that point? Because if you're being a sore loser, right, and you're just upset and throwing punches at the wall, right, like all of a sudden you don't just go and start blaming yourself. Like, you
No.
must have consumed something, you must have heard something, you
Well,
must have learned something.
when I went on to train at the University of Guelph, I didn't go to university, but I trained with the guys there at the club program they have. The head coach there, Doug Cox, he's a 2-time Olympian. Also Dave Mayer, who was kind of a guy about my size. They just spoke life into me. That get off the mat. If I was sucking wind at a practice, get off the mat, get up. And they were tough. Dave Mayer was the tough coach. Doug Cox was the loving coach, and it was that combination. But even before that time, I remember when I got second in high school at the national championships. I was number 2 in Canada, and I was probably only ranked maybe top 6. And I came home from New Brunswick, and this is before cell phones. And I came home from New Brunswick and told my parents, my mom and dad were there, and I said, hey, I got the silver medal. And the first thing out of my dad's mouth was, I guess the other guy wanted it more. And that was hard. I mean, my dad was a bit of a hard ass. Now, me and my dad have a great relationship now, but at the time I was like, you know, screw you, Dad. You
Probably pissed.
Oh, I mean, I was like, I just got the silver freaking medal in Canada.
Yeah.
I wasn't even expected to be on the podium, and here I was, you know, doing something. But it kind of hits me, you know, years later. It's like, he was right.
Yeah.
You know, I could have done a little bit more. Now, maybe I never would have got the gold. Maybe that guy was always, his name was Fred. Maybe Fred was always going to beat me that day. But I'll never know, because I know that there was more in the gas tank. I could have trained a little harder. I could have been getting up a little bit earlier and putting in another workout, you know? So maybe there was some truth to it, right? And that's what I recognize in the business world now. What I love about the business world is it's not about natural ability and talent. Sure, someone's going to be a little more talented in one area than someone else might be in another. But at the end of the day, it's who's going to bust their ass, who's going to go out and get after this thing. I am far less talented than most of the people whose asses I'm kicking right now. I just work harder.
Yeah, and that's something that's super interesting, especially when it comes to winning and losing, because sometimes you win, but deep down you still know you didn't give it all.
Yeah.
And like, although other people might say, oh, look at you, you did this thing, it was so great, but deep down you're going back home still punching the wall, because like, you know, you could have left more on the field.
Yep.
Right. And sometimes when you lose, but you've given it your all, it feels better than even when you win.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I remember I went back to wrestle when I was 34 years old.
You still got it, or?
I still had it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like riding a bike. The difference is that I hadn't really competed in 13 years, and it was always a dream of mine. And this was right when we launched our company. So we were 1 year into building Experior, and I decided I'm going to go back and wrestle, give it one more shot. And I had it in my mind that, you know, I'm going to medal at the nationals, and maybe I'll go 2 years and I'll be in the Olympics. Like, I had it in my mind. Okay. And at 34 years of
Finally,
age,
that Cheerios box is coming.
That's right. Yeah. Even though now it's like, I don't need the Cheerios box, but I was like, I was still chasing that dream. And it was because it was one of those regrets. I left wrestling at a young age. I was 21 when I basically hung up my boots, and I was kind of pissed off about that, because my plan was always to go back, and I just wanted to get my business off the ground with my former company when I got into the insurance world, and it just never happened for me. It took me a decade of struggling there before I started really doing some things outside of that. Wow. But anyway, I decided to go back and wrestle. And I remember my first tournament back was at the Toronto Open, and I won 3 matches, and then I lost in the final. I got a silver medal. And I was up a couple weight classes still, because I hadn't got down to my weight class. I was still a little bit chubby and trying to lose the weight. The next tournament, or sorry, I should say the last, I wrestled another tournament, did okay, had a national champion. My second match, did okay, lost to him. It was close, but I was still getting back into it.
Yeah.
But then my last tournament, and this is where I decided I'm hanging up the boots for good. I trained harder those 5 months back into wrestling than I ever did as a 21-year-old when I wrestled.
That must have felt nice, though.
It did. I gave it everything I had, and my body was sore. I cut 20 pounds in 5 days to make weight. Your body doesn't cut weight the same way it does when you're young, so you're more exhausted the next day. But I remember I wrestled this guy named Omer, and he was training out of Hamilton. And Omer was a junior national champion. And what that means is he's 19 years old. I'm like, 19-year-old?
It's 19, I'm going to dust
19,
this kid.
I'm 34 years old. I trained till I was 21, took a hiatus, and my mindset and everything, I'm going against a kid.
Of course.
I mean, now, like, I had children that were in their teens. Like,
You're like,
this guy beat my ass.
Damn.
Omer beat my ass.
Humbling.
You know, now it didn't look like he beat my ass, because my Uncle Dave was in the, you know, he was watching the tournament. He goes, I don't know what those refs were seeing. I thought you won that match. I'm like, no, Uncle Dave, I got my ass kicked. I mean, and after that match, after I got my ass kicked, I didn't cry. I didn't punch a wall. I didn't get mad. I walked off going, Jamie, you gave this thing everything you had as a 34-year-old man going against these young guys. And yeah, you don't have what it took to win. And you're probably never gonna at this age. The sport has evolved. The wrestlers are getting better and better, just like the UFC's evolved, right? Basketball's evolved. Players are getting better and better with time and nutrition and everything else. But I walked off going, I'm a freaking winner.
Oh yeah.
I lost that match, but I won. You know,
Yeah,
I won that game.
Dude,
So.
listen, to do that at 34, like I'm 31 and I'm starting to get some aches and pains.
Oh, geez, come on now.
So the fact, no, seriously, and a bunch of the people in my world too, they're like, oh my goodness, man, like I'm feeling it right now.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that to me is inspiring. It's like, you could be mid 30s and still do your thing.
Yeah.
I recently picked up tennis.
Oh, nice.
Because I want to play some sports that I could play till I'm 70.
Yeah.
Right. And you
Yeah.
see the old guys playing tennis, and it's
Yeah.
like, okay, cool. Like this is the next leg for me, the next leg of the race. So before you go into that whole 34-year-old experience, right? You were 21 when you first hung up the boots.
Yeah.
What made you stop at that point?
So this is me. I was literally brainwashed by the insurance organization I was recruited to.
No way.
I got recruited to this network marketing style model where it was, hey, come work with us for a year and you're going to make six figures and beyond and chase your dreams and live the dream and everything else. And there was people that started in that company in the 70s and 80s, maybe in the 90s that did that. I think I was just a little too late to the ball game. It was kind of saturated. The name of the company wasn't so great. I joined that company at 21 years of age. I quit my full-time job.
Wow.
I was already married, had my first child at this age.
Wow.
Already owned a house. This is when houses were a little bit cheaper than they are today. I
Yeah.
feel bad for the 21-year-olds today. I feel bad for the 41-year-olds today. I mean, it's tough out there. But
Hey man, listen, you just got to boot up and wrestle as hard as you can, and it'll happen as long as you don't quit, right?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
But
anyways, I joined this company at 21 years of age, and I still wrestled for about 6 months after joining that company. But I realized really quickly that a lot of my appointments had to be in the evenings, and that's when all the training classes were. So I decided I'm going to take a 1-year hiatus from wrestling because then I can come back and go full-time wrestling. I could train morning, noon, and night. And I took that 1-year hiatus because I'm going to give it all to the business. I'm going to basically retire from that company. After 1 year, I thought I'd be all set up. I'd never have to work again because that was the dream.
Millionaire.
And I ended up making $13,000 my first year full-time.
13,000 in a month or the year?
In the year.
Okay.
I lost both my houses that year because I had a rental property. And I was just a high school guy that worked in a factory. I had 2 houses. Now, combined value of both houses was about $250,000, so it wasn't like big deal, but one was a rental and one was the one I was living in with my ex-wife now, and our child. And I'll tell you, I lost all that, chasing that dream. And I did manage to hit some certain accolades at that company. I ended up making 6 figures, for the first time when I was 25 years old. I crossed over 100,000 in income.
Nice.
But I was still struggling financially because, fast forward, met my now wife in that company as well, about 5 years into it. We started working the business together. We were still making about 100,000 combined income.
Wow.
We have 4 kids.
Wow.
I mean, we had an office to pay for. So we were really still struggling, financially. That's kind of where we're at.
Wow. So this is at 25. So now 25 to that time when you started Xperia and then got into boxing, what kind of happened there?
Into wrestling. No, what happened was I left that company after 10 years. So I was your age. I was 31 years old when I quit that company.
Okay.
And at 31 years of age, I had a negative net worth.
Wow.
So I wasn't like, had a little bit of money in savings and my TFSA, RSP. I did not have an RSP. I didn't have a TFSA.
I don't even think they had TFSAs back then, did they?
Shut
I don't
up.
mean to date you. I don't mean to date you.
How old am I now? I think no, they did. I think they did. I'm not sure how many years it's been now. But
okay. All right.
We're talking 2011. So depends if I can't remember what year the TFSA started.
I think it can. Anyways, that's
side story. Someone can Google that.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm 31 years old. I've got 4 kids.
Negative net worth.
Negative net worth.
And you just given up with the last company at this point?
So I gave up with that company and I didn't know what I was going to do.
Wow.
I quit that. I actually quit. I think it was early September. I called up my upline at that company. I said, John, listen, I'm done. I'm done. And he's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that actually was a decent month for me because I was already making, that month I ended up making about 13,000 that month, which was like a higher than normal month for me. And I told him I quit. And he's like, what do you mean you quit? And I said, I quit. My wife and I were looking at this other network marketing company, which turned out to be a mistake as well. But I was so frustrated. I was spinning my wheels. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Wow. And there was a part of me, because I had a guy quit the business that was working with me years earlier that company. And he's now selling cars and he's doing good.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, maybe I'll just sell cars or something. Like I didn't know what I was going to do. And it was within 2 months, I had a guy approach me on Facebook who was also with the same company I was with for 18 years. And he says, hey, Jamie, you still with XYZ company? And I said, yeah, kind of. I'm part-time and I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of my life kind of thing. He's like, well, come talk to me. I want to show you why I left. I'm like, oh, really?
Wow.
And he was there 18 years. So I listened to him and changed my life. Became independent, actually owned what I was building.
Yeah.
Tripled my income overnight.
Wow.
Bought our first home, my wife and I together.
No way.
My now wife, Leanne, who we've been together for 14 years.
Okay.
So we bought a home. It was amazing. Started making some money, and then I got bored. And I got bored, meaning I missed the environment. I missed the camaraderie. I missed going to an office where there was people. When you're an independent agent, it's kind of a lonely world. You're just kind of sitting there at home until you have an appointment, and then you drive to a client's home, and then you drive back home. And, you know, it's like no one's there to high five you. I mean, Leanne would high five me, you know, but you know, I want the team and the environment. I want some chest bumps and what's up? You know, hey man, we just did that deal. But anyways, so my wife and I put our heads together, prayed about it, and said, why don't we build something? And that's what we did. We did it. We said, let's start this company. And in January of 2014, Experior was born. There was me and 7 people sitting around a boardroom table, which was actually one of those plastic fold-up tables with fold-up chairs around it.
Hey, listen, if it looks like a boardroom and smells like a boardroom, it's a boardroom, all right?
Yeah, that's right.
I wonder if it actually smelled like a boardroom or it smelled like something else, but whatever.
Yeah, it was on the second floor of a flower shop downtown Guelph. It was about 300 square feet.
Wow.
It was brutal.
Okay.
But we told those 7 people, I looked around and I said, guys, we're going to change the world. We're going to do something big.
Okay.
You know, and they probably all thought I was crazy, but those 7 have turned into almost 4,200 licensed agents as of today.
Wow.
Yeah.
So before we just skip from chapter 1 to chapter, I mean, maybe it's like chapter 5 right now because there's so much more to go.
Oh, sure.
But I want to go back to those very early days, right? So you were doing a different type of insurance prior to Experior?
Yeah, same insurance.
Same insurance.
Still selling life insurance.
Okay.
I was limited though. It was a captive company. I only had one product I could sell.
Okay.
The compensation was terrible. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was kind of brainwashed for 10 years, thought they were the best. Everyone said they were the best. The speakers on stage said they were the best. Turns out it was, you know,
hey man,
a lot of lies.
You don't know what you don't know.
No.
And you can't fault them because they might have believed it too, right?
I believe that. I think there's a lot of great people that work there.
Yeah. So how did you transition to now starting your own thing? Like, and what was that process like? Because it probably just didn't happen all of a sudden, right?
No.
It must have been a gradual kind of adjustment and feeling and change of mindset.
Yeah.
What was that like at the beginning?
It's hard to say. When we started, like when I left that company, I was just selling. So I wasn't recruiting anyone. I wasn't building an agency or a team. I was just selling.
You were just a star player, the number one wrestler.
That's it.
Okay.
You know, it was just me going out there helping families the way I'd always done, except more tools, better compensation.
Okay.
You know, it was just better all around that way. Then we found out that you can build something called an AGA, which is under an MGA. An MGA is like the
AGA?
AGA, Associate General Agency.
Okay.
And the Associate General Agency falls under a Managing General Agency.
Okay.
A Managing General Agency, and you probably, you know, you'll hear companies like Manulife, Sun Life, Equitable Life, Empire Life, Beneva, you name these insurance companies. In order to buy their products, you typically will have to go through an agent who works for an AGA or an MGA.
Okay.
Because the MGA has the relationships directly with those insurance companies, and there's certain volume requirements, compliance criteria, stuff like that. In order for this MGA to be able to allow agents and AGAs to distribute their products. Okay.
Understood.
So we actually found out within a few months of being independent, selling insurance, that we could be an AGA, which meant we could go under an MGA. They give us a little bit more skin in the game, and then we could hire some agents. But that still didn't solve a problem for me, which was, how do I give those agents the same opportunity as me, who became an AGA?
And why was that the problem for you?
To me, it was a problem because it wasn't equal opportunity.
Okay.
Like, who am I to say that I'm better than you, but I'm going to recruit you to my company, but you can never have my position?
Understood.
I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Right. I always felt like, and that's the one thing I liked about the company I came from. That was one of the positives.
Okay.
Is that I was an RVP, and so was my upline.
Okay.
We actually had the same contract.
Okay.
Now, he was there longer, built a bigger business. He was there, now he's been there for, I think he's been there for 35 years now.
Wow.
Right. But he was ahead of me kind of on the totem pole. He
Yeah.
recruited me and I was under him and recruiting some people, and he was there longer than I was, but it was an equal opportunity in the sense that we could get the same contract. I had the same contract as my upline, John.
Got it.
I liked that concept, right? I thought it was fair.
Yeah, because it's based on the work that you put in.
That's right. And it's not that I couldn't have passed him in income. It was highly unlikely. He had a big business and everything, but it's possible, right? And I like that. So when we started, looking at this AGA MGA relationship, we knew we couldn't be an MGA because, compliance. I can't even, I can't afford a part-time staff, let alone a full-time compliance officer.
Not yet.
It costs you, not yet at the time, right?
Okay.
So that's the MGA. So then we decided, well, let's be an AGA. So we did that. We started an AGA. It was actually called Empirical Group. That was our first baby. 6 months after leaving my first company, we started Empirical Group.
Yeah, okay.
Anyways, after starting Empirical Group, 6 months later, we had 25 licensed agents, which was huge for us.
Of course. Like, you go from how many to 25?
I was at my first company for 10 years and had 27 licensed agents.
Okay.
In 6 months, I already had 25.
Wow.
Right. And they weren't coming from my old team either. These were like new
net
people,
new, net new.
Yeah. So we felt like, man, we're winning, and we're still making good money because I'm still selling. Anyways, we went from those 25 agents, and then I get approached by these guys with a company called Provincial Capital.
Okay.
Provincial Capital had an agency of about 10 agents.
Yeah.
But they claimed they were bigger. They talked a big game, and they were like a lot older than me. And I trusted what they said. They approached my wife and I and said, hey, we're an MGA. Here we are. We're just AGAs, but we're an MGA. Why don't you come work with us? Why don't we build a business together? We ended up discussing it. We ended up giving them 75% ownership of our company.
Wow.
We kept 25%, but it was because they were an MGA. Now, fast forward a little bit, like a couple months, we realized it was a little bit of games played because, first of all, they didn't have the 10 agents they said. I think they had 2 agents that were producing.
Okay.
They also did have an MGA, but it was only with one company. But that opened the door for us. And I think that, and I'm a big believer that God will use all things to bring about good for those who love and serve him. Wow. I truly believe that. I'm not one of these guys, and my wife says this sometimes because she'll correct people. I've heard her do it recently, where someone says, oh, God lets bad things happen to you. And my wife's like, no. God will use things that might have happened to you that were bad, but it wasn't because of God that it happened, but he'll use those things to bring about good. So anyway, we kind of felt like, looking back, that if we hadn't got into that relationship and gave up 75% of our company, we might not have really started to understand the MGA world the way we did. Yeah. So there was a lot of silver linings in that whole process.
Yeah.
Anyways, fast forward 18 months of working with those guys. We're now into December of 2013.
Okay.
1 month before launching Experior. And I went into a manager's meeting with the 3 guys and my wife and the other guy's wife. And I basically told them I want my company back. And now we had like 75 agents and we were doing some big things. And my wife and I were single-handedly building that whole business on our own.
Okay.
We now had 5 MGA contracts because of all the volume that we were doing. And we said we want our company back. And they said, that's not how it works. The company's not yours anymore.
Interesting.
Which is true because they own 75%. They offered me a buyout, which was a joke. So like any other good entrepreneur, I didn't take a buyout and a non-compete. I went behind their back and started a company called Experior.
Okay.
And then I went, surprise, I'm leaving you guys one day. And that was it.
So then you just started an AGA with the new understanding of the MGA type of
we actually
thing,
were
or
able
are you
to,
an MGA now?
We were able to start an MGA right away because we'd already built the relationship, got to the point where we had 5 MGA contracts.
Okay.
2 of those companies that we were with immediately granted us an MGA contract.
Okay.
And then we've built now to the point where we've got MGA contracts with almost all the insurers in Canada.
Wow.
Yeah.
So just like the power of relationships, man, goes a crazy long way.
Yeah, it was huge.
That's really cool to see. Like you got into this deal, and yeah, sure, although it wasn't necessarily the best situation after you learned more information, right? You still used it to your advantage. You still gained a lot of valuable lessons, still gained a lot of valuable experience.
Yeah.
And like your wife says, right, it's not going to throw anything bad at you, but it's going to give you a little construction zone, little detours to help you along the way.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Do you remember the first time you made $100,000 in a year with Experior?
Not really, because I mean, I was already making probably 300 before we started Experior.
Okay.
Just on my own pen. So, I mean, probably within 4 months. I mean, because we were already making that kind of money before we started it.
Okay.
And that was only 2 years of us making money because my first company was 10 years. Then we started making I think we made 300 the next couple of years. And then Experior we probably made about the same, probably 300-400 the first few years.
Yeah.
We weren't taking much out of the company. We were still personally producing because, you know, we had to start building staff. We had to open a nice head office.
Yeah.
You know, we had to start investing in the business. So I was still personally producing for about the first 5 years that we were building the company.
Okay.
I was still out making money, just helping clients on my own.
Wow.
It's only been the last 5 years where really I've had to step away from clients altogether, other than I'll service the odd client if they need help with something or whatever.
Yeah.
I've passed some of my clients along to other up and coming agents that they could service them just because we don't have the time to. Obviously, we're running a big business now.
100%.
But no, I couldn't tell you, like, I mean, the 100,000, I could tell you the first time I made 100,000 with my first company, even though we were still broke, it was
probably way more meaningful at
it
that
was
time.
so meaningful. It was a big milestone, and
Yeah.
they gave you this big 6-figure ring, like this big, they call it the 6-figure ring club. And I remember the minute, I remember the moment that I was looking on the system when we crossed over 100,000. I remember the feeling. And that same month, I paid off a credit card balance that I'd had forever. It was a $2,500 credit card. I still have that credit card with the same limit, Capital One, baby.
Nice.
I almost just have it just as a monumental thing. I just keep
Just frame
renewing
it.
it every year.
Just keep it on the wall.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things. That was an emotional time, and I teared up, and it was like, man, I did it. Even though I was still struggling, but it was one of those milestone moments for me. you know,
Yeah,
that
100%, man. Thank you for sharing. You know, it's cool seeing the smiles as you recollect some of these memories, right?
Yeah.
Because like they mean so much,
Yeah.
you know, and it's cool to see where it is now. So I remember I was in the video business, and it took me 3 years, 2.5 years to cross the 100K mark, right?
Yeah.
And then I took 2 years off, did some real estate activities, learned a ton, got back into it, and it's like you get to the same mark way faster your second time around, you know, and there's still so much more to go. And it's exciting looking forward and seeing all the roads still left in the journey. You know, it's almost like your GPS still says, yeah, there's 36 more hours till we get to this destination. So I'm gonna look at it and be like, oh, 36 hours, but I'm like, ooh, 36 hours. I wonder what type of things we're gonna see on the way. So it's really exciting and inspiring to hear the journey so far. And I should probably keep some of my old credit cards that I got.
Sure.
So now I'm curious, right? Like, what was that change like when you went from being the star player to leading team members, right? Like that's not an easy transition, going from the wrestler to the wrestling coach.
Yeah.
Right. So what was that kind of like? I remember in the second company, that was when you brought on 25 agents in like a 2-year period, opposed to a 10-year period.
Yeah.
What was that kind of like being a leader now instead of being a producer?
Well, I'd already kind of learned a lot of leadership because I was recruiting people at my first company. I just wasn't making money. I didn't have a good track record. What I think leadership is all about is track record.
Okay.
So I built a track record here, you know, and as we were building Experior, I didn't just tell people what to do. I showed them what to do. And I think that's the kind of leader I would want to follow. You know, the reason Doug Cox, you know, one of my wrestling coaches, why I would listen to him, because he was a 2-time Olympian.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I listen to this guy? So now that my wife and I started having success, you know, we bought the nice home and cars and this and that. It's like we've had the success in our marriage and our business. It's like now we can be an example to people, right?
Okay.
I think some people try to lead too fast and they try to control people or tell them you ought to do this, you ought to do that. And it's like, well, listen, buddy, you got to do it yourself first, right? You got to lead from the front. And that's to me is what leadership is all about, is showing people what to do, not just telling them.
Wow. So if you had a new agent that joined your team today, right? And they're like, you know, Jamie, how do I get this first client? Right? What's the play? Give us a little bit. Give us a little bit of sauce, man. I'm getting in the ring right now. I'm trying not to get punched in the face.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I wouldn't be the one to do that. I'm
Okay.
very distant from newer people because we've got a lot of great mentors, managers, people in place that would do that. So I would find a good agent,
Okay.
a good upline, so to speak, a good leader for them to work with. But what I would say is, you know, it's not so much how do you do it, it's why do you want to do it? And I'd get into like, what is it that you really want to achieve in this business, right? Are you doing this because you just want to pay your bills? Because you could pay your bills working at McDonald's or, you know, working in a factory. Or are you building this business because you want to do something bigger? What dreams do you have? Because I think if you figure out why someone wants to do it, they'll figure out the how. And obviously we're going to guide them, and we have back office training, tutorials, videos, scripts, all this kind of stuff. We got all that. But at the end of the day, if you don't know why you want something, you're not going to go through all the work and study and train and learn anyways. Um, Also, I would explain to you, if you're new coming in, don't look at this as a job. You're not going to get paid to learn the business. You get paid once you know the business, just like school, right? You're not going to get paid to learn how to be a doctor. You get paid once you got your bloody degree and you go be a doctor, right?
Yeah.
Same thing over here. Now, you can make a little bit of money as you're growing and learning the business and stuff, but at the same time, you got to look at this as a career that you've got to invest in. You got to become a student of.
Wow. So you talk a lot about the reason why you do things. And I'm curious to learn more about your reasons for doing this, right? Like you don't, when we talked originally, it was 3,800. Now we're talking about 4,300 licensed agents.
Yeah.
Dude, like that doesn't happen by accident.
No.
Number one,
No.
right? Like you have to want that.
Yeah.
And that not even necessarily wanting that, but wanting that as a reason to get to something.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm curious what types of things drive you, right? Like you could easily hang up the gloves and say, you know what, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done wrestling. I'm done fighting.
Yeah.
I'm relaxing. I'll see you guys when it's warm outside.
Well, this is the crazy thing is I only stopped wrestling because it was no longer realistic that I could be number one.
Okay.
Right? That's why I stopped. That was it. No other reason. By the way, speaking of wrestling, I've now got a couple of our young kids that are in wrestling, and it's just so cool. I love it.
It must be nice to watch.
Oh my God, I get butterfly. I love it. I just sit there and I just I'm watching the coach. Actually, is the guy that I wrestled with in high school is the coach of this gym in Guelph. It's really cool. Tom Keiko. He's got an amazing gym, and I'm watching him teach the. He was teaching the crossface the other night, and then he's teaching a half Nelson, and for those that are wrestlers, or if you've ever wrestled before, these are like the most basic of basic moves. Like I don't even like I was like a child when I learned these things, and it was just cool reminiscing and looking back on it. Anyway, it was just really cool. Your question, what drives me? A couple things. Number one, I want to be the best version of myself.
Okay.
I don't want to just get through life and go, man, I could have done so much more. Why didn't I give it my all? With balance too, right? I mean, it's not like everything's business. It's like I want to be a great father. I want to be a great husband, and I fail every day. We all fail every day, but let's fail forward, as John Maxwell's book would say. So I just want to become the best Jamie Prickett I can.
Okay.
Right? I'm not trying to be like anyone else. I'm just trying to be the best with the tools that God gave me. Let's see how I can, make myself awesome. And I think I'm doing okay at it because, well, no one else can do it better than me because I'm me. Right?
There we go.
Just like no one else can do you better than you, right? But I think that so many people have more in the gas tank.
Okay.
There was a study done of a palliative nurse. Am I saying that word right?
Palliative care?
Palliative care nurse.
Yeah.
They actually wrote a book, this nurse, and it was, referencing people that were in a nursing home and that had lived most of their life out. And now they're in a nursing home, kind of knocking on death's door. And they were asked, if you had your life to live over again, what would you do differently? And many of them said, one of the big common answers would I'd want to spend more time with my family, right? Another common one was that if I had my life to live over again, I would have taken more risks, right? Because a lot of times it's the risks that we don't take that we end up regretting, right? I mean, how many people in this nursing home could have bought a McDonald's franchise for $1,100 US, but all they could see was Ronald McDonald and, a clown, really?
Ronald McDonald.
Right? And probably thought, and then they're looking back, oh man. But the number one thing that they said is they wish they could have left something behind or could leave something behind that would be remembered long after they were gone.
Wow.
So one of my driving motivations isn't even in the here and now. Now, in the here and now, I like to have fun. I want to watch people change their lives, and it's like the most inspiring thing in the world when I see other people win.
Yeah.
But one of my long-term visions is, and it's something that I won't even be here on earth to see, is that my great grandchildren one day will be sitting around the fire, maybe at Christmas time or something, and one of my little great grandbabies is going to look up to their papa and say, "Hey, Papa, who's that guy up there with that funny looking ear and that bald guy?" And they'd be like, "Oh, that's your great grandpa Prickett. And if it wasn't for him, our family wouldn't have the ability to do what we're able to do to help others and to impact the world and stuff." So that's kind of where my head goes.
Yeah. And has it always been that way, or has it kind of evolved over time?
It's evolved. Yeah, it's evolved.
But that's where it is at this current moment.
That's where it's right now. Yeah.
Got it.
It evolved because, when I was broke, busted, disgusted, it was one of my dreams, my biggest dream at the time when I was very struggling a lot financially for many years. My dream was to be able to go to a restaurant and order from the left side of the menu. That was like a big dream of mine. And I wanted to be able to eat at a restaurant every single meal if I wanted to.
breakfast, lunch, dinner,
Yep.
and dessert.
Yep.
Yeah,
That was one of my dreams.
Yeah.
It's probably why I gained so much weight when we started Experiment. You know.
Hey man, you got to celebrate when you hit the milestones,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So that was cool for me. So that was still, even not so much when we started Xperia, but when I left my first company, we started making money. My wife and I, we would eat out a lot, and nice restaurant. It didn't even have to be a nice. It could have been any restaurant. It was just the fact that I could just go and not have to worry about, you know, what the right side of the menu was saying, which is the price. You know, that was a big thing. I mean, I remember, and it's sometimes old habits die hard. Going with, you know, you got a bunch of kids and they all, can I get anyone to drink? And I'd be like, water for everyone.
Yeah.
We all want water. And sometimes I still catch myself doing that.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
I'm past that stage, but I still catch myself doing it. Now I'll justify it after, but like, guys, water's healthier. That's why, you know, it's better than the sugary pop.
And isn't it crazy? So like, I think finances drive so many of our decisions, right? Like without us even realizing.
Yeah.
And I've been exploring this idea of like, what are the habits that I've carried when I was in a previous financial position till now that I still hold on to that I need to get rid of.
Yeah.
And it's funny almost how like our mind makes excuses for wanting certain things when really like that's our pocket that wants that.
Yeah.
You know, like for example, like my partner and I were having a conversation about like, oh, where do we want to live?
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, well, we could kind of see ourselves living here. I'm like, no. That's not us actually wanting that. That's us thinking, okay, what can we afford right now? But what about where I want to go? What can that me afford?
Yeah.
And you know, what type of experiences does that me desire and crave? And it's a cool thought experiment to go through. And I know I'm not there yet, but it's cool watching things change slowly but surely.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you sharing.
Yeah.
Now, 44 now.
Yeah.
I don't mean to date you,
Yeah.
but like what types of things are you looking forward to these days? What's life at 44 like? I was just telling you kind of like what I'm seeing now at 31. I'm curious if you could share some wisdom with the, you know, the younger cats in the ring now. What's like life at 44? What are some of the cool things, family wise, financial wise, goals wise, mental health, physical, spiritual, you know, experiences? Like where's your head at when you think about those things?
You know, it's funny, at the start of this year, our third oldest child was moving out of the house. Sorry, our second oldest child was moving out of the house. Our oldest two are already out on their own.
Congrats.
And then
you got them off the conveyor belt. Great job.
Yeah. And then, but the 21, he's 22 now. He was moving out of the house now with his girlfriend.
Okay.
So now we were only going to have one child left, which is mine and Leanne's biological child. I have two from my first marriage. She has one from her first marriage.
Okay.
And then we have Takia, our daughter, who's 12.
Okay.
And Takia is now going to be an only child in the house for the first time.
Wow.
Right? And this was back when my last son moved out, was April last year. Well, at the start of the year, Takia, our daughter, who's 12, knows that Addison, our oldest son, is moving out. She goes, remember you guys talked about adopting children, Mom and Dad? We're like, yeah, we did. And we did several years prior.
Yeah.
We were actually going to adopt probably 7-8 years, maybe 9 years ago.
Wow.
But then our son got extremely ill. Our older son that just recently moved out, he got sick. He had kidney failure and had complications and everything. He ended up with a transplant. So it all just kind of didn't work out at that time. Anyway, fast forward, here we are at the start of last year. So about 12 months ago, and our daughter's saying, you know, didn't you guys want to adopt? Well, you know, maybe we should look at that. And then all of a sudden, my wife and I just went down the rabbit hole and we looked it all up and just did research on it, watched movies on it, videos, audios. I mean, we dove into it. We learned about the foster program, how that might be the best suiting program for us for fostering to adopt, because there's a lot of children that foster out of the system.
Yeah.
And then at 18, they have nowhere to go. And we're like, oh my gosh, like, and that's kind of a sad situation.
Yeah.
And we were too old to be considered most likely for like a newborn adoption, because they typically would want a younger family. They'd also want a younger couple, maybe that doesn't already have children, right? That's typically who someone's going to want to give their baby up for adoption if they're not in a place to take care of their child.
Yeah.
So we thought, well, let's look at the fostering system, which is kind of dangerous from a heart standpoint, because you could foster a child for a year and then all of a sudden they're not in your care anymore, because the idea of fostering is that the parents, biological parents, are going to be able to have the children come back into their care.
Okay.
Well, we ended up saying that we're willing to foster 2 or more children. We wanted minimum 2 because we knew that a lot of times siblings can get separated in the foster system.
Wow.
And we wanted 2 or more. Well, we got a call while we were on a trip in Mexico with our company, with 100 of our agents. We got a call, and the call was, we just got your final approval for the fostering, because we had to do all these police checks and checks of every city we've lived in, child welfare checks, all that stuff for our existing children. And then we got the call in the morning that, hey, you're approved, everything's good. And we're like, oh, cool. Well, we're coming home in a couple of days. A couple hours later, we get a call. There's 4 children that just went into foster today.
Wow.
They need a place by tomorrow. Otherwise, they're going to get separated. 2 go to one place, 2 go to another place because we don't have anyone that can take 4.
Okay.
Will you guys take them? Leanne, let's book a flight. So my wife booked the flight,
No
came
way.
back the next day, and all 4 of the children have been with us now for 10 months.
That's magical.
And their oldest sibling, who is in another home, also just got out of that home. She was in a home longer and
Wow.
is now with us. So we got 5 new additions to the family,
Congrats.
which is awesome. And it's looking very promising for us to be a long-term permanent family. We can never say for sure, but in 6 months from the recording of this, we'll know more firm answers. So.
Hey man, well I hope it works out in your favor.
But
you know?
to answer your question, I know I'm going off path here.
That's okay.
The goal.
It's your show.
Yeah. the goals kind of
Yeah.
changed from like, at one point we were kind of like, man, our kids are like older now. We got this freedom. It's crazy. Like we literally last year, before the children came into our lives, we already taken 3 vacations for a week each time with Takia. Because she's 12 and the other ones are older and stuff and they don't want to be around mom and dad half the time anyway.
Yeah.
So we were just traveling, be able to do whatever we want. Our daughter's in a private school, so you can always catch up, do the work on the side. And now it's like, well, we lost that freedom to travel anytime we want.
Yeah.
That said, we are working on getting their passports and we're very close to it. We're going to take a big family vacation.
That's awesome.
But, for us, it's, I don't know. It's like, what good is your life if you're not giving back or helping others? Like,
Wow.
it's just a waste, I think.
Wow.
Kind of.
Yeah, man.
That's where I think that's what's changed for me from my 30s to my 40s maybe, is that now it's like I care more about other people than I ever did before. I always cared about other people, but now like I really do. Like I don't just say it because it sounds pretty. It's like I genuinely want to see people live a good life, right? Unless they're jerks, then screw you. But
a client of mine shared a book and kind of like a lesson called The Second Mountain. She goes, I don't really need anything. At this point, I've got all the things that I want in my life. I just want to help others.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like the second mountain that I'm on. That first mountain is like personal success, and once you hit that, then you're like, now what?
Yeah.
And she shares it's a similar kind of desire for her at this point as well. Is to give back and share with the next generation and the people that are coming up and make life a better place for others.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you sharing.
And don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm 44 years young.
Yeah.
I got a lot of other personal goals too. I mean, like I want to do some, like I don't have a private jet yet. I don't have a butler yet. Like there's some things I want to get done over here.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's so secondary to changing lives.
Yeah.
But by changing lives, it's enriching our lives as well.
100%. 100%. So do you remember the first time you made $100,000 in a month?
I don't. And I have probably for the last several years done that. But I do remember, and I remember you asked me this when we were on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember the first time someone in our business made $100,000 in a month.
All right, you got to tell us about it.
And that was emotional. That was January last year.
Congrats.
First time a guy in our business, Mauro Arturi, made it 6 figures in a month. And it was like, this is a guy that he actually was at the same company I came from where I struggled. He was there for 19 years. Okay. Mauro's, I think, 55 years old. I hope I'm not dating him.
Okay.
But he was there for 19 years, and his best year, 100,000 in a year.
No, I don't believe you.
In a year.
Wow.
After 7 years with Experior,
wow,
made his first 6 figures in a month with us. And I can't tell you how proud I am of him. And just, for him to leave that company, first of all, because he was making a comfortable 6 figures. Like he didn't have to work that hard for it anymore because he built the team, had about 40 agents, still had some clients he serviced. But so it was uncomfortable for him to start over again. He was already almost 50 when he joined us. I think he was 48 years old when he joined us. So, it was a risk for him. And we were a brand new company. We were only 3 years old when he joined us. Right. So it wasn't like we had this 10-year track record and all these people having success. We didn't have any people having big success at this point when he joined us. So, he always jokes with me, and he'll call me once in a while and he'll say, Jamie, this thing might work. And he always says that, Jamie, this thing might work. I'm like, well, if it does, man, we're in for a real ride.
Wow. What was one of the biggest lessons after teaching leaders to become better leaders that you realized? What do you mean? So like you went from being the top performer, right? In whatever realm it was that you wanted, Now you've got 4,300 agents.
42. Yeah.
42. Well, by the time of this, you'll
That's
probably
right.
have over 5,000.
That's right.
That
That's
point.
true. Yeah.
You know, so like, what types of things have you learned as your role has changed, right? From the person doing the thing,
Yeah.
to the person leading a team doing the thing, now the person setting the broader vision
Yeah.
and having a bunch of people execute. You know, what are some of those lessons that come to mind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something I wish I knew 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I recognized earlier in my journey that not everybody wants what I want, because I used to not alienate people, but I don't even want to say I wouldn't treat them the same. I wouldn't treat them bad, but I would kind of question them and be like, and it comes across, right? If someone didn't want to make $1 million a year, I was like, why wouldn't you want to? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
But now I realize what it takes to make $1 million a year. You have to sacrifice a lot. I mean, there was a lot of sacrifices that went into us building an empire, right? And not everyone wants to do that. And God bless them, they don't want to do that. Go make $50,000 a year if that makes you happy. Go make $100,000 a year if that makes you happy. You don't have to want what I want. And I used to always think that people were weak or they weren't tough, or you don't know what your why is. Well, some people's why is to have a white picket fence, have 1.3 kids, and live a comfortable life and be home and be at all the sporting events and not have to stress on the weekend, and be able to go into a job at 9 o'clock and plug out at 5 o'clock and never think again about their job. And when I was struggling at my former company, I kind of forgot this as we started building Experior, that I too once dreamt of what would it be like if I could just be normal. Like, here I am driving home late from an appointment at 11 o'clock at night, tears in my eyes because the sale didn't go down. I'm missing my rent payment, and I got tears in my eyes. I remember one time looking in the rearview mirror at myself with tears in my eyes saying, why are you doing this? Why don't you just go get a job? Like, I was doing my apprenticeship as a machinist. I could have been making $80,000, $90,000 a year as a machinist by now. Instead, I'm out every single night killing myself trying to build a business. And now this was my former company where it was a lot more difficult. We've really given people a hand up over here. It's still tough, but not quite as bad as what I had to endure, I think. Even I wanted to go back to just live a normal life, but for some reason I was just wired that, no, you got to do this. You got to be bigger, think bigger, all this. And it was like almost driving me crazy. It's like, why can't I be normal? And I think maybe some people watching your show and the type of people that like this type of content, the David Goggins type content, the
Get hard.
Yeah. These Ed, what's that?
Milet.
Ed Milet, I'm thinking of that, the black preacher guy. What's his name?
Someone showed me him though.
The guy where someone's holding his head underwater, and what you want to do more than anything else when someone's holding your head underwater.
Breathe. You gotta want to breathe. Yeah.
Right? Or something like that. That Eric Thomas.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, E.T.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. So you hear these guys, and it's like some people like that stuff, and other people are like, hogwash. I just want to watch TV and see what's on, see who's going to win Survivor this year.
What beer do you drink?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't judge people like that at all anymore. It's like everyone is wired different, right?
Yeah.
Some people are just wired different, and it doesn't make them good, doesn't make them bad, doesn't make me good, doesn't make me bad, just makes me different. So I wish I recognized that earlier on in leading people, because I think that I can lead people that are the mentality of, I just want to have a comfortable lifestyle. I can lead those people now because I can help them have a comfortable lifestyle. I can also lead the people that are batshit crazy like Eric Thomas and
ready to go
and want to just tear up the world, right?
Yeah. It was funny. So I was having a car. My little cousin, right? He's 28.
Yeah.
Turning 29 this year, and he just bought a 28-unit rooming house.
Wow.
That's been boarded up, and he's going to convert it into a hotel. We're doing the marketing and the design and stuff like that for the hotel. And him and I were driving the other day. Someone inspired me to turn it into a TV show. So I'm like, fuck it, let's shoot a TV show. So I was over there, and we're filming this show, and we're in between kind of like sets, right? And we're just driving, talking. And we were talking about a mutual friend. And he was like, man, like, I realized recently that like him and I just don't want the same things. And you see that lady right there who's on break at McDonald's smoking her cigarette? This is a little old lady, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, that might be all she has envisioned for her life, and that's success.
Yeah.
And that was something that I had to learn, you know, like she goes home and she either has her house paid off, she's paying her mortgage, she pays her rent, and what she makes at McDonald's working part-time is probably enough for her. That's all she wants. She just wants her little cats that she feeds the cats. She goes home, she watches her soap opera, and she goes back to work the next day. And that's the vision that she has for her life. And that's okay.
Yep.
And, you know, like it was a powerful lesson that I'm still realizing too, because I'm like, what do you mean? You don't want to kill? Like, obviously not kill, but like, you don't want to burn everything down? You don't want to build this thing as big as you can? Like, you don't want the best version? Well, maybe that is the best version of you, but to me, like my vision of best version might be a little bit different than someone else's, you know? And like, my girl might look at me weird sometimes. It's just like, you've been working since 5 a.m. this morning and it's like 11 p.m. like, and you've barely gone to the washroom. Like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm great. I'm fired up right now. And she's like, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I'm like, okay, I'll see you in the morning. You know? And like, I'm like ready to go. Right. And it's recognizing that I'm just kind of realizing that now that people want different things. And, you know, I appreciate you sharing that, because to me, it's like, wait, you don't want this? Like, why not? But you know, this is part of, I guess, growing up, like, you know, like, and learning that everybody wants different things. So I appreciate it. And it's kind of cool to hear that there's other crazy people out there, or maybe normal, who knows?
Yep. I was just talking to someone from Texas, this nice lady, and she's in our business, in our industry, and she knows a lot of the big players and stuff. And when I was talking to her, I said something like, I said, now listen, you might think I'm crazy the way I'm talking. She goes, listen, Jamie, if I didn't think you were crazy, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now.
100%.
Some people like that. They like the crazy, like, how big can we make this, right? And stuff, they buy into that vision.
And that's the thing. It's like, I just want to be the best version. I want to see how much more, like I've got more in the tank. Like, why not use it? Right. And I realized the other day that like, I'm going to get more energy tomorrow. Like, I may as well just use it all today. Like, there's no point in trying to save any energy. It doesn't make sense. Right. I'm just going to go eat a meal. I'm going to go to sleep, and then I'll wake up tomorrow fired up again and go do it again. So it's pretty cool to hear that there's other people with, you know, cooler glasses and stuff that feel similarly. So what's it been like building an organization with 4,300 people? Like, how do you keep the culture, you know, I guess called and what's the word that I'm looking for? Like, how do you curate a culture that keeps 4,300 people wanting to actually be a part of?
I think just transparency, you know, really about what your goals are and what you believe they can achieve. Like, the one common theme that goes through our company, and a lot of people say this as they get around us and they've been with other companies before, is our culture is unique. And the biggest thing one of the most common things that we hear, and I hear from people about other leaders in our company, is the transparency. They're like, you just know what you're going to get from Jamie. You just know what you're going to get from Frank. You just know what you're going to get from Baljeet. Like we don't hold back. Like, we're not. And I think a lot of that, it might be top down. Maybe people see me doing it. They see me cussing, burping, farting, and they're like, man, if the CEO can do it, I can do it. Why can't I just be who I am and not worry about people judging me? And some people might not like that. You know, I know some people are like, oh, geez, Jamie's going off again. Here he goes, right? But at the same time, they'll like, I put a post on Facebook that was very controversial a couple of weeks ago, and it was about one of our competitors, and I just slapped them in the face because I'm tired of this one competitor in particular lying about us, right? And that's what they do, they lie. So on my post, I said, hey, does anyone know who this guy is? And I knew damn well who he is. He's the biggest guy in Canada in the industry. And I said, does anyone know who this guy is? Because I'm tired of him either lying or ignorant and doesn't understand how our industry actually works. It's one of the two. Oh my gosh, he had all of his fan club jumping on my posts like, oh, you don't know nothing. He's like our God. They didn't say that, but they might as well have, like, oh, you don't know this.
That's what you heard.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's basically what they're saying. And and then I had guys from our side saying, oh, you know, Jamie's speaking the truth, brother. And I had someone actually say to me, and I ended up doing a video follow-up to it the next day. I did a Facebook Live, and it kind of cleared up everything of why I did that and what the facts were and everything. And it was kind of like everyone had like this moment of like, wow, Jamie, you freaking hit the nail on the head. We got to speak the truth when people are bullshitting who we are, right? So anyway, talking to one of our top leaders, Darren, and he's got over, I think he's got 1,400 agents in his business alone with us. And Darren says, Jamie, I got to admit, I was scared when I saw that post when you posted a picture of the guy saying, does anyone know this idiot, kind of thing.
That's funny.
He goes, but then how you handle it the next day on a Facebook Live, he goes, dude, that's what we got to do, right? So it's sometimes not being afraid of taking a bit of a risk. And if you don't, I mean, if you're not in our industry and that sounds weird to you, what risk was that? You know, I post whatever I want on Facebook. Well, when you got 4,200 agents in your business, you got to be careful. I can't just post,
100%.
my opinion on, whatever topic,
Yeah, dude,
'cause
you got
I could
people that
alienate people, right?
Yep, you got people that look up to you. You got
Yeah.
MGAs that are relying on you to, transparently distribute
Yep.
whatever products it is
Yep.
that they're selling. So like,
You got
there's
it.
a lot of things like that you have to lose.
Yep.
Right. So
Yep.
I definitely commend you getting into the battle with your spear and
Well,
shield and saying,
well,
let's go.
the funny part was, and this company is the largest MGA in all of Canada. We're about number 6 right now.
Okay.
They're the biggest. And
Okay.
that's who I was picking on as their biggest guy because he's lying about us. And doesn't their CEO, no, their president call me on my cell phone that same day and
No
says,
way.
Jamie, what's going on, man? Because I actually met him at one of these industry conferences before. And I said,
Yeah.
listen, I said, your boy's lying about me. I said, I'm tired of him lying. So, oh, what did he say? And I said, don't worry, it's nothing compliance related.
Yeah.
We had a good chat. He's actually a really nice guy, their president. But again, he's just a corporate guy. He didn't start the company. He's
Yeah.
more like the corporate president guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
Wow. So that number 1 spot, I mean, I guess it's only a matter of time, right?
it's just a matter of time. Yeah, it's just a matter of time.
So what do you think makes Experior different than, so like, let's say you're talking to like an agent, which probably, I don't know how much you do of these days.
Yeah.
Versus
Quite a
it
bit.
just
Really?
really.
I do a
Okay.
lot. Usually it's 4 other people in the team. Like I'm helping
Okay.
them talk to agents. I was talking to a guy this morning before I got here.
Oh, no way.
So what makes us different?
Yeah.
Number one, we don't freaking lie. I hate our industry. I hate so many companies out there because they lie. They lie about themselves and they lie about others. I don't get it. I don't know why people have to lie to get ahead. This industry is probably the most corrupt industry I could ever imagine. I don't think there's more lies that go on in any other industry than this industry. It's borderline corrupt.
Wow.
We don't lie.
Wow.
We just tell you like it is. If we're not the best in one area, we'll tell you. If we're the best in one area, we'll damn sure tell you as well. But we're not going to lie. We're not going to exaggerate, make up things. So that makes us different, I think. But the nuts and bolts of it is, we have a more competitive comp plan for someone that wants to build an agency. There's no one out there that can touch us right now. We've built a very competitive model. Part of the reason we're able to do that is because my wife and I are a part of the sales force still.
Yeah.
Right? We're not just corporate execs taking $1 million+ salary from the corp. No, we're building it from the inside, right? So we're also not owned by anyone. We haven't sold out, right? We've had 4 companies that wanted to buy us, and we could have walked out multi-decade millionaires overnight, like just a lot of money.
Yeah.
One valuation 3 years ago was at 50 million.
Congrats.
We could have checked out, and now we're at least double that. And we could check out, but that's not what we're here for.
Yeah.
That doesn't change lives by us checking out. But I think that people see that. They see the transparency and they see the comp that we're better.
Yeah.
Probably
the product offering as well.
Yeah, and ownership. I mean, there's a bunch of things that maybe your viewers it wouldn't make any sense to because they're not in the industry. But
I've got a lot of friends that are in insurance, right?
Yep.
And they're like, "No, my company's best." And I'm like, "Okay, why?" Like,
Yeah.
like my comp plan's sick, and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
great."
and they might say that, and the
Yeah.
only problem is if they're not with Experior, they're wrong, and that's okay. You have the right
Yeah.
to remain wrong.
Yeah.
Because I was with a company for 10 years, bro.
Yeah.
And for 10 years, I told everybody,
This is the best.
this is God's gift to humanity. This is the best comp plan. This is the best company in the industry. Nothing's better. And guess what? I didn't know how another single company's comp plan worked. I had no idea. I just said what I was told by my upline. And they were told by their upline and their leader and their mentor and their coach. Guess what? When we started Experior, I dissected every freaking company in the country. I know how they all work. I can tell you within 3 minutes, if you sit down with me with someone from a company, I could tell you in 3 minutes how their comp plan is, probably within a couple percentage points of what they're earning. I know them. I know the world. I know what world I'm in right now. When we went to the US, it took us 2 years before we recruited our first licensed agent. Now we've got almost 1,700 licensed agents in the US. But it took us 2 years to get our first one. 2 years later, 1,700.
Wow.
Why did it take us 2 years? Because I was studying every single company. And don't get me wrong, it wasn't like we're not recruiting. It's just we're putting feelers out there and stuff.
Yeah.
And we weren't really, actively doing it. It was right when the pandemic hit is when we launched. So bad timing there. Turned out to be good timing because we can do a lot of things on Zoom.
Online, yeah.
But at the time, we really were just trying to keep everything going in Canada because,
Yeah.
that scared a lot of people when the pandemic
Of
hit,
course.
right? But I'll tell you, it's like I studied the competitors because I wanted to make sure that when we built our comp plan in the US, that it was much like we did in Canada, where we were going to be the best. And no matter what other cat comes along, we're going to beat them. And right now, there's actually another big cat that just started in October last year in the US.
Nice.
We crush them.
Yeah.
Now, they're recruiting a lot of people because they have influence. This is a guy that broke off from another big entity, starting his own deal.
Yeah.
And when I look at their comp plan, I'm like, anyone that's logical is going to pick us.
Yeah. Well, hey man, like somebody's got to keep it interesting, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can't just dominate the whole competition,
No,
right? You got to
no.
give them a chance. Come on.
No,
Jamie.
listen, I'll be satisfied when we have half of all the licensed agents in North America with Experior.
Yeah, and look, we'll check in again when you have half, and we'll see what satisfies you then.
That's right.
Because
That's right. Then it needs to be a bigger percentage.
Exactly. Man, this has been a real pleasure. So I'm curious. You haven't crossed 100K in a day just yet.
No.
But what do you think it's going to take to get there?
It's not a focus of mine.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just think it'll happen when it happens.
Mhm.
But it's not a focus of mine. You know, we're not trying to figure out where our next paycheck comes out anymore.
Yeah.
Comes from anymore.
When did that change, and how did that change your mind?
Honestly, that changed. That changed originally when I left my first company.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we started making 25 grand a month. That was more money than we'd ever made before.
Wow.
So that's when it changed for me about 12 years ago.
Mhm.
But then we started Experior, and for 5 years we had to, build this company up, and I had to produce. My wife and I working like dogs to make this thing happen.
Mhm.
The only time that we ever struggled financially with Experior
Mhm.
was probably our first year, getting things going, opened up our first head office, hired our first staff. That was a struggle.
Yeah.
And then 3 years later, we got sued by my former company.
Is that your first time getting sued?
That was first and only time getting
Congrats.
sued.
I think
Yeah.
I hear there's a stat like you got to get sued in order to really make it. So
yeah.
congrats.
So we
on
got
it.
sued because they claimed that I was sharing trade secrets.
Mm.
But I said to the lawyers at the table downtown Toronto, I said, it's not a secret, y'all suck.
Mm.
I'm just exposing it, So they didn't like that.
Of course not.
So we ended up getting sued and end up costing us more legal fees than anything.
Mm.
But yeah, it cost us several $100,000, and
Damn.
we didn't have that kind of money then, and we struggled. We ended up selling a rental property and our cottage during that time.
Wow.
Just to be safe,
Wow.
like just to make sure the company stayed afloat. And that was our 3rd year in the business. After that lawsuit was settled, it's been smooth sail. I mean, there's ups and downs, but from a financial standpoint, my wife and I have never had to look at our bank account in 7 years.
Congrats.
So that's been cool.
Yeah.
And now we have people doing it, right? So
Mhm.
that's what I think is just more amazing than anything.
Yeah. So if you were to restart, let's say everything were to get taken away from Jamie, and you had to start day one, what do you think your actions would be?
So if I'm 44 years old and had to start over from day one,
Yeah.
God is my witness, I would try and find another person that started Experior and join them.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to do it again.
Mm.
We went through hell and back. We sacrificed so much. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Mm.
I talk to some leaders that say, oh yeah, I'm going to leave my company. I'm going to start my own. I'm like, bro, you're 50? Good luck.
Yeah.
I was 34 years old when we started this company.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a lot of energy. I still have a lot of energy, but not like I did when I was 34. I mean, I'm telling you, this thing took everything out of us. So if I had to start over again, I wouldn't. I would join someone else who already built it, and I would become a part of their team.
Yeah.
And I'd just try and be the biggest guy on their team, so I wouldn't have to worry about all the head office administrative crap. But if I was 34 again, and there was no Experior or company like ours out there, and I had to start it over again, the only thing I would have done different is I wouldn't have burnt bridges with people. I burnt some bridges, and sometimes I would justify it that they were assholes, so who cares? But have I ever been an asshole? Sure, right? So I wouldn't have burnt bridges with people. I think I had a bit of a temper. I was younger, more like someone pissed me off, I'd let them know right on the spot instead of giving it. Yeah, right.
Ready to fight.
Like I wouldn't physically fight them, but mentally I'd be like, I just go at them with words, and it's like, now I look back and go, why couldn't I just kept my mouth shut there? Why couldn't I just given it 24 hours before I replied to that email? You know what I mean? I used to be really quick on the trigger and get really, matter of fact, some of our leaders that have been with me now for 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, they'll tell you, Jamie Prickett is not the same guy he was 8 years ago, 7 years ago. They said, we used to be afraid to come to you with concerns because I would snap at them if I didn't agree with them. Now, sometimes I want to snap at them, but I'll just be like, Jamie, sing a lullaby song in your brain,
Yeah.
calm yourself, breathe. They don't mean that, they don't understand how they said that.
Yeah.
And then I'll come back to them. Hey, you know what? That's an interesting observation. Do you mind if I get back to you on that? And I'll wait until I'm in a clear space, clear mind. And then sometimes, guess what? Their idea was amazing. I just didn't look at it from different angles. And that's one of the biggest improvements that I've made. So if I could go back in time and start the company, I would learn to shut up and listen a bit more. You know, be less confrontational.
That's sound advice, man. I really appreciate it.
You got it, man.
So before we do rock out of here, I'm curious, like, I know you wrote your own book, and I want you to share a little bit about that in a second, but what are some of the books that, you know, make Jamie Jamie?
Coach. Coach is a book written by actually the founder of the company that I left. He was no longer a part of that company when I joined it. He was long gone, sold it many years prior. But I have a lot of respect for him. The guy's name's Art Williams, and the book is called Coach. I absolutely love the book. It does pertain to our industry, but some of the stories and the stuff that they went through, I remember I never really had depression in my life other than maybe a 2-week period where I was just down and out. And I was making money. It wasn't like a financial, you know, I'm stressed out because of money. I just felt like down, and I didn't know what it was, and I couldn't kick it. Even my wife came home, you know, we're coming home from the office. She goes, "You okay?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And I just sat there and I just didn't want to move. And I'd never felt like this before in my life.
Wow.
And, you know, I tried reading the Bible and tried all these other things. And I just didn't know what it was. And I'm like, man, I don't know. Like, I wasn't at the point where I was suicidal, but I just felt like, what am I doing? And I ended up picking up the book Coach for the second time. I'd already read it.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm going to read Coach because this is while we were just starting to get our business going, right? And I read Coach, and as I was reading the stories about Art Williams and all the struggles that they went through, it just made me realize this is how it's supposed to go. I'm supposed to have these problems. I'm supposed to have people quitting on me. I'm supposed to have people talking bad about me, saying I'm crazy. Because Art, look at Art, he's like the godfather of this world that I'm in. And he went through it all, and that really helped me get out of a funk. So that book was huge. Another one was Failing Forward. I know that one's said by so many people, but I love John Maxwell's Failing Forward. How to Win Friends and Influence People was a game changer for me at 22 years of age, by the way.
Okay.
22 years of age, How to Win Friends and Influence People was the best thing.
That sounds like one of the ones that the wrestling coach might have given you.
No, I was in the financial business at that time. It was actually. Quick story on how that book came out. My upline, John, he says to me one day, he goes, "Hey, how'd those sales go this week?" I'm like, "Everyone's stupid." He's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I had 5 sales lined up. Every one of them should have bought, and they're all freaking stupid." And John goes, "Really, all 5 of them?" I said, "Yeah, they're all stupid." And he goes, "What's the common denominator?" I said, "What, that they're all stupid?" And he goes, "No, you." I was like, "Huh, what are you talking about? 22 years old. I know what's up. You know,
I know everything. I'm
right?
22.
And I'm like 6-7 months in the business at this time. And he goes, "Jamie," he goes, "you might be the issue." I'm like, "I don't know, man. Like, I showed them it was better." And he goes, "It might be how you're communicating with them." I said, "Wow, I don't know." But I was open to listen to him. I respected him at the time, right? And he goes, "I want you to read this book." And he gave me How to Win Friends and Influence People. As I read that book, I was like, oh my God, this is why I read the book, and this was my epiphany. This is why I only had a handful of friends all through high school, but my brother was friends with the entire high school, was that book. My brother was a different kind of person than I was from a personality standpoint. I realized why I'd alienated so many people that I couldn't even be friends with because of how my attitude was and how I communicated with people. And I realized that in high school. And I did have like 3 best friends through high school. And to this day, 2 of them are still my best friends. And one of them went AWOL and drugs and just don't even know what happened to him. I haven't talked to him in a decade and a half. Wow. But anyway, 2 of them are still my best friends to this day. But my brother was like all kinds of friends and a bunch of best friends, right? And I realized after reading that book why. So, but I'll let your viewers read it for themselves and figure out.
Yeah, the book's a game changer. Any others that come to mind?
None that are popping out right now.
That's okay. Yeah. So what about?
Sorry.
Should be good.
Sorry, the other one that absolutely comes to mind, and this is the one that helped me lose 45 pounds last year or the year before, I guess, 1.5 years ago, is David Goggins' Can't Hurt Me. I love that book. If you can't handle some foul language, you might not want to listen to it, but David Goggins is he's like my hero when it comes to fitness and discipline.
Yeah.
So.
Now, you wrote your own book. You make some of your own content these days. I'm
Yes.
curious as to some of the reasons why. So what made you want to write a book in the first place?
A lady actually approached me on LinkedIn and said, "Hey, Jamie, I'm reaching out to CEOs that would like to write a book, and I would help you ghostwrite it, and you just tell me your stories." And I messaged her back and said, "So basically, I get to talk, and you're going to write everything?" She's like, "Yep."
Good
I'm
deal.
like, "I'm in." So that's what I did. I just had to talk.
Yeah.
Now I had to read over it a few times to make sure it was my language, my words. We put it on Audible as well.
Okay.
And and it's a book that's, especially if you're in the insurance business, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I think it is hands down the best book in the history of the insurance business. I really do.
Can't fall off the ground, right?
Can't fall off the floor.
Off the floor.
Yeah. But what it is, it's a story where I've showcased 25 people that society would have deemed losers, and they became superstars in our business.
Wow.
And I picked the people with the worst stories before Experior, including gun violence with one, not them, but against them. Including a guy that was homeless with us, now making over $200,000 a year. He was living in the streets of Toronto for several years. Man, just some rags to riches stories. And that's really inspiring for those that maybe feel like, oh, I can't do it because of this or that. There's no excuse, right?
Yeah.
There's almost no excuse. I mean, health reasons could be a reason, but most people, it's excuses.
Now, what's Jamie's day like these days?
I come to the office about 9 o'clock, and I'm here till usually 4. And then at night, I'm usually on a conference call, maybe for an hour or two, depending on the evening. Saturdays and Sundays is mostly family time now. It was never like that in the beginning. It was 7 days a week, grinding, given everything. But in the office, it's basically Zooms all day, emails the other half of the day. That's it. I mean, I'm probably working 50 hours a week, I would say. Nothing crazy right now. We have 9 children now, right? By the way, one of them moved back in with us, then 5 plus our 12-year-old plus the one that moved back in. So yeah, we got 7 kids in the house. One of them's an adult.
That's exciting.
Yeah, we're busy house. We're in the middle of a renovation. So we've got now 3 girls in one room. My wife's office is now a bedroom. I don't have an office at home anymore. And we're changing it. We had 4 bedrooms on the main floor, and we're doing an extension and over the garage. And anyway, it's going to be a 10-bedroom on the main floor. And everyone's going to have their own bedroom, including our other children that moved out in case they ever want to move back home.
Dude, that's exciting. Let
Yeah.
me know if you're taking on any more
we're bringing any
fosters.
more.
I will gladly sign up. Like I said earlier, I come with camera gear.
Okay.
And maybe Lee as well. So, but man, really appreciate you sharing. So before we rock out of here, if actually one more question. Okay, if everything were to disappear, right? Experior's gone, and all Jamie Prickett has is one message that he could leave with grandkids, great grandkids, all those generations. Like I know we wanted to leave something behind, and that was a big motivator. But let's say you could only leave one message. Okay, that's the only thing. Nothing financial, nothing that you built, nothing physical. All you could leave is one message. What message would you leave?
Well, I think I thought of like 10 things as you were talking and asking the question.
Okay, well, let's start 10 then.
Yeah, you can do it.
Okay.
I think that would be the biggest one that keeps coming to my mind. You can do it. I think some people just doubt themselves. I have no business being in the seat that I'm in right now. I got no business. I remember guidance. I don't know if they still have guidance counselors, but when I was in school, they had guidance counselors. And I remember the guidance counselors telling me that you're not going to be able to go to college with your grades. So have you ever thought of, what type of factory you'd like to work, or maybe you can pick up a trade? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I didn't care. I'm a wrestler. I'm going to be an Olympian. I'm going to be on Cheerios, right?
I'm going to be on the Cheerios bars.
Yeah.
What do
Right.
you mean?
I mean,
what job?
Exactly.
Factory? Bro, Cheerios. If it's not Cheerios, nothing.
I just think people learn differently. Like Mauro Arturi, this guy, he'll make $1 million this year. He's a guy that made $100,000 in a month. He's done it a couple times now.
Yeah.
He'll be over $1 million this year. This guy, before he joined the insurance business, was working in a paint store in retail.
Wow.
No post-secondary education. Frank DeLeo, again, that guy's almost at $1 million now in income. That guy was, before Experior, was working at Costco as a forklift driver.
Wow.
Darren Golka, I'm just naming a couple of our big guys.
Okay.
Darren Golka was in 18 different businesses and failed in 17 of them. The only one that actually worked for him was in the insurance business, and then he left that company and he's now with us. Wow. But 17 other failed businesses where he lost more money than he made.
What a
so
story.
It's just, you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it. There's people with far worse accolades than you might have that are doing it.
100%. Well, Jamie, man, thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you so much for sharing the stories of others that have inspired you and will hopefully inspire the next generation. So once again, I'm Javon. Oh, before we even do that, let us know where we can follow you. That camera.
Yeah, sure. You can follow me at Jamie Prickett on Facebook, Instagram. I don't really use Instagram, but our team's always putting stuff. So a lot of stuff you'll see on Instagram isn't me, it's our team that does it. But my personal Facebook page, I have a business Facebook page, just my name, Jamie Prickett. And if you're interested in reading that book to learn about some of the success stories that we've been able to create with our model, it's called Can't Fall Off the Floor. And you can find that on Amazon or wherever you buy your books.
Beautiful. Jamie, thank you so much. Once again, that's another episode of 100 Ways to Make 100K. And that's Jamie Prickett's way of making 100 grand in a month. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Javon.ca, and I'll see you on the next episode. Peace.